Chapter 145. Oh my dear Xia Luo, you're finally back. Aunt May, who was standing by the crib mixing formula, tossed the bottle carelessly onto the mattress and hurried over to greet him. Let me take a good look at you. Have you lost weight? She cupped Xia Luo's face with both hands, grinning from ear to ear. Xia Luo looked around in confusion, backing out to check the nameplate on the door, then scratching his head. This is my house, he asked, still uncertain. Aunt May nodded. Silly boy, of course it's yours. Ahem. A young man cleared his throat, stepping forward with a smile. You must be Xia Luo Parker. Xia Luo nodded. That's me, and you are? Oh, I'm your cousin. I've been abroad for a while and just got back recently, said Ben Parker. Xia Luo. He'd expected them to have some perfect cover story. But this. Ben Parker's words seemed to remind Aunt May, who suddenly remembered the transformation. Thanks to the power of the Monument of Time, she and Ben had become younger. To avoid any trouble, they'd adopted new identities with the help of Spider-Man's friends. Too excited to think clearly, she hadn't expected this to slip out. Hopefully, Xia Luo hadn't caught on. She forced a stiff smile. I'm your cousin too. Xia Luo's eye twitched. Cousin Ben looked exactly like Uncle Ben, and Cousin May was a dead ringer for Aunt May. Something was off. Then it clicked. Oh, now I remember. Uncle Ben did mention you too once, he said with a smile. Aunt May looked at Ben, blinking. You mentioned us. Ben blinked back, startled. I never said a word. Aunt May blinked again. Then who told him? Ben blinked one more time. He must be mistaken. Xia Luo blinked too. Is this Morse code? Where are Uncle Ben and Aunt May? He asked, glancing around the room in confusion. Ben jumped in. They went on a long trip. They probably won't be back for a while. Yes, a very long time. Very, very long, Aunt May added, nodding eagerly. Xia Luo. This family was getting stranger by the second. Seeing the doubt on Xia Luo's face, Ben grew nervous. We're staying here for now, is that all right? He was worried Xia Luo might kick them out. Fortunately, Xia Luo, ever the considerate one, just smiled. Of course, we're family, no need to be so polite. Aunt May let out a sigh of relief. Thank you so much, little cousin. Xia Luo scratched his head awkwardly. No problem, cousin. Since they were trying to keep their cover, he decided not to press further. After all, he'd pulled this kind of trick himself plenty of times. Turning toward the crib, he couldn't help but smirk mischievously. Baby Kingpin, you've fallen right into my hands. Wow, is this your baby? So cute. He reached out to pinch the baby's chubby cheeks, mimicking Aunt May's exact motions. Yes, that's our baby. Feel free to play with him, Aunt May replied absently as she dragged Ben into the other room. Looks like Spider-Man didn't tell Xia Luo about us. Spider-Man might not even know. We were wearing masks back then. Oh, that's true. Should we tell him the truth? Let's wait. He's still young. He might not handle it well. I don't know. He's pretty mature. But how would we explain it? The time monolith is a secret we can't reveal. If he brags to his classmates, we'd be in a mess. Well, he's kept Spider-Man's secret. I doubt he'd spill ours. True, then you tell him. I'm not going. What if he thinks we're con artists and throws us out? Actually, I think this is kind of fun. I can't wait to see Xia Luo's reaction when he finds out the truth. You're terrible, me too. And so, they exchanged a look and reached a silent agreement. Meanwhile, in the living room, Baby Kingpin squirmed uncomfortably under Xia Luo's relentless pinching, letting out a series of grumpy coos. Oh, are you hungry? Here, I'll feed you myself. Xia Luo aimed the bottle's nipple at Baby Kingpin's face, jamming it haphazardly into his mouth. Drink up, come on, eat. If you don't eat, I'll make you eat. Go on, drink. Baby Kingpin. He's a devil. At that moment, Ben and May returned to the living room, and Xia Luo turned around with an exasperated expression. This little guy's so naughty, he broke the bottle. As he spoke, he crushed the bottle behind his back, spilling milk all over the crybaby. Baby Kingpins. Waya tilde. He started wailing, pointing a tiny, accusatory finger at Xia Luo, muttering incoherent baby curses. He's slandering me, he's framing me. Hearing the cries, Aunt May frowned and hurried over to the cry be seeing the broken bottle. She glanced at Xia Luo's hand. You didn't get burned, did you? She held his hand gently, blowing on it. Baby Kingpin. Waya tilde. I protest, you didn't treat me like this before he got back. To make matters worse, Baby Kingpin watched in horror as Xia Luo's smile took on an ominous, devilish edge. Baby Kingpins. Demon, he's a demon, I'm just a baby. Why am I in some ridiculous drama of adults fighting over baby privileges? I'm the kingpin of the underworld, for crying out loud. I need to fight back. I want to go home. Let me out, and I'll willingly go to jail. Cousin, the baby's crying, Xia Luo said, feigning concern as he picked up the little troublemaker. Why don't you two go cook while I put him to sleep? Aunt May looked touched. He's such a good boy, I'll leave it to you then. She led Ben into the kitchen with a proud smile. Looks like Xia Luo really likes children. Ben chuckled. Yeah, consider this early practice. He'll make a great father someday when he has his own kids. Oh, thinking about that makes me so emotional. Me too. While they busied themselves in the kitchen, Xia Luo placed Baby Kingpin on the couch. All right, are you ready? We're going to play a fun game. He grabbed a rubber band, stretching it between his fingers and placing a paper wad on it, aiming right at Baby Kingpin's diaper. Your open crotch pants are quite stylish. Baby Kingpins. Devil. Why is there such a vile, shameless person in this world? I'm just a baby, a helpless little baby. Waya tilde. With tears streaming down his face, he tried to wriggle away, but Xia Luo had strapped him down with Ben's belt. Stay still, if I miss, we'll just have to try again. With that, the paper wad struck its mark, and Baby Kingpin's eyes brimmed with tears of utter humiliation. Come on, pose for the camera, let's take a photo. Why aren't you smiling? Come on, smile for me, don't tell me you're mad at me. Under Xia Luo's not-so-subtle threats, Baby Kingpin placed his tiny hands in front of his diaper, forcing a grim, strained smile. Ahem. Xia Luo frowned, hands down, no covering up. Baby Kingpin. Silently, he lowered his hands, enduring an unparalleled sense of disgrace. Xia Luo Parker, I hate you. Chapter 146. The sky was overcast, with a light drizzle falling. Xia Luo strolled down the street, umbrella in hand. Though the rain blurred the view, he was in high spirits today, donning a casual red and blue knit jacket for a relaxed look. Unlike the hurried passers-by around him, Xia Luo walked at a leisurely pace, graceful and unhurried. Droplets dripped from the eaves, splashing onto the stone pavement and occasionally landing on Baby Kingpin's cheek, making him grumble in discontent with a series of wah-wah sounds. Finally, some people sheltering from the rain noticed that the strange man wasn't carrying a trash bag in his hand, but a baby. Oh my God, this guy's a total demon. Heavens, what is he doing? That's a baby. No, the baby's going to catch a cold. What an irresponsible father. Yes, I've never seen a father this awful. Wah tilde, Baby Kingpin chimed in, as if in agreement. Wait, father. Baby Kingpin's chubby face darkened instantly. Ignoring the whispered judgments around him, Xia Luo stepped into a nearby cafe. Hey, Captain Carter. Xia Luo casually placed Baby Kingpin on a chair next to him. Seeing him finally enter, Carter rolled her eyes. I saw that. You were walking so slowly. Took you half a minute to cross less than 10 meters. Xia Luo replied without emotion. If I walk too fast, my shoes get wet. A little over the top, don't you think? Carter's gaze then drifted over to Baby Kingpin. If I'm not mistaken, that's Kingpin, isn't it? Hearing this, Baby Kingpin forced a harmless smile onto his face. I'm a baby, not Kingpin. Although he'd endured quite a bit over the past few days, he was getting used to it. No need to start planning his prison escape just yet. Xia Luo nodded. Yep, Aunt May and Uncle Ben brought him home. You already knew about this. Kingpin. So he knows those two are actually Aunt May and Ben Parker. Has he just been pretending all along? He's known who I am this whole time. Cursed bastard, I'll make him pay. Meanwhile, Carter chuckled. I did know. We have enough evidence of Kingpin's crimes, but now that he's like this, it's tough to prosecute him. Leaving him with them works just fine. Baby Kingpin's face twisted into a cold smirk. Fine, when I'm grown up again, all of you will pay. But in the next instant, Xia Luo's response made him tremble with dread. It's fine, I've accepted him as family now. As long as he's with me, his survival is entirely up to chance. Kingpin. He really is a demon. Carter. You plan to keep him with you? She asked. Xia Luo nodded. That's the plan for now. I've been getting along with him quite well these past few days. Baby Kingpin eyed Xia Luo with a sidelong glance, his whole body shuddering as memories of recent humiliations replayed in his mind. Carter looked at Kingpin, who was drenched from the rain. You call that getting along well? He didn't wash his face this morning. Xia Luo pulled a napkin from his pocket and wiped Kingpin's face, not exactly gently. So, what did you want to talk to me about? He asked. Carter's expression turned serious. The time monolith has been stolen. Xia Luo. His mouth twitched. Captain Carter, I'd honestly love to know how such an incompetent shield can even justify asking for operational funding. Carter shrugged, no clue. So you're here to ask me to track down the time monolith? Xia Luo asked. No, Nick Fury's handling that himself. Then why come to me? To find the monument before Nick Fury does. Xia Luo. You're saying those are two different things. Of course. Carter kept a straight face. Helping him and helping me are two different things. Xia Luo facepalmed, while Kingpin's tiny face scrunched up in distaste. Back when he was the Kingpin, the intel he'd received described Captain Carter as a no-nonsense, by-the-book type. Serious, no humor, strict with her subordinates. In other words, a normal woman. Turns out his intel was all wrong. No wonder he'd lost to her. But if they were looking for the time monolith, they should be contacting Spider-Man instead. Xia Luo was just an ordinary guy. What good would asking him do? Oh, right. Spider-Man had been killed by the genetic disruptor. The memory of Spider-Man's demise filled Kingpin with smug satisfaction. Carter glanced at baby Kingpin. Are you sure it's fine to discuss this in front of him? Xia Luo grinned. No problem, he's family. The more he knows, the faster he'll die. Kingpin's. He quickly covered his face with his chubby hands. Xia Luo pried his little hands away and placed them over his ears instead. There, that's better. Kingpin. Carter thought it over. Right, he can't do much right now, so knowing these secrets won't hurt. But if one of his lackeys was the one who stole the time monolith, we'll be in trouble if he returns to his original form. He won't get the chance. Xia Luo patted baby Kingpin on the head, smiling. You don't want to grow up, do you? He mimed snapping a rubber band, and Kingpin's face turned grim as he nodded reluctantly. Carter looked surprised. He actually gave in. How'd you manage that? I just found his weak spot. Xia Luo shrugged, then asked, was there any evidence left behind at the scene of the monument theft? Carter nodded and pulled a small green feather from her pocket. This was all we found. No DNA traces, and it looks synthetic. I'm guessing it's the work of another mad scientist. A feather. Xia Luo took it, mulling over which villain it could be. The Vulture. Probably. The multiverse plotlines were hard to predict, but in any given universe, there were only so many villains. A dozen or so, a few dozen, okay, maybe hundreds. All right, he couldn't be sure, but he'd find out soon enough. Look into a guy named Adrian Toombs. He was an electronics engineer and probably still is. Keep an eye on him, Xia Luo suggested. Toombs, Carter frowned. What's wrong? Xia Luo could tell something was up by her expression. Carter replied, you know, Dr. Banner's current situation is pretty unstable, so Nick Fury brought in someone else to replace him. This guy isn't as versatile as Banner, but he's still one of Fury's most trusted scientists. If it's him, it's quite possible, but Fury wouldn't believe me. Xia Luo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If that's the case, then yes, it's probably an inside job, which is a good thing since it means Fury's the one who let the monument slip away. Carter shook her head. Not really a good thing. Even if we prove Tombs stole the monument, all Fury has to do is claim it was part of a secret plan. A secret plan doesn't need to be reported. He's the director, he has that kind of authority. Well then, guess we'll need Felicia's help. Xia Luo smiled. The time monolith is her father's only hope for a cure, she'll help. Carter raised an eyebrow, saying, Felicia should steal the monument back and make sure someone else takes the fall. Then you'll get all the credit. Xia Luo turned to look at baby Kingpin, a thoughtful gleam in his eye. Kingpins, why are you looking at me? I'm just a baby. He fumed internally. They're really going to pin this on me, even like this. Carter glanced at baby Kingpin as well, a small smile appearing on her face. Perfect, I already sent Felicia off. Now that we have a target, she'll bring us news soon. She took out a communicator and contacted Felicia. Breaking news, new developments in the recent downtown incident. Sources reveal the Green Monster's first appearance was at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, leading us to suspect a secret S.H.I.E.L.D. experiment may have caused its creation. Suddenly, the cafe's TV switched to footage from 3 days ago, showing a dazzling comet smashing through a building. Kingpin's eyes went wide. He hadn't seen any news during his time with Xia Luo. Now, he was starting to piece things together. At the pyramid, Carter and Felicia had both been there. The pyramid had collapsed, the entire mountain reduced to rubble. How did they survive? Did Spider-Man save them? Those Hydra fools were even more useless than he'd thought. The genetic disruptor hadn't killed Spider-Man after all. Or maybe it had, but it couldn't stop him from resurrecting. Anyone following Spider-Man news would notice that every time he came back, he emerged with a massive power boost. By now, Spider-Man had become an extremely dangerous figure. One fight could demolish a building. Kingpin felt a twinge of despair. And it only got worse. Carter said to Xia Luo, following your suggestion, we're now calling Dr. Banner's transformed self, Hulk. Dr. Banner's back to normal now, but his state is still volatile. With any significant emotional shift, that green monster will resurface. And from the battle data we gathered, if he loses control again, Hulk's strength will be even greater than before. Xia Luo mused, so Hulk's already starting to adapt to Banner's body. That first time, I was just lucky enough to catch him right after he transformed. Is that why I managed to beat him? That's right, Carter nodded. Baby Kingpin stared at Xia Luo, slack-jawed. What was he saying? He beat that monster. He's Spider-Man. No. No way it's him. Wawa. Kingpin immediately started crawling towards Xia Luo in a panic, only to be pushed back with one hand. Oh no, he's figured out my identity. Xia Luo said, feigning disappointment. Looks like I'll have to silence him. Baby Kingpin. He calmed himself, squeezing out an innocent smile. I have no idea what you two are talking about. So please spare me. Xia Luo ignored baby Kingpin and turned back to Carter. If Tombs stole the time monolith, he's bound to make a move soon. Keep an eye out for any strange events and let me know right away. Understood. Carter rose, suddenly remembering something. Oh, by the way, Dr. Otto's artificial sun experiment has been drawing a lot of attention. It should enter its final phase in a couple of days. But I remember you saying that it might fail, so maybe you should talk to him about it. With that, Carter turned to leave. Don't forget to pay, Xia Luo reminded her. Carter. After Carter paid and left, Xia Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Watilda. Baby Kingpin grunted to get his attention. Xia Luo took a milk bottle from his pocket and handed it over. Drink it yourself. Why? Baby Kingpin held the bottle with a pout. It's cold, how am I supposed to drink this? Xia Luo paid him no mind, staring out at the misty rain outside the window, his brow furrowing. Dr. Otto was finally moving forward with the experiment. He'd have to prepare. With that, he got up and approached the server. Keep an eye on the baby for me, will you? I'll come back for him later. Server. Baby Kingpins. With the bottle clutched in his tiny hands, Baby Kingpin looked the server dead in the eyes. Am I really the world's first deposited baby? Stark Tower, rooftop garden. Poolside party. Tony in his Mark suit danced by the pool to booming music. Yo, 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 let's go. Tony downed a cocktail and tossed the glass aside. Buzz tilde. Bang. A palm repulsor shot out, blasting the glass to powder midair. Yes, that was awesome. Iron Man, I love you. The women by the pool cheered wildly, and Tony spread his arms, closing his eyes to bask in their adoration. A second later, the cheers grew even louder. Oh my God, it's Spider-Man. So cool. Spider-Man, I love you. And I love you all. In a flash of red and blue, Xia Luo swung down beside the pool. He blew kisses to the crowd before Tony, now opening his eyes, shot him a sour look. I don't remember inviting you to my party. He gestured to a server. Want a drink? He asked Xia Luo. Xia Luo shook his head. No, I'll take 2, freshly squeezed juice. With a snap of his fingers, Tony summoned the drinks. Oh, you like snapping your fingers? Xia Luo asked, accepting the juice. It's all right. Tony placed his helmet on the table. You came here because you need something, don't you? Yep. Xia Luo lounged on a pool chair, hands behind his head. I saw you the other day. When? Tony removed his armor and lay back on the chair next to him. 3 days ago, Xia Luo replied with a grin. Tony nodded, so you're here to pay me back. For what? That building I just bought. Oh, Mr. Stark, actually, the Spider-Man that day wasn't me. I was on vacation. S.H.I.E.L.D. agreed to cover the damages. All right, fine, it was me that day. Who else could pull off those moves? Tony, you came here to talk about that thermonuclear fusion experiment you mentioned last time. Sort of. Xia Luo tapped his nanotech device, transmitting files to Tony's computer. I sent over the Goblin Project data. Before arriving at Stark Tower, he'd swung by to see Harry. Chapter 147. With a tap on his helmet, virtual projections flared to life from its eyes. Glancing over the genetic serum data, Tony immediately noticed something off. This serum was probably developed to treat some kind of illness, but he wanted too much from it. Fixing genetic flaws, gaining superhuman physical abilities, enhanced cellular metabolism, and even involving the brain's neural networks. Basically, a complete mess. He looked over at Xia Luo. What do you want me to do with this? Xia Luo asked, is there any way to improve the serum based on this data? Tony shook his head. Impossible. I can understand the theory, but it's not my specialty. He went down the wrong research path. To get it right, he'd need to start from scratch, and even Dr. Banner would take ages to figure it out, if he could even succeed at all. Xia Luo considered this. What if we just wanted to reverse the effects, to restore whoever took it to their original state? That's manageable. It's much easier but comes with side effects. The serum has interfered with neural pathways, so there's a high chance they'll develop dementia down the line. Hearing this didn't surprise Xia Luo. If Tony, the man cursed with knowledge, couldn't fix it, he couldn't think of anyone else who could. But did this world's Tony have a knowledge stone in his head, too? He wondered. What are you staring at? Tony, feeling the intensity of Xia Luo's gaze, sensed a bit of mischief. Xia Luo waved his hand. Nothing, I'm just in awe of how fast you can understand all this. Satisfied with Xia Luo's admiration, Tony stood up. I'm not sure what you'll do with this, but since you saved my life once, I'll do this one free of charge. He started toward his lobby. How long will it take? Xia Luo asked. Not long. No need to rush. I have a few other things I need your help with anyway. That's fine. It's not like I have a 9 to 5, so I've got all the time in the world. Xia Luo. He turned to a server collecting empty glasses. Do you work? Mr. Spider-Man, I'm working right now. Yeah, I don't have to work. Server. No wonder all those supervillains wanted Spider-Man dead. The lab. Tony carefully mixed the serum antidote. Tony, someone's here to see you. Pepper knocked on the door. Without looking up, Tony said, tell them to wait. I'm busy. I'm afraid they won't. Pepper threw up her hands, exasperated, as a man strode into the lobby. Tony, how long are you going to keep this up? Stopping weapons sales is going to be a huge loss for the company. Obadiah Stane's face was grim, his tone filled with accusation. Hearing the voice, Tony paused, rubbing his temples. "This is my decision. If you don't like it, I can start your retirement a bit early." He didn't feel like explaining further. Obadiah's face grew dark. "Tony, Stark Industries was built by me and your father. Are you planning to kick me out?" Tony turned, meeting his gaze. "I know you and my dad worked hard to grow Stark Industries, but times have changed. Stark Industries has to evolve, or more innocent people will die because of the weapons we make. What do those people have to do with you?" Obadiah tried to reason with him again. "We're not philanthropists. We're here to make money, not to run a charity. You're responsible to the shareholders, they're our lifeline." Tony shook his head and handed his tools to the robotic arm beside him. "Neither of us needs that kind of money. Those are just excuses. You're only interested in getting more." "So what?" Obadiah didn't deny it. "Everyone's trying to make money, why shouldn't I?" "Fine, but there should be limits." "Tony, you want to talk to me about limits?" Obadiah scoffed. "Is that what your father taught you? He had no limits either. If it weren't for him, Stark Industries would have quit the weapons business long ago." Tony frowned. "Do you even realize what you're saying?" He hated people bringing up his father. "Of course, you might not know what Howard was really like, but I do." "You're crossing the line." Obadiah snorted. "This is my last time asking, are you going to reopen weapon sales or not?" "No, my mind's made up." "Very well, then our conversation is over." A glint of cold intent appeared in Obadiah's eyes. His hand moved slightly in his pocket, activating a sonic device. Tony immediately felt a sharp pain in his eardrums, his heart seemed to stop, and his blood felt frozen. In that instant, Tony's body locked up, his face turning pale as he collapsed. The reactor in his chest still glowed, but black veins spread rapidly from it, reaching up his neck. "Tony!" Pepper gasped, only to be knocked unconscious by one of Obadiah's men. Seeing this, Tony's pupils contracted, but he could barely breathe, let alone speak. He looked up at Obadiah's smug smile, stunned that his uncle, a man who'd been by his side for decades, had betrayed him. Obadiah crouched down, placing his hand greedily over Tony's reactor. "You brought this on yourself, Tony. By shutting down our weapons sales, you left me no choice but to deal with you early." "Early?" Tony's mind reeled, he'd suspected. Obadiah continued, "Don't worry, I won't kill you myself. We've been through too much for that. So just sit tight here. Stark Industries will shine brighter under my leadership. It's lost a foolish owner, but gained someone who knows how to do business. Howard would approve." With a flick of his fingers, he easily detached the reactor. Without it, Tony's face contorted in pain as he felt his heart laid bare to danger. Obadiah stood and walked out of the lobby. Watching his retreating figure, Tony's eyes filled with despair. Obadiah moved quickly down the corridor. "Is everything ready?" he asked his henchman. "All set." "Excellent." Obadiah stepped into the elevator, his expression growing more exhilarated as the doors slid closed. "With the reactor in my hands, Stark Industries is finally mine." Just as the doors sealed shut, a flash of red and blue darted into the elevator. Obadiah jerked in surprise. "Spider-Man." Xia Luo leaned casually against the wall, ignoring Obadiah's henchman as he reached for a weapon. "Yep, that's me. Seems you've heard of Spider-Man before." Obadiah's face darkened as he hid the reactor behind his back. "Are you here too?" "Yeah, I ran out of web fluid, so I had to take the elevator. Sorry for the interruption." Xia Luo's polite tone actually made Obadiah relax a little. "No problem at all. I'm honored to share a ride with Spider-Man." He smiled, quickly regaining his composure. He guessed Spider-Man didn't know about Tony's situation yet. Obadiah had always known that Spider-Man and Tony were connected. If Tony hadn't been pressing him so hard, making him lose half his profits, he wouldn't have dared go after him. Internally, he cursed his own security team for failing to detect Spider-Man's presence. Any slip-up now could lead to a disaster. For now, he just hoped this guy would leave soon and not delay his plans. The elevator continued its descent in tense silence. As the floors ticked by, Obadiah grew more and more anxious. He'd never felt this level of agony before. Finally, the elevator dinged as it reached the first floor. Mr. Spider-Man. He had barely opened his mouth when Xia Luo leaned in close and whispered, "Hail Hydra." Obadiah's. What? He looked utterly baffled. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Xia Luo shook his head in disappointment. Guess you don't get humor, huh? Oh well, I'm sorry to have to do this. Under Obadiah and his men's stunned gazes, Xia Luo grabbed the elevator doors, his hand flexing as he unleashed his strength. With a loud slam, he forced the doors shut. Thud, thud, thud. A few muffled sounds echoed, and then silence. Moments later, the elevator ascended back to the top floor. When the doors opened, Xia Luo stood there, casually tossing a small device in his hand that resembled a car key. This thing nearly wrecked my eardrum symbiotes, must hate this tech. With Spider-Man's acute senses, Xia Luo had noticed the sonic device the instant it was activated, even through several walls, and had arrived just in time. Iron Man now owed Spider-Man one more life. Smirking, he webbed up Obadiah and his men, dragging them out of the elevator. "You're too late, Tony's already dead. You can't save him," Obadiah sneered, one eye already swelling with a bruise. Watching Xia Luo walk toward the lab, he quickly called out, "Why don't we work together? We could make a lot of money." Xia Luo paused, making Obadiah's heart leap. He's tempted. But in the next second, Xia Luo turned, his expression irritated. "Are you implying I'm broke?" Obadiah. "No, that's not it at all. I just think we could make a fortune, bigger than anything Tony could ever offer. Trust me," Obadiah hastily explained. Xia Luo scoffed, "I hate people who try to talk money with me." "But Tony's dead, he can't help you now," Obadiah insisted. Xia Luo chuckled, "You clearly don't know anything about protagonists." With that, he turned and walked to the lobby. Outside the lab door, he found Pepper lying unconscious. Xia Luo tilted his head, listening for her heartbeat. Good, still warm. He stepped over her and entered the lobby. Seeing Tony collapsed and unconscious on the floor, Xia Luo frowned. Could he really be dead? In the movies, Obadiah had already been wearing the Ironmonger armor by this point, and Tony was still fine. Logically, he should have been able to hold on a bit longer. Maybe this was the 6 paths of the spider totem in action. With a shrug, Xia Luo slotted the reactor back into Tony's chest. Buzz tilde. As the reactor flickered to life, its magnetic field realigned the shrapnel near his heart. Tony jolted. No. He took a deep breath, snapping back to consciousness. Disoriented, he blinked up at Xia Luo before the recent events hit him. Where is that guy? Outside. So you saved me again. His smile was bitter, his face still pale. Xia Luo shrugged, just your luck. What about Pepper? She's outside, taking a nap. Thank you. You should have led with that. Xia Luo said, extending a hand to help him up. Tony hesitated for a moment before clasping Xia Luo's hand. He didn't seem as reluctant this time. Back in the lounge, Tony, seeing Obadiah and his men looking worse for wear, launched into the classic movie routine. Confusion, questioning, anger, argument. In the end, he refused to forgive him. Not long after, George arrived with a squad of officers. Spider-Man. Seeing Xia Luo there, George blinked in surprise. Xia Luo waved, "Officer, we meet again." George looked over at Obadiah and his men, then at Xia Luo. So you're here capturing criminals. Xia Luo shrugged, gesturing toward Tony. This one's not on me. Tony stepped forward. Officer George, I'll provide complete evidence. Take Obadiah off my hands. Consider it done. George clearly knew how to handle these corporate power struggles. He wouldn't need to find evidence himself. The victor always handed over enough proof to lock up the defeated. Soon, George escorted Obadiah out. That's when Xia Luo remembered something. Oh no, I left the baby at the cafe. Gotta go pick him up. Let me know when you're done here, he said to Tony, then hurriedly leaped off the roof. Baby left at the cafe. Pepper, who had just regained consciousness, rubbed her head, puzzled by what she'd overheard. Pretty sure he just said he left a baby at the cafe, Tony confirmed, bemused. Pepper. So Spider-Man is a dad. News to me. In the elevator. Handcuffed, Obadiah let out a heavy sigh. He'd lost. But it wasn't over yet, he still had options. Glancing toward the elevator's glass walls, he suddenly spotted a flash of red and blue swinging by on webs. With a start, he cursed. That bastard said he was out of web fluid. George. Sir, you don't know the first thing about Spider-Man, do you? Evening cafe. Baby Kingpin stared with horror as the barista closed the door, flipping the sign to closed. Inside, he was drowning in despair. Did that guy forget about me? No, I don't want to be here. You fools, call the orphanage, have them send someone to pick me up. And I'm hungry, I want my milk. Chapter 148. Chapter 149. At that moment, in the park on Hamlet Street, a red and blue figure swung through the air on webbing. No. Hearing a blood-curdling scream from the bushes, Xia Luo dove headfirst into the shrubbery. Hey, sounds like you could use a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Oh no, sorry. Didn't see a thing. In fact, I'll even give you guys $1 for some equipment and maybe a free lecture on health class. He shook his head, stepping back. All right, judging from those embarrassed, terrified looks, you don't need my help. Next time, remember the underwear. The bushes rustled, and Xia Luo swung back into the night. Kids these days, with zero sense of timing. Another scream of terror echoed from a nearby alley as he passed a bar. The faint blue glow in Xia Luo's eyes pulsed, and he decided to leave this one be. After all, sometimes the best thing he could offer was not interfering. Whoosh! He swung across the city, but suddenly a flash of green shot out from the alley, passing by him in an instant and disappearing into the night. That's fast. A gust of wind rattled Xia Luo, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. He reeled in his web, swinging back to the alley. Whir! He tapped the spider emblem on his chest, casting light across the dark alleyway. A woman with a striking figure lay unconscious by a trash can. Taking a few steps closer, he caught the scent of alcohol on her. Probably drunk from the bar next door. And judging by her outfit, she was likely either a paid dancer or, community-oriented. Was that green thing here for a little robbery? Fast and shameless. Though he figured a little love and compassion went a long way, so he wasn't going to judge. Hey, miss, need a helping hand from your friendly neighbor. Xia Luo reached over to help her up, patting her shoulder. But then, as he got a good look at her face, he jolted back in shock. What the heck, lady, you're a little too old to be wearing that little, especially after drinking so much. Let me guess, heartbreak. He jumped back as the elderly woman sagged to the ground, her wrinkled face even paler. Help me. She raised a trembling hand, only to let it drop as if too weak to keep it up. This wasn't a simple matter. Whoosh! Before Xia Luo could make a move, a green shadow zipped back through the night sky. Well, 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 so you're the famous Spider-Man I almost ran into. Xia Luo looked up to see a green vulture perched on the wall, gazing down at him. Actually, no, not a vulture, just some strange guy in green wings. The man's face was young, though bald, with a sharp chin and a head shaped like a buzzard's. In dim light, it was easy to mistake him for a massive, green vulture. Adrian Toombs. In a flash, Xia Luo connected the dots. Green-feathered gentleman, would you happen to be responsible for this? He gestured to the elderly woman. Adrian smirked, ignoring the question. Well, well, I never thought I'd run into Spider-Man here, if I could drain you dry. The greed in his eyes became unmistakable. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he launched himself, green wings slicing through the air. Xia Luo's spider sense flared, giving him just enough time to raise his hands in defense. Boom! A powerful blow sent the red and blue figure crashing into the wall, bricks crumbling down to bury him. Where Xia Luo had stood, Adrian now loomed. Tisk, tusk, tusk, too slow, Spider-Man, I expected more. Adrian stood with arms crossed, green wings twitching, sneering as he flaunted his speed. But while he gloated, a glimmer appeared on the wall behind him as red and blue webbing quietly shot out. Splurt! The sound caught Adrian's attention, and with a quick flap of his wings, the web was thrown off course, missing him entirely and splattering on the trash can by his feet. Buzz! Boom! Magic energy burst out, sending filthy trash flying in all directions. Adrian shielded himself, his wings glowing to deflect the magical energy and debris. Chitter, chitter, chitter. Xia Luo's small spider-bots scaled the wall, their eyes glowing. Adrian, however, wasn't planning to let them off easy. Amusing little critters, but you're not getting away. He flapped his wings, sending a powerful gust spiraling toward the spiders, sweeping them away. Splurt, splurt, splurt. With a sudden heave, Xia Luo broke free from the rubble, shooting webs everywhere to try and catch his elusive enemy. Hi. Adrian showed no sign of panic. Whir. Swoosh. He suddenly accelerated, his wings slicing through the scattered webbing, leaving trails of webbed snowflakes fluttering in the air. What? Xia Luo narrowed his eyes, swinging from the wall with the small spiders still in tow, astonished by Adrian's speed. Not even Tony's Mark armor came close. Could this guy's suit really be the vulture suit, or had he somehow gained the power of the time monolith? As he pondered, his spider-bot bit down on his hand, magic energy rippling through his suit. Going to try the same tricks you used on the Hulk? Adrian's mocking voice drifted down as he circled above. Too bad, though, I'm not some brute who enjoys mindless brawling. With that, Adrian dove like a green arrow, sharp as a lance that could pierce any armor. Xia Luo's spider sense went haywire, and he narrowed his eyes, bringing his hands to his waist as a radiant blue energy gathered. Friendly neighborhood Kamehameha. Boom! The night sky lit up with a burst of blue energy as Xia Luo unleashed a barrage of magical webs, filling the air with a near-impenetrable wave. Last time, he'd used this move to knock out hundreds of mutated spiders. This time, though, he only needed to take down one enemy. But he'd underestimated Adrian. Buzz! The green blur dodged easily, slipping through the wave of blue webs as they dispersed in a mile-wide radius. The entire area was showered in glowing blue strands as the green vulture tore through, gale-force winds scattering the webs without even a feather touching them. Ha-ha-ha, too slow, too slow. Come on, Spider-Man. Go faster if you want to touch me, ha-ha-ha. As Adrian laughed, Xia Luo decided not to waste more time. His organic web supply had nearly run dry, but he still had synthetic webs. He launched himself forward, rocketing through the air like a shooting star. Boom! A massive red and blue totem exploded in the night sky, casting waves of magical energy that reached for Adrian. But his speed was insane. He slipped through the energy in the blink of an eye. Pathetic little bug. Come on, throw everything you've got at me. I don't mind a few more rounds. Adrian swooped back, still circling above. Xia Luo scowled. Without his natural webbing, he'd have to rely on his artificial webs to maneuver at these heights. Launching another web swing, he set up a web slingshot and fired himself into the air. Boom! Shooting upward, Xia Luo's golden Doc-Ock arms extended, weaving webs to try and trap Adrian's flight path. Clang, clang. The arms flailed through the night, but Adrian easily dodged each strike, his razor-sharp wings slicing through the webs with ease. Sparks flew as his wings clashed against Xia Luo's arms, but the red and blue figure began to fall. Poor little bug, my turn. Adrian's gaze turned cold, his form plunging like a green missile, creating sonic booms that cracked through the air. Spider sense blazing, Xia Luo tried to react, but he wasn't fast enough. Boom! The green missile hit, driving both figures through a rooftop and into a crowded bar below. Crash, crash. Boom! The two smashed through the floor, disrupting the music and plunging the room into chaos. Run! Is it a bomb? Oh my God, look, what is that? It's Spider-Man. And some big green bird. Wait, this looks kind of familiar. Yeah, Spider-Man used this move to beat that green monster. Now he's getting taken down the same way by another green monster. No, Spider-Man's not beaten yet. It's not over. Amid the wreckage, green and blue sparks flew as metal clashed. Clang, clang. Adrian's wings sparked as he slashed down, but the red and blue figure stood firm, parrying the blows with each palm, showing no fear. Buzz! With a surge of green light, Adrian's wings burned brightly, only for Xia Luo to withstand each strike, unscathed. Too weak, is that all the strength you have? Xia Luo taunted, while Adrian shrieked, flying back in shock. How can you be? I thought I. Hovering in the hole in the ceiling, Adrian stared down, face pale, as Xia Luo stood unharmed. What kind of Spider-Man is this? How did they even manage to kill him the last time? Sorry, but this body is all mine. Xia Luo patted his chest as the nanometal reformed over the tear in his suit. After advancing to the second stage of the Titan physique, his durability had leveled up again. Unless Adrian's suit was made of something like vibranium, it wouldn't scratch him. Though Adrian's speed was unreal, he had ways to work around it. He just needed time. But as Xia Luo prepared his next move, Adrian's body began to weaken. His youthful face rapidly wrinkled as the mysterious energy within him faded. No, why? I was supposed to have new life, why is this happening? He covered his face in horror, then turned and bolted into the night. Watching him flee, Xia Luo pieced things together. Ignoring the curious stares around him, he leapt back up through the ceiling hole and swung down to the alley. There, the woman was just waking, reaching up to touch her now smooth face. Oh, thank goodness I'm okay, that must have been a nightmare. Just then, Xia Luo landed beside her. Spider-Man. The woman's eyes lit up with realization. That wasn't a nightmare, you saved me, didn't you? Thank you, Spider-Man, I have to repay you. Her face aglow with gratitude, she started toward him, arms outstretched. Hold on, miss, let's keep things professional here. Please cover up and no autograph hunting. He smirked, waving her off. Besides, I only go for the younger crowd. The woman's smile froze, her face turning red as she shouted. Spider-Man, I hate you. On TV, J. Jonah Jameson was chomping on his cigar, his voice booming over the broadcast. Hello, dear viewers. Last night something very interesting happened. Yes, Spider-Man was defeated, and by a giant green bird. It took him down the same way he took down that last green monster, so this bird has got to be in cahoots with the Hulk. So Spider-Man isn't invincible after all, folks. That green bird is going to finish him off soon. In his living room, Xia Luo scowled and turned off the TV. Are you people blind? The invincible Spider-Man doesn't lose, he shouted, fists on the couch in a defiant pose. Hey, little cousin, you seem upset, Aunt May said, coming out of her room. She glanced at the empty crib in the corner. Wait, where's the baby? She asked, pausing. Xia Luo froze. Oh, all right, he scratched the back of his head, eyes shifting. Aunt May sighed, already guessing what happened. Please tell me you didn't leave him somewhere, Xia Luo. No way, a friend just, borrowed him to, hang out, he said with a forced grin. Aunt May just stared at him, completely unconvinced. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Aunt May opened it to find 2 police officers standing there. Hello, we're looking for Xia Luo Parker, said one, holding out his badge. He's under investigation for child abandonment. We have a warrant to bring him in, the other said with a grim expression. Aunt May. Xia Luo. 3 minutes later, Xia Luo was in the back of a police car. Inside, Carter was already waiting for him. Seeing Carter, Xia Luo looked around and asked, So, is this an undercover thing? Carter raised a brow, confused. What? I mean, this feels like something out of a spy movie. Carter shook her head. No, I just needed to talk to you and decided to give you a lift so you could meet someone. Xia Luo glanced at the 2 officers in the front seats. And them. They have their job, I have my own mission. Hitching a ride doesn't interfere with either. She shrugged. Exactly, one officer chimed in with a smile. Captain Carter was really cooperative. Thanks to her, we managed to catch you without any trouble. Xia Luo. So am I going to jail or to wherever you're taking me? He asked Carter. She smiled. I arranged a lawyer for you. As long as Kingpin doesn't press charges for abandonment, you won't be facing jail time. Xia Luo's jaw clenched. And he's supposed to accuse me with what, a diaper? So you'll be fine. the officer reassured him. Xia Luo sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. None of this is funny. Wah! A small cry came from the corner of the car, Baby Kingpin's sound of protest. Not that any of the adults cared. Xia Luo glanced over, giving Baby Kingpin a wicked grin. Until you grow up, you're just like a doll, a toy. Grown-ups decide where you go. Hearing this, Carter shivered a little. Baby Kingpin, meanwhile, went pale. The two officers exchanged thoughtful looks. I get the humor, said one. Agreed. In fact, it's less humor and more philosophy. Agreed. You're driving next time. We have a driver. Vroom. The car sped out of Blake Street. 1 hour later, in Brooklyn. Xia Luo followed Carter into a seaside villa, carrying Baby Kingpin in one arm. When Steve was the captain, he only got employee housing, Xia Luo commented. If I weren't the captain, I could be living in a castle, Carter replied as they continued toward the lobby. She let him in and called out, Professor Connors, guess who's here? At her voice, Professor Connors instinctively turned around, catching sight of Xia Luo. He immediately looked down, trying to hide his appearance. Professor Connors, why are you hiding? Xia Luo chuckled. Hearing his familiar voice, Connors's shoulders stiffened, and he reached up to touch the bandages on his forehead, covering up the remaining lizard scales. Taking a deep breath, Connors looked up. Xia Luo, it's been a while, how have you been? He managed a small smile, then glanced at Baby Kingpin in Xia Luo's arms, smiling warmly. Congratulations, Captain Carter, Xia Luo, you two have a beautiful child. But maybe it's best if you keep this a secret, given. We're relatives, Carter corrected, her face darkening. Connors looked confused, then his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ah, sorry, my mistake. He turned to Xia Luo. Congratulations to you and Gwen, then. Your child is adorable. Xia Luo. Professor, I've only been away for a month. Connors hesitated. Yes, well, you and Gwen keeping this quiet is wise, given your youth. What are you talking about? Xia Luo put a hand over his face, then glanced at Carter. What's wrong with him? He asked. Carter thought for a moment. I think it's side effects. His brain might still be a bit scrambled. He was already like this when I brought him here. He's forgotten a lot, but somehow he remembers everything he should. Got it. Xia Luo put Baby Kingpin on the lab table and looked around. So, what's the reason for bringing me here? It can't just be a social call. Carter nodded. There's something important to show you. She clicked on the computer, displaying footage of last night's fight. We've installed the Shield intelligence system. All the data from your fight with that green bird is recorded. Xia Luo glanced at his less than graceful moments on the screen, rolling his eyes. Since you've got the footage, then you probably know who he is. Carter nodded. Yes, he's a young Adrian Toombs. But that's not enough as evidence, and even if it were, it's not very useful. Nick Fury is already trying to downplay the negative impact caused by Adrian. We'll stick to the original plan, but we also need to take Adrian down. He's too dangerous. When she'd seen the footage the night before, she'd been floored. Someone who could outpace Spider-Man posed a threat as big as the Hulk. Fortunately, Xia Luo was durable enough. Even if Spider-Man couldn't catch Adrian, Adrian couldn't kill Spider-Man either. A stalemate, essentially. Xia Luo had guessed Carter's intentions for calling him here. So Adrian's newfound speed is linked to the time monolith he stole. Yes, Connors interrupted. Captain Carter brought me lots of data on the time monolith, and I found that it doesn't just make someone younger. It can also age a person rapidly. Now that they were on his favorite topic, Connors's eyes shone with clarity. I also researched Walter's condition. His cells aged naturally, but I found something strange among his belongings. Connors instinctively raised his right hand, but stopped when he saw his empty sleeve. In human form again, he was back to being an amputee. Still, better to be himself than a monster. Brushing his thoughts aside, he clicked on the computer with his left hand. The screen showed Walter's ring, dull and covered in rust. I asked Felicia about this. She bought it only 3 months ago as a birthday gift for Walter, Connors explained. Xia Luo raised a brow. Felicia went bankrupt. What? Walter's birthday, and Felicia only gave him an iron ring. Connors. Carter's. Not the point, Connors said with a cough. From the rest, I deduced that Walter's body wasn't the only thing aging, his belongings aged alongside him. So I suspect the time monolith doesn't act on cells directly, but alters the flow of time itself, making us think it's restoring youth or accelerating aging. Xia Luo pondered. So Adrian's incredible speed might be due to time acceleration from the monolith. That's possible, Carter said. By applying time acceleration to himself, he could move faster than anything else. Otherwise, his suit alone couldn't keep up, not even with Spider-Man. Xia Luo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Still, something doesn't add up. Toward the end of the fight, Adrian started aging rapidly again. Even if he was speeding himself up, such a short time wouldn't cause him to age that drastically. Connor's brow furrowed. He aged. Carter elaborated. Yes, from the intel we have, I think Adrian can absorb life energy from others to regain youth. But it only lasts briefly. He probably hasn't fully figured out how to use the time monolith. With the pyramid destroyed, Adrian's partial mastery of the monolith made him a rare genius. Or maybe he was just lucky. Either way, Adrian with the time monolith was a serious threat. Carter sighed. If Adrian is using time acceleration, he'll be nearly impossible to catch. But if he's draining life to temporarily restore his youth, it's a lot more manageable. Xia Luo shrugged. Burning through life isn't much different than burning through cash. He looked at Carter. So what's your plan for catching him? Carter hesitated. I haven't figured that part out. Xia Luo. So, you brought me here just to analyze Adrian. I thought hearing this might spark an idea for you. Don't tell me your superpowers are malfunctioning. Let's not bring up my superpowers, he deflected. One thing's certain, Adrian needs to drain life to stay young. Everyone wants youth, he's no exception. He'll be back. So, Captain Carter, keep a close eye on Fury. Don't let him erase Adrian's traces before you get there. I understand, Carter said, nodding firmly. Nick Fury sat in his office, watching the footage of Xia Luo's battle with Adrian over and over again, his single eye deep in thought. Spider-Man couldn't handle him. Was it the power of the time monolith? He muttered, calling in Coulson. Phil, I need you to locate Adrian. I want to meet him personally. Coulson frowned. Director, shouldn't we issue a warrant for his arrest instead? Fury shook his head. The guy nearly took down Spider-Man. What makes you think we'd have any better luck? Coulson's frown deepened. With the time monolith in his hands, he's not going to hand it over willingly. That's not the primary concern. Fury took a steadying breath. Remember that program we discussed? Which one? That one. Oh, understood, Coulson said, nodding. The Suicide Squad Initiative. Fury shook his head. No, I didn't like that name. I'm calling it the Thunderbolts Project. The Thunderbolts, Coulson raised an eyebrow. Planning to recruit Adrian. Fury nodded. Yes, none of our current candidates can match Spider-Man, not even the Hulk. The Hulk, Coulson looked alarmed. You want him on this team? Nothing's been decided yet. Best not to, Coulson said seriously. Banner is one of us, he's an Avenger. Seeing Coulson's expression grow unusually stern, Fury stayed silent for a moment. Never seen you like this. I'm like this every day. I mean about this particular matter. Because I don't want to be disappointed again. That night, Xia Luo returned to Blake Street with baby Kingpin in his arms. Hey, you're back, came Mary Jane's voice from her window as she waved at him. It's been a while. Has Spider-Man been keeping you busy? She squinted at him with a teasing smile. Xia Luo looked up. About last time, are you all right? Mary Jane chuckled. Of course. I'm fine, thanks for checking in. It's a bit late, but I forgive you for that. She glanced at baby Kingpin in his arms, moving in. Not yet, just staying here for a bit. Well, be careful. Your new neighbors seem a little odd. What do you mean? I see them coming and going at night a lot. Xia Luo chuckled. He knew exactly what that meant. They were moonlighting as Spider-Men. Though after tonight, they'd be back to being regular people. When are Aunt May and Uncle Ben getting back? Mary Jane asked. Xia Luo shook his head. No idea, probably not for a while. As he took out his keys to open the door, he added, "Hey, tomorrow, let's grab dinner. Bring Harry, I'm treating you both to something nice." Mary Jane's eyes lit up. "Even though I know Harry's footing the bill again, I missed the steak at that place." "Then that's where we'll go." "Great, I'll call Harry right now with the good news," she said, running off to find her phone. Xia Luo entered the house. It was dark, and as he turned on the lights, he heard a noise coming from Aunt May's room. They're back, probably changing out of their spider suits. Smiling, he tossed his pet spider up to the ceiling and placed baby Kingpin in his cry-bee. "There's food in the fridge. Help yourself," he said, heading toward his room. "Baby Kingpin. This guy has no heart." "Wah," he cried, as Aunt May hurried out of her room at the sound. "Oh, the baby's back." Seeing baby Kingpin in this state, Aunt May guessed he was hungry. While she went to prepare a bottle, the little spider on the ceiling seized the opportunity to sneak into her room. A moment later, Uncle Ben's startled yell rang out, and Aunt May dropped the bottle and dashed back inside. "What happened?" "May, it's Spider-Man's pet spider." "Oh no, it bit me." "Arg, me too. We're not going to be Spider-Men anymore." Their voices rose in a chorus of despair, while baby Kingpin stretched out a tiny arm, struggling to reach his bottle. He'd always known life was tough, but he'd never thought it would be this tough. Tears stung his eyes the moment his little fingers finally touched the bottle. Just as he was about to bring the nipple to his mouth, a fresh round of shrieking from the other room startled him, and the bottle slipped from his hand. "Baby Kingpin. At this rate, I'm going to starve." Then, suddenly, from the bedroom came joyful shouts from Aunt May and Uncle Ben. "Haha, our powers are still here. I feel lighter than ever. Yes, look at these muscles." So Spider-Man didn't want to take our powers back. He was helping us get stronger. As they celebrated, Xia Luo's pet spider skittered into his room. CHCHCH. It waggled its front legs furiously, as if trying to complain. Xia Luo's ears perked up, catching the sounds of Aunt May and Uncle Ben's conversation. "Our powers are still there." His brow furrowed. This wasn't right. He dialed Carter's number. "Hey, I've got a weird situation involving my aunt and uncle." "I figured as much," Carter replied. "You've been quite active lately. I've observed their abilities steadily growing." So, Xia Luo felt a suspicion creeping over him. As he expected, Carter continued. "The mutated spider program was specially designed for the Parker family. You know what I mean." Xia Luo exhaled slowly. "Yeah, I get it." The mutated spider's alterations could affect anyone, but the Parker's DNA was particularly compatible. Once the mutation matched them beyond a certain threshold, Xia Luo's spider could no longer absorb their altered cells. In short, Uncle Ben and Aunt May's new powers were here to stay. It was official. The Parker home had turned into a spider's nest. Now that Aunt May and Uncle Ben were Spider-Men, there was no way they'd just sit around at home. Both Mary Jane and Carter had hinted as much. To make sure his loved ones stayed safe, Xia Luo figured it was time to give them a little Spider-Man crash course. He tapped his chest, activating his nanosuit, and vaulted out the window. Meanwhile, Uncle Ben and Aunt May, amped up after the spider's bite, were thrilled to try out their new strength. Of course, this meant they couldn't resist suiting up again. They slipped back into their spider suits, leaving baby Kingpin alone in the house, still struggling to reach his fallen bottle. New York at night. On top of a high-rise, Ben Parker gazed down at the neon-lit cityscape below. He took a deep breath. "May, are you ready?" "Ready," Aunt May replied eagerly. "All right, let's begin." Ben was about to leap off the edge when, out of nowhere, a red and blue figure swung past, catching their attention. "Hey, new neighbors, care to join me on a little patrol?" Xia Luo called out, perching on a nearby billboard and waving at them. Ben and May's faces lit up at the sight of Xia Luo in his sleek, metallic suit. "It's Spider-Man. And he's inviting us to team up." "Fantastic." The two shot webs and swung over to the billboard. "Spider-Man, thank you for letting us keep our powers," Ben said sincerely. He'd pieced together, from the news, what Spider-Man's pet spider was capable of. Xia Luo waved it off. "No need to thank me." He tapped his nanosuit. Just got word there's a shooting incident in Sector 13. What are we waiting for? Let's go. With that, the three red and blue figures leaped from the billboard, swinging from building to building. Their webs painted arcs across the night sky as thrilled onlookers pointed and shouted. Oh my God, it's Spider-Man, 3 of them. Whoa, that's his metal suit, it's the real Spider-Man. The other 2 must be infected with the spider virus. Spider-Man actually let them keep their powers. No fair, damn you Spider-Man, I want my powers back. Ignoring the jeers, Xia Luo called back to the 2. Hey, you 2 are just doing basic web swings, watch this. In a flash, Xia Luo launched himself from a web slingshot, his speed surging. Ben and May, inspired, started mimicking the move, trying out their own web slingshots. Whoosh! Caught in the rush of wind, the city blurred past them. Ben and May couldn't contain their excitement and let out joyful whoops. Ben, we're flying. Yes, May, we're really flying. This is incredible. As soon as they'd mastered the web slingshot, Xia Luo introduced the next lesson. Now, a Spider-Man has to be more than just good with webs. You've got to know when to land and always have a good perch in sight. He demonstrated, using his web to soften his landing before swinging toward a nearby balcony, then seamlessly gliding to a street lamp. Ben and May followed, copying his movements until the 3 of them hung upside down from their webs over a streetlight. Spider-Man, your tips are really helping, May said, grinning. Xia Luo chuckled. That was just the basics. Now comes the tricky part. He pointed toward the scene of the shooting down below. While Spider-Man's body is strong, you're still not bulletproof. So here's the question, how would you handle intervening in this kind of situation? Ben looked at the armed criminals and police officers exchanging gunfire and scratched his head. Do we really need a lesson right now? If we wait too long, someone could get hurt, May pointed out. Xia Luo shook his head. Wrong, the first rule of being a hero is to protect yourself. When I first became Spider-Man, back when I didn't fully understand my powers, I'd never jump into a gunfight like this. Ben and May exchanged puzzled looks. Then what should we do? Ben asked. Xia Luo answered, in a situation like this, you wait. Wait, they echoed, still confused. Yes, wait. Or if you prefer, call it something fancier, like an ambush, watching from a distance, or letting the others tire themselves out first. The 2 stared at him, speechless. So, this is the real Spider-Man. Xia Luo went on, gesturing at the shootout below. See those criminals? They've still got plenty of firepower. Rushing in now would just get you hurt. So, our goal is to find a hidden spot and wait, watching the situation. When they're reloading, or when they're out of ammo, that's when we make our move. Ben raised his hand, but what if someone gets hurt while we're waiting? Xia Luo crossed his arms. Like I said, step 1 to being a hero is keeping yourself safe. If you can't protect yourself, how can you protect others? May thought for a moment, but what if it's someone you care about? Do you still wait? Someone close to you? Xia Luo straightened up. If that's the case, I'll give you a demonstration. With that, his pet spider crawled onto his hand, its magic flowing into him. Buzz! He launched himself with a web slingshot, a blazing streak of energy shooting him straight into the midst of the chaos. Boom! In an instant, the gangsters were engulfed by a wave of magical energy. Watching from above, Ben and May exchanged looks. I'm pretty sure that's not what he was just teaching us. Yeah, that definitely seemed like the wrong example. Chapter 150. George looked over the scene, a gaping crater in the asphalt, and shook his head. Using this kind of firepower for a few small-time thugs, you'd think we had a supervillain on the loose. I think Spider-Man's a bit rattled, another officer speculated. A portly officer chimed in, you mean last night's incident? Yeah, that big green bird ruffled his feathers. Agreed, looks like that bird really got under Spider-Man's skin. Poor criminals just happened to cross paths with a Spider-Man on the edge. Swatting flies with a cannon, what a waste. Ha, wait till you hear the joke about nuking bugs. Oh, I know that one, it's all over the internet. With laughter, the officers got back in their cars and drove off. Under a streetlight nearby, Ben Parker and Aunt May waited for Xia Luo's return, wisely staying silent about last night's events. Apparently, they too assumed Spider-Man was lashing out after his run-in with the green bird. Seeing their silence, Xia Luo nodded approvingly. Good, looks like you got my point. We'll save the rest of the training for tomorrow. Dismissed. With a quick web shot, Xia Luo swung off into the night and was soon out of sight. However, he hadn't actually gone far. He kept his distance, watching as the two continued their patrol. Sure enough, they didn't head home but stayed out, swinging around the city. After all, in this crime-ridden place, there was always room for a hero or three to step in. Especially with Kingpin missing, the crime rate in the city had surged. The underground world was in turmoil, with various gangs clashing for territory, causing bloodshed daily. 2 hours later, Ben and May stumbled into the middle of an underground gang skirmish. Under Xia Luo's watchful eye, they barely managed to handle the situation. But it was clear that this was only the beginning. Similar incidents would become all too frequent. With a new idea forming, Xia Luo grinned to himself. My uncle, the Kingpin. He smirked, now that had potential. When Ben and May finally called it a night and headed home, Xia Luo raced back, getting there first. In the dark living room, baby Kingpin lay clutching an empty bottle, peacefully asleep, the contentment on his face a reminder of the battle he'd waged for every last drop. Xia Luo let the little guy sleep. The next day, he made a point of visiting Professor Connors. You want to build a neural wave sensor? Connors looked at Xia Luo in surprise. What are you planning to use it for? Xia Luo shrugged. Kingpin turned into a baby, and he's staying at my place. I'm hoping to interview him about some of his activities. Kingpin is a baby. Connors blinked, struggling to remember. Yeah, Xia Luo nodded. With him out of the picture, the underground worlds plunged into chaos. Gangs are fighting for turf every night, and it's driving me nuts. Since he hadn't managed to nab Adrian last time, Xia Luo hadn't earned a redo. But he figured that restoring order to the city might get him a few points. Seeing Xia Luo's determination, Connors nodded thoughtfully. Captain Carter did mention your Spider-Man's liaison and that you'd be helping him. I'm not opposed to that. But I'm afraid my usual tools won't cut it for what you need. The only person I know who could build that kind of device is Otto. Dr. Octavius, Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. Connors nodded. Yes, to assist with his fusion project, he developed a Neuralink system that connects directly to the brain. One chip is all you'd need. Got it, thanks, Professor, for the heads up. Anytime. As Xia Luo turned to leave, Connors seemed to hesitate before calling him back. Wait, I have something to tell you. Xia Luo turned. What's up? Connors took a deep breath. I think I know. No, what? Xia Luo felt a slight pang of tension. Connors met his gaze steadily. Spider-Man, I know who he is. Professor. Seeing Connor's certainty, Xia Luo's expression turned serious. So he figured it out. Impressive, Professor. Sorry, Professor, I actually wanted to. Spider-Man is your father, Connors declared, as if revealing a profound truth. Xia Luo. Professor, you're sure about that? Absolutely. Connors turned to his computer, where a series of data files about the mutated spider's DNA flashed across the screen. Richard and I were classmates, good friends. I knew about some of his work. He started studying this kind of thing ages ago. Xia Luo glanced at the genetic information displayed on the monitor, eyebrows raised. And this is the genetic data of the Parker family, Connors explained. Richard borrowed my computer once, so his data left traces. When he suddenly disappeared, he didn't get a chance to delete them. Xia Luo took it in, processing the implications. How does this relate to Spider-Man? Connors looked pained. I discovered the Parker family's genes are uniquely compatible with mutated spider cells. It may have been a clue Richard left me, though I couldn't interpret it back then. All these years, I had hoped to use this data to find your parents, but I fear I missed the chance to uncover that trail. My own oversight cost me my one opportunity to find them. Before Xia Luo could respond, Connors continued, but because of Spider-Man, I think a second chance has come. He smiled. You see, your position as Spider-Man's liaison isn't just by chance. Spider-Man must be a member of the Parker family. He leaned forward, and the strongest possibility is your father, Richard Parker. Xia Luo scratched his head. So, in theory, I could become Spider-Man too. Connors nodded. Yes. If a mutated spider were to bite you, you'd definitely become Spider-Man, and even stronger than those other mutated cases. It wouldn't just be you. Ben and May could probably. No, they have. I'm certain the two spider people from the pyramid incident were them. Why? Connors explained. If they didn't know me, they'd have sent me to the police right away, not hidden me in a storeroom until the Carter family showed up to claim me. Xia Luo's eyes widened. So, Uncle Ben and Aunt May are the spider duo everyone's been buzzing about. The spider duo. Connors hadn't been keeping up with the news, but he liked the sound of it. Looks like they've come to terms with being spider people, he chuckled. Xia Luo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If Uncle Ben's dad was Richard's brother, then yeah, the Parker genes make sense. But Aunt May, she's not even blood-related. Why would she turn into a stronger spider person? Connors gave the screen another look, frowning. Good question. I'll need time to figure that one out. Xia Luo smiled. Not a big deal. Thank you, Professor. You've already been a huge help. Connors shook his head. No, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Whether or not Spider-Man is Richard, I trust he'll keep you safe. I'm an adult now. I can keep myself safe, Xia Luo replied, feeling a bit proud. Connors looked at him with pride in his eyes. Before long, Xia Luo left Professor Connors' lab and made his way to the coastal villa to find Dr. Octavius. Oh, Xia Luo. Finally, you must have heard I'm entering the final phase of the fusion experiment for the artificial sun. In the lab, Dr. Octavius had already constructed a new set of mechanical arms. They moved seamlessly at his command. And if he'd thrown on a trench coat and sunglasses, Xia Luo would have believed Doc Ock was making his debut. Congratulations, Dr. Octavius. This is a huge step, Xia Luo said with a smile. Dr. Octavius handed the arms over to an assistant and smiled back. I should be thanking you. Those formulas you shared sparked new ideas and helped me get to this stage sooner than expected. Xia Luo blinked in surprise. So, the artificial sun project was partly his doing. Dr. Octavius clapped him on the shoulder. In 3 days, we'll enter the final fusion stage. I'm inviting a host of journalists. You should come watch. He leaned closer with a conspiratorial smile. He added your name to the project record as a contributor. Don't tell anyone, it's a surprise just for you. Xia Luo's heart swelled with mixed emotions. Dr. Octavius, I really haven't done much at all. No, Xia Luo, you don't realize how invaluable those equations were for me, Dr. Octavius said, glancing fondly at the fusion reactor. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Without accurate tritium data, the experiment would have been impossible. You solved my biggest problem, so you deserve a share in the result. Turning to Xia Luo, he added, you're a genius and you deserve this. You and I will both be remembered as two of the greatest scientists. People will remember our names. Also, Xia Luo, I consider you a friend, and I'm grateful we met. At that moment, Xia Luo was at a loss for words. Despite having met only a few times, Dr. Octavius was willing to share the credit for his life's work. Xia Luo knew he wasn't worthy of such an honor, yet he couldn't find a way to explain that to Octavius, whose sincerity rendered him silent. Seeing Xia Luo hesitate, Dr. Octavius handed him a cup of coffee. No need to get so emotional, kid. You've got a great future ahead of you. Yes, I'm trying my best to get there, Xia Luo said with a deep breath and a smile. Actually, I need a neural wave sensor. It's for a system to help people who can't speak communicate. Of course, I have a spare chip. It'll take no time at all. A spare chip, Xia Luo raised an eyebrow, the kind that powers the arms. That's right, it's one of my proudest creations. That night, Xia Luo returned home with the neural wave device in hand. All right, little guy, let's try out this new toy I got for you. He placed the device, which looked like a pair of headphones, on baby Kingpin's head and pressed the power button. Bzzz. In an instant, baby Kingpin's head spun with dizziness. The sensation faded just as quickly. He looked up at Xia Luo, his little face full of anxiety. What did you do to— Wait, can I speak? As the words came out, baby Kingpin's eyes widened in delight. I mean no, it's this device you put on me. The device echoed his thoughts, and Xia Luo smiled with satisfaction. Perfect, now baby, no, Mr. Fisk, you can communicate with me properly. Baby Kingpin quickly adjusted to the neural wave device and frowned, lost in thought. This little devil starved me for so long. I'm not going to wait, what's happening to my thoughts? He held his face in horror. What is this? How are my thoughts? Mr. Fisk, the device will tell me whatever you're thinking. Xia Luo pointed to the headset with a mischievous grin. Seeing his mind laid bare, Kingpin immediately tried to rip the device off. Take it off, you demon, I don't want this thing. But Xia Luo was quicker, holding his tiny hands down with a dark smile. Your empire is massive, you must have ways to manage your people from the inside. Right. Of course, no, I'll never tell you, you monster. Let me go. 1 bottle of milk for 1 answer. No, I refuse. Why do I actually want to agree? Great, it's settled. But I didn't say yes. Your heart says you did. No, it's this wretched baby body. For the record, I don't even like milk. That night, Xia Luo got the information he wanted, removed the chip from the device, and rendered it useless. On their way back home, Xia Luo intercepted Ben and May. Spider-Man, sir. That's right, just your friendly nephew Spider-Man. Xia Luo tossed them a folder filled with intel. You two have an assignment, take down Kingpin's criminal empire. Everything you need is in here. What? Ben caught the USB drive, looking perplexed. With just this? Yep. The records of their crimes are all there, Xia Luo explained. I'll have Captain Carter back you up. Unlike Kingpin, they aren't immune to legal consequences. Once you've dealt with them, Carter will install her own people to monitor the organization. After that, the shape of the empire is up to you two. Up to us. Yes, dismantling the empire would just leave the gangsters loose in society. Better to control them through darker channels. Ben and May exchanged a look. I get it, you're asking us to become the next Kingpin. But we can't, it's too unbelievable. Yes, we're nowhere near qualified. Their refusal didn't surprise Xia Luo. He looked them in the eyes, his voice firm. With great power comes great responsibility. Believe in yourselves, you can do this. With great power comes great responsibility. They turned the phrase over in their minds, their eyes starting to glow with new resolve. The impact of that line was as potent as a designer handbag on a woman. By the time they looked up again, Xia Luo had already vanished. Chapter 151. Captain all set. Good, stand by for my command. From a nearby hotel, Carter kept a close watch on Stark Tower through the floor-to-ceiling window. Whoosh tilde. The next second, a thread of webbing swung down as a familiar red and blue figure appeared, hanging upside down and tapping on the glass. Knock knock. Hey Captain, you called, he asked. Use the front door next time. With an expressionless face, Carter opened the balcony window. Xia Luo swung inside, landing smoothly. Sorry, first time you invited me to a hotel, so I thought I'd go incognito. Since everyone knows we're family, rumors could get awkward. With that, he retracted his nanosuit and began removing his jacket. What are you doing? Carter's face darkened. Xia Luo paused. What else am I here for? Carter clenched her teeth. I called you here for official business. Cut the nonsense. Xia Luo scratched his head. What nonsense? Then he made his way to the bathroom. You didn't use up the hot water, did you? No, she answered, standing awkwardly by the door. It wasn't until Xia Luo emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, that Carter took a deep breath. We still have time, she said. Hurry up and don't waste it. Xia Luo. What are you doing? He asked. You were the one implying something, she replied, confused. No way you thought I meant that, he said, exasperated. Wasn't it? Oh wow, I'm shocked. You really thought that of me. She gave him a deadpan look. And you expect me to believe you after that little tournament stunt you pulled? Oh come on, I was forced into that. Like I'd believe that, Carter muttered. Now that I've humored your ridiculous act, let's get to the main reason I called you. She got up, back to business. Actually, this time I'm being serious, Xia Luo said. Carter stopped, looking skeptical. You're serious? Of course. Xia Luo walked over, leaning close to whisper in her ear. I haven't showered in 3 days. I had to take advantage of a 5-star bathroom. Carter. Her face darkened, with barely controlled frustration. Xia Luo Parker. Yes. Wham! A powerful gust hit as Carter's shield swung at him. Xia Luo caught it with a raised hand, a smirk playing at his lips. Not bad, 40 tons of force combined with your shield. If Hulk shows up again, you could actually hold your own. Carter huffed, I called you here about Adrian. The vulture, Xia Luo's face turned serious. Has he resurfaced? I've been tracking him. He's been active every night. Carter's gaze shifted toward Stark Tower. Each time he appears, he drains some passerby's life force. I've mapped out his movements, and it seems like he's circling Stark Tower. So he's not targeting random bystanders. He's after Stark Tower. Xia Luo's eyes focused on the tower's top floor. Tony, then. Draining random lives wouldn't be different from draining Tony's, Xia Luo noted. Carter shook her head. It's unclear, but I've warned Stark. He should be prepared. She turned back to him. If Adrian shows up tonight, think you're up for it? Xia Luo gave her a sidelong look. Not exactly weak. Do I have to be your backup? Of course, I'm slower than you. There's no way I could keep up with him. Tony's suit isn't exactly slow, either. I ran the numbers. Tony's suit isn't fast enough. He won't catch him. No problem. I already talked to Tony. He promised to make me an anti-vulture suit. An anti-vulture suit? Carter raised an eyebrow. Then there must be an anti-Hulk suit too. Of course, Xia Luo said, crossing his arms, and not just anti-Hulk. He's got an anti-Spider-Man suit too. Carter blinked in surprise. Aren't you two friends? Which is exactly why he'd make an anti-Spider-Man suit. Xia Luo shrugged. It's his style. Just then, Carter's earpiece beeped. Captain Adrian spotted. Perched on a rooftop, Hawkeye had an arrow trained on a massive green figure soaring through the night sky. He's here, Carter said, raising her shield. Let's move. Got it. Xia Luo tapped the spider emblem on his chest, the nanometal instantly encasing him. The two jumped from the window in tandem. Catch! Xia Luo tossed her a web shooter mid-fall, then shot a line of webbing upward to the rooftops. Hawkeye, support Spider-Man, Carter ordered. Copy that. Hawkeye responded curtly, releasing an arrow that cut through the air with a low hum. Whoosh! Boom! The arrow exploded in midair, casting a shockwave that made Adrian's form glow green as he shot forward to avoid the blast. What the? Hawkeye frowned. Captain, he's too fast, I can't get a lock. Undeterred, he let loose another volley, but Adrian weaved effortlessly through the air, eluding every shot. Haha, these primitive weapons are a joke. The vulture laughed maniacally, streaking toward the top floor of Stark Tower. Inside, Tony had already suited up. Seeing the green blur heading his way, he remained unfazed. Jarvis, initiate anti-vulture protocol. Understood, sir. Click, click. Miniature missiles launched from Tony's shoulder, but Adrian dodged them with ease. Stark, your missiles are too slow. Oh, really? Tony smiled as the missiles abruptly changed direction. What? Adrian jerked upwards, flapping his wings as he soared higher, but the missiles tailed him, unrelenting. Wow, homing missiles. This is the anti-vulture system. Spider-Man landed beside Tony, eyes wide. Not exactly. With a snap of his fingers, a dozen more missiles launched from Stark's lab, locking onto Adrian from all sides as they converged on him. Now this looks more like it, Xia Luo remarked. Close but not quite. Tony lifted off, his thrusters roaring as he shot into the sky. Boom! He raised an arm, unleashing an arc pulse that set off the surrounding missiles prematurely. Kaboom! Instantly, the night sky lit up with fireworks as the exploding missiles released an electric net, forming a web that cut off Adrian's escape. Great, now it's my turn. Xia Luo bent his knees, prepared to launch an aerial assault. But he quickly paused. Impressive, not bad, Stark. High above, the vulture grinned, his green wings shimmering as he tore through the electrified net with ease. What? Tony's face fell, but he quickly recovered his composure. You should have told me how much trouble this guy is. With a little more prep time, he'd have been nothing. With that, Tony's thrusters flared as he closed in on Adrian. Buzz! Bam, bam, bam. His repulsors fired in quick succession, but Adrian dodged each blast. Before he could taunt Tony, the Mark suit's flight systems went full throttle. Boom! A blast of blue flame erupted from Tony's back thrusters, and he zipped over Barton's head with a series of sonic booms, shattering the night's silence. What the? Adrian's eyes widened in shock as Tony's Mark armor surged forward. He flapped his green wings furiously, pushing himself to the limit just in time to dodge Tony's charge. His speed just increased again, Tony muttered, frowning. Sir, the suit's overloading. I recommend shutting down full power mode, Jarvis advised. I know. As Tony retracted the thrusters, he felt a cold sweat break out across his skin. I can manage a few more tries. He flexed his limbs, noting that the full power boost wasn't putting as much strain on his body as he'd expected. Re-engaging the thrusters, blue flames ripped through the air again. Boom! Damn it, here he comes again. Adrian cursed, and with a desperate flap of his wings, he took off into the distance. Tony was hot on his tail. In no time, the two figures disappeared into the night. They're gone, Barton reported. At Stark Tower, Carter swung onto the rooftop with the web shooter Xia Luo had given her. Care for some coffee? Pepper approached, holding 2 cups with a relaxed smile. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Handing a cup to Carter, Pepper added, Thanks for your help. I'll go grab some juice. Thank you. Carter sipped her coffee, then glanced at Xia Luo. Stark's anti-vulture suit doesn't seem all that effective. Xia Luo shook his head. He didn't have much time. Getting this far was already impressive. So what now? You're the captain, you're asking me. I want to see if your powers have recovered yet. They have. Xia Luo turned and called toward the house. I'm off. Skip the juice for now. With that, he fired a web and swung up into the air. Where are you going? Carter asked. I don't think Tony's the real target, he said. Tony doesn't have what Adrian wants. This is probably a diversion. Stark's in danger. Carter's eyes widened. No, Adrian's just trying to draw our attention. Then what's his real goal? Not sure, but if we check the opposite direction, we might find out. With that, Xia Luo launched himself with a web-slinger slingshot, disappearing into the dark. A moment later, Pepper returned with 2 glasses of juice. Where'd Spider-Man go? She asked, confused. Carter gestured in the direction Xia Luo had gone. He had something to take care of, so he left. Pepper's brow furrowed. That direction. You know something? Carter noticed the change in Pepper's expression. Pepper shook her head with a laugh. I'm probably overthinking it. No way a big bird would be interested in the main reactor. Carter raised an eyebrow. Main reactor? Yes, Tony built a massive reactor to power all of New York's factories. It helps relieve pressure on the city's power grid. At that, Carter felt a chill run down her spine. Got it, Adrian isn't after Tony. He's after the main reactor. She immediately contacted Xia Luo. You hear that? It's the main reactor. Heard it, and I can see it. From above, Xia Luo watched as a blinding blue light burst from a coastal power plant. He felt a jolt of shock as he sensed the immense power pulsing within. What would the vulture want with this much electricity? Carter considered it. Adrian's speed seems to keep increasing. It must be connected to the time monolith. I figured as much. Xia Luo swung down, landing on the factory grounds, where he immediately spotted the main reactor's core. Encased in intense light, a stone was sitting within, apparently charging. Looks like activating the time monolith requires immense energy. For a moment, Xia Luo's mind flashed back to the pyramid. Back then, the time monolith had only activated thanks to the unique energy within the pyramid. With that energy now gone, Adrian would need enormous amounts of electricity to power the stone, and unlock even fragments of its ability. As he pieced it all together, his spider sense tingled, warning him of incoming danger. Whirr! Boom! Xia Luo flipped away just as a rocket exploded beside him, the blast scattering fragments everywhere. He landed on a nearby glass walkway, only to hear a faint rustling sound. Dozens of cybernetically enhanced soldiers emerged from the shadows, each one hefting a rocket launcher, apparently abandoning their metal arms in favor of sheer firepower to take down their arachnid target. The Winter Soldiers had finally decided to team up for a long-range assault. Hydra! Xia Luo's brow furrowed as he shot a web and dove into the factory. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted all around as Xia Luo swung upward, tossing his spider companion into the air. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Pew, pew, pew. Magical webs shot down over the group, detonating in waves of energy that set off the soldiers' rockets in a chain reaction. Boom, boom, boom. In seconds, the entire area was engulfed in explosions, tearing the cybernetic soldiers to shreds. At the same time, the main reactor's light began to flicker, its energy spilling out in an uncontrollable surge. Crackle, crackle. Boom! Electric arcs shot out in all directions, blanketing the room. Xia Luo was caught mid-swing, unable to dodge the barrage of electricity, and was knocked out of the air. Almost simultaneously, the immense surge of energy caused the stone in the center of the reactor to crack, sending fractures skittering across its surface. Crack, crack. Pow! The stone shattered, disintegrating into dust under the powerful electric current. Xia Luo narrowed his eyes at the sight. The time monolith was a fake, he informed Carter. Carter's expression turned grim. This was the real trap. The main reactor's about to blow, get out of there. No chance, they've timed this perfectly. Xia Luo brushed off the dust on his hands, his voice relaxed. But it's fine, this time I won't die. Whenever you say that, you end up nearly dead. Not this time. Xia Luo grinned. My witness, Hydra's the one who blew this place to bits, not my fault. What? I mean, Tony can't pin this one on me. With that, Xia Luo's hands formed a series of signs, and the spider emblem on his chest began to glow. Bzzz. A giant red and blue spider symbol spread out beneath his feet, casting a protective aura over the reactor. Thanks to his revival tournament prize, he could finally summon the little spiders. Teenage edition, though. Come on out, Arc Spider. Hum tilde. A burst of light erupted from the spider symbol, enveloping the reactor in a sphere of magical energy. Moments later, a terrifying electric blast consumed the entire factory, leveling it completely. Meanwhile, Adrian received the news as he was being chased by Tony. A look of pure joy crossed his face as he let out a crazed laugh. Ha ha ha, dead, he's finally dead. He glanced back at Iron Man with a smug grin. See you, richest man in New York. Once I have the full power of the time monolith, all that wealth of yours will be mine. With a dark chuckle, he flared his green wings, rocketing forward at even greater speed, soon leaving Tony far behind. What? The glow from his back thrusters dimmed as Tony hovered in the sky, exhaustion weighing on him. Gasping for breath, he watched Adrian's silhouette vanish into the distance, a wave of helplessness surging through him. What kind of speed is that? With a sigh, he turned back toward Stark Tower, shaking his head. Moments later, Tony touched down on the rooftop. Where's Spider-Man? He asked Carter. Carter shook her head. I can't reach him. Can't reach him. Tony tried contacting him himself, but nothing. After a long pause, he looked at Carter. If that's the case, it could mean he's. As if on cue, Happy arrived looking panicked. The main reactor exploded. They found some cybernetic arms at the scene, and someone saw Spider-Man there too. What? Tony's face fell. Given the power of the reactor's explosion, it'd be almost impossible for a carbon-based lifeform to survive. So Spider-Man's dead again? He turned to Carter, a heavy expression on his face. Carter shrugged. If nothing unexpected happened, yeah, seems so. Having just arrived, Harry caught the last part of their conversation and looked genuinely disappointed. He'd rushed over right after finishing work, only to hear the news of Spider-Man's demise. Too bad he hadn't been there to see it happen. What a classic scene it would have been. Beep beep tilde. Suddenly, his communicator went off. He answered the call. Hey, my friend, how's it going? Hearing the familiar voice, Harry's expression turned bewildered. Xia Luo. That's me, don't recognize my voice. Across town, Xia Luo chuckled. Been busy these last few days, so I missed meeting up. How about we grab a drink after Dr. Octavius's artificial sun experiment wraps up tomorrow? Are you sure? Harry's mind spun in confusion. Spider-Man was dead. So who was this guy? Oh crap, could I have been wrong all this time? Thank goodness I never directly brought it up. Otherwise, awkward would be an understatement. Actually, that would be beyond awkward. It'd be. All this time, I'd been having my own little emotional drama. This is so embarrassing. No one can ever find out about this. Absolutely no one. Xia Luo hung up, unaware of Harry's inner turmoil. His gaze turned toward Dr. Octavius's villa, deep in thought. The time monolith required immense energy to fully activate, and Octavius's artificial sun would be the ideal source. Eliminate Spider-Man ahead of time, and no one would be able to stop Adrian. At least not anytime soon. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A blue electric arc skittered up onto his shoulder, drawing him from his thoughts. Xia Luo patted the small creature on his shoulder, smiling. Tomorrow, I'm counting on you. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The arc spider crackled with energy, while the other little spider in his pocket silently shed a tear. The master adored a little spider, but that little spider wasn't me. So love can fade away. Chapter 152. At the coastside villa. The lab was temporarily closed to the public, as Dr. Otto Octavius enthusiastically greeted the scientists arriving to witness the experiment. Even the business tycoons who came to learn about the project were not neglected by Dr. Octavius. Under the flashing cameras of numerous journalists, he exuded a calm confidence, openly discussing the potential of his artificial sun experiment. From the back of the crowd, Xia Luo folded his arms and chuckled. If Dr. Octavius hadn't gone into science, he'd definitely have a promising career as a businessman. Harry nodded. True, it's rare to see a scientist this comfortable with the public. Due to last night's events, Carter had deduced Adrian's real target, so SHIELD agents had been stationed around the villa, waiting to intercept Adrian if he showed. Hey, you guys made it too. Turning to the familiar voice, Xia Luo spotted Gwen striding over, dressed in a sleek evening gown. Her radiant presence made his eyes light up. Wow, is that a real gemstone necklace you're wearing? He asked, leaning in to look closer at her neck. Harry facepalmed at this. Seriously. I've seen that necklace before, he muttered, at an auction. Hearing this, Xia Luo gave Gwen a curious look. Gwen, everything okay with your dad? Gwen raised an eyebrow. Huh. I mean, he didn't come into some extra cash or anything, did he? Do you think that's funny? Gwen rolled her eyes. I bought it myself, thank you. It was from my patent royalties, nothing to do with my dad. Patent royalties? Xia Luo looked impressed. Yes, from my synthetic webbing formula. While I was working on it, I developed an artificial spider silk material and sold the rights to, speak of the devil. She pointed at Tony Stark, standing confidently in a tailored suit, across the room. What? Xia Luo's expression darkened. He told everyone he created that formula himself. Harry shrugged. If you buy a patent, it's legally yours. He had known Spider-Man wanted to profit from his synthetic webbing. As a close friend of Spider-Man's, liaison, Harry had felt pretty bad for Xia Luo. After all, if Spider-Man had successfully made a profit, Xia Luo would have surely benefited too. Instead, Tony Stark and Gwen had beaten him to it. Watching Tony's back, Xia Luo clenched his fists. That jerk, this means war. Harry leaned over. Forget about Gwen too. Xia Luo's gaze flicked to her, annoyed. What's with the fancy dress? This isn't some ball. Gwen grinned. Dr. Octavius plans to throw a celebration right after the experiment's success. I just figured I'd come prepared. Glancing down at his own casual outfit, Xia Luo fished a black bow tie out of his pocket and fastened it around his neck. I came prepared too. Gwen raised an eyebrow. Okay, that's something I guess. Suddenly, gasps filled the crowd. A striking figure in a red dress entered, commanding everyone's attention. Is that Captain Carter? My God, what elegance. I've never seen her like this, absolutely stunning. The men's admiration was palpable. Standing beside her, the once glamorous dates of these businessmen suddenly seemed dim in comparison. In an instant, everyone flocked toward Carter, eager to greet her. Carter accepted their greetings with a polite smile, then walked over to Dr. Octavius. Congratulations, Dr. Octavius. You're about to become the world's most renowned scientist. Dr. Octavius hadn't expected Captain Carter to come in person, but after a brief moment of surprise, he nodded with a smile. Captain, having you here to witness the experiment is an honor. After exchanging a few more words, Carter made her way over to Xia Luo and his friends. What's the matter? Don't recognize me? She asked, catching Harry staring at her. Startled back to reality, Harry blushed. No, I mean yes, of course, Captain Carter. There was no mistaking it. This was the same fearsome trainer who had put him through the ringer. Xia Luo, however, simply looked her up and down, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Long legs, red lipstick, huge gem. He honed in on the impressive gemstone necklace she was wearing. Who's got the pricier jewelry? He asked Harry in a whisper. Harry sighed. If I'm right, that's the Eye of Poseidon from last century. Just one of those could buy a few buildings in New York. Hearing this, Xia Luo blinked, wiping away an imaginary tear. They're all loaded. Looking at Carter, he spoke up in a serious tone. So, if something happened to you, could I inherit all this? Carter's smile froze. Not a chance. We're family, aren't we? Distant family, very distant. Across the room, Tony had noticed Carter as well. Smiling, he made his way over to her. Captain Carter, you look amazing tonight, he said, planning on stopping that vulture in style. Though he didn't know the details, Tony was aware there'd be a mission today. Carter kept her polite smile. Thank you, Mr. Stark, but today I'm not the star of the show, so it hardly matters what I wear. Oh, really? Tony smirked, stroking his goatee. I know the real star of the day is me. That bird brain's going to see exactly what I'm made of. Xia Luo scoffed. Are you listening to yourself? Spider-Man is the real star here. Tony's attention shifted to him, finally recognizing him. Oh, right, you're Spider-Man's liaison. I hate to break it to you, but your intel's out of date. Spider-Man's dead. Even if he somehow pulled off a miracle, it wouldn't be today. He was annoyingly smug. To this, Xia Luo simply leaned closer and whispered, I loved your anti-Spider-Man suit, by the way. At that, Tony's grin faltered. You know, kid, I finally understand why Spider-Man picked you as his liaison. He gave Xia Luo a firm pat on the shoulder, his expression oddly thoughtful. Because you're just like him. Like him how? You make people want to throttle you. We live in a society governed by law, Mr. Stark. Let's all stay calm. Thanks for the reminder. Just then, the lab doors slid open, and Dr. Octavius clapped his hands together with a big grin. It's time. The final phase of the artificial sun experiment is about to begin. Amid the crowd's intrigued murmurs, Dr. Octavius led everyone inside. At the center of the lab stood the experiment setup, a gleaming, spider-like rig equipped with multiple mechanical limbs that gleamed under the lights. Gasps filled the room. That's the apparatus for the final fusion stage of the artificial sun. Dr. Octavius wrote about it in his memoir. This is incredible. Once the artificial sun is completed, it's going to change the world. I hope I'll have the chance to collaborate with Dr. Octavius. Well, Tony Stark's already here, so I doubt there'll be much room for competition. And there's Osborn's heir too, though I doubt he stands a chance against Stark. Right, if we want a piece of this project, we'll have to go through Stark. In hushed whispers, the guests discussed their hopes for partnership, and Dr. Octavius allowed them to chat for a while before raising his hand to regain their attention. As you may know, the apparatus behind me is critical for the final phase of this experiment. It's about to become part of history. But first, I want to introduce another one of my inventions, he continued, holding up a small chip. What's that? Someone murmured. It looks like Spider-Man's mechanical arms. It really does. Could it be that Spider-Man's suit was actually Dr. Octavius's work? Noticing their curiosity, Dr. Octavius continued. You may be familiar with this device already. Spider-Man stole one of my prototypes, a despicable act, but today I'll show you all how he misused it. This is the robotic arm system I designed specifically to aid in the final stages of the artificial sun experiment. It connects directly to my nervous system, allowing me to control each limb with complete precision. He held up the chip between his fingers. Everything is commanded through this tiny device. His confidence drew more whispers, and Harry leaned over to Gwen, perplexed. Is he showcasing another invention? Gwen nodded. He's a scientist, but he's also a shrewd businessman. If Dr. Connors were half as strategic, he wouldn't constantly struggle for funding. Just then, Tony raised his hand with a grin. I'm in, count me as an investor. Xia Luo muttered under his breath. Must be nice to be so loaded. Carter quickly followed suit. The Carter family would also be interested in partnering with you, Dr. Octavius. Though Carter's family was wealthy, they couldn't compete with Stark Industries for a stake in the artificial sun. But a partnership on the robotic arm project, that was doable. Carter and Stark's bids created a ripple effect, prompting other businessmen to express interest, which seemed to greatly please Dr. Octavius. He glanced toward the crowd and exchanged a smile with Ruth, who looked on with admiration. At last, his years of hard work were about to pay off. As the assistants fitted the mechanical arms onto his back and connected the chip to his nervous system, the dark gold arms flexed, moving as if they were extensions of his own body. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps. Now we begin the final phase. Dr. Octavius turned toward the apparatus, the mechanical arms whirring to life as everything aligned for the big moment. Crackle! The horns of the machine hummed to life as a small, pea-sized golden glow began to swell, gradually growing larger under the regulated energy feed. The energy orb expanded, radiating a fiery intensity, yet the temperature in the lab didn't spike, nor did any of the lab's sensors register any radiation leakage. The attending scientists were shaken. Had Dr. Octavius truly achieved such technological mastery? Meanwhile, the businessmen were oblivious to these scientific intricacies. They simply stared, captivated, at the expanding artificial sun, their breaths collectively stilled. Though equally odd, Carter and her team kept their focus on a different target, the imminent arrival of Adrian Toombs. This was, after all, the real reason for their presence here. At some point, Xia Luo had slipped away unnoticed. But with everyone's eyes fixed on the artificial sun, no one registered his absence, including Spider-Man himself. Crackle! Suddenly, a stray arc of electricity danced across the machine's surface, and the artificial sun began to flicker erratically. As it shrank and then rapidly expanded again, the crowd gasped, startled by its instability. Dr. Octavius scrambled to steady the energy output, fingers flying over his keyboard. Damn it, this kind of rookie error shouldn't even be possible. Meanwhile, an unfamiliar man in the crowd narrowed his eyes, his expression shifting. Hell, the artificial sun's going out of control. It's now or never. With a quick motion, he hurled his briefcase directly toward the artificial sun. Whoosh! Boom! The moment it touched the artificial sun, the briefcase vaporized, revealing the time monolith encased within, which immediately began absorbing the chaotic energy, stabilizing the sun, at least for now. Reacting instantly, Carter whipped up her dress's hem and pulled out a concealed handgun strapped to her thigh. There, that's him, move in. Bangs, bangs, bang. Gunshots echoed as the crowd erupted into panic screams, the mysterious man dodging through the chaos before leaping up to the ceiling. Boom! His clothes tore away to reveal green wings, unfurling with a fierce gust. Caw caw, without Spider-Man, you fools are nothing but ants to me. Adrian Toombs ripped off his disguise and burst into a fit of manic laughter, then dived toward the ground like a green bolt of lightning. Look out! A shield came crashing through the window at that very moment. With no time to waste, Carter raised the shield in front of her. Clang! The shield absorbed the blow, yet Carter's knees buckled under the impact. She glanced at the retreating green vulture, pale and shaken. That was close, too close. Adrian smirked above. Not bad, Captain Carter. This time you got lucky. With that, he shot straight up, bursting through the ceiling and vanishing from sight. The time monolith he left behind continued to siphon energy from the artificial sun, causing the orb to pulse even more intensely. Too absorbed in managing the unstable artificial sun, Dr. Octavius barely registered the vulture's attack. Frustrated, he tried to use his mechanical arms to push the time monolith away, only to be thwarted by the sun's unbearable heat. Damn it, what the hell is that thing? With it here, my experiment will never succeed. Dr. Octavius shut down the experiment. It's too dangerous here, Carter urged. Not a chance. Dr. Octavius scowled. Do you have any idea how much I've invested in this experiment? I don't get a second shot at this. I have money, Tony offered. Grabbing the metal briefcase Happy had delivered, he quickly suited up in his portable armor. That guy's gunning for the artificial sun. You know what'll happen if he succeeds. I'll handle any future funding. Dr. Octavius hesitated, his jaw clenched. After a pause, he nodded. Fine. He extended one arm, intending to cut the power, but before he could reach the lever, the ceiling shattered. A green streak darted past, slicing through one of his mechanical limbs. What the? The crowd gasped as Adrian zipped through, barreling past people and sending bodies flying in every direction. Thud, thud. The shield clattered to the ground, Carter's impact taking down a large swath of lab equipment as she staggered back. He's too fast, I can barely track his movements. She frowned, trying to steady herself. Nearby, sparks flared from Tony's damaged suit as he slowly rose to his feet. The thrusters in his hands and feet had been severed. He took out my propulsion system, first he came prepared. Clutching his bruised abdomen, Harry grimaced, beads of sweat lining his forehead. Pretty sure he cracked a few of my ribs. Dr. Octavius, his face drenched in sweat, cradled his wife as the remaining 3 arms hung uselessly from his back, each severed. Captain Carter, where's your backup? He demanded. Carter shook her head. Most likely, he's already taken them out. Nearby, Gwen was clutching a pistol in one hand and a wound at her waist in the other. We don't stand a chance without Spider-Man, she muttered, her voice laced with frustration. At this moment, she longed for her powers more than ever. If she were still Spider-Gwen, she wouldn't be feeling so helpless. The man's speed was a nightmare to contend with. Hovering above, Adrian sneered at the group's sorry state, crossing his arms. Too slow, far too slow. Victory and defeat hinge on speed alone, you fools. To possess speed is to possess everything. His voice had barely faded when, out of nowhere, a red and blue figure swung in through the window, landing in the middle of the room. Much as I disagree, I think I'll send you to hell by beating you at your own game. Seeing Xia Luo, Adrian's face twisted with shock. What? Chapter 153. A reporter huddling in the corner snapped away at the scene, unfolding in the lobby. Spider-Man's back to face the vulture again. Can he actually beat him this time? Eddie, the reporter, was watching with bated breath. Tony frowned. I thought he was dead. Carter chuckled. He was, and then he wasn't. Harry limped over to Carter. Captain, you knew he'd show up, didn't you? No. Carter's smile faded. I didn't know. Gwen sighed in relief. At least he didn't take long this time. Talk about perfect timing. Dr. Octavius gently squeezed his wife Ruth's shoulder. It's all right now. It's all right. Ruth, still rattled, said, Let's get out of here. Spider-Man can't beat him. I've seen the news. Ha ha ha, exactly. That bug doesn't stand a chance against me. Adrian quickly recovered his composure. Hovering above Xia Luo, he leered down at him, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Pathetic bug, your speed is pitiful. You'll never win. Never win? I don't understand the concept. Xia Luo raised his hand, and a spark of electricity crackled in the air. Chirp. The little lightning spider crawled up his hand. its round core pulsing with energy that caught Tony's eye. It's magic, he's using his magic. Tony recalled that mission to save the mutated spiders. And Carter connected the dots as well. He used the massive energy of the reactor explosion to summon his pet spider. That explains everything. She looked thoughtful. Gwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Spider-Man's got a new pet. That must mean he's gained a new power too. At that instant, Xia Luo gripped the little lightning spider tightly. All right, Baldy, time to pay for your sins. Sizzle. In a flash, the lightning spider crawled onto his chest, where its mechanical legs spread across him in a display of pulsing electric arcs, replacing the original spider emblem. Hum. Electric arcs surged along his suit, causing the blue spider emblem to glow brightly. Lightning speed. Crackle. With a blinding flash, Xia Luo vanished. An instant later, there was a tremendous crash from above, and green feathers fluttered to the ground. Adrian, wreathed in electric arcs, had been blasted through the ceiling, disappearing from view. So fast. I couldn't capture it on camera at all. Eddie's jaw dropped. Spider-Man came prepared this time. Carter pushed herself up. Shut down the reactor. We can't let the artificial sun go haywire. She had barely spoken when another hole erupted in the ceiling, and a glowing blue streak slammed Adrian back to the floor. Boom! Amid the scattering debris, Adrian scrambled up with a furious roar. Impossible, how do you have this speed? But before he could take off again, a blue flash shot toward him. Sizzle! Bam! The blue figure landed hard, as Adrian desperately tried to take to the air. You're not getting away. Electricity surged around Xia Luo as he smirked. The spider reactor embedded in his chest word, unleashing a burst of electricity that engulfed him once more. Crackle. Legs coiling with energy, Xia Luo launched himself in pursuit of the green figure. As he shot forward, Tony hastily called to Jarvis. Jarvis, did you catch that? Yes, sir. It appears that Spider-Man is utilizing an arc reactor for his power source. Just as I thought. Tony now understood. The explosion last night hadn't killed Spider-Man at all. It had merely been him summoning his magic spider using the massive reactor's energy. Spider-Man's using the arc reactor's high-speed rotation to boost his own speed. The immense power would strain the human body, but he can probably handle it, Tony noted. Boosting speed with the arc reactor's rotation? Carter raised an eyebrow. But if that's the case, then Spider-Man should have been able to injure Adrian with his hits. He should have shattered him with a single blow. Dr. Octavius, listening, speculated, I'm unfamiliar with magic, but it's clear the Vulture's incredible speed must come at some price. If it were only a matter of speed enhancement, Tony pointed out, I would have already captured him by now. Gwen seemed to have a theory. So Spider-Man's magic is allowing him to convert the arc reactor's rotation into speed, but at the cost of weakening his raw power. He can't go all out without hurting himself. Carter nodded. That makes sense. Adrian's speed comes from the time monolith, so he's got no drawbacks. But Spider-Man's magic can't keep up with an artifact's power, so the side effects are clear. At this, Harry limped over to the power switch. Are you guys done chatting? The priority is still stopping the artificial sun from going haywire, isn't it? Shaking his head, he pulled the lever, and the glow of the artificial sun dimmed as its energy supply was cut off. Without it, the time monolith fell inert, drifting to the ground and returning to its original, ancient state. Carter moved to examine the stone, but Dr. Octavius stopped her. Hold on, if it could withstand the artificial sun's heat, it's probably scorching right now. He didn't finish his sentence before the ceiling shattered again, and Adrian came tumbling through with a storm of green feathers, hotly pursued by a streak of blue lightning. Boom! Bam bam! A continuous clash of blue and green tore through the lab, leaving trails of sparks as they went. Barely visible, Adrian swooped down and snagged the time monolith as he zipped past. Dr. Octavius froze, speechless. Carter gave him a side glance. Too hot to touch, was it? Maybe he doesn't mind getting burned, Octavius mumbled awkwardly. Sizz. With a crackling sweep, Xia Luo cut Adrian off. Where do you think you're going? He sneered. Damn you, bug. Adrian's expression soured. Holding onto the time Monolith had affected his speed, slowing him down just enough to lose his edge. If he had the upper hand before, that slight speed reduction was now making all the difference. Xia Luo was now closing in, tilting the balance in his favor. Crackle. Wham! With a flash of lightning, Adrian took a brutal hit, crashing into a corner piled high with lab equipment. Too slow, far too slow, your speed's abysmal. Xia Luo held up a torn piece of Adrian's green wing, a mocking grin on his face. The edge of the wing sputtered with sparks, the internal mechanisms scorched by the electric current. Curse you, bug! Adrian growled under the debris, struggling to his feet. He tried to take off again, but with only one wing, he couldn't recover his former speed. With the glow of the time Monolith flickering, the green light faded from his skin, and his youthful face aged rapidly. No, my face. Vain old man, your time's up. Tossing aside the broken wing, Xia Luo pressed a hand to the electric spider emblem on his chest. Electricity surged over his body, gathering in a charged, pulsing glow. As he crouched down, the floor beneath him cracked under the pressure. Boom! The ground trembled as Xia Luo shot forward, darting around Adrian in a lightning-fast weave, circling him like an electric storm. Crackle. Bam, bam, bam. No. With each scream, Adrian's green suit was torn to shreds by the electricity surging around him, piece by piece disintegrating. Old man, remember to wear some underwear next time you put on a suit. 3 seconds later, the crackling stopped, and Xia Luo appeared in the midst of the flickering arcs. He casually tossed aside a scrap of green fabric, then turned and kicked the stunned Adrian straight into the wall. Bam! Bricks exploded as Adrian slumped down, coughing up blood, his face frozen in shock before he passed out cold. Captain Carter, could you call an ambulance? Let's make sure he doesn't die on us, Xia Luo called, giving a wave. Carter snapped out of it, right, absolutely. Nearby, Eddie and the other reporters frantically snapped photos. Spider-Man won. He's still unbeatable, the one and only Spider-Man. Boss, we've got tomorrow's front-page story. And it's not about Dr. Octavius's artificial sun experiment. His whole lab got trashed. It's about Spider-Man. He's defeated the Vulture. As the crowd watched, Xia Luo picked up the time Monolith and slowly walked out of the lobby. Once he was safely out of sight, he leaned back against a wall, rubbing his leg. Numb. You've defeated the Vulture, as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, plus 15 restart points. Seeing the message pop up, Xia Luo finally relaxed a little. Current restart points, 35. But despite the increase, he couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. Because right at times like these, a powerful enemy always seemed to show up and try to mess him up, usually draining away all his newly gained points in the process. Just as he thought this, his spider sense tingled with a warning. They're here. Xia Luo narrowed his eyes and reached up to intercept a metallic fist. Boom! Wind blasted as the two fists collided, and the wall nearby splintered, bricks crumbling under the shockwave. Crash! As debris rained down, Xia Luo looked up to see the familiar rhino-shaped mech glinting ominously in the sunlight. Alexei, he asked. It's me, you damn bug, you're dead meat. The mech's cockpit door burst open as Rhino, covered in layers of hardened polymer, charged forward with a roar. Oh, if it's you, then I don't need to worry, Xia Luo said with a smirk, flipping back to avoid the punch. Boom! The punch missed, smashing into the ground, leaving Alexei's fist embedded in the dirt, stuck. Wait, hold on, just give me a sec and I'll thanks, he said, straining to pull his hand free. Xia Luo shrugged. If you ran off from prison again, I'm reporting this to S.H.I.E.L.D. and getting your late-night snack privileges cut. No, please, Alexei's eyes widened in horror. I was just kidding, really. Not funny at all. Xia Luo flung the time Monolith at him, then spun in midair to deliver a solid kick. Og, that hurts. Crash. The garden wall cracked as Alexei's bulk toppled into it. Xia Luo landed smoothly, catching the falling time Monolith. Phew, scared me for a moment there. See you later. He was just about to shoot a web and leave when Alexei called after him. Is Xia Luo all right in there? Is he okay? Xia Luo paused, glancing back. He's fine. With that, he shot out a web and disappeared. Moments later, Xia Luo re-entered the chaotic lobby. Right then, Dr. Octavius was surrounded by reporters. Dr. Octavius, do you know why the vulture tried to sabotage your experiment? Doctor, if Spider-Man hadn't stopped him, would the artificial sun have destroyed all of New York? Doctor, when will you attempt the artificial sun experiment again? Can you give us an exact date? Doctor. Outside the circle of reporters, Harry was being bandaged up by the medical staff. When he spotted Xia Luo, he gave a grimace. Where were you? He asked, wincing. Xia Luo took a look at his friend's injuries, then shrugged. Obviously, I was hiding. I'm not a hero like you guys. I don't get my wounds treated right in the lobby. You're the worst, Harry grumbled, though it was hard to tell if his pain was from his injuries or the nurse's rough handling. Nearby, Carter was tearing the hem of her dress to help bandage an injured businessman. Noticing how the man was staring at Carter in awe, Xia Luo raised a brow. You had gauze. Why use your dress? Carter thought about it for a second. Because the reporters are taking pictures of me, she said, nodding toward Eddie. Xia Luo was speechless. Even heroes are afraid of public opinion, he thought. Glancing around, he saw Tony leaning in a corner, seemingly lost in thought about improving his suit since it hadn't been much help in the fight. Xia Luo approached him. There's no need to make any changes. What? Tony looked up, surprised. Xia Luo smirked. Because you're only going to use it once. Tony blinked, then laughed. You know, you're right, why stress over it? He stood up, still grinning. I get why Spider-Man made you his contact guy. You've said that before. Did I? Tony shrugged. Maybe I had 2 reasons. Just then, a commotion broke out as Nick Fury entered the scene, immediately drawing the reporter's attention. Trailing behind him was Alexei, which of course caused quite a stir. Mr. Fury, is that the supercriminal Rhino? A reporter called out. Obviously, Fury replied coolly. Eddie pushed forward with his mic. Rhino should be in prison, not here. The public deserves an explanation. Fury's expression didn't change as he replied, I came to provide one. Before Alexei appeared, I'd already initiated a special program, the Thunderbolts Initiative, which will assemble a team of supercriminals who'll work to take down other supercriminals, repaying their debt to society for their past actions. The journalists were stunned. What's the difference between this and the Avengers? The difference is clear. The Avengers embody justice. The Thunderbolts will only seek redemption. With that, Fury officially announced the Thunderbolts Initiative. Watching this unfold, Carter's expression darkened. What is he thinking? He's telling criminals that it's okay to break the law because they'll still get a chance, she said, clenching her teeth. Xia Luo crossed his arms, amused. That's the point. Every supercriminal despises Spider-Man. By playing off their hatred, he's able to recruit them. At that moment, Alexei spotted Xia Luo and beamed, pushing through the crowd to reach him. I asked Spider-Man, and he said you were fine, Alexei said with a broad smile. Xia Luo gave him a nod. Thanks for asking. Alexei glanced over at Fury. He said you'd be here, so I agreed to come along. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow and glanced over at Carter. I guessed right. Carter's face grew serious. This means there's no way we can let Adrian fall into Fury's hands. She looked at Alexei, a thought forming. Xia Luo is your friend. Alexei nodded. Of course, he's my best friend. Good, if you join my Thunderbolts, you'll get to see your friend whenever you want. Xia Luo's expression grew amused. Wait, are you building your own Thunderbolts too? Of course. If Nick has his Thunderbolts, I can have my own as well, Carter replied with a smirk. And, at the very least, I'd have more candidates than he does. Xia Luo rubbed his temples. This rivalry is getting intense. Poaching recruits, not exactly the most honest approach. Fury's definitely not going to let that slide. He will, Alexei chimed in, grinning. All I have to do is mess up a few of his missions, and he'll write me off completely. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow, impressed. Wow, look who got clever. See, you guys think I'm just muscle, but when it matters, I can be pretty smart. Alexei declared, looking quite proud of himself. All right then, it's settled. Carter extended her hand to Alexei, sealing the deal in a handshake, a sight that Nick Fury happened to witness from across the room. For some reason, seeing this unfold left him with a sense of foreboding. Xia Luo also felt a little strange about it all, though he couldn't quite put his finger on why. After exchanging farewells with everyone, he eventually returned to his rented apartment, where Felicia was already waiting for him. You found the time monolith, she said, cutting to the point. Now we just have to figure out how to use it to save my father. Xia Luo waved a hand dismissively. We've got Adrian in custody. He'll spill everything we need to know. Felicia, however, looked doubtful. No one's going to help their enemy out of the goodness of their heart. True, I'm his enemy, but you're not. Xia Luo gave the time monolith a little pat. Here's the plan. I'll arrange for you to break Adrian out. Earning his trust will be easier than you think. After all, no one knows you're on our side. Felicia's eyes lit up at the idea. Perfect, let's do it. She left to make preparations, while Xia Luo stared down at the time monolith, lost in thought. If he could unlock the stone's secret to reversing aging, the old man wouldn't have to keep putting himself through those grueling revival tournaments. But the biggest challenge was figuring out how to actually get the time monolith to old Steve. Through the revival rounds. No, that was pretty much impossible, unless he gained the ability to traverse the multiverse. And even then, it wasn't guaranteed he'd find him. This was definitely going to be a headache. Chapter 154. The rumble of a motorcycle echoed as it pulled into campus, skidding to a stop below the building. Xia Luo yanked off his helmet and hurried into the classroom. You're late, Harry noted. Sliding into his seat, Xia Luo shot him a side-eye. I'm still doing better than you. This is the first time you've shown up to class in 2 months. Harry twirled his pen nonchalantly. I only made it to a few more than I have. He sighed, we're doomed this semester. Xia Luo grinned. Only you are. Dr. Connors and Dr. Octavius already agreed to give me credit. Harry nearly snapped his pen in two, his voice tight with frustration. Why didn't you tell me about that kind of deal? You never asked. The gleam of satisfaction in Xia Luo's smile was hard to miss. Just then, Dr. Octavius strode into the room. Apologies for my absence these past weeks, everyone. As you all know, my artificial sun experiment suffered a rather serious setback due to sabotage, but everything's back on track now, and I expect to resume as planned, which means I'll be lecturing regularly. His words made the class shift uncomfortably. What challenging project was coming this time? Dr. Octavius glanced around, and his gaze settled on Xia Luo. Sensing his stare, Xia Luo suddenly felt uneasy. Tony was too busy upgrading his suit to help him out. Please, not tritium calculations again, he really couldn't do those. Luckily, it wasn't quite that bad. Dr. Octavius smiled. Stark Industries recently released its synthetic webbing material, so today's project is to replicate that. Xia Luo, I understand you've done some research on synthetic webbing. How about a demonstration? Relieved, Xia Luo stepped up to the front and deftly synthesized a sample of artificial webbing, much to Dr. Octavius's satisfaction. Excellent, as expected of. The contact for Spider-Man. These past few days, after discussions with S.H.I.E.L.D., Dr. Octavius had learned of Xia Luo's role. He wasn't fond of the web-slinger who'd swiped his tech, but that didn't lessen his appreciation for Xia Luo's talents. Exceptional people are always in demand. Spider-Man just happened to know him first, but Octavius believed he could win him over. Soon after class ended, checking the time, Xia Luo turned to Harry. Harry, I've got to run. Connors needs me for something. Sure. Run along, Mr. Big Shot, Harry grumbled, his gaze sour as Xia Luo hopped on his bike and headed toward Carter's mansion. Dr. Connors was still staying with Carter for now, as the lizard scales on his forehead had yet to fully disappear. 30 minutes later, in Dr. Connors's lobby. Hey, Dr. Connors, how have you been? Xia Luo greeted him with a wave, noticing Carter and Felicia were also in the lobby. Something up, he asked. Felicia nodded. With Carter's help, I managed to break Adrian out. He's currently holed up in my castle. Don't even mention that castle. Fine, she sighed, pulling out her portable computer. On screen, Adrian was holed up in a makeshift lab, carefully repairing his vulture suit, oblivious to the surveillance. Are we really letting him fix his suit? Carter frowned. Felicia shrugged. The plans changed. He's still on guard. I'll need more time to earn his trust if we want to find out how he uses the time stone. We'll have to wait and let him demonstrate it for us. Xia Luo nodded. As long as we have the stone, we've got the upper hand. Except you handed it over to S.H.I.E.L.D., Felicia grumbled. Xia Luo smirked. Who said I actually gave it to S.H.I.E.L.D.? He moved to a corner of the lab, pulling a black cloth away to reveal the real time stone. Felicia's eyes widened. The one you gave to S.H.I.E.L.D. was a fake. Obviously. Carter chuckled. Giving them the real one would have been a waste. They wouldn't have figured it out anyway. Dr. Connors chimed in. Carter's connections at S.H.I.E.L.D. mean they won't question it. We've got her to thank for that. Yep, Carter said, proudly tapping the badge on her chest. I'm now deputy director, so my clearance is much higher. With Fury's missteps, the director's chair will be mine in no time. She grinned smugly. Power hungry, Xia Luo muttered. By the way, how's that thing coming along? He asked. Which thing? You know that thing's. Oh, right, the thing. Carter cleared her throat. Since Kingpin's disappearance, Hell's Kitchen has descended into chaos. But with your and Spider-Man's help from the shadows, Ben and May have started to consolidate Kingpin's forces. The trouble is, they've hit a snag. With whom? Kingpin's lawyer, Matt Murdock. Matt? Xia Luo's face changed. He's Kingpin's lawyer. Yes, a top-notch lawyer Kingpin poached from Stark Circle. Carter looked serious. With Murdock around, we failed to gather enough evidence to arrest many of Kingpin's associates. Ben and May are capable, but they're no match for the real Spider-Man. Hell's Kitchen might spiral out of control again soon. She continued, and not just that. Kingpin has other dangerous operatives, likely waiting for his return or planning to assassinate Ben and May. They're in real danger. Xia Luo frowned. Looks like Kingpin wasn't entirely honest with me. I'm cutting off his formula for 2 days to remind him who's in charge. Felicia blinked. You think that's a threat? Oh, it's a threat. Xia Luo pulled a can of formula from his bag. I'll make Kingpin watch as I pour every last drop into the toilet. His grin was wicked. Dr. Connors chuckled approvingly. A brilliant strategy, using formula as leverage. I'm impressed. Carter made a face. That's such a ridiculous image. She shook her head. I should get going. There's work waiting back at headquarters. Fury seems to have caught on to our plan. He's clinging to Alexei for dear life. I can't lose my first Thunderbolt so soon. In that case, it's time for a special operation to make Fury back off. Xia Luo's grin turned mischievous. Hell's Kitchen will be lively tonight. Get Fury involved, and Alexei will give him quite the surprise. Carter paused, then matched his wicked smile. Oh, I'm looking forward to tonight's surprise. Watching their sinister smiles, Felicia instinctively took a step back. These two were beginning to look more like villains than heroes. Hey, look what I brought you, little buddy. At that moment, baby Kingpin was dealing with a very unfortunate diaper situation. But the instant he saw the formula in Xia Luo's hands, his face lit up with excitement. Goo goo. In the next second, goo goo WAH. Baby Kingpin shrieked in horror as he watched his precious formula being heartlessly dumped into the toilet by the devil himself. Tears streamed down his face, his tiny heart shattered. He felt an anguish that words could not express. Mr. Fisk, this is what happens when you don't tell the truth. With a cold expression, Xia Luo installed the chip into the headset, activating the Neuralink to communicate with baby Kingpin. I told you everything, I swear, baby Kingpin whimpered. Xia Luo crossed his arms, but not everything that matters. You didn't ask, so I didn't think of it. Oh, so now it's my fault. Who else's would it be? Are you sure about that? Xia Luo pulled out a second can of formula from his bag. It's my fault, it's my fault. Baby Kingpin's gums clenched as if he had teeth. Well, he didn't, but he would have ground them if he did. Now about Matt Murdock. What's his deal? Xia Luo handed the formula over to the little guy. Clutching the can as though his life depended on it, baby Kingpin muttered, "He's an undercover spy, planted close to me for years. I've known he was after me for a long time. But right now, he's guarding your territory. I expected that. He's not doing it for me, but for Electra, his ex. She's my top assassin, the best I've recruited." Xia Luo nodded thoughtfully. "And he's a lawyer, this really isn't what he should be doing." Baby Kingpin gave him a side-eye. Matt became a lawyer to settle scores, not to serve justice. "Oh, I get it now. He's not a hero, yet. He just needs a mentor to show him what it means to be one." Xia Luo tossed back his hair confidently. "And there's only one person who could take on that role, Spider-Man. With great power comes great responsibility. That line should resonate with him too." Baby Kingpin's face went deadpan. "How many people have you fooled with that line?" he asked, scowling. Xia Luo wagged his finger. "It's not fooling anyone. It's Spider-Man's guiding principle, a timeless truth." "Only a fool would fall for that garbage," Baby Kingpin scoffed. Xia Luo shrugged. "True. At this point, he's probably the only one who still believes it." "Well, enough chit-chat. I'm off to dismantle your empire." With that, he pocketed the Neuralink device and turned to leave. Behind him, Baby Kingpin cried out, "Wait, don't go. You forgot to mix my formula. Come back and make my formula, you monster." But the door closed mercilessly behind Xia Luo. Staring at the dark, cold room around him, Baby Kingpin felt the chill seep into his very soul. HMPH, when I'm big enough, I'm going to make my own formula. Neon lights glowed against the night as Xia Luo strolled solo down the streets. "Hey handsome, want some company?" A woman waved to him from the red light district. Xia Luo patted his empty pockets, then gave her a disdainful look. "What's your rate?" 300. "Too cheap, I'll pass." He moved on quickly, hearing a muttered cheapskate behind him. Nearby bystanders, noticing this exchange, also quickly lost interest in him as a target. Clearly, a poor young guy wasn't worth the trouble. Soon, Xia Luo arrived outside Kingpin's mansion. This place had become Ben and May Parker's new headquarters since they'd taken over. A guard in a sharp suit noticed Xia Luo loitering nearby and waved him off, unamused. "Kid, get lost, this isn't a place for someone like you." Xia Luo lifted his chin, looking down his nose at him. "You may not care about me now, but someday I'll be way out of your league." Then he turned on his heel and walked away. The guard glared after him. If it weren't for the new boss's orders, they would have taught that arrogant kid a lesson by now. With a smug smile, Xia Luo made his way to a nearby underground bar. In the hidden basement, a well-dressed blind lawyer sat calmly at a table, surrounded by rough-looking men with tattoos and intimidating faces. "Mr. Murdoch, those two are really pushing us. Say the word and we'll carve them up." "Yeah, Spider-Man or not, this is Hell's Kitchen, not his playground. They're locking up more of us every day, guys who'll be in jail for life. We don't want that future." The gangsters spoke up angrily, their voices competing, but Murdoch remained calm, seemingly ignoring them until they settled down. Only then did he reach up and remove the earbuds he'd been wearing. Since losing his sight, his remaining senses were incredibly sharp. To avoid sensory overload, he'd learned to use earplugs in noisy places. The lawyer instinctively turned his unseeing eyes around the room, but he didn't hear the heartbeat he was listening for. "Where's Bullseye?" he asked. One of the men stood up. As soon as the boss vanished, he ran off looking for new clients. No loyalty, that guy. Murdoch frowned. With Bullseye gone, who could help him locate the missing kingpin? After a moment's thought, another man made a suggestion. "The boss left behind a genetic disruptor. We could use that to kill those two Spidey wannabes." "No way. That's meant for the real Spider-Man. Using it on those fakes is a waste." "Then what do we do? Those two are tougher than any other copycats we've faced. Without the disruptor, we can't take them down." "Then why'd you act all tough earlier, saying you'd go in there and kill them yourself?" "Because, if I didn't, I'd look weak." "Idiot." As the argument broke out again, Murdoch suddenly tilted his head, listening to something outside. Without a word, he got up and headed for the door. On the rooftop, a web hammock swayed gently in the breeze. Murdoch stopped at its edge, tapping his cane lightly against the ground. Spider-Man. Xia Luo sat up, whistling as he stretched. Yeah, that's me, and you're Matt Murdoch. I knew you'd come looking for me. Murdoch spoke steadily. Aware of your plans, I don't intend to interfere, but I need to find Kingpin. I can tell you where Kingpin is, but first, you'll have to deal with the people inside for me, Xia Luo replied. Murdoch frowned. You could take care of them yourself, why ask me? Tonight's not convenient for me. Murdoch. Chapter 155. Hell's Kitchen. Matt paused, turning back. I need to change into something more suitable first. Suit? Xia Luo asked. Matt nodded. Yes, like you, I'd prefer no one knows who I am. A smart choice. Xia Luo reclined back into his webbed hammock. I'll wait. I hope you actually mean that, Matt replied, leaning slightly toward him. And I hope you succeed in your revenge, Xia Luo added, closing his eyes as though preparing for a nap. Matt adjusted his sunglasses. I won't hold back. With that, he spun his cane, snapped it closed, and vaulted down from the rooftop with a practiced silence. Xia Luo could hear the distinct sound of Matt's footfalls as he moved away. Heightened senses and fighting ability, Xia Luo thought. Perfect for close-quarters combat, though, probably not so great against someone as physically powerful as Kingpin. No wonder he's been lurking around Hell's Kitchen for an opening all this time. He lay back on his web hammock, letting the night air drift over him. A loose newspaper page caught in the wind, floating up and landing in Xia Luo's hand. Bored, he started reading. Headline, shocking. Spider-Man transforms into a living lightning bolt at the solar experiment. Xia Luo rolled his eyes. Right, what would they even call the real Electro if he showed up? He kept scanning the headlines. The story of Spider-Man and the green vulture that couldn't be told. To defeat his foe, Spider-Man practices speed at the power station. Captain Carter's fiery look stuns at the solar experiment site. Tony Stark caught ogling Captain Carter. Has the Playboy finally fallen in love? The secret love life of Dr. Otto and Ruth Octavius. Did midlife crisis inspire the tentacle arms? Director Fury's unmentionable deal with the Rhino, all for love. Xia Luo blinked, doing a double take before flipping to the back of the paper. Right, Daily Bugle Entertainment Edition. Ah, no wonder. Old man J. Jonah Jameson really must be desperate to avoid bankruptcy if he's publishing this stuff, Xia Luo thought with a laugh, reading on with amusement. Minutes ticked by, but there was still no sign of Matt returning. Suddenly, the sharp sound of something whistling through the air made Xia Luo turn. He sidestepped as a black throwing star embedded itself into a low wall nearby. A flash of red appeared on the rooftop across the street. Spider-Man, the situation's changed, I need your help. It was Matt, who now carried a small, unconscious figure in his arms. He deftly dodged more incoming shuriken, occasionally batting them away with his short staff. Xia Luo shot out a web, yanking Matt over to safety. I thought you went to change. What's this? Did you skip the bill and end up with a mob on your heels? Xia Luo teased. Panting slightly, Matt held the woman tightly, not releasing his grip. She's an old friend, they're after her. I couldn't just let them kill her. Xia Luo eyed the woman in his arms, girlfriend. Matt hesitated, ex. Seeing Matt's anxious expression even through his mask, Xia Luo shook his head, sighing. All right, Hell's Kitchen's Casanova, take a seat. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is on the job. As Xia Luo turned to face their pursuers, several figures appeared, moving like shadows across the moonlit rooftops, surrounding them in a flash. They're ninjas, Matt explained, part of a group called The Hand. They're dangerous. Xia Luo clapped his hands. Well, I've only ever watched Naruto, so let's give this a shot. At his words, the surrounding figures hurled a barrage of shuriken, filling the air with lethal projectiles. Look out. Matt braced himself, gripping his staff, ready to shield against the oncoming assault. But Xia Luo simply picked Matt and his ex up, tossing them to the side as he twisted midair in a slow, graceful flip. The shuriken glanced off his suit, sparking with every hit. Clang, 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 clang. He landed in a classic Black Widow stance, casually scratching his back as though completely unaffected. Matt, using his heightened senses to take in the scene, asked, "Did you really need to do all that?" Xia Luo smirked, "Looks cool." Seconds later, a wave of masked ninjas armed with kunai charged forward, darting in and out of shadow. "Nice choreography," Xia Luo scoffed. With a flick of his wrist, a net of artificial web shot out, casting a wide arc and dissolving their illusions. The ninjas were immediately exposed, pinned down by the thick webs. "Nanny!" Their stunned exclamations were cut short as the web tightened, dragging them all into a pile and slamming them against the low wall. Bam! Crash! Bricks crumbled, and the ninjas sputtered and gasped, trapped in a mass of webbing. Xia Luo retracted the webs, swinging the group around in wide circles before finally slamming them down repeatedly until they went still. Matt approached, taking in the mess of webbing and shattered bones. "I've heard that Spider-Man doesn't kill people." Xia Luo dusted off his hands. "Trust everything you hear in the gossip rags." They were just nameless minions anyway. The respawn system wouldn't waste a slot on them. "So who are these people?" he asked, "and why are they after your ex?" Matt looked down at the woman, visibly conflicted. She used to be one of Kingpin's top assassins. This is probably related to him. Right now, Kingpin's not exactly in any condition to send hit squads after your ex, Xia Luo pointed out, returning to his hammock with a lazy grin. "Your mission's not over yet. You could handle it yourself. But then it'd be over too quickly. And with you being so delicate, you're bound to take longer." Matt's face went blank. "Fine, I'll go." He gently set his ex-girlfriend down. "Look after her, will you? I'll be back soon." Of course, watching over someone else's girlfriend is my specialty. After Matt disappeared, Xia Luo finally took a closer look at the woman. Daredevil's ex and a skilled assassin for Kingpin. Elektra. Yeah, probably. As a trained Marvel Universe assassin, she naturally wasn't dressed in anything particularly modest. She wore a red strapless top, short shorts, and several red bandages tied around her legs to complete the red-accented look she shared with Daredevil. Her features were strong and striking, but not Xia Luo's type. Still, he squatted down beside her, lifting her gently and pressing a finger against her philtrum to revive her. "Ah," she groaned softly as she came to, her eyes slowly focusing on Xia Luo's upside-down, blue-tinted mask. Instantly, her instincts flared. With a low hum, the blade at Elektra's thigh slipped from its sheath, but Xia Luo sidestepped it effortlessly. Before she could make another move, he plucked the short sword from her grasp. "Seriously, you're attacking your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man?" he asked, unimpressed. "You want me to knock you out in one punch?" Without waiting for an answer, he fired webbing to secure her arms, then casually reclined back on his web hammock. "Matt asked me to rescue you," he said, "so who are these people hunting you down?" At the mention of Matt, Elektra flinched. The memories of her encounter with her ex before she'd blacked out started flooding back, and her gaze shifted warily to the man in front of her. This was Spider-Man, an enemy to her former employer. But was he an enemy to her? Most people in the criminal underground didn't exactly see Spider-Man as a hero. Heroes, after all, didn't go around snatching wallets from street thugs. "They're assassins from the hand," she finally said. "They want information on Kingpin's whereabouts. Their goal is to take control of Hell's Kitchen." Xia Luo shook his head. "Come on, tell me the truth. After all, you're just Matt's ex." Elektra's face betrayed a hint of surprise. "How do you know I'm not being honest?" "Because pretty women are the best liars." "Elektra." "That's an interesting saying," she mused. "Who came up with it?" Xia Luo shrugged. "A very wise mother." Elektra fell silent, contemplating his words. After a pause, she finally said, "Fine, I am or was a member of the Hand. I disagreed with their ideology and left. That's when I ended up working for Kingpin as one of his assassins. They came after me not just to eliminate me, but to take advantage of the chaos in Hell's Kitchen. Kingpin's empire is a big pie, and plenty of players want a slice. That part I didn't lie about." Xia Luo nodded. "Thanks for being honest. When Matt gets back, you'll both be free to go." She held his gaze, her expression shifting as if reevaluating him. To be honest, I wanted to be a hero once too. Cut the act, Xia Luo replied bluntly. You still want to. Electra was speechless. I do, she admitted with a hint of a smile. But no one considers me a hero because I tend to use a bit too much force on criminals. Xia Luo gave a thoughtful nod, then stopped listening to them. With great power comes great responsibility. A true hero shoulders criticism, doubts, even hatred. Be your own hero, and all those voices from outside won't matter. With great power comes great responsibility. Electra repeated the phrase, mulling it over. Gradually, the shadows in her eyes faded, replaced by a new spark. Spider-Man, thank you. I'll consider your advice. Hey, no need to thank me. Just doing my job-y. Meanwhile, from down below, a loud commotion broke out, followed by the unmistakable laugh of Alexei. Ha ha ha, I am Alexei, the Redeemer under Director Fury. I am the Rhino. I'm here to rid Hell's Kitchen of scum, he bellowed, smashing through the streets. Hey, you punk with the mohawk, you're next. Alexei, stop. Nick Fury's voice rang out, sounding increasingly desperate. Don't worry, Director, this little punk is toast. No, your target is Kingpin's men, not some random drunk. What? Speak up, I can't hear you. Boom. A powerful crash echoed as Alexei stomped through the street, sending rubble flying. Xia Luo peered over the edge and couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Nick Fury and his team frantically chasing the rampaging Rhino. Huh, now that's some quality entertainment. Electra heard Alexei's voice and snorted. Alexei, just a brainless brute, not even close to an assassin. Xia Luo waved a hand dismissively, but he's a Thunder agent now, with full credentials. At that moment, Matt returned, scaling the rooftop with hurried movements. Sorry, couldn't take out those guys downstairs, he admitted, rubbing his brow in exasperation. Alexei did most of the damage for me. No worries, you've got a new assignment, Xia Luo said, motioning toward Electra. The Hand is expanding its operations into Hell's Kitchen. Take them down, and I'll tell you where Kingpin is hiding. The Hand? Matt's face tightened as he looked at Electra. You mean the notorious international assassin syndicate? Electra nodded. Yes, they're after a relic known as the Dragon Bone. That's where we could start. The Dragon Bone? Xia Luo asked, intrigued. Electra explained. It's said to be a fossil with miraculous properties. It can extend one's lifespan. The founder of the Hand has been searching for it for years. Extend one's lifespan. Xia Luo fell silent, considering. If that's their aim, it means coming to New York wasn't just about settling personal grudges. They might be targeting the Time Stone, Matt speculated. Yes, compared to the Dragon Bone, the power of the Time Stone is far more tempting, Electra confirmed. Xia Luo rose to his feet. All right, you two handle the rest once you've taken care of this. I'll give you Kingpin's location. Wait, the Hand's influence stretches far and wide, Electra interjected. Are you really not joining us? If they're after the Time Stone, they'll come straight to me. No need for me to hunt them down, Xia Luo replied with a grin. Now, you two go in first. If it's too much for you, I'll step in. And let's not forget, in New York, Spider-Man is the main character. With that, Xia Luo dove off the rooftop. Rhino, ready for a real showdown, he shouted toward Alexei, who was rampaging in the street below. Hearing the familiar taunt, Alexei looked up, spotting Xia Luo's descending figure. Spider-Man, I'll crush you. Oh yes, that's the spirit. Chase me down, and if you catch me, maybe I'll let you hee-hee-hee. Stop running. Crash. Alexei tore through the streets after him, smashing cars underfoot as he barreled along, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Down below, Nick Fury looked on, dumbfounded. Has he completely lost his mind? Does he not want to see his friend Xia Luo again? Fury muttered, visibly frustrated. Beside him, Agent Coulson sighed. Director, we're still in Hell's Kitchen. If this goes too far, we're bound to get complaints. You might want to start thinking about how to cover all these damages. At the word damages, Fury's headache worsened. The remains of Stark Tower were still being paid off in installments, and now it was an entire city block. For the first time, Fury began questioning his Thunder Agents initiative. Didn't Carter want to run her own Thunder Agents program? he asked. Coulson nodded. Yes, sir, but without your approval, it won't be cleared by HQ. Fine, if she takes on the responsibility of paying for this mess, the Thunder agents are hers. And she can have the big lug, too. Fury's single eye narrowed with a glint. Let's make sure Alexei gives her plenty of tasks that should keep her busy and off my case. Chapter 156. Cheers. Face flushed from too many rounds, Alexei raised his glass and downed the whiskey in one go, only to let out a loud, drunken hiccup. Hic. Bottles clattered around him, rolling across the floor as he blinked blearily up at the red and blue blur in front of him. You bug, he mumbled, trying to keep his gaze focused. Think I've forgiven you, Cap told me. I'll be called back soon. Next time I see you, I'll crush you for sure. As Alexei's head wobbled, Xia Luo silently refilled his glass with another round of whiskey. No ice. Of course, next time you'll absolutely crush me, Xia Luo agreed smoothly, offering the glass. But for now, here's another round. Alexei reached for it, but just as he was about to down it, a thought occurred to him. Strange, Hick. You seem fine, you don't look drunk at all, Hick. Xia Luo stirred his drink with a straw. That's because I'm drinking juice. Alexei's eyes widened. You cheating little bug, Hick. He attempted to stand, but in the next moment, he toppled back over onto the floor. Xia Luo shrugged. Not my fault you didn't ask. He tapped his earpiece. Hey, Captain, how's it going on your end? On the other side of the comms, Carter's amused voice answered. Nick Fury left the mess for me to handle, including Alexei and the Thunder Agents program. Perfect. Send someone to pick up big guy here, he's wasted. He's drunk. Yeah, couldn't catch me, so I treated him to some drinks and he accepted. And you? Oh, I just had a couple of glasses of juice. Of course. All right, I'll have someone swing by for him. Thanks for the help tonight. Anytime. Oh, did Fury make you agree to anything extra? Absolutely. I'm now responsible for the entire street's damages. Wow, guess old Fury really is broke. No doubt about it. Anyway, get going. My team should be there any minute. All right, and don't forget to send my operating expenses to my account. Understood. Hanging up, Carter met up with Nick Fury, and the two officially signed the Thunder Agents transfer agreement. As she beamed, her eyes glinting with satisfaction, Nick Fury couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Just wait till you're neck-deep in this mess, Carter. Then there'll be an even bigger mess waiting for you. Carter caught Fury's smirk, fully aware of his plan. Oh, just you wait. You'll soon see how a real leader handles this mess of agents, she thought. Minutes later, Fury's agents arrived with a transport truck to pick up Alexei. Upon seeing Alexei slumped and inebriated, Fury's expression darkened further. Captain Carter, in the future, keep your agents in line. If something like this happens again, I'll be filing a formal report. Carter just smirked, of course. I'll take full responsibility if anything happens. She stepped up to the truck's cargo hold, tapping her shield against the metal frame. Alexei, stand at attention. Yes, sir. Bleary-eyed but hearing her voice, Alexei immediately straightened up, saluting as his head rammed through the ceiling of the truck. Thunder Agent Alexei reporting for duty. Despite his drunken state, his voice rang out with an unyielding resolve, catching the agents off guard. After all, this guy had never exactly been by the book. Fury's face went from dark to downright stormy. This guy. Meanwhile, from a nearby rooftop, Xia Luo observed the entire scene and stifled a laugh. With that performance, maybe they'll give him extra rations. With a flick of his wrist, he shot a web and swung away, disappearing into the night. Empire State University. Hey Xia Luo, how's it going? Downstairs, Felicia waved at Xia Luo, her makeup light and fresh. Xia Luo sighed, rolling his eyes as he saw her showing up to class. Yeah, it has been a while, Felicia. Parking his motorcycle and removing his helmet, Xia Luo entered the building, Felicia following close behind. People don't seem to be talking about your last incident anymore, she teased. Guess you can hold your head up again, huh? Xia Luo scoffed. That's a good thing. Of course it is. She quickened her pace, catching up. By the way, Adrian's flight suit is almost fixed. Really? Xia Luo glanced at the nearby students, before veering off toward the lake in the campus park. Sitting down on a bench by the lake, Felicia pulled out her phone and opened up a surveillance feed. Xia Luo leaned in, seeing Adrian on screen, his face alight with excitement as he tried on the freshly repaired flight suit. Looks like he's got his speed back to normal. Watching Adrian hover slightly above the ground, flapping his newly restored wings, Xia Luo's gaze grew thoughtful. He's probably desperate to get his hands on the time monolith now. Felicia smirked, "Well, I'm all set." On the feed, a maid in Adrian's castle carried the time monolith into his lobby. Adrian practically pounced on it, his face lighting up. Just as he was about to start, his expression shifted to hesitation, scanning the lab with a suspicious, almost nervous look. Clearly, he didn't want Felicia to find out his secret, but he had no choice. Boom! Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the lobby. Peering through the door, Adrian spotted several SHIELD agents flooding in. "Damn it, this is no coincidence," Adrian muttered, teeth clenched as he glared at the time monolith. He knew it had to be a trap, but time was running out. Even if it was a trap, he had no choice, anything to avoid a lifetime in prison. So, with a tense flick of his green wings, he encased the time monolith in a radiant green glow. "Hi." Xia Luo frowned. He can activate the time monolith without any external device. "Not exactly, check his spine," Felicia pointed out. Looking closer, Xia Luo noticed a faint golden glow emanating from Adrian's spine, right where his wings attached. His spine, Xia Luo mused, could it be Hydra? No, this was external tech. It had nothing to do with Hydra's implants. He's almost succeeded. Felicia's smile grew as she tapped her phone screen, and one of Adrian's wings suddenly sparked, failing in midair. What? With one wing damaged, Adrian was trapped. Boom! Seconds later, the agents stormed into the lab, taking Adrian into custody and the time monolith with him. "It's over." Felicia let out a relieved sigh, glancing over at Xia Luo. "Every piece of material he used to fix that suit came from me," she said, a little smug. If he hadn't been so paranoid and eager to finish it, or if SHIELD hadn't shown up just then, we never would have pulled this off. Xia Luo shrugged. "If it were me, I'd choose prison. You know villains get plenty of chances to break out in this world." Felicia raised an eyebrow. "Not sure what you're talking about," she said, then rose to her feet, visibly relaxed. "Either way, now we know what we need to. Adrian's flight suit holds the key. It's time to finally heal my father." Xia Luo looked back at the main building. "I'll go with you." He grabbed his helmet and headed back toward his motorcycle. "Need a ride?" She jingled her car keys. "Nah, I brought my own." Xia Luo paused, then dropped his helmet. "Actually, how about I ride with you?" "No problem." Moments later, Felicia's red sports car zoomed out of campus. At the curb, Gwen happened to catch sight of Xia Luo in the car beside her. Frowning, she muttered, "Figures he'd be into someone with money. Guess that's why he's never been interested in Mary Jane." Xia Luo followed Felicia into the vast, elegant castle, where priceless antiques lined the halls, displayed openly as mere decorations. "Not worried about these getting stolen?" he asked, glancing around. Felicia didn't look back. "Forget, I'm the Black Cat, and my father was the master thief, Phantom Cat. No one can take anything from under our noses." Before she could finish, Xia Luo casually took a medieval sword off a wooden rack. "Well, looks like I just did," he said, grinning. Felicia rolled her eyes, childish and annoying. Before long, they reached the underground lobby. "You're here," Carter and Professor Connors greeted them, already waiting. "Carter, I swear you're everywhere these days. Don't you have, like, a job?" Xia Luo teased. She shot him a look. "Yes, well, we're on the same team, aren't we?" He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Fair point." His gaze drifted to the green suit on the lab table, the disassembled vulture suit, taken off Adrian. Among the scattered pieces, the most notable was a pale golden vertebrae that seemed almost fossilized. "Looks like Hydra's black spine," he remarked. Carter shook her head. "Not quite, it's more like a fossil." "Right." Professor Connors adjusted his glasses. "Though I'm no paleontologist, I can confirm it's fossilized. I've examined Adrian's suit before, but he concealed this part well. I thought it was simply a structural piece for his wings. It wasn't until I saw him activate the time monolith that I realized this was something extraordinary. Connors slipped on a pair of gloves, placing the spine piece onto the time monolith. Buzz! Instantly, a faint glow emanated from the golden spine, and the time monolith radiated a soft, mysterious energy. Within half a minute, the glow faded from the monolith, but the spine retained a faint luminescence. Professor Connors reached for it cautiously. Whoosh! In a blur, Connors' hand zipped across the lab, cleaning the entire table at lightning speed. What just happened? Carter blinked. Xia Luo tilted his head thoughtfully. Professor's hand speed just went off the charts. Felicia frowned. It's like the acceleration effect Adrian had, but how does this help us heal my father? Connors exhaled. This spine accelerated my hand movements, almost like time sped up for them, but it didn't affect my thoughts. Adrian placed it between his wings, Xia Luo mused, which must be how he achieved that insane speed. What if someone wore it on their head? Carter wondered. That'd be dangerous, Connors warned. Overclocking the mind would kill brain cells at an alarming rate. Even Spider-Man couldn't withstand that. Xia Luo chuckled, then tied the spine around his right leg. Whoosh! A gust of wind stirred the room as his leg lashed out in hundreds of rapid kicks in mere seconds, causing the lab's equipment to rattle. He unwrapped it, massaging his leg with a smirk. Interesting. Well, Carter asked, intrigued. Not bad, you should give it a shot. Gladly. Carter wrapped the spine around her arm, and in a flash, tiny components of the vulture suit stacked up in the shape of a K with her accelerated hand movements. Nice hand speed, Xia Luo grinned. I approve. If someone wore it around their waist. He snickered at the thought. Nope, way too evil. Nobody would survive that. After each of them took a turn testing the spine, the four of them fell into silence. So how is this supposed to heal Walter? Carter asked, frowning. Xia Luo wrapped the spine in a cloth. Let's go check on him. Agreed. In the castle's infirmary, Walter lay unconscious on the bed, looking frail and aged. His waking hours are getting shorter, Felicia said, concerned. She gently placed the spine into her father's hand. Buzz! The moment he touched it, Walter's body jolted, releasing a massive wave of energy. Watch out! Xia Luo pulled Carter and Connors back, while Felicia grimaced, her face contorted under the force of the energy surge. Ugh! She collapsed to the floor, weakened. Walter, however, opened his eyes, his aged face fading to a much younger version of himself. I'm restored, he cried with joy. Felicia, meanwhile, let out a pained scream, her voice strained and raspy. No, my face. Felicia, Walter tried to get up to comfort her, but she pushed him away. No, don't look at me, please, she sobbed, covering her face. Xia Luo and the others exchanged glances. She sacrificed herself to save her father, Connors said, visibly moved. A truly devoted daughter. Xia Luo gave Carter a mischievous grin. If this happened to you, Carter, I'd probably get your inheritance pretty soon. Carter shot him a deadpan look. Have a better option than waiting for my inheritance. What's that? She raised an eyebrow. Marry Felicia as she is now. Inheriting her fortune would be a breeze. Xia Luo was speechless. Chapter 157. Walter collapsed back onto the hospital bed, his newly youthful face aging back to its weakened, pale state. Underneath the bed, Felicia, who had been hiding in embarrassment, cautiously peeked out. Time's up, Carter said. It only grants a 10-minute experience per use. Xia Luo glanced at the now-dimmed fossil in Walter's hand, then picked it up again. His hand movements were still faster, but nothing compared to the initial boost. It needs more energy from the time monolith to be fully effective. Hearing this, Felicia sighed, the hope in her expression fading. So, it's only a temporary converter. If we're going to truly help my father, we'll need the time monolith itself. With the pyramid destroyed and no known way to fully activate the time monolith, even the fossil's effects seemed limited. Felicia was falling into despair when Xia Luo's expression lit up. I heard the hand is searching for something called a dragon bone fossil, supposedly capable of delaying aging. This spine might be one of those fossils. The hand, Carter frowned. An international assassins guild as elusive as Hydra. They're already in New York, Xia Luo said. Carter's expression grew grim. Their target must be the time monolith. Exactly. Xia Luo pocketed the spine fossil. It seems the time monolith isn't exactly safe with S.H.I.E.L.D., too many double agents over there. As if on cue, Carter's phone beeped with a message. What's going on? Xia Luo asked, noticing her face shift into a strange expression. It's the time monolith. The fake time monolith we placed in S.H.I.E.L.D. just got stolen. Carter covered her face with her hand. You were right, S.H.I.E.L.D. is dangerous, too many moles. Luckily, I handed it over to Nick Fury, so the loss isn't on me. Speaking of which, what about that list of names I gave you? You mean the potential infiltrators? Carter shook her head. They all seemed harmless, but Sitwell from your list was definitely Hydra, so the rest are highly suspicious. With this news, Xia Luo glanced at Walter, lying unconscious in his bed. Looks like the safest place for the time monolith right now is here. Meanwhile, the fossil can keep Walter hanging on. Felicia nodded, determined. Yes, my father can't survive without the time monolith and the fossil. Dragon bone fossil, probably, Xia Luo corrected her. And if that's the case, the hand might be searching for more of it. There could be more pieces than just this one. There might be. Just then, Professor Connors clicked on his computer. I did some digging. The New York Museum reported a fossil theft a few months back. Supposedly, it was also a dragon bone fossil, and the vertebra they described could match up with ours. Hearing this, Xia Luo turned to the screen, his brows furrowing. It's not dinosaur bones. Professor Connors looked equally confused. A winged dragon? The museum staff must have messed up the reconstruction. Carter chuckled, eyeing the dragon depiction on the screen. Probably just a gimmick. Real dragon fossils wouldn't look like that. Well, not necessarily. There was a flicker of hesitation in Xia Luo's voice. After all, in the Marvel universe, anything was possible. Dragons, it wasn't even that bizarre when you considered realms like Asgard or the ancient Greek gods. The sun god symbols from the pyramid had even turned out to be the key to unlocking the time monolith. The more he thought about it, the more Xia Luo turned to Felicia with a plan. Use your family's resources to look for any other pyramids. We might find a way to fully activate the time monolith. And as for this dragon bone fossil, it could be even more valuable than we thought. Looks like we'll be butting heads with the hand again. Again, Carter raised an eyebrow. He encountered them before. Spider-Man ran into a few hand ninjas last night, Xia Luo said simply. Carter nodded knowingly. Their ninjas are no joke. As for the museum theft, I believe S.H.I.E.L.D. has records on it. S.H.I.E.L.D. has records, Xia Luo's eyes narrowed. If that's true, the info might have already leaked. I'll head over right away to check on it. With a determined look, Carter hurried out of the lobby. I'm coming too. Xia Luo followed her outside. Outside the castle, Xia Luo hopped into Carter's vintage car. This thing doesn't exactly look like it's built for speed, he commented. Carter's foot hit the gas and the car roared down the driveway. It's been modified. It's as fast as any sports car. Now I really want one. I already gave you one. I meant a four-wheeler. Xia Luo, get real. Even if I gave you one, you couldn't afford the gas. Xia Luo groaned, falling silent. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Xia Luo suited up in his Spider-Man gear and followed Carter down the hall to the records room. Whoa, it's Spider-Man. He really is friends with the captain. I want his autograph. Agent Hill, don't you already have a signed photo? I think it might be fake. Ignoring her coworkers, Agent Hill hurried over to greet Carter. Captain, I wanted to ask. We need files on the dragon bone fossil, Xia Luo interrupted. Agent Hill nodded immediately. Right away. Please follow me. I was the one who compiled those files. Thank you. No trouble at all. Inside the records room, Agent Hill quickly located the relevant files in under 2 minutes. Carter took the file from her to review, and Agent Hill elaborated. When the dragon bone fossil was stolen years ago, the thief didn't manage to take the entire fossil. To prevent another break-in, the museum's management decided to relocate the remaining fossils to a secure basement. The replica left on display is just for public viewing. Xia Luo didn't seem surprised. This was exactly what he'd expected. It was why they hadn't headed straight for the museum. Where exactly is the real dragon bone fossil kept? He asked. Agent Hill was about to answer, but Carter handed the file back to her. It's in the museum's basement. Carter then turned to Hill with a question. Has anyone else accessed this file recently? Hill thought for a moment. No one has asked for information on the dragon bone fossil aside from you. Carter frowned. Has anyone entered the records room lately? The key stays with me. No one. Oh, wait, Brock did come by to get something for me. Brock, Xia Luo's face tightened as he realized. Crossbones, real name, Brock Rumlow, one of Hydra's own. He's on the list, didn't you notice? Xia Luo murmured to Carter. Carter sighed. I knew, but he hadn't shown any signs of being compromised. He has now. Xia Luo shrugged. I'll head over right away. There's still a chance we're not too late. Carter nodded, her expression resolute. I'll bring backup as soon as I can. Justice may be late, but Spider-Man won't be. With that, Xia Luo turned and vaulted out of the records room, leaping down from the hallway with practiced ease. Whoosh! The rush of air whistled past as Xia Luo glided high above the streets in his signature red and blue suit, launching himself forward with a burst from his web-slinging slingshot. Boom! As evening settled in, passers-by craned their necks to watch Spider-Man streak through the sky, calling out in excitement. What's there to be surprised about? We've been seeing him almost every day lately. Yeah, guess he's done disappearing on us like he used to. New York Museum. Basement. Zzzz. In the darkened basement, a flash of red sparks illuminated the thick steel door as a jagged line glowed along the edges. With a final push, the door gave way, kicked open as Brock, fully armored and flanked by a team of agents in black, marched into the room. Click! The lights flicked on, revealing a fossilized dragon skeleton stretching out across the room, a giant relic nearly 15 meters long. Only half the dragon's skeleton remained. Its wings and tail were conspicuously missing. The moment the fossil came into view, the ninja at Brock's side began to chatter in an excited language he couldn't understand. Enough talking, we don't have much time, Brock growled. Probably exposed by now, so let's hurry up. One of the ninja nodded. Thank you, Brock-san, rest assured, Madame will honor her promise to you. Wasting no more words, the ninja team sprang into action. They closed in on the dragon fossil, hastily extracting vertebrae and other spinal bones, leaving the rest of the skeleton untouched. Only the spine held the secret to their anti-aging properties. As the minutes ticked by, the ninja worked quickly, but Xia Luo was quicker. Zzz. A streak of electricity flashed through the broken doorway, charging into the basement with blinding speed. What the? Before Brock could react, Xia Luo was already darting through the ninja ranks, a fast-moving bolt of electric energy. Bam, bam, bam. Ag. As agonized cries echoed through the room, Xia Luo braked to a halt, a cloth bag now firmly in his grasp. He gave it a casual toss, grinning. Thanks for collecting all the fossil pieces for me. Spider-Man. With the ninja scattered and groaning in pain, Brock's face contorted in anger as he instinctively stepped back. Damn bug you again, always ruining everything. Xia Luo slung the bag of fossils over his shoulder. Sorry, but I'm here to ruin more than just your day. He glanced at Brock. As Crossbones, Brock wasn't your usual grunt, but to avoid sending him to the revival gauntlet, Xia Luo decided he'd be better off, neutralized. A vegetable. Yes, that would do. Just as he moved to strike, Brock hurled something small and round in his direction. Xia Luo. Wait, a gene disruptor disguised as a pumpkin bomb. Boom. A burst of white light exploded, but a bright arc of electricity cut straight through it, and Xia Luo's silhouette emerged, sweeping past Brock in a blur. What? Brock's eyes widened in shock as his limbs began to lock up, his body stiffening as if frozen in time. How? Behind him, Xia Luo gave him a light shove, tipping Brock over. I keep telling you guys, a gene disruptor can't kill the invincible Spider-Man. With those words, Brock crumpled to the ground, twitching, frothing at the mouth, his eyes rolling back. Mission accomplished, time to go. Dusting his hands, Xia Luo left the basement, dragonbone bag in tow. It wasn't long before Carter and her team finally arrived on the scene. "Captain, looks like this was Spider-Man's work," Coulson noted, gesturing at a graffiti scrawl on the wall. "Are you okay, Spidey?" "I figured as much." Carter shook her head with a hint of exasperation. This guy was so childish. "Take everyone in, we're wrapping up here." "Captain, what about the museum's damages?" "That's on Nick Fury, he's the one responsible." As Carter turned to leave, Coulson couldn't help but sigh. "Still haven't found the time monolith," he muttered. Felicia's castle. In the castle's underground lab, the time monolith was recharging the dragonbone fossils. Only 8 fragments held any power. Once fully charged, Xia Luo secured 2 pieces to each leg. Zap. Instantly, he shot off like a rocket, zooming around the castle's perimeter in seconds. "Not bad. The speed might not match Quicksilver's, but at least it'll give me the edge against other speedsters. And with my full electric charge," he grinned, the invincible Spider-Man just got even more invincible. Removing the fossils, Xia Luo prepped them for installation in his suit. Felicia watched with a strained smile. "With this, it seems like no one will ever be able to kill you." "Yep, such a tragedy," Xia Luo sighed, dramatically placing a hand over his heart. "Being invincible is so lonely, Tilda." "That's terrible singing." Just then, Carter entered the room, her gaze fixed on Xia Luo. "There are still ways to kill you, actually. Try this out." She tossed him a short knife. Catching it, Xia Luo brushed his finger along the blade, wincing as it easily sliced through his suit's nanofiber and drew blood. "What is this?" "Remember those gene disruptors," Carter explained. "I extracted a bit of vibranium from them to enhance this blade's edge." Xia Luo chuckled, handing her the knife back as his finger quickly healed. "A bit of vibranium, not enough to kill me." Carter pocketed the knife. "Let's keep it that way." She then added, "Brock's condition has been confirmed. He's in a vegetative state, I'm guessing that was intentional." Xia Luo shrugged. "Not every day goes that smoothly. This one was pure luck." "Yes, luck favored Spider-Man," Carter said, her smile fading. "But with Brock exposed, Hydra's other operatives will be on guard. It'll be harder to catch them from here on out." Xia Luo pondered this. "Most of the other suspects hold positions higher than yours. You might not get another chance to test them. So I'll be stepping in. Time to bring them down. I have a feeling they're planning something catastrophic." "You're super sense again." "More or less. And if you're wrong." "No worries," Xia Luo grinned. "With Dr. Otto's neural scanner, I won't miss a beat, as long as you can tell me where to find them." "That I can manage." Carter pulled out her phone, preparing to call in her contacts. While she made arrangements, Xia Luo resumed honing his new super speed. Meanwhile, atop the Empire State Building, a clandestine meeting unfolds. "We're close to being exposed." "Impossible, they don't have proof." "Spider-Man doesn't need it. He has our names. Steve's death led to all this." Putting Steve in charge of Hydra was the biggest mistake we ever made. After Steve's death, someone erased all the Spider-Man files. Now we're vulnerable. Then we'll proceed with our plans." "Agreed. If we can't control the world, we'll destroy it and rebuild in our own image." Hail Hydra. Hail Hydra. Chapter 158. Outside, the flicker of red and blue passed by as Xia Luo swung into the room. The office looked like it had been ransacked, papers and furniture scattered everywhere, as if a robbery had just taken place. Seeing this, Xia Luo's heart sank. He was too late. "Carter Pierce has fled." "What?" On the other end, Carter's face hardened. "How is that possible? He's risen to defense secretary. This is Hydra's highest position in the system. For him to suddenly abandon it, there's something we're missing." Xia Luo nodded. "I have a bad feeling about this. It's like they anticipated our moves and withdrew early. For them to abandon all these years of infiltration, their next plan must be far beyond what we're expecting." Carter's face turned grim. Let's check on the other Hydra agents. Before she could finish, Agent Hill burst into her office, visibly distressed. Ma'am, it's terrible. Many agents are unresponsive. We can't reach them or their families. What? Carter's heart sank. She realized what this meant. These missing agents, they were all Hydra. How many agents have gone dark? She asked. Almost 2/3 of the agency. What? Carter was in complete shock. 2/3 of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. So S.H.I.E.L.D. had been Hydra territory all along. No, Snake Shield seemed more appropriate. If Hydra's leadership had just given the word, they could have flipped S.H.I.E.L.D. without resistance. What was Steve then? As Hydra's top leader, killed by Spider-Man in his own home, it was practically absurd. What made it even worse was that Hydra hadn't chosen to take over S.H.I.E.L.D. first before acting, but instead abandoned years of hard work for some unknown plan. And the unknown is terrifying. Carter's hands were trembling. She was afraid. Over the comms, Xia Luo heard Hill's report. He sprang out the window, pressing close to the sleek glass of the skyscraper. Looking out over the neon-lit city, he felt his arm hair rise. His body's natural sense of danger told him this time, even if he wasn't the target, he wouldn't escape unscathed. A global catastrophe all over again. He took a deep breath, calming his racing heart. Guess Spider-Man saving the world one more time wouldn't be so bad. With a faint smile, Xia Luo leapt from the building. Before long, he arrived in Hell's Kitchen. In Kingpin's mansion, Ben Parker and Aunt May stood on a high platform, passionately addressing their underground followers. With great power comes great responsibility. Today, we may be feared as an underground syndicate, but tomorrow, we can be the heroes of New York. Yes, maybe once we didn't have a choice, but now we do. We don't have to live like rats in the dark anymore. The crowd raised their fists, echoing the call. A better future. Long live Spider-Man. Hell's Kitchen forever. But after the rally, murmurs started. What a joke. Does he expect us to help old ladies cross the street? You think she'd pay us for that? Doubt it. I robbed that lady last week. Last time I beat up the kid from the corner store. Now I'm supposed to apologize? Retirement sounds good. Overhearing the grumbling from the rooftop, Xia Luo chuckled. Uncle Ben and Aunt May's careers as crime bosses are off to a rough start. Good luck. He swung off, returning to Bleecker Street, where he decided to make a fresh bottle of formula for Baby Kingpin. Baby Kingpin, seeing Xia Luo in his suit, looked puzzled and a bit suspicious. What's going on? He asked through the neural sensor. Not going to scheme against me again, are you? I've already told you everything I know. Don't do this, I'm scared. Xia Luo shrugged. Relax, I'm not scheming. I just figured I'd been a little too hard on you lately, so maybe it's time I made up for it. This only made Baby Kingpin even more alarmed. Something's not right, you must be up to something. Stop it, I'm just a baby, I'm harmless. Xia Luo stuffed the bottle in his mouth. I have a feeling I might not make it back this time, he said softly. Baby Kingpin's eyes widened. For you, isn't that pretty normal? Sure, but this time feels different. Raising his arm, Xia Luo could still see the goosebumps there, signaling something much more sinister lay ahead. I know what this is, it's your spidey sense, Baby Kingpin said. Xia Luo shook his head. No, it's something else, I've never felt like this. He placed Baby Kingpin on the sofa, propping him up. If you're lucky, you'll hang on until I come back. With that, Xia Luo put down a spare bottle and headed to the window. In the apartment next door, he spotted Mary Jane, bent over her desk, studying late into the night. He tapped on the window, startling her. Oh, Spider-Man. Seeing his masked face, Mary Jane held her hand to her chest. She opened the window. You nearly scared me to death. Xia Luo shrugged. Studying this late, you didn't used to try so hard. How would you know what I used to do? She asked suspiciously. Xia Luo told me. He really does talk too much, she muttered, then added, what else am I supposed to do? Xia Luo's getting better every day, Harry's a superhero now too, and me, I'm just a normal girl. I have to try harder if I want to keep up with my friends. Xia Luo clapped. You know, that's great to hear. Great for you. No, great for Xia Luo. Well, tonight you're acting a lot more sentimental than usual. Mary Jane leaned her chin on her hand. Everyone feels down sometimes. Even Spider-Man, I guess. Not me, Xia Luo shook his head. After a pause, he asked, if it were the end of the world, what's the one thing you'd want to do? The end of the world. Mary Jane raised a brow. You really are feeling down. She looked out the window in thought. I think I'd go back to being a kid, back when we didn't have to worry about. Wait, I didn't ask what you wished for. I asked what you'd do. Oh, well, that's not the same at all. You should have been clearer. I was perfectly clear. Well, if it were really the end, I guess I wouldn't do anything. Because if the world was ending, Xia Luo would protect me. You mean Xia Luo? Yes, I'm sure of it. Xia Luo fired a web and swung away into the night. Watching his retreating figure, Mary Jane's eyes narrowed, thoughtful. He's acting really weird. With a shake of her head, she returned to her script. Maybe she couldn't become a top scientist, but she could still become a famous stage actress. That was the plan anyway. Before long, Xia Luo landed on the castle rooftop. Hey, you alone out here, he called down to Harry in the courtyard. Harry looked up from his bottle of whiskey. The red and blue figure shimmered in the moonlight, reflecting a metallic sheen. Spider-Man, care to join me for a drink? He asked with a grin, raising his glass. Xia Luo nodded, swinging down to grab the offered glass. Actually, I only drink juice. Juice? Harry blinked. Tell me you don't drink alcohol. Maybe. Xia Luo shot out a web and fashioned a hammock midair, sprawling out comfortably with his hands behind his head as he gazed up at the stars. I think I'll sleep here tonight. You're welcome to, Harry replied, downing his drink and then lying back on the grass himself. He clasped his hands behind his head, looking up at the same stars. Feels like old times, he murmured. What does? Harry laughed. Back in the day, whenever school was out, Xia Luo would come over and hang out. Are you sure he was here to hang out? Okay, fine. He was mostly here to raid the fridge. Most of the imported food was devoured by him. After a pause, Harry noticed Xia Luo hadn't replied. Turning his head, he found Xia Luo already fast asleep. Harry chuckled. Right, nobody wakes a sleeping Spider-Man. Then he shut his eyes, dozing off on the grass. Soon, the old butler appeared, gently draping blankets over both of them. Looking at the slumbering Spider-Man in the web hammock and Harry on the grass below, a smile wrinkled his face. Just like old times, they're still kids at heart. He cast a glance toward the castle, and for a moment, he could almost see Norman's shadow there. John, let them be. Get some rest. Staying up late is bad for your health. Sir, you should rest too. No, it's different for me. I'm staying up for Harry's future. Then, sir, I am too, for both of your futures. We both have a bright future, I'm sure of it. But in the butler's blurred eyes, Norman's shadow was fading away. Our future, he whispered, his eyes glistening with tears. Silently, he approached Xia Luo, turning his back to him. He lifted his collar at the nape of his neck, where a red marking glinted faintly under the moonlight. It was Hydra's emblem. Spider-Man, if you can see this, find Dr. Otto. Maybe there's still time. With that, the old butler adjusted his collar and walked away, his steps heavy. In the hammock, Xia Luo's half-closed eyes flashed a soft blue. He sat up, watching the butler's retreating figure with a sigh. Thank you, Mr. John. Chirp, chirp. The arc spider crawled up his chest, emitting a small surge of blue light that tore through the night. The dark before dawn. On the coast, a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were adjusting the devices around them. Power stabilized. Tritium levels calibrated. Prepare to output energy. A faint golden light pulsed to life, expanding rapidly within the dust-filled room. The light pierced through the window, casting a glow across the night. Dr. Otto Octavius stirred, finally waking from his sleep. What happened? He murmured, blinking to find his wife Rose arranging surgical tools nearby. You're awake. Rose's smile was gentle as she wrung out a blood-stained towel, the sharp scent of iron filling the room. She seemed utterly unbothered by it, as though it was routine by now. Softly, she dabbed the cloth against Otto's face, wiping away stray specks of blood. How are you feeling? She asked, I feel fine, but what happened? Otto struggled to sit up, confusion clouding his gaze. Rose smiled serenely. I implanted something remarkable. It'll help you control your mechanical arms better and fulfill our dream. Our dream? The mechanical arms on Otto's back twitched, their red lights flickering. In that moment, Otto looked through his mechanical limbs and saw it, the little sun slowly rising. It was his artificial sun. What, how is it? Otto's eyes widened. Rose stroked his face gently. Relax, no one stole your research. They've simply helped make your dream a reality. She glanced toward the glowing light in the lobby. Maybe we don't have much of an audience here tonight, but I know you'll be pleased. As we speak, identical experiments are happening all over the world. By tomorrow, Otto, you'll go down in history as the world's most celebrated scientist. Identical experiments. Otto's eyes widened. No, you can't. I realized from the last test that the tritium values still need precise adjustments. If you do this now, you'll ruin everything, you'll destroy the world. He tried to rise and intervene, but Rose held him tightly. No, my love, don't. We can't stop it now. Her eyes were pleading. The instability of the artificial sun is exactly why they decided to initiate this plan. What does that mean? Otto stammered. With a sigh, Rose turned and pulled down her collar, revealing the Hydra emblem on her neck. You understand, don't you? I'm not just your wife, I'm also part of Hydra. This was always their plan. To keep you alive, I had to share your research with them. She clasped Otto's hands, her voice almost a prayer. Please, don't try to stop them. The black holes created by the unstable sun will wipe out military bases worldwide. What nuclear weapons can achieve, this flawed artificial sun will. Hydra will rise from the ashes of the apocalypse. No one, not even Spider-Man, can stop this. You're insane. Otto's body was trembling uncontrollably. Black holes consume everything, don't you know that? But they can't consume their ambition. As that voice cut through the room, blue electricity surged, a streak of light flashing between them as Xia Luo raced toward the artificial sun. Dr. Otto, you must stop them. Your experiment was meant to improve the world, not to aid in its destruction. Chapter 159. The Hydra agents around him had no time to react. No, Rose cried as a flash of silver streaked forward to intercept him. Crackle, bam, bam, bam. Electric sparks exploded as Xia Luo and the silver blur clashed in midair. Each time he tried to approach the power source, the silver figure intercepted him, forcing Xia Luo to shift tactics and target the antennas. Boom! But before he could connect, a thick blood-red mist spread through the air. 4 metallic tentacles whipped out, extending from a bloody spine on Dr. Octavius's back, wrapping Xia Luo in a cloud of red haze. What the? Caught in the mist, sparks erupted from Xia Luo's nanomaterial armor, forcing him to dodge. Firing a web, he swung onto a steel beam near the ceiling, watching as the tentacles retracted, embedding themselves into the spine at Octavius's back. The black spine of Hydra. Rose had transplanted one of Hydra's infamous black spines into Otto. There was a 4th spine after all. Across the room, the silver blur slowed to reveal a young man with silvery hair clad in a light blue suit. Pietro Django Maximoff, Quicksilver, twin brother of the Scarlet Witch, or maybe her older brother. Trouble just doubled. Quicksilver's speed clearly exceeded his own, Xia Luo thought grimly. Clack, clack, clack. The mechanical tentacles swayed menacingly as Dr. Octavius positioned himself protectively in front of the artificial sun. With a slight wince, he reached out a tentacle to retrieve a pair of sunglasses from a nearby shelf. As he put them on, he looked every bit the ruthless Doc Ock from Xia Luo's memories. Spider-Man, out of respect for Xia Luo, I'm giving you a chance to leave if you don't. I won't hesitate to turn you into fuel for the sun. Xia Luo drew in a deep breath. Your wife is with Hydra, she's destroying you. No, she saved me. Dr. Octavius's voice trembled with emotion. And I'll do the same for her. A husband and wife are meant to save each other, and I've chosen to believe her. Hearing this, Xia Luo knew there was no use arguing. ZZZT. With a burst of blue electricity, Xia Luo launched forward. prompting Pietro to smirk and pick his nose dismissively before transforming back into a silver blur and intercepting him. Splat! Blue webs exploded, veiling Pietro mid-lunge and knocking him off course. Damn it, the young mutant struggled, clawing at the webs to free himself. Meanwhile, Dr. Octavius roared, the red lights in his tentacles pulsing as they zeroed in on Xia Luo. Crunch! The tentacles slammed him against the wall, pinning his limbs firmly in place. Spider-Man, you can't hide from us. Octavius's smile grew darker as blood-red tentacles erupted from his back. Each was lined with monstrous eyes, twitching and hungry. Without a word, Xia Luo activated his own 4 mechanical limbs. Clang clang. Their mechanical arms clashed in a fierce exchange, with sparks and metal flying. But Octavius's tentacles held firm while Xia Luo's bent under the strain. It's useless, Spider-Man. These tentacles are reinforced with vibranium, Hydra's second gift to my husband. There's no way your strength can break them. Rose stepped up beside her husband, her familiar smile making Otto's heart swell with affection. Son of a, Xia Luo growled in frustration. So having money makes you invincible. Chirp chirp. The arc spider scampered off his chest, and Xia Luo's mystic spider climbed up his arm, its mandibles glowing with eldritch energy. Chomp! As it bit down, a surge of magic flooded into Xia Luo's body. Whir! With his muscles swelling and his eyes glowing a venomous red, he activated venom mode. Boom! With over 100 tons of force, he flexed, making Otto's tentacles quiver. Now, Rose shouted. Pietro, freed from the webs, dashed back into the fray, colliding with Xia Luo at lightning speed. Whams whams wham! Silver light flashed, shards of nanomaterial flying, but Xia Luo's now purple veins pulsed as he withstood the brutal impacts. Fast but not strong enough. With a smirk, Xia Luo's chest emblem, a spider totem, expanded outward. Explode! Kaboom! A massive spider-shaped blast erupted, sending debris flying. Octavius immediately shielded Rose with his body, while Pietro flitted through the wreckage, his speed barely protecting him from the sharp debris. Cracked! The lab equipment toppled as sparks flew from the power source. The artificial sun fluctuated but remained stable behind its reinforced shield. Whoosh! Out of the magic-induced explosion, Xia Luo shot up. Boom! He burst through the ceiling, only to see the debris suspended in midair, reassembling into a steel and concrete cage around him. What? Xia Luo's eyes widened. Magneto. No way, this isn't the revival tournament. Crack! As the cage formed around him, Xia Luo detonated his second spider totem. Kaboom! With a flash of magic, the cage shattered, allowing him to swing into the open sky. Below, the lab glowed with the fierce light of the artificial sun. Hovering above, Xia Luo noticed a black-clad woman holding a cane at the edge of the hole in the ceiling. Relief washed over him. It wasn't Magneto. Still, the situation wasn't much better. Oh, Madame Gao, missed your chance for a sneak attack. It seems your hand won't be getting that partnership with us. A familiar snake-like figure appeared beside her, sending a shiver down Xia Luo's spine. Madame Viper. This world's Madame Viper just great, he muttered to himself. Gao frowned at Viper. Your toxin didn't work on him, that's why we lost the advantage. With a sly smile, Madame Viper waved her hand dismissively. Relax, we're just getting started. She glanced at Xia Luo and confidently held up 3 fingers. Counting down. 1, 2, 3. Xia Luo tilted his head in confusion. She repeated, 1, 2, 3. Are you counting sheep? Xia Luo asked, feigning a yawn. Sorry, but you're not putting me to sleep. Viper's face twisted in annoyance. That's impossible, my toxin took years to perfect. How could it not work? Gao sneered, is this your grand plan, Madame Viper? With a flick of her wrist, she levitated several chunks of debris. Boom! She hurled them at Xia Luo, but he ensnared each in webs, swinging them back in her direction. Gao deflected them with a hidden sword inside her cane, slicing through the webbed projectiles. Nice moves, Xia Luo applauded, then peeked through the hole in the ceiling, spotting Pietro below. At least the guy couldn't fly, that was one less worry. But with Quicksilver present, where was Wanda? If her chaos magic awakened, he'd be in serious trouble. Xia Luo scanned the area, but saw no sign of her. Meanwhile, from below, Octavius's mechanical arm emerged, eyeing Gao and Viper. "Who's in charge of Hydra here?" he demanded. Madame Viper's eyes glinted. "Why do you ask?" Green venom glistened on her fingertips, ready to strike if Octavius made a move. Taking a deep breath, Octavius said, "My wife's completed her task. She deserves to live. Of course, once this is over, she'll receive greater resources and our full support. You'll both have a better life than before." Viper's smooth reply clearly eased Octavius's tension. "Good. Now, as for Spider-Man," Octavius's gaze locked onto Xia Luo with a sinister glint. "Poor little bug, you brought this on yourself. When you're gone, Xia Luo may lose a friend, but he'll gain a true mentor. Together, he and I will be the brightest minds in science." His voice dropped to a menacing whisper. "So Spider-Man die." Octavius roared as a massive blood-red mist coalesced behind him, forming an ominous octopus-like apparition that radiated a deadly aura, pushing even Viper and Gao back in shock. "What the?" Ophelia's astonishment soon turned into delight. "Incredible, Otto's compatibility with Hydra's power is beyond belief. This is true Hydra strength. Steve and Bucky are nothing in comparison." Madame Gao's lined face seemed to tremble in awe. As expected of Hydra's might, this is truly something else. Otto's mechanical arms deepened into a sinister shade of blood red, their joints snapping and extending by hundreds of feet, the blood hue distorting the air around them, all aimed squarely at Xia Luo. Xia Luo didn't back down. Just as the magical spider totem on his chest started to glow again, a flash of crimson energy surged up from below. "Damn!" Frowning, Xia Luo halted the totem's charge as his arc spider scurried up his body. Zzzzt. Electric arcs crackled as he dove downward, and Otto's mechanical arm clashed with the scarlet energy, unleashing a red storm in the air. "Wanda, your target is Spider-Man," Ophelia commanded. Wrapped in crimson energy, the figure followed, pursuing Xia Luo relentlessly. Boom! At that moment, a volley of mini-missiles shot through the sky, with fiery explosions trailing in their wake. Kaboom! The blast and debris held back Wanda's scarlet energy, allowing Xia Luo to zip toward the artificial sun, where he clashed once more with Pietro. Before long, the scene was punctuated by the arrival of a gleaming, red and gold suit of armor. "Hey, am I late for the party?" Tony's voice crackled over the speaker, a smirk clear in his tone. Overhead, a helicopter's blades whirred as it approached. Inside, Carter led a small team, including Harry, to the scene. "I'll assist Spider-Man. You all stay on the ground and keep an eye on the others." With that, Carter secured the dragon bone fragments to her legs. Bzzzt boom. In a split second, Carter shot into the fray like a cannonball. Clang! Amidst the blue electric arcs and flashes of golden light, Pietro was unprepared for Carter's shield strike, slamming him into a wall. Catch! Without missing a beat, Carter tossed 2 pieces of the dragon bone fragments to Xia Luo. Got it! Xia Luo leapt to grab the fragments, fastening them to his legs. In that moment, the blue electricity fused with a radiant gold, enveloping him in a unique aura. Bzzzt. Before Pietro could rush in again, Xia Luo dodged, transforming into a faint streak of lightning that weaved through the ranks of dazed Hydra agents. Zzzzt. In an instant, the electric arc and silver streak froze, Pietro staring down the barrel of Xia Luo's handgun. "So Pietro, think this can take you out?" Xia Luo asked, twirling the weapon in his grip. Pietro raised his hands with a forced smile. "I could dodge a bullet easily, but for some reason, something about you feels genuinely dangerous. Wanna test that? Or I'll pass." Whoosh! In a blur of blue, Pietro vanished, satisfied that he'd fulfilled his mission. As he disappeared, Xia Luo tossed the gun aside. "Good choice, I forgive you." Bzzzt. Electricity arced through Xia Luo once again as he sprinted around the machine, finally disabling the shield protecting the artificial sun. Its glow dimmed momentarily before flaring brightly. Boom! A wave of searing heat pulsed out. Xia Luo's arc wrapped around Rose, whisking her away from the flames. Rose! Otto, distracted from the Avengers, made a frantic move to reach her, only to see that she was safely in Xia Luo's grip. "Release my wife, Spider-Man," he bellowed. "Release her." Xia Luo glanced at Rose, then tightened his grip on her throat with a smirk. "Thanks for the suggestion, Dr. Octavius. Now listen up, I'm calling the shots." "You're a coward, Spider-Man," Rose spat. "Apologies, can't help it that your husband is an evil genius," Xia Luo shrugged. Rose glared speechless. With Rose in his grasp, Otto dared not attack recklessly. Suddenly, Carter tossed the temporal tablet into the lobby. Hummum! Golden light radiated from it, absorbing the sun's unstable energy, quelling the spread of heat in the lobby. A tense standoff ensued. Tony's expression grew grim. "We should probably handle the artificial sun first if it goes full black hole. None of us are getting out," he said to Ophelia. She laughed, entirely unfazed. "It's just an artificial sun. At worst, it'll devour all of New York, not the whole world." Tony. That was not the answer he wanted. "Speaking of which, Stark, since we're all here, there's someone I'd like you to meet. You'll remember her, I'm sure." Ophelia activated a nearby screen, revealing a blood-red skull. "Dearest Stark, remember me." The voice was smooth, mature, and unsettlingly familiar. As her flesh and sinew twitched, the face on screen morphed into a disturbingly alluring face. Seeing it, Tony visibly recoiled. It took him back to that night. A woman, desperate to buy his weapons to eliminate Spider-Man, had offered herself in exchange. The experience had been unforgettable. But this... No way, that woman couldn't be this sickening creature. His face drained of color, gagging as he stumbled back. Xia Luo, equally disgusted, made a face. So in this universe, Red Skull was a woman. She had work done. And Tony had actually with her. Wow, desperation really did some things to a man. But at last, he had a way to leverage Tony. He could finally use this against him. Perfect, he was going to reclaim the web patent. And he was going to be rich. Chapter 160. Has what? Xia Luo feigned ignorance. Let's just say he has unique tastes. As soon as he finished speaking, Harry's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the ground. Xia Luo. One by one, Carter and the others also buckled, sinking to the ground with labored breaths, beads of cold sweat dotting their foreheads. I can't breathe. Carter's face turned pale. Natasha struggled to hold herself up, feeling weaker than she ever had before. "We've been had," she muttered, grimacing. Clint's bow slipped from his hands, and he half knelt on the ground, his gaze locked on Ophelia across from him. "It's her, she did this." "Did what?" Tony frowned as the holographic display in his helmet flickered. "Sir, unknown virus detected. Systems shutting down." "What?" The moment his suit shut down, Tony suddenly felt the full weight of the armor, rendering him immobile. Without the assistance of the suit's internal systems, his own strength couldn't even begin to maneuver it. As his allies faltered, Xia Luo clutched his head and slumped to the floor. "Oh, my head is spinning. Could someone bring me 2 glasses of fresh juice, preferably freshly squeezed?" Watching this unfold, Ophelia chuckled softly behind her hand. Well, how could you not tell I was stalling to release a toxin? For all your bluster, Avengers, you're nothing more than fools. What an embarrassment." Tony gritted his teeth. "What kind of toxin could bypass my suit systems? That's impossible." "Oh, it's very possible." Ophelia smirked. "The virus that infiltrated your suit wasn't my doing." She tapped on a virtual console, and the screen lit up with the sinister visage of Red Skull, her eyes glinting an eerie green as lines of code flashed. "She's an AI," Tony's face turned ashen. Ophelia sneered. This was only a minor favor from Dr. Zola. Remember that in hell, Avengers, gossip won't do you any good. Pietro instinctively shuffled a little further from Ophelia, leaning toward Wanda. "Did you hear that? Time to swear off gossip, he whispered. Wanda flipped her auburn hair and rolled her eyes. Mind your own business. I'm your brother, of course I'll mind your business. You're older by half a minute at most. It still counts. Oh wait, what's this? Pietro glanced down to find fine, nearly invisible webs tangled around his legs. Is this? Wanda's eyes widened. It's a trap. Pietro, move. In an instant, Xia Luo yanked on the glittering webbing. Thrum. The webbing tightened instantly, enclosing Pietro and the others in an intricate snare. Slash slash. Alug. No. Cries of pain rang out as blood sprayed, only for scarlet energy to explode around them, sending tendrils of bloody mist swirling. Damn it, Spider-Man wasn't affected by the poison at all. Madame Gao hacked away at the webbing with her sword staff, rolling clumsily to the side. Her black robe was shredded and soaked in blood from the web's sharp edges. Thankfully, her telekinesis had slowed the webs enough to prevent a worse fate. Nearby, Ophelia's severed head rolled across the ground, her face still wearing a smug smile, even in death. Across the field, Wanda tended to Pietro, who was clutching his severely injured leg. Are you all right? Scarlet energy flowed from her hands, trying to staunch the bleeding, but the wound was too deep, blood still gushing from the bone-deep gash. Healing wasn't her forte. Seeing Pietro's face grow paler, Wanda was left with no choice. She forced the wound closed with her magic, knowing full well it would cause him excruciating pain. Arg, easy, Wanda, I feel like I'm dying. Blood lost is that, Wanda replied coldly. Sweat beaded on Pietro's forehead. Here I am, on death's door, and you don't even look worried. No more pink princess dresses for you. Shut it, and don't you dare tell anyone about this, Wanda gritted out. Pietro pressed his lips together, nodding emphatically. Meanwhile, Otto Octavius seemed untouched, his mechanical arms completely unharmed by the webs. Rose, however, had a slight scratch on her arm, which sent Otto into a rage. You damned insect, I'll tear you apart. Xia Luo scratched his head. You scratched her with your own arm, how's that my fault? Otto. He looked at Rose. She nodded. You did get a bit overzealous. Otto. I don't care, I'm going to shred this bug. Embarrassed, his eyes reddened as the blood-red mist around him thickened, his mechanical arms lashing out. The air grew oppressive as the colossal phantom of Hydra's sigil loomed once more, clawing at the ground in its bloodthirsty fury. Xia Luo's eyes narrowed at the horrifying display. Oh boy, you're supposed to be a mentor, Otto. Right now, you're failing. Xia Luo fired a web, slinging Harry and the others to safety on a nearby patch of grass. Then, he launched himself skyward in an electric arc. Biziziza. Hummim. High above, the electricity spiraled around him. Electric spiral strike. Zap boom. A massive electric drill spun downward, crashing against Otto's vibrating vibranium arms as he formed a protective shield around Rose. Crackle. Hummim. Sparks flew, electricity flaring wildly, but Otto's vibranium-augmented arms held strong. Ha, insect die. Otto's expression twisted in rage as the Hydra sigil behind him reared up, forming colossal, 100-foot-long blood-red tendrils, each eye on their suctions glinting ominously. All at once, the eyes fired a barrage of red lasers, aiming to turn Xia Luo into Swiss cheese. Oh, what, really? Taking, if looks could kill, a little too literally here. Xia Luo flipped and dodged, a stream of lasers hot on his trail. He veered toward Wanda and Pietro's position, the lasers following suit. What the? Wanda's face went pale. Scarlet energy flared from her hands to shield against the onslaught. Pow pow pow. Boom. The ensuing blast threw Wanda and Pietro off their feet, clearly outmatched by Otto's power. Pietro was sent hurtling toward the artificial sun. No, Pietro. In horror, Wanda lunged forward, but she was too late. Biziziza. A blue flash appeared, whisking Pietro out of midair. Hey, here's your brother, Xia Luo said, holding Pietro as he returned to the war-torn battlefield. Wanda heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Spider-Man. Don't mention it, he's my hostage, you know the drill. Xia Luo promptly tossed Pietro over to Carter. Wanda. Carter took a deep breath, forcing herself to her feet and steadying Pietro with her shield. Ophelia's toxin, potent as it was, didn't seem designed to kill them outright, and her recovery was almost complete. Seeing this, Wanda exhaled sharply and unleashed a scarlet blast at Otto. You dare turn on Hydra, child. Otto was furious, effortlessly swatting aside the crimson energy with a single tendril. Rose, now behind him, whispered, "Focus on the task. The temporal tablet is still drawing energy from the artificial sun. We can't let it keep absorbing power." Understood. Otto had absolute trust in his wife. Immediately, his mechanical arms lashed out, ignoring Xia Luo and Wanda's attacks as they shot toward the artificial sun. Seeing this, Xia Luo knew he had no choice but to try something new. Squeak, squeak. Arc Spider bit down on Xia Luo's wrist, and waves of red and blue magic surged through his veins, fusing with the electric energy around him. Boom! With the power from both of his miniature spiders, Xia Luo was faster and stronger than ever before. But the energy coursing through him was chaotic, each force clashing against the other, threatening to tear him apart. But he didn't have time to care. Against Otto Octavius, bolstered by the power of Hydra, he couldn't afford any slip-ups. Venom mode, 100 kill points, 100% critical rate. Pretty witch, give me a boost. He shouted, transforming into a magical arc of lightning as he charged straight for Otto. Wanda didn't hesitate. Her hands flared up with brilliant scarlet energy, adding a surge that propelled his electric arc forward like a rocket. Boom! In an instant, Xia Luo's magic-infused electric form became a second artificial sun, blindingly bright with streaks of red and blue that flared even brighter than the lab's reactor core. With every ounce of power concentrated, the electrified figure tore across the field, scarring the ground with a massive trench as it barreled straight at Otto. Focused on the temporal tablet, Otto held his vibranium claws steady under the crushing heat from the artificial sun. But as the magical arc charged forward, Otto's face tightened. Rose, get back. Without looking back, he spread his arms wide, summoning a sea of blood-red tendrils from the Hydra shadow coiled at his back. Gahaha. In that moment, an evil laughter echoed through the void around them. A haunting, otherworldly sound, as if summoned from the depths of hell or an eldritch dimension. Die, Otto roared, and the Hydra phantom shot its tendrils forward, surrounding the magical lightning. Buzz, boom. The ground quaked, blood-red tendrils crashed against the earth, and the arc of red and blue magic burst apart as a tidal wave of darkness surged over it. The shockwave radiated outwards, destabilizing the reactor further, and once more it ballooned with energy, pulling everything around it in as it collapsed inward, only to expand yet again. It's going to implode, Carter yelled, pulling out her web shooter and anchoring a line from Harry and the others to a nearby tree. Boom! The artificial sun's gravity intensified, tearing the mansion apart piece by piece, dragging every fragment into its core to be consumed and melted. Meanwhile, Carter and the others, caught in the pull, began to lift from the ground. What do we do? I don't even have the strength to struggle, Natasha shouted. Clint Pale glanced over at her. Then how are you shouting so loud? What? Tilda can't Tilda hear Tilda you. Buffeted by the fierce winds, the group swayed like leaves in a storm, held back only by the single webline keeping them from the sun's grip. Nearby, Otto's final assault had left a trench stretching hundreds of meters, at the end of which lay Xia Luo, his suit in tatters, the once glowing spider emblems on his chest fading one by one. 1, 2, 3. With the fifth emblem's light extinguished, his suit finally disintegrated, leaving only a fractured mask to cover his face. Yet with the sixth emblem's flare, Xia Luo felt a resurgence of strength, finally shaking free from the darkness. Otto, panting and drained, still had a thin layer of blood mist surrounding him, enough to press on. Pathetic bug, I've won, Otto cackled, his grin twisted as Xia Luo struggled to his feet. Slowly, Xia Luo raised a trembling hand, his fingers brushing his mask. Dr. Octavius, if Spider-Man can't stop you, then maybe. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. If that doesn't work, then I'll do what I have to. He knew he couldn't defeat this Hydra-infused Otto, but mutual destruction was still within reach. It would mean losing a friend. Someone who once wanted to share the Nobel Prize with him. And it would mean gaining a formidable enemy if he were ever resurrected. He'd hold off if there was another way. Otto sneered. What's this, Bug? Do you have something to say? I think. Before Xia Luo could finish, a piercing scream cut through the air. No, Otto, help me. Rose's terrified voice rang out. What? Otto spun around, only to see Madame Gao gripping Rose's throat, her aged face cold and ruthless. Hand over the temporal tablet, she demanded. The tablet will be yours. Just let Rose go, Otto replied, his tendrils reaching for the tablet. As soon as Madame Gao laid eyes on it, her face twisted in greedy anticipation. This was why she'd partnered with Hydra. The temporal tablet had always been her goal. With the Hydra Queen dead and Otto weakened, this was her best chance. The Hydra might have wanted the tablet, but she wanted it more. Hydra needs the tablet too. Are you sure you want to do this? She asked, smirking. Otto clenched his jaw. I don't care, I just want Rose back. Good, we'll exchange on 3. Fine. 1, 2, 3. In a single movement, Otto hurled the tablet at Madame Gao, who promptly tossed Rose toward the artificial sun. No. Rose. Otto's eyes went wide with horror as his mechanical arm shot forward to catch her, but the reactor's magnetic pull wrenched her out of reach, his claws grasping at empty air. He'd lost her. Otto's face contorted with shock and despair as he realized he'd failed to save her. Meanwhile, the gravitational surge snapped Carter's webline, tearing her and the others free from their anchor. Pietro, Wanda extended her scarlet magic, trying to stop them, but she could barely hold herself back, let alone pull her brother to safety. As she watched her only family be pulled towards the reactor's core, a lone figure shot forward into the maelstrom, racing past them toward the heart of the sun. In his wake, a lattice of spatial webs stretched out, intercepting the tumbling heroes and holding them back. Spider-Man! Spider-Man! From the webs, the others shouted his name in surprise. Really? Even now you're calling out your own name, Carter said, shaking her head. Sorry, just one last time. A single webline held him steady as he glanced over at the unconscious Harry and finally at Carter. This time, Spider-Man couldn't save the world. What? Carter's eyes widened as realization dawned. Xia Luo shook his head. Conducting the same experiment across the globe, and Hydra's close to success. I've got to try something risky. Is this really your plan? Carter clenched her fists. I'll go with you. No, I need you here to handle the aftermath. This time, it's all on me. Xia Luo loosened his grip on the line, looking at her one last time. This is a one-shot deal, a straight run to the end. There's no margin for error. If I fail, Hydra's victory would spell global chaos. A world in which no one, not heroes, not even civilians, could be guaranteed survival. Even Spider-Man couldn't stand alone against a world plunged into darkness. Without interference, each reactor would be unstable in less than 24 hours. One shot, no resets. In this resurrection cycle, he had to succeed and unravel Hydra's scheme. He wasn't confident, but he'd give it his all. As the wind whipped around them, Xia Luo's mouth moved silently, lost in the storm. But Carter knew what he'd said. The spider emblem on Xia Luo's chest flared one last time, a powerful blast that pushed the reactor towards the ocean. He vanished into the fiery orb as it descended. The blast wave sent Carter and the others flying from the webbing, freeing them from the sun's gravitational grip. He sacrificed himself. Wanda clutched Pietro, staring at the reactor sinking into the sea, awestruck. Pietro, holding his bleeding leg, muttered, "So that's Spider-Man's spirit." He shook his head, his expression a mix of confusion and admiration. "I don't get it. Why did he save me? I'm his enemy." Wanda shook her head. Maybe he's just different. Maybe he's an actual hero. Nearby, Otto held Rose close. "Spider-Man saved me," Rose said, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Otto sighed. I think I misjudged him. I'm sorry." Do you think he'll survive? Rose asked. Otto hesitated. The artificial sun would vaporize him completely. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. They stood on the shoreline, watching the water settle as the sea cooled, none willing to continue the battle. After an unmeasured silence, Carter's communicator crackled to life. She blinked, snapping back to reality. This is Carter. Captain, there's something serious. Agent Hill's voice was strained, her tone unsettled. Did you know Spider-Man was Xia Luo Parker? What? Carter was stunned. How did you find out about this? Agent Hill's voice came through, tense and hurried. The Daily Bugle just broadcasted it across the entire city. Xia Luo Parker is Spider-Man. Everybody knows now. What? Frantically, Carter pulled out her phone, only to see the flashing headline. Spider-Man exposed as public menace. New York's biggest pest is Xia Luo Parker, just a regular kid from Empire State University. In the video clip, J. Jonah Jameson, cigar in hand, leaned forward with a scowl. From now on, every single person Spider-Man has ever wronged will be out for Xia Luo Parker's blood. This kid is done for. No way. Xia Luo Parker is Spider-Man, that bug. Otto Octavius froze, completely taken aback. Everyone was speechless, the weight of the revelation settling over them like a dark cloud. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind Carter. Carter, to your left. Hi. She turned, and her eyes widened as she saw an elderly Steve Rogers, shield in hand, sprinting toward her. No time to explain, get to Spider-Man's family, save them before it's too late, he shouted urgently. Carter blinked in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Seems like this resurrection round could be interesting, not as messy as the last one. Chapter 161. You have received an invitation to the resurrection match. You have entered the resurrection match scenario. Scene, Spider-Man's Central Universe. Mission 1, join Hydra, help Hydra conquer the world. Reward, 1 resurrection token. Mission 2, join Spider-Man's team, help Spider-Man defeat Hydra. Reward, 1 resurrection token. Bonus rewards, choose one. Hydra's friendship / Spider-Man's friendship. Participants, Xia Luo Parker, Wade Winston Wilson, Logan Howlett, Professor X, Steve Rogers X2, Bucky Barnes, Ophelia Sarkisian X2, Norman Osborn, Peter Parker X4, Sinister Six, Black Order, TDK, Max Dillon, Loki. Participants may choose their alliance freely. Participants are eliminated upon death, before mission completion. Number of restarts, 45. Mission begins in 30 seconds. Mission ends in 24 hours. On top of the Empire State Building, Xia Luo glanced up at the glaring sun. It's daytime, which means this match is going to be different from the last, not that it ever really stays the same, he muttered. He did a quick head count. 27 competitors, including heavy hitters like Deadpool, Wolverine, and Professor X. Xia Luo nodded to himself, accepting that it made sense for Wolverine and Professor X to be here, but Deadpool. How did that guy die? Xia Luo scratched his head. Then there was Spider-Man's Central Universe. Which Spider-Man's universe was this supposed to be? Judging from the mission hint, it seemed the crisis in this world was similar to the one facing his own. That meant it might give him a chance to solve his world's crisis. Lost in thought, he stood by the antenna tower, waiting for the older Steve Rogers to show up, just as they'd agreed. But before Steve could arrive, Xia Luo's nanosuit communicator buzzed. Entering the resurrection match had automatically refreshed his nanosuit. What? Xia Luo frowned. Who could contact me in another universe, had some channel crossed over by mistake. He tapped the device, and a familiar voice came through. Xia Luo, can you hear me? Carter, Xia Luo blinked. You get here? Wait, your name wasn't on the competitor list. I didn't die, and I didn't join the resurrection match. I'm still in our world. Carter paused. To be exact, the resurrection match has descended upon our world. You understand, don't you? What? All at once, the tension he'd built up dissolved. That meant he didn't need a perfect score to clear the match in one go. He could use his 45 restarts to manage the crisis without worry. So much for high difficulty mode. Guess they're not giving me the option. Xia Luo felt more than a little put out. But Carter's next words sent a chill through him. One more thing, your identity's been exposed, everyone knows. Xia Luo took a deep breath. Got it, where are you? We're on our way to Blake Street. Your enemy's first targets will be your family. Understood. He hung up and summoned his electro-spider drone. Looked like this resurrection match wasn't going to be easy after all. He needed to complete the mission to gain the resurrection token, but he also had to neutralize the repercussions of his identity being exposed. The last thing he wanted was to return to a world filled with rabid fans, and even worse, vicious enemies who wanted to hurt him or the people he cared about. A blue arc flashed through the air, surging through the skyscrapers with a rippling shockwave in its wake. Whoosh! Wind whipped through the streets below, causing skirts to flutter and leaving a chorus of shrieks in its wake. Aza! Through the commotion, a grizzled man pushing a wheelchair trudged down the street, his gaze unwavering. He had no interest in the views along the way. With furrowed brows, he was mulling over the meaning of this so-called resurrection match. The frail old man in the wheelchair gestured for him to stop. In that moment, the two came to a halt beside a shop's window display, and the old man, seeing their reflection, gave a faint smile. "Can you see it?" he asked. The man nodded, looking at his own reflection in the glass. He raised a hand to touch his rugged, stubbled face. "I can see it, I should probably shave." The old man chuckled, "You know what I meant." The man's gaze grew distant, a flicker of his long-buried ferocity and pride glinting in his eyes, before it dulled once more. "What can I do now?" He held up his scarred fists, shaking his head. "I can't do anything." The old man gazed at his companion in the glass, his smile never wavering. "I know everything about you, and in this world, miracles do exist." The man remained silent for a moment. At last he spoke, "Eternal life is a curse, I don't want to keep going." "But what about Laura? She's under that same curse, you know, she'll struggle, especially alone." The mention of her name made the man's hands tremble. I heard her call me Dad at the very end." For a fleeting moment, his hardened face softened, a rare, barely there smile crossing his features. Seeing this, the old man's own smile grew satisfied. "So, has Wolverine come home?" "He has." In the reflection, their eyes met, both of them having silently come to a decision. They turned toward the massive screen across the street, which displayed two faces, half Xia Luo's, half Spider-Man's. "Spider-Man is Xia Luo PRKR." Scanning the words running across the screen, Logan narrowed his eyes. "Do we join Spider-Man's side? Looks like he's in a tight spot." Professor X nodded. "Even to earn the resurrection, we must side with justice." "Is he a mutant?" Logan asked, his curiosity piqued. Professor X closed his eyes, scanning the surrounding thoughts of passers-by. "Yes and no, it's complicated. Some people love him, but some seem to despise him." Logan frowned. "Why's that?" "Because he's living life his own way." At that, Professor X's body suddenly went rigid, and his mental powers surged outward in a fierce wave, an uncontrollable burst sending a psychic shockwave through the street. All around them, people clutched their heads in agony, their cries of anguish echoing through the air. "Ah, my head. Somebody help." In mere moments, hundreds of people within the area collapsed, writhing under the strain of the psychic blast. Only Logan, his senses and will hardened, managed to stay on his feet, though barely. "Damn it, I shouldn't have let you use your power." Fumbling, he retrieved a tranquilizer and injected it into Professor X, calming the psychic storm. Breathing heavily, Logan took in his surroundings, the streets littered with civilians in distress. Old age had not been kind to the Wolverine, or Professor X winning this match seemed daunting. Apologizing under his breath, he lifted Professor X and hurried away, leaving the chaos behind. Once he'd been a hero, now he could barely protect anyone. Meanwhile, on Blake Street, "Steve, I couldn't find his aunt and uncle," Bucky reported as he emerged from the house, cradling an infant in his arms. Hearing this, Hydra Steve's brow furrowed. His gaze fell on the baby in Bucky's arms, who flashed an innocent smile. Hydra Steve tilted his head thoughtfully. "Is this his kid?" The infant, secretly the notorious kingpin, shivered slightly. What's with that look? Do I look like that guy at all? Internally panicking, he prayed they wouldn't see through his act. If they figured it out, he was as good as dead. He stole a nervous glance at Hydra Steve and Bucky. Dead people coming back to life? He could only hope he was dreaming. Yeah, he convinced himself that had to be it. This was a nightmare, probably triggered by that guy terrifying him again. Hydra Steve, however, decided against killing the infant kingpin. Whether or not this child was Xia Luo's, it definitely had a connection to him. It would serve well as a hostage. Steve, over there, that girl. I've seen her file, Bucky noted, spotting Mary Jane hurriedly leaving the house. Hydra Steve's lips curled into a cold smile. Perfect. Spider-Man's girl, detain her. Understood. Bucky dashed forward, blocking Mary Jane's path. What do you want? Mary Jane demanded, looking from Bucky to Hydra Steve in their strange attire. Then she noticed the baby in Bucky's arms. This is kidnapping, she protested. Let him go or Spider-Man will find you. She stepped back, keeping a wary gaze on them, though her attempt at intimidation fell flat. Only moments before, she discovered a shocking secret. Xia Luo was Spider-Man. She'd intended to find him right away, only to run into these strange men. And then, she recognized one of them. Her eyes went wide as she took in Hydra Steve, remembering his face. It couldn't be. She stammered, barely able to believe it. Captain America, Steve Rogers, but you're supposed to be. In her shock, she lost her footing on the steps, tumbling to the ground. Hydra Steve sneered as he stepped closer. Dead right. He continued toward her, his tone ice cold. Thank you for remembering me. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that Spider-Man's friends won't be so lucky. Bucky hesitated. Should we take her as a hostage? One hostage is enough, Hydra Steve replied, looking pointedly at the infant. An adult would be more difficult to control than a baby. Kill her. In her horror, Mary Jane's gaze fixed on the approaching blood-red tendrils, her pupils dilating. No. Her scream cut off suddenly. Captain America had returned, but he was crueler than ever. He'd come back a demon from the depths of hell, ready to take revenge on Xia Luo, now known to be Spider-Man. Not long after, Carter and the older Steve arrived at the scene. Mary Jane, Carter gasped, her expression grim as she looked at Mary Jane's lifeless eyes. They killed her. These marks are from a tendril. It's Hydra Steve, muttered the older Steve, clenching his jaw. Harming Spider-Man's friends, what kind of cowardly scum are these people? Regret weighed heavily on him. They were too late. He could only imagine the pain and guilt Xia Luo would feel when he discovered his friend's death. As Spider-Man, Xia Luo had always been destined to face loneliness. Finally, it's Xia Luo's turn to suffer. The older Steve clenched his fists, struggling to contain his anger. Suddenly, a crackling sound filled the air. It's Max, the older Steve called out. No, it's Xia Luo, Carter corrected as the electric charge dissipated. Xia Luo approached Mary Jane's side, looking at her expression of terror frozen in death. He let out a sigh. I'm sorry, Mary Jane. I'll be here sooner next time, I promise. A hand rested on his shoulder. The older Steve tried to console him. I know this is painful. Don't hold back if you need to cry. I know what it's like to lose a friend. I can't cry. Xia Luo rose, his gaze shifting toward the school. His eyes narrowed. We need to split up to prevent more deaths, he said decisively. They might not be able to stop these guys, but they could at least gather more information. Carter nodded and sprang into action. I'll head to Hell's Kitchen. The older Steve thought for a moment. Where should I go? Find the old lady with the artifact known as the Time Monolith, Xia Luo instructed. Time Monolith, Steve frowned. What is it exactly? Is it that important? It's very important, Xia Luo replied. It has the power to reverse aging. What do you think? Important, that's an understatement. The older Steve's eyes lit up with excitement. Tell me where she is right now. Carter will fill you in. I'm headed to the school. With that, Xia Luo turned into a crackling arc of electricity, disappearing in a flash. Watching him vanish into the distance, the older Steve couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. I wish I had that speed too. You're not so bad yourself. Reward from the last resurrection match? Carter asked curiously. Yeah, the older Steve nodded. It's good, but it's got nothing on the kid's agility. Just then, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, catching his attention. Is he back already? Did he forget something? He wondered aloud, stepping forward to greet him. In the next instant, the lightning struck him directly. No. Boom. The older Steve was thrown back, crashing through the walls as Max Dillon, his body crackling with electricity, tore through the room in a rage, blasting everything in sight. Where's Spider-Man? Where is he? Rising slowly from the rubble, the older Steve clutched his lower back. Buddy, this isn't Spider-Man's place. You're in the wrong house. Max paused, looking around the thoroughly destroyed room. Realizing his mistake, he shifted uncomfortably. Where's the owner? Over there, the older Steve said, nodding toward Mary Jane's body. Seeing the lifeless owner, Max let out a sigh of relief. That's great. No need to pay damages then. His expression darkened as he turned back to the older Steve. I know you're one of Spider-Man's pals. If he's not here, then you'll just have to take his punishment for him. Hell, you want to play rough? Fine, I'll show you rough. The older Steve cursed, his muscles bulging as he prepared himself. Bring it, just don't hit the face. Empire University. In the sky above, thick clouds rolled over the entire building. Down below, students looked up in horror as a colossal spaceship slowly materialized over the roof. Oh my God, it's an alien invasion. Look, who is that up there? It's Gwen, she's been captured by the aliens. No, not my goddess, don't take her away. Shut up. Suddenly, a green-skinned brute managing the crowd lashed out with a metal tentacle, ripping a student in half, spraying blood across the scene. The horrified students dropped to the ground in shock, trembling where they sat. HMPH, anyone else who keeps yapping will end up just like him, Dr. Octopus sneered. The vulture flapped his wings, circling menacingly as he barked at the crowd. Now tell me, where is Spider-Man hiding? We don't know. Under their threatening stares, the crowd stayed frozen in place, all secretly cursing Spider-Man, the source of their troubles. No, they corrected themselves, Xia Luo Parker, he was Spider-Man. Gwen is his girlfriend, she must know something. Timmy, giving in to his nerves, raised his hand weakly, drawing a look of satisfaction from Dr. Octopus. Good, you're the only one with an answer, but sadly, it's only half of one. With that, he let his tentacles ruthlessly tear Timmy apart. Quit fooling around, we've got movement, called Mysterio, who spotted a bolt of electricity speeding toward them. Is that Max? He wondered. No, Vulture corrected him, holding up a smartphone with a smirk. That's not Electro, it's Spider-Man. What? The Sinister Six exchanged dark looks. That'll make him even harder to deal with. So, what are we waiting for? Let's kill Gwen right in front of him, then kill Spider-Man himself. Agreed, Mysterio grinned down at Gwen, who was barely maintaining her composure. In this world, you're not Spider-Man, he taunted. Such a shame. With a final, vicious smile, he shoved Gwen from the top of the building. No. The wind howled in her ears as Gwen plummeted, weightless, staring up at the sky with terror, her mind lingering on faces she couldn't bear to leave. Her father. And Spider-Man. Zzz. Electric arcs cut through the air as Spider-Man appeared in her line of sight. Hold on. Xia Luo reached out, and Gwen's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Xia Luo Parker. But in the next moment, her smile froze. Rumble. Below, an enormous mound of sand began to roil and churn, coalescing into a colossal sand figure, towering tens of meters high. Spid Dare Man. The Sandman's massive hand shot up, blocking Xia Luo's path. No. Before Xia Luo could wrest himself free from the endless waves of sand, mechanical tentacles and disorienting smoke engulfed him. Get lost. Boom. Red and blue magic energy exploded outward, allowing Xia Luo to break free, but he was too late. Desperately, he fired a web at Gwen. The web shot out in the blink of an eye, unfurling into a net just as it made contact with her body. The net spread out like a hand, reaching out for salvation. Got her. The web held Gwen just in time, and for a heartbeat, everyone's breath caught. But before the students could cheer, the tension of the web made her body snap downward. Thud! A sickening thud echoed as she hit the ground, her mouth opening to speak, only for blood to flood her throat, silencing her. The light in her eyes began to fade. In that instant, Xia Luo's spider sense, usually his greatest pride, forced him to feel every heartbeat of her death. The shattering of hope, her final goodbye. And finally, I don't blame you. Xia Luo stood frozen, numby. Was this the fate of Spider-Man? A tragic cycle replayed, an unbreakable curse of loneliness. Again and again, without end. Chapter 162. Above, the underside of the spaceship flared to life, unleashing a barrage of laser beams that rained down, engulfing Xia Luo's silhouette. Boom! In an instant, the explosion swallowed Xia Luo, searing heat blasting outwards as students shrieked and scattered in fear. Dr. Octopus and the others quickly began to retreat. What are you running for? Mysterio shouted. Doc Ock gestured at the ship above. That thing looks serious. Idiot, it's just regular bombs disguised as lasers. What? The Sinister Six paused, staring as, from the intense flames, Xia Luo's form surged forth, crackling with powerful magic energy. Die! Eyes filled with fury, Xia Luo rocketed out like a missile, cutting through the Sandman's massive body and heading straight for Mysterio on the rooftop. No, stop him. Mysterio paled and released clouds of smoke, hoping to mess with Xia Luo's spider sense. But Xia Luo's real target wasn't Mysterio, it was the building beneath him. With everyone already evacuated, Mysterio wouldn't be too far away if he wanted to keep the illusions intact. He had to be inside that building somewhere. Regardless of whether this Mysterio was a hologram or not, all Xia Luo had to do was bring the whole building down. With that, a burst of magic energy crashed into the building. As a spider insignia burst into an explosion, support beams began crumbling, and the walls started to crack. Crack, cracked. Boom! Within seconds, the entire building collapsed under Doc Ock and the others' horrified gazes. No. BOOM. Soon after, Mysterio's scream was cut off as the building imploded, sending a cloud of dust billowing out. But before the sandstorm could reach the remaining villains, the colossal Sandman expanded, sucking up the dust and debris, causing his size to swell to 30 meters. Spider-Man die. The giant raised a sandy fist, stirring up a storm of debris as he slammed down, aiming to crush Xia Luo into oblivion. Xia Luo ignored the descending hand. Zzz. Switching into his electric form, a streak of lightning arced around the massive hand, bringing him within striking range of Dr. Octopus. What? Doc Ock's eyes widened, desperately flailing his metal arms to fend off the electric bolt. Zzz. Boom! The bolt danced between the tentacles before slamming into Doc Ock, dragging him into the rubble. Damn it! What are you all waiting for? Get him together, shouted the Vulture. Kill Spider-Man. Immediately, the Vulture, Lizard, Chameleon, and a man-sized scorpion pounced, all charging at Xia Luo. Meanwhile, from the rubble, a red-gloved hand shakily emerged, making a rude gesture a second later. Oh, for Wade's sake. With a clatter of sliding rocks, a figure clad in red, wielding two swords, clawed his way out of the debris. He shook off the dust and gave a few enthusiastic jumps, sending stones flying. Well, school demolition day already. Nice. Then he noticed his foot jammed into a cracked glass sphere. Cracked. Wade. Oh crap, my poor pinky toe. Attempting to look cool, he performed a little leg flick in a half-baked tribute to Michael Jackson, finally dislodging the piece of glass. Oh wow, I am slick. Noticing the battle nearby, he cheerfully pulled out his phone from somewhere in his suit. Turning the camera toward himself, with Spider-Man and the villains in a brawl behind him, he began recording. Hey there, folks, good evening, or wait, no, good afternoon. It's your favorite pal, you can call me the death-defying waiter or captain of the E-Force. But my friends, you just call me Deadpool. Right on cue, rubble flew toward him from the ongoing battle, forcing him to shield his phone. Pew pew pew. Sharp rocks whizzed past, grazing his suit. After the shower stopped, Wade pulled his phone back up, resuming the recording. Sorry about that little interruption. But hey, not a problem really. He paused, pulling a bloody shard from a gaping hole in his backside. Ta-da, just a scratch, my friends. You don't need to worry about me. Nothing comes between me and my love for you. Okay, with that intro done, let's dive into the action. Today, live from right here, we're watching a real Spider-Man throwdown against some nasty villains. It's electrifying. Last time I felt this pumped was in the bathroom stall of some bar. A girl named Janie, no, not Jenny, took me to Cloud 9. He turned the camera toward the splattered remains of Jenny. Whoops, my bad, not to be mistaken with this Jenny, poor guy got shredded earlier. Wanna see his remains? Oh, right, auto-censor blurred him out. Wade then jumped down from the ruins, scratching his head. Wait, how do I know his name was Jenny? Oh well, logic is for the B-list heroes. Boom! The ground shook, and the colorful chameleon landed in a crater, coughing up blood. Wade immediately jumped in beside him, shoving the camera in his face. Mind if I interview you real quick? Chameleon. Oh, silence means consent, that's great. Wade pulled the guy's head over for a selfie before continuing. My fans want to know, what's your deal with Spider-Man? What terrible fate are you avenging? Not that I care. What I really want to know is, did you eat breakfast this morning? And if so, why are you still getting your butt kicked by a bug? Or if you didn't eat breakfast, well, don't you think you'd be dead from hunger by now? He put his boot on the chameleon's throat, brandishing a knife. All right, folks, fair warning. Viewer discretion is advised. Squish. The screen momentarily went black before resuming. All done, we managed to dodge the censorship bots. Now, I'm sure you're wondering, why did Deadpool kill him? Come on, people, I'm a superhero. A frontline hero, it's what we do. Oh, heads up, a tentacle's coming this way. I'll just, grab it real quick. With a triumphant grin, Wade latched onto one of Doc Ock's metal arms. Nice, I heard this has 6 times the protein of steak. Never mind, it's all machine oil. But hey, now I know the brand. Let's use it for a barbecue next time. Humming to himself, Wade hopped over Doc Ock's now limp form. Oops, sorry if that grossed anyone out. Anyway, back to our main attraction. Oh wow. What is that? A shooting star? No, that's Spider-Man. Boom. With the next explosion, Wade threw himself to the ground, expertly shielding his phone. In a moment, the blast passed over him. Hey, I'm still here, surprised. Standing, Wade pointed his phone toward the scene, a huge, smoking crater. Oh, and look over there, Scorpion. Doesn't he look ridiculous, split right down the middle? Haha, I can't stop laughing. No, sorry, this isn't funny at all. Continuing his stroll across the battlefield, Wade moved casually even as sand erupted in another magical explosion, scattering into a sprawling sand sea. Wade dove in, swimming gracefully. Oh, tilde, you'll never guess what I'm doing. Yep, pretending to swim, but here's the secret, my feet are totally touching the ground. Oh no, a giant fist in the sand. And yuck, it's a muscled chest, sorry folks, not interested in that. He leapt onto Sandman's chest and poked it with his finger. Not a great texture, wouldn't recommend doing this because... He looked up, Sandman's massive hand was descending on him in fury. Boom. Wham! Wade flew across the battlefield, his twisted body standing up zombie style. See, that's why. He shrugged, pocketing his phone just as Sandman's massive foot descended. Wade dove, narrowly avoiding the sandy heel. Boom, tilde. The rubble shook as Wade slid into a crack in the debris. Awfully dark down here, feels like I've crossed into the DC universe. But no worries, it's just Spider Central. He angled the camera out at the chaotic scene outside. Oh my god, that big guy just won't quit. I'm honestly getting a little teary-eyed. It's like looking at my buddy, Wolverine. Eternal life is such a curse. Sniffing dramatically, he looked away, eyes suspiciously shiny. Nope, ignore that moisture, it's just excitement. No, wait, the sewer pipes broke under Spidey's blasts, and that big guy's getting washed away by the flood. What a shame, rescinding my moment of empathy. His phone flickered, and Wade shook it with annoyance. Man, I knew I should have shelled out the extra $300 for waterproofing. Peeking out of the rubble, he spotted Spider-Man approaching and waved. Hey there, Spidey, I'm Batman. Ever heard of the Dark Knight? Xia Luo. I've only heard of Green Lantern. Xia Luo brushed sand off his shoulders. Wade crossed his arms, laughing heartily. Haha, well, I killed the jerk who played Green Lantern. You'll never understand the satisfaction. As Wade continued rambling, Xia Luo sighed, rubbing his temples. For the first time, he'd met someone who could outtalk him. Ignoring Wade's endless monologue, Xia Luo tapped his wrist device. What's the status? He asked. Carter responded from the other end. Hell's Kitchen is secure for now. No one knows Ben Parker and Aunt May's real identities. Hearing this, Xia Luo sighed in relief. He could restart the day, but watching loved ones die again and again wasn't something he wanted to endure. Good, let Harry know. We'll rendezvous in Hell's Kitchen. Harry's dead. I saw it with my own eyes, came a familiar voice from behind him. Turning, Xia Luo spotted Lizard Parker, staring blankly at Gwen's body. Peter, Xia Luo blinked, didn't you already die? Lizard Parker glanced at the remains of the Sinister Six among the rubble and sighed. Last time, you didn't take these guys out for good. They came for Gwen again, and I tried to save her. Before he could finish, Wade whipped a white handkerchief from somewhere down his suit, dabbing fake tears. Boo-hoo, this is just so moving. Real men cry too, top-tier heroes have a tender heart. Lizard Parker looked over, scowling. Who is this guy? Xia Luo shrugged. A nuisance. No. Wade pointed an accusing finger at Xia Luo. Our suits are basically twins. You can't call me that. I'm here to help you, you know. Xia Luo held up a hand, backing up a step. Right, sorry, but your suit looks suspiciously inspired by a ragdoll. Those dark circles are quite the statement. Care to share how you even got here? Wade touched his eyes thoughtfully, softening. At last, someone who understands. He spread his arms wide, beaming as he moved in for a hug. Ever since I first heard the name Spider-Man, I knew you'd get me. To find you, I licked that guy's toes. No need to thank me. He patted Xia Luo's back, then slyly slipped his hand lower, only to be met by Xia Luo's knee, directly into his gut. Oh. Wade dropped to his knees, groaning in agony. Why the Wade F would you do that to a frontline hero? Lizard Parker glanced over, baffled. What is he talking about? Xia Luo spread his hands. If I had to guess, I'd say he's mentally deranged. Lizard Parker nodded. That makes sense. Wade. Whoosh. A green streak sliced through the sky as pumpkin bombs rained down. Spider-Man, it's your end. Green Goblin, Lizard Parker hissed. But Gwen cured him, he shouldn't be here. He's this universe's goblin, Xia Luo explained, preparing to web up the bombs. I've got this. Wade took a running leap into the air. It's time to show off some real skill. Hooah! In a flash, he unsheathed both swords, twirling them into a dizzying blur as he sliced through bomb after bomb B. Run, Xia Luo yelled, dragging Lizard Parker away. Midair, Wade suddenly paused, noticing his mistake. Ah crap, these aren't bullets. BOOM. The explosion erupted, a sea of fire and smoke consuming him. Severed limbs and singed bits of Deadpool rained down, one hand flipping off everything in sight. Thud. The hand hit the ground, and Norman Osborn burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, finally Spider-Man's dead. Wade. Head lolling, Wade glared up at the laughing figure in the sky. Oh, F you dollar store fanboy. I'm Batman, you idiot. Before Norman could get a good look, a burst of lightning streaked through the air. Zzzzzzzt. Boom. The goblin erupted in midair, Xia Luo flipping gracefully to the ground below. Tell me what happened to Harry, he asked Lizard Parker. Lizard Parker looked up at Xia Luo. It was Spider-Man. Spider-Man killed him, one with 3 arms. Chapter 163. Xia Luo. So 3 pairs. Xia Luo's spirits lifted slightly. Not seeing Harry's death firsthand had left a small bit of relief in him. Actually, not at all. Come on, let's go meet up with Carter in Hell's Kitchen. Carter, Lizard Parker's eyes lit up. Yes, let's find her right away. For a moment, he seemed to forget about Gwen's death. And to be honest, so did Xia Luo. The two started walking away. Behind them, Wade's head bobbed back and forth. Hey, 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 take me with you, you jerks. Don't leave me behind. An hour later, in Hell's Kitchen. When Xia Luo entered Kingpin's mansion carrying Wade's disembodied head, everyone inside froze in shock. You avenged Harry, you killed that evil Spider-Man, Carter exclaimed. For the last time, I'm not Spider-Man, I'm the Dark Knight Batman, Wade corrected her. Seeing the severed head still talking, the group was stunned all over again. I knew it, Spider-Men are practically unkillable, Barton muttered, nodding to himself. Wade. In one smooth motion, Xia Luo tossed Wade's head into a corner. He glanced around the room, eyes finally resting on Uncle Ben and Aunt May. His nanomask retracted, revealing his face. Seeing his familiar face, Ben and May's eyes filled with emotion. My little Xia Luo, you must be so exhausted, aren't you? Aunt May stepped forward, just as she used to, and playfully pinched his cheeks. Uncle Ben leaned over and whispered, Remember, you're supposed to be his cousin. Aunt May shook her head, he'll know it's really us. Yes, I know. Xia Luo smiled, opening his arms to embrace them both. It's so good to see you again. Again, they looked at each other in confusion, but chose not to ask more. After a brief embrace, Xia Luo turned to the scorched figure of Old Man Steve. What happened to you? He asked. Old Man Steve brushed soot off his burned sleeve. Ran into Max. He's not like me, though. I can go all day, but he can't. Fair enough, Xia Luo gave him a thumbs up. Just then, Carter rolled in with a ragged-looking man at her side. Oh, it's Logan, my all-buddy, Wade cheered. No one responded. Logan glared at Wade's talking head, looking annoyed. Any chance you can sew his mouth shut? He asked Xia Luo. Wade. Xia Luo considered it, or maybe just save time and smash his face in. Wade. Professor X, from his wheelchair, gave a dry chuckle. Something tells me you're just afraid the same might happen to you, Xia Luo's eyes narrowed. I don't appreciate anyone poking around in my head. My apologies, force of habit, Professor X said, bowing his head. I ran into them on my way to Hell's Kitchen, Carter explained. How can you be sure they're contestants, too? Lizard Parker asked, curious. Carter shrugged. Well, they caused a scene and looked pretty rough. That's got to be Spider-Man's team, right? Oh, I get it. They're the old and frail team, Lizard Parker said, reminiscing. Xia Luo sized them up. You two look like you don't have much fight left in you. At another time, Logan would have challenged Xia Luo to a fight for saying that. But now, the fire in him had long since dimmed. True, I don't, but the professor, he's different. Logan's face grew serious. He could lose control any minute. Just drop him in the Hydra base, and we win, Wade suggested. Logan ignored him, turning to Xia Luo with a hint of worry. You won't do that, right? Of course not. Xia Luo smiled, while Professor X's face grew tense. He's about to lose it, stand back, Logan started. Calm down, the professor interrupted, gazing at Xia Luo. I should have listened to you. It seemed he'd accidentally tried to probe Xia Luo's mind again, but encountered a protective barrier that pushed him back. In his prime, he might have been able to break through. But now, he barely managed. Xia Luo massaged his temples. It's called mental resistance. Maybe don't try it again. There won't be a next time. I think there will be. Xia Luo turned to the group gathered around him. Carter, Old Man Steve, Uncle Ben and Aunt May, Lizard Parker, Wolverine and Professor X, plus Deadpool's disembodied head. And then Barton and Natasha, heroes without powers, yet they fought like titans. This group couldn't possibly take on Hydra. Unless... He looked at Old Man Steve. Did you find the tablet of time? Old Man Steve shook his head. I ran out of time. After you died, Madame Gao escaped first. She's hard to track, Carter added. And the dragonbone fossils, Xia Luo asked. Carter opened a briefcase, revealing the fossils, which had lost their glow. On our way to Blake Street, we drained them dry. They're out of power. She seemed to understand his plan, but the fossils were useless without energy. meaning Old Man Steve and the others couldn't be rejuvenated for even a short while to help in the fight. Xia Luo kept his expression calm, tapping his wrist device to bring up a map of New York City. Hydra Steve and the Sinister Six found Mary Jane and Gwen almost immediately. Their starting points must have been close by. Along with where Harry was killed, where was it? He asked Lizard Parker. Osborne Tower, Lizard Parker replied. Hearing that, Xia Luo frowned. Osborne Tower, Empire University, and Blake Street. He muttered, feeling a pit in his stomach. The three locations formed a triangle around the Empire State Building, each about equidistant. Even if he moved at his fastest, he could only save one person. It was impossible to save all three at once. Thinking it over, he looked at Wade. If I'm not mistaken, you've got a teleportation device, right? Yup, you want it? I can lend it to you for a head wash. I think my neck's almost ready to grow back, Wade said, grinning, his flesh wriggling at the stump of his neck, unsettling everyone. What a horrifying healing ability. Ignoring him, Xia Luo turned back to the map. Wade must have started near the school, meaning that if he'd found him right at the beginning, he could have saved all three, Harry, Gwen, and MJ. And if he could prevent his identity from leaking, would that stop the tragedy altogether? He doubted it. Hydra Steve knew all his secrets. Whether his identity was exposed or not, they'd find a way to target those close to him. And the six-armed Spider-Man was an unknown quantity, probably no pushover. Before he could complete the revival task, all of these were threats he needed to eliminate. With that, Xia Luo gathered the group and began gathering intel from Carter and the others. Before long, the global artificial sun experiment appeared on the TV, drawing everyone's attention as people worldwide cheered. My God, 13 artificial sun experiments at the same time. This is world-changing. If successful, humanity will have limitless energy. Earth civilization will ascend to the cosmos. I can't wait. But the celebration quickly turned to chaos as one artificial sun after another went out of control, forming black holes that devoured humanity's hopes. As panic spread, Xia Luo and the others simply watched in silence. It's hopeless. Carter sighed. Done the math. Between the start of the mission and the artificial sun failures, we have only 3 hours. Even with Earth's most advanced tech, it's impossible to get to each site in time to stop Hydra. And that's if none of the other contestants try to mess with us, added Old Man Steve. Can't we alert the authorities and suggest a remote nuclear strike? Lizard Parker asked. Carter shook her head. If these experiments made it to the news, it means Hydra has already convinced the world governments to approve them. They're too blinded by the promise of limitless energy to believe us. Logan frowned, so we're out of options. Unless someone can teleport instantly, Xia Luo replied, glancing at Wade. Wade was barely managing to stand on his still regenerating baby legs, tiny fists propped on his hips. He puffed out his small chest and said, more than half of the artificial suns have already spiraled out of control. Even if we act now, we're too late. Logan and Professor X exchanged a hopeless look. For their first revival tournament, they were completely unprepared, clueless on what to do. Old Man Steve, however, seemed unfazed. He was used to it by now. Carter looked to Xia Luo. There's really nothing we can do. She was still hoping Xia Luo might pull off a miracle. Xia Luo shook his head. We've lost our only way to teleport. This revival tournament is already a bust. Lizard Parker scratched his head. This one feels nothing like the last tournament. It's a complete flop. Across the room, Barton and Natasha exchanged a weary glance, shaking their heads. Though they'd learned Spider-Man's revival secret, with the artificial suns going rogue and dismantling global armed forces, the coming days would be Hydra's playground. Hydra's decades-long strategy was finally set to pay off. Faced with world-scale warfare, the power of superheroes was painfully small. I've found you. Suddenly, the television screen flickered with lines of code before displaying a grotesque face. Dr. Zola's eerie smile filled the room as everyone froze in horror. BZZT. The lights flickered, casting the room in eerie shadows as Professor X, visibly shaken, stiffened and began to tremble. Oh. Logan fumbled to get the sedative, but it was too late. A psychic storm had already erupted. For the aging Professor X, controlling his immense psychic power was nearly impossible. When he lost control, disaster followed. The last time this happened, 600 people had died instantly. The professor had been haunted by guilt ever since. Now, with his psychic energy spiraling out, even the superheroes felt the terrifying force of a mutant's full power. No. The instant the invisible force pulsed out, everyone felt a crushing headache, collapsing in pain and screaming in agony. Xia Luo fared slightly better, though his movements were sluggish, and he was almost entirely drained of energy. Use this. Logan gasped, managing to toss the sedative to Xia Luo. Xia Luo staggered forward, sedative in hand, and reached out to inject it into the professor's arm. Wait, where do I stick this? He paused. Anywhere, Logan gritted out. Just as Xia Luo prepared to inject, a blinding white light enveloped their vision. You have been eliminated. You did not earn a revival slot. Reward, +1 ton to physical strength. 45 resets remaining. Would you like to restart? Suspended in the cosmic web, Xia Luo blinked, momentarily dazed. What another explosion? Something was off. The way his body had disintegrated instantly was beyond the power of a regular missile. Could it have been a nuke? He shuddered. Barely a beat after eliminating Earth's military forces, Hydra had wasted no time showing its true colors. So that's why they had to prevent the artificial suns from failing within the first 3 hours of the tournament. Once they failed, Hydra gained the upper hand, easily wiping out any enemy contestants in New York. His muscles tightened in anger as he processed his options. At this point, even 1 ton of extra physical strength felt like something, though barely. Restart. Second attempt at the revival tournament. As soon as the countdown hit 0, Xia Luo dashed toward Empire University in a flash of electricity. Whoosh! With lightning speed, he quickly found Wade lurking around the women's dorm, trying to sneak a peek into the showers. Hey, I don't suppose you want your girlfriend finding out you're peeping, do you? Xia Luo whispered, clapping a hand on the greasy Wade. Wade turned around nonchalant. So what, who cares? He shrugged. Xia Luo. His eyes settled on the teleportation device strapped to Wade's waist. There's no time to explain. Take me somewhere. Xia Luo was ready to use force if needed, but Wade's answer stopped him cold. Sure, where to? Wade started fiddling with the teleportation device. Xia Luo. You're not going to ask why. Don't need to. Wade spread his arms, embracing Xia Luo. From the moment I saw you, my heart knew you were a friend worth trusting. I'll always love you, oof. Without a word, Xia Luo kneed him in the stomach, doubling him over in pain. He clamped a hand over Wade's mouth before he could scream. Keep quiet, we're going, and we're going quietly. Wade nodded, tears brimming in his eyes as he fought the pain. The second Xia Luo let go, Wade's scream ripped through the hall. "Ah my," Wade yelled. "Ah, a peeping Tom." A girl's scream echoed from the showers, and before anyone could react, Xia Luo and Wade vanished in a flash of light. When Xia Luo opened his eyes again, he was on the roof of Empire University. Standing in front of him was a dumbstruck Mysterio. Spider-Man. Mysterio's dome helmet tilted as he scratched the glass headpiece, unable to reach his scalp. Xia Luo glanced down at himself. He was missing his lower half. For a moment, he could only stare, stunned. Meanwhile, beside him, a flustered Wade fiddled with the teleportation device, giving it a few hasty taps. Sorry, it's been acting up. Don't worry, I'll get your legs back in a sec. Just hang tight, I'll have you patched up in no time. Wade crouched down, pretending to fix the device. Head spinning from the missing half of his body, Xia Luo knew exactly what he'd just signed up for. This was the cost of teaming up with Deadpool. Chapter 164. You have been eliminated. No revival slot awarded. Strength +1 ton. 44 resets remaining. Restart. Restart. Third revival tournament. On the roof of the Empire State Building, beneath the antenna tower. As soon as the countdown ended, Xia Luo dialed Carter's communicator. "Carter, it's me." "Xia Luo, I was just about to tell you." "I already know," Xia Luo cut her off, getting straight to the point. "Keep the energy reserves in the dragon bone fossils. I'll need them." On the other end, Carter frowned. "If we don't use them, Old Man Steve and I won't be able to get to Bleecker Street in time. We can't save your friends." "It doesn't matter." Carter fell silent, but beside her, Old Man Steve looked thoughtful. "Little Spider wants to have all his loved ones with him for the revival tournament," he joked to the communicator. "But remember, kid, elders first, you can't leave me behind." Xia Luo sighed. "Just do as I say, head to Hell's Kitchen and bring Harry with you." "Understood." With that, Carter and her group made their way toward Hell's Kitchen. Meanwhile, Xia Luo leapt off the skyscraper and glided toward the same destination. Wade's teleportation device was too unreliable. Professor X was his best bet. As he passed the TV station, a streak of green light caught his eye. "Normand." Changing course, Xia Luo used his webs to zip down instantly. This time, his timing was more flexible. Inside the station, the Green Goblin was rampaging through the halls, leaving chaos in his wake and prompting panicked screams from the staff. "No, it can't be. It's the Green Goblin. How can this be? He's supposed to be dead." "Oh God, a demon has crawled out of hell." Green flames trailing from his hoverboard, Norman laughed maniacally as he sped down the corridor. "Ha ha ha, this is my world, I'm back. The terrifying demon has returned." Cackling wildly, he crashed through the studio doors. "Oh hell." J. Jonah Jameson, who had been rehearsing his speech, froze as the Green Goblin burst in. His eyes went wide with dread, a sense of impending doom settling over him. Bam! Norman steered his hoverboard into the wall, then leapt off, seizing a trembling technician by the collar. Spider-Man is Xia Luo Parker, a student at Empire University and a kid from Queens. What did you say?" The terrified technician's legs were shaking too much for him to fully process the words. Norman sneered, tilting his head. "I'll only say it once. Announce it to everyone. If you don't, I'll kill everyone here." What?" The words finally registered with the technician, and his face turned ghostly pale. He turned to the other employees and yelled, "Quick, do as he says." "No, you can't." Summoning her courage, Betty exclaimed, "If Spider-Man's identity is exposed, he'll be in danger." "Oh ho, a superfan of Spider-Man are we." Norman tossed the technician aside and eyed Betty with a wicked grin. "Perfect. Since you're willing to stand up to a demon for Spider-Man, you'll be the first to die." He raised his hand, a gleaming blade catching the light. "Wait." Just as Norman prepared to strike, Jameson forced himself to step forward, standing protectively in front of Betty. "Mr. Demon, I'm J. Jonah Jameson, editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle. You've probably heard of me. I'm no fan of Spider-Man either. I'd be glad to help you." Jameson extended his hand warmly to Norman and even offered him a cigar. "Relax, I'll handle everything." Momentarily thrown off by the charm, Norman took the cigar and stuffed it into his mask's mouth slit. "I guess you're a fan of mine," he smirked. "Of course, Spider-Man's enemies are my heroes," Jameson replied, lighting Norman's cigar. Then he spun around and barked orders at Betty. "Well, bring a chair over. We can't have Mr. Demon standing." "Betty." When she didn't move and everyone else cowered in corners, Jameson huffed and grabbed a chair himself. As he passed Betty, he muttered, "Relax, your brother-in-law can handle this." Then he set the chair down for Norman and ordered the crew to start broadcasting. "Good evening, dear viewers. I'm J. Jonah Jameson of the Daily Bugle, and I have some shocking news for you." In no time, the broadcast finished, and Spider-Man's unmasking rocked the entire city. "Ha ha ha, excellent. Xia Luo Parker, your end is here." Norman laughed maniacally, and then, without warning, seized Jameson by the collar, yanking him close. "Mr. Demon, we're allies. We both hate Spider-Man, so what's this about?" Jameson's smile froze. Norman tilted his head, his demonic golden eyes gleaming with evil. "Editor-in-chief, I told you to reveal Xia Luo Parker's identity to everyone. I didn't tell you to warn Spider-Man to protect his loved ones. You betrayed me." "What?" The crew, who had looked down on Jameson's actions, now shifted their gazes, eyes filled with horror and sympathy. Betty, feeling guilty, looked away. "Sorry, brother-in-law, I misjudged you." "Oh crap, don't let them know that," Jameson exclaimed, but just as the blade swung toward his neck. "No." Boom. Before Norman's blade could make contact, a red and blue figure zipped across the room, slamming into the green goblin and crashing him into the wall. Thud. Norman vanished beneath the rubble as Xia Luo landed and clapped Jameson on the shoulder. "Hey, so you're a fan, huh? I forgive you." "Spider-Man." Everyone's faces lit up with joy as they saw him arrive just in time. Even Jameson looked stunned, but quickly masked it with a sneer. "I'm an adult and the editor-in-chief of the Bugle. There's no way I'm a fan of some punk from Queens. Don't flatter yourself." Xia Luo clasped his hands to his face, his mask's eyes widening in mock shock. "Is that so? You're just so inspired by me, you don't even realize it. I'm touched. Next time, I'll let you have an exclusive interview." "Really?" Jameson's eyes brightened before he quickly coughed and forced a scowl. "Fine, since you saved everyone, I suppose I could do the interview. Don't be late." "No problem." With that, Xia Luo tapped his chest, and his body was enveloped in blue electricity. With Norman in tow, he disappeared from the studio. As the electric arc vanished, Jameson put his cigar back in his mouth, beaming with pride. "Ha ha ha, you all saw that, right? Spider-Man begged for me to interview him. I only agreed as a favor." Betty rolled her eyes. "Brother-in-law you." "Hey, don't call me that." "Stark Tower." "ZZZZT." Bam! A defeated Norman, stripped of his armor, was tossed to the ground. Humiliated, he glared up at Xia Luo with a mix of fury and desperation. "Xia Luo Parker, you bastard, give me back my underwear." He knelt there, hands covering his lower half, his face flushed with shame. Xia Luo thought for a moment. The wind was really strong, it blew it away. "Need a bedsheet?" Pepper leaned in from the doorway, raising a brow. "Don't worry, older men aren't really my type," she added, as if to reassure Norman. Norman's face went black as he turned away in silence. Pepper just shrugged. She knew who Norman Osborn was, she'd heard he was Harry's father. But hadn't he died? Keeping her expression calm, she buried her shock and addressed Xia Luo. "Tony's still not back yet. You might have to wait." "No need, I won't be long." Xia Luo's gaze scanned the lab, finally settling on a vial of green serum encased in a glass display. It was the antidote to the genetic serum he'd asked Tony to prepare. With a flick of his web, Xia Luo grabbed the vial, firmly injecting it into the back of Norman's neck. "No." As the syringe emptied, the antidote began swiftly neutralizing the mutated cells in Norman's body. Within seconds, his muscles shrank back to normal, and the mania and confusion faded from his eyes, leaving only a dazed bewilderment. What happened? He turned, seeing Spider-Man standing before him, and memories surged back like a flood. "No." His eyes went wide. "What have I done?" "No, I killed people. I did so many horrible things. My Harry, my company, Xia Luo, tell me this isn't real." He collapsed to his knees, sobbing with regret, leaving Pepper watching in surprise. "What exactly did he do?" she asked Xia Luo. Xia Luo shrugged. "He cursed me out earlier. Guess he's feeling remorse now." "Pepper." Xia Luo didn't elaborate. Grabbing Norman, he vanished in another flash of blue electricity. The antidote had worked, making things easier going forward. Even if the Green Goblin was already outdated, it was worth removing one opponent from the revival tournament. ZZZZT. Moments later, on a rooftop, Xia Luo checked the time. This should be the place. His gaze scanned the chaotic street below, then he swung off toward a nearby apartment building. Soon, he found Logan and Professor X in an empty, long-abandoned room. The moment Xia Luo materialized in a flash of electricity, Logan spun around, claws at the ready. "Who's there?" "Just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." The electricity faded as Xia Luo spread his hands. "You planning to join Team Spider?" At the sight of Spider-Man, Logan finally relaxed. Of course, but Professor's not in good shape, he admitted. Turning, he glanced at Professor X, asleep on a bed, his face tense. He might end up causing you guys trouble. No problem, he already caused a bit of that, Xia Luo replied with a grin. Hell's Kitchen, 1 hour later. Inside Kingpin's villa. As Logan wheeled him into the room, the bald-headed old man in the chair was just barely conscious, his gaze flickering with recognition as he looked up at Xia Luo. While I still remember who you all are, tell me what it is I can help with. Professor X's back was bent, and he spoke in a faint, gravelly voice, his eyes barely able to focus on Xia Luo. Xia Luo gestured for Carter to retrieve the dragon bone fossil. This will temporarily restore your youth. Once you're younger, I need you to use your abilities to help me find Madame Gao, Xia Luo explained. He thought for a moment, then added, and if there's any way to stop the artificial sun experiments from going haywire, that would be even better. Professor X's brows furrowed at the request, while Carter and the others exchanged glances. One person can fix a global crisis. Carter's voice was skeptical. Lizard Parker shook his head, unless he's what a god. Old man Steve looked contemplative. He's definitely not an Asgardian god. Those guys get stronger with age, getting younger for them just means losing strength. Xia Luo didn't elaborate, keeping his gaze fixed on Professor X, waiting for an answer. Finally, Professor X took a deep breath, his smile faint but bitter. Spider-Man, have you ever considered what would happen if mutants, no, I mean if superheroes, could really intervene in world wars? Do you understand what that would lead to? Xia Luo nodded. They'd become the world's enemies. It would ignite a war between humans and superhumans. Humanity wouldn't allow beings that powerful to exist unchecked. The room grew tense as everyone took in the implication. Old man Steve nodded, his face troubled. It's true. Superheroes are uncontrollable. Laws barely affect us, and morality is too weak a leash. After the Civil War, Wanda's breakdown began to show humans just how dangerous we are. I don't know exactly what happened after that, but I can imagine the divide only grew wider until it eventually erupts. In my world, that war already came and went, Logan said, his face blank. Professor X sighed, looking resigned. I'd long wanted to create a world where mutants and humans could live in harmony, but as you can see, I failed. He glanced at Xia Luo, his expression grave, so I'm sorry, I can't help with the artificial sun. If I intervene in something so huge, it could push humanity and superheroes past the point of no return. I can only help you find people. Xia Luo didn't look disappointed, he nodded in understanding. That's more than enough, thank you. Professor X's smile was faint but appreciative. I have a feeling that even without me, you'd find a way to save the world, yet again. Oh, absolutely, Xia Luo replied with a grin. I just wanted to let you feel involved. Age inclusivity and all that. Professor X. Old man Steve. Beside him, Carter stood up. I'll go find some people and let them temporarily rejuvenate. No need, I have one right here. Xia Luo grinned and abruptly shot a web outside the window. Thwib. Wow, so soft and smooth. The webbing, I mean. The web snapped taut and reeled in Wade, who tumbled into the room, looking around in confusion. Oh hey, I think I know you guys from somewhere. What are you doing here? Logan asked, his face expressionless. Wade gestured to a device strapped to his waist. I got bored, so I fiddled with the teleporter and boom, it worked this time. He held up his right hand. Only cost me one middle finger. Xia Luo. He couldn't help but recall their last, unpleasant experience with Wade's teleporter. All right, let's get started, he announced, nodding to Carter, who handed out the dragon bone fossils to Logan, Professor X, and Old Man Steve. You get 10 minutes, make it count, Xia Luo reminded them. Old Man Steve looked thoughtful. And what exactly am I supposed to do with my youth? He asked. Xia Luo gave him a side-eye. Help me get pizza and juice. You could just order delivery, Old Man Steve muttered, his face dark. You're faster than delivery. Chapter 165. Are you sure this is going to be okay? Steve asked Xia Luo, his voice uncertain. After all, he wasn't well acquainted with Wade. Going up to him and borrowing his life force felt more than a little awkward. Before Xia Luo could answer, Logan was already wheeling himself over to Wade, looking completely unconcerned about any awkwardness with this chatterbox. "Oh, are we starting with me?" Wade stretched his arms out and relaxed into the hammock. Got it, got it. Just take it easy, all right? This is my first time with this kind of weird ritual, kind of freaky, but hey, I'd do anything for you guys. I love you all that much." Wade then pointed to a paper bag next to him. "Oh, and let me finish my takeout from my good buddy Spider-Man here. It's his expression of love for me, don't you think?" Everyone stared blankly at him. "What, did I say something wrong?" Wade's eyes darted around, seeing their dubious, slightly sinister stares. "Your eyes are way too hungry, by the way, and filled with evil intent. I only have one thing to say to that, FUU. Correct." Logan's fist came down hard on Wade's face, cutting off his curse mid-scream. "Don't be so rough, be gentle, please." 3 minutes later, the faint golden glow dissipated, leaving Wade curled up on the hammock, his face twisted with dramatic sorrow. "You guys were so brutal," he whimpered, hugging his knees. "I hated it, but you still owe me money." By now, Carter and the others were completely tuned out, sipping coffee as if they hadn't heard a word. They'd all put in earplugs beforehand. "All right, kid, I admit I may have misjudged you," Old Man Steve, now restored to his younger self, said as he approached Xia Luo with a sigh. "If anyone in the multiverse can match your level of chatter, it'd be this guy right here," he said, nodding towards Wade, who still looked tragically shaken after loaning his life energy for the 3rd time. Somehow, he was as lively as ever. "I don't get it, but hey, it's impressive," Steve added. Xia Luo shrugged. "This is me holding back. Restraint is key in a high-stakes game like the Resurrection Tournament." "I can vouch for that," Carter chimed in, raising her hand. "You're wearing earplugs, how could you know?" Xia Luo shot her a surprised look. Carter sipped her coffee and took out her earplugs. "Not anymore. I'm just about ready to knock this guy out." Now, don't get heated," Steve quickly stepped in, handing her his shield as though it would make her feel better. "Here, you might need this." Carter gave him an incredulous look. "Thank you." "My pleasure." Seeing the exchange, Wade grew nervous, and before Carter could even make her move, Logan stepped in and twisted Wade's neck with one swift motion. Steve raised a brow. "Guess the younger Logan is a bit more violent." "Brutal, actually," Xia Luo commented, moving towards Professor X, who still sat in his wheelchair looking contemplative. "Are you sure you don't want to be younger than this?" Xia Luo asked him. Professor X stretched his shoulders, his face retaining a few wrinkles. "This is the ideal time in my life for my mental abilities, even if I still need the chair." Once his head had cleared, Professor X closed his eyes and unleashed a wave of mental energy that rippled outward in a visible shockwave. "Hydra, Spider-Man, the Avengers, the Thunderbolts, this world is far more complicated than I'd thought," he murmured. Xia Luo nodded. "Did you find Madame Gao?" "She's already left New York. To track her further, I'd need a cerebro amplifier, which I don't have here in this world." Xia Luo handed him the last fossil fragment, one that held the energy of the time monolith, and placed it lightly on Professor X's bald head. "Professor X." As the professor connected with the relic, a massive surge of psychic power erupted, shaking the furniture and sending Xia Luo stumbling backward as his vision spun. Such raw power, Carter clutched her head, her expression astonished. Within moments, Professor X had reigned in the psychic storm, resuming his concentration. His mind began reaching out across the globe. "What's he doing?" Steve asked, warily eyeing the professor. Xia Luo took a few steps back. "If I'm right, he's using his brain waves to scan the entire planet." "That's a bit much, isn't it?" Carter's voice rose in surprise. Logan, inspecting his claws, gave a quiet nod. If he wanted, he could kill over 99% of humanity this way. Everyone looked to Professor X with a mix of awe and horror. "If he were an enemy, we wouldn't stand a chance," Natasha muttered, her face pale. Barton shook his head. "He has that power and still lost his world. He must have some fatal flaw." "Too naive," Natasha suggested, crossing her arms. Carter shook her head. "It's not naivete. He has ideals. He devoted his life to building peace between mutants and humans." Just then, Professor X's voice broke the tension. "I've discovered something," he said. "What did you find?" Xia Luo asked. "A secret," the professor replied. "A legend in the multiverse of a spider that can sense poop." Xia Luo. He looked to Steve, who quickly denied any involvement, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. "Not what I was looking for, Professor," Xia Luo sighed. "Got it," Professor X replied with a slight smirk. "Madame Gao's en route to Okinawa Air Base. I've instructed the pilot to turn the plane around." Xia Luo nodded. "Perfect. Now anything else?" "I'm ahead of you," Professor X replied. "Hydra's network spans across the globe. They're more than capable of waging war on a world scale." The professor began listing Hydra's bases, and Xia Luo tapped his nanotech device to record the coordinates. Everyone listened with rapt attention. "Over half of the European base," Carter muttered. "No wonder they infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. so thoroughly all these years," Natasha remarked, shaking her head. "A monstrous Hydra," Old Man Steve marveled. "Far worse than my world's version." Without Professor X, Xia Luo might have been ambushed and killed by Hydra many times over. Suddenly, the professor added, "They're planning to bomb New York, but I've already put a stop to that plan." Xia Luo chuckled. "Keep going." Then Professor X's face darkened, beads of sweat appearing on his brow. "There's something here, several things, actually, resisting my powers. This world has too many secrets." "Should we stop?" Logan asked, visibly concerned. "No," Professor X said, shaking his head. "If I can understand it all in one sweep, it'll ease Spider-Man's burden." Xia Luo's interest was piqued. One go. Just as he'd suspected, Professor X had glimpsed the truth of the tournament. But not even he could escape its reset power, except for Wade, whose very existence defied logic. Suddenly, Professor X gasped, looking older and more haggard. "No, I see, magic and alligators." With that, he slumped forward, unconscious. "What happened to him?" Old Man Steve leaned in, alarmed. Xia Luo checked his pulse, still breathing but brain-dead. He pulled out Dr. Otto's brainwave scanner, but the device showed no activity. Professor X was beyond reach. Logan knelt beside the professor, embracing him gently. "I'll be all right, just rest." Xia Luo muttered, "Magic and alligators." The cryptic words puzzled him, but they'd gained invaluable intel nonetheless. "Let's go," he said. "We need to find Madame Gao." Just then, Dr. Zola's face appeared on a monitor, sneering. "Interesting power indeed, but he died too soon. His intervention won't change your fate." "What?" Carter and the others looked alarmed, but Xia Luo simply shrugged. He turned to the fridge, opening it to grab a single bottle of juice. "Only one bottle left. A shame," he said, a calm smile on his face, right before a flash of white light swallowed his world once more. Fourth Resurrection Tournament. Inside Kingpin's mansion. "I've discovered a secret," said Professor X. "Well, keep it to yourself," Xia Luo replied, his tone veiled with threat. Professor X fell silent for a moment, understood. Quickly, he altered Hydra's plan to bomb New York, but Xia Luo stopped him just as he was about to continue. "That'll do," Xia Luo instructed. Professor X opened his eyes, confused. "Why stop? I could still help you." But after a beat, realization dawned on his face. "Ah, I see," he replied, glancing at Wade before turning back to Xia Luo. "His travel device might require a bit of luck to work reliably, so I'd recommend patience. Eventually, it should work." Xia Luo nodded. "Got it." Professor X and Logan began aging back to their original states, and across the room, Old Man Steve was just about to leave. "Oh, come on, kid. Don't act like I was actually supposed to go fetch you pizza and juice." Steve grinned, shrugging his shoulders as he began to look more like his old self. "You really should have left earlier." Xia Luo rolled his eyes, turning his attention to Wade. "All right, ready to give it another go." Wade looked up at him with a smirk, absolutely happy to help. He adjusted the device, and with a flicker of light, the two of them disappeared. Old Man Steve ran over to where they'd vanished, picking up two oversized caterpillars from the floor. Did they really have to rush it? He held up the caterpillars for Carter, who looked at them thoughtfully. "I'm guessing the one on the left is Xia Luo's." Then I'll take the right one. Meanwhile, atop a snowy mountain. New. Wade's anguished wails echoed across the snow-covered peaks as he knelt down, clutching his sides. No, why, my precious little Wade? You can't leave me like this. I can't lose you too, you're all I have. Xia Luo shot him a flat look and gave him a nudge. It's only a few inches, get over it. He surveyed their surroundings, realizing something was off. Great, we missed the target. Hurry up and recalibrate, he said, nudging Wade again. Oh, you want to keep touching me there? Wade shot him a flirtatious look. I mean, I don't mind if you. Shut it, Xia Luo snapped, punching Wade hard enough to make him see stars. Ouch, careful. This thing's on the verge of breaking, you know, Wade whined as he worked on the device. Suddenly, a low rumble reached their ears. Xia Luo's eyes widened at the sight of an avalanche cascading toward them. Why are you just standing there? Run, he yelled. 1 sec, almost got it this way's faster, Wade insisted, grinning as he held up the device. Are you sure? Don't lie to me. Xia Luo grabbed him by the shoulder. Of course not, Wade's grin stretched wider. Look, it's all fixed. Xia Luo clapped him on the back. Good, let's get out of here. Wade looked down at the device. Oh well, actually, now it's really broken. Xia Luo. Staring at the oncoming wave of snow, Xia Luo could only sigh. And that, right there, is why you never team up with Deadpool. 5th Resurrection Tournament. As the travel device activated, this time Old Man Steve found himself holding 2 severed legs. Perfect, let's roast these, he announced. Carters. Elsewhere, Xia Luo and Wade reappeared in a bustling, exotic city. Spare a few coins for the disabled. Xia Luo and Wade each hopped along on a single leg, leaning against each other as they hobbled down the street. As they passed, Wade held out a chipped bowl, managing to scrounge up a handful of coins. Ha, we're up to $10 already, Wade said, flashing the bowl proudly at Xia Luo. Looks like we've unlocked a new skill. With this, we'll never go hungry again. Xia Luo shot him a disbelieving look. Really, Wade? That's your idea of a skill? He smirked, tapping the spider insignia on his chest. His mask retracted, revealing his face. Wade squinted at him. You doing? Xia Luo's smile turned devious. Time to show you some real survival tactics. Pulling Wade to the side of the road, Xia Luo had him lie down on the ground. What's going on? Wade asked, curious. Just play dead, Xia Luo replied. No problem, I'm a natural. Wade flopped over, sticking his tongue out from under his mask. With a dramatic sob, Xia Luo drew the attention of passers-by. Oh, my poor son, please help, selling myself to bury my son. 30 centimeters, ladies, don't miss out. The nearby women all perked up at that last part, and Wade slipped his tongue back into his mouth, impressed. Spider-Man really is shameless. Soon after, in a quiet alley, Wade emerged, fulfilling the hopes of a middle-aged woman who'd hired him, a satisfied grin plastered across his face. Thanks for letting me take that one, buddy, he said, handing half the cash to Xia Luo. Anytime, Xia Luo replied, pocketing the bills with a nod. I'll recommend you again. Thanks, that means a lot. Wade tucked the money away. So, why were we making money again? Was this part of the mission? Xia Luo considered it. Not really, just felt like it. Wade scratched his head. Want to keep going? Nah, time to get back on track. Xia Luo's attention was drawn to a figure approaching them, and he chuckled. Wherever I go, I always attract attention. Ah oui, Wade corrected. The figure, a hefty man in mage robes, stopped before them, squinting at the 2 hobbling heroes in disbelief. Are these supposed to be superheroes from New York? Or comedians? Chapter 166. Hey, I'm the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. You lookin' for me? Wade leaned against the wall, hands on his hips, though his balance on just one leg made him wobble unsteadily. The portly mage gave Wade and Xia Luo a dubious look, but his suit has a spider logo. Wade. Fine, you got me, I'm Batman. He threw up his hands, and with only one leg, leaned dramatically to the side until he toppled over. The mage shook his head and turned to Xia Luo. Hello, I'm Wang. The Sorcerer Supreme sent me to bring you to Camertage. Xia Luo nodded politely. Nice to meet you. I'm Xia Luo Parker. I've been expecting you. Good, Xia Luo Parker, follow me. With a wave of his hand, Wang created a portal ringed with golden sparks. Whoa, what an awesome teleportation gadget, Wade exclaimed, lying on the ground and propping his chin up with both hands. It's magic, Wang corrected before stepping into the portal. Xia Luo followed, and Wade scrambled to his feet, hopping along to catch up. On the other side of the portal lay a smoking ruin of a village. The buildings lay in ashes, thick with black smoke. Scattered stones and splatters of blood marked the ground, and deep claw marks marred the shattered tiles. Under a gray sky, groups of exhausted sorcerers huddled together, dressing each other's wounds and casting healing spells. What happened here? Xia Luo asked, frowning. A shadow passed over Wang's face. A monstrous beast from another universe attacked us without warning. The Sorcerer Supreme led us in a desperate battle, but it could split into clones, making it impossible to defeat. In the end, the Sorcerer Supreme sacrificed herself to seal it away. Just then, the portal behind them closed, cutting off Wade, who had only half-stepped through. With a yell, his lower half was severed, and his upper half fell to the ground with a dull thud. Great, every portal leaves me a little less whole, Wade sighed, shrugging helplessly. Wang stared in horror. Hold on, I'll heal you immediately. No need, Xia Luo interrupted, patting Wang on the shoulder. He'll survive. Survive? Wang hesitated, glancing down at Wade, and then nodded slowly. Oh, I get it. Get what? Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. Anyone in matching suits must be a kind of Spider-Man. He must have Spider-Man's immortality. Xia Luo, close enough. He limped over to examine the claw marks gouged into the ground. What sort of creature could force the Sorcerer Supreme to sacrifice herself just to seal it away? He murmured. A crocodile, a huge talking crocodile. Wang's face was grim. It called itself the Supreme Sorcerer of the 9 Realms, a god above all gods. Crocodile Loki? Xia Luo's eyes narrowed, remembering the strange absence of Loki during the last tournament. So, Loki showed up here, instead of New York during the last Resurrection tournament. He frowned, thinking it through. If Loki had become the Supreme Sorcerer, there's no way Thanos could have wiped him out. But if he wasn't all-powerful, then why did it take the Sorcerer Supreme's sacrifice to stop him? Unless Thor had lied. Setting the thought aside, he turned to Wang. The Sorcerer Supreme knew I'd come to learn magic. Did she leave any other instructions? Wang's expression turned odd. She said if you learned magic, you could save her. Xia Luo paused, considering. Could the Sorcerer Supreme have sensed the reset ability? But unlike Professor X, the Sorcerer Supreme's premonitions were vague. She couldn't have fully understood the resets, and even if she did, she'd have no power over them. Except for one person who might. Xia Luo glanced at Wade, then turned back to Wang. Let's get started. Wang led him to a quiet area and pulled out a well-worn spellbook. The library was destroyed, so this is the only spellbook I have you'll need to study its contents to start learning the basics. Xia Luo stroked his chin. How long would it take the average person to begin casting basic spells? 3 years. That's way too long, Xia Luo replied. I need to learn portal magic in the next 24 hours. Impossible, Wang shook his head. Opening a portal doesn't require deep magical knowledge, but only the Sorcerer Supreme ever learned it in under a week. Xia Luo smirked. What if I told you someone learned at the moment they encountered magic? Then I'd call you a liar, Wang replied flatly. Fair enough. Xia Luo looked at the ring Wang handed him, then thought to himself, impossible or not, it has to work. In the movies, Ned had opened a portal right off the bat, enabling the legendary 3 Spider-Men team-up. Wang handed him the sling ring, explaining, focus your mind on a place, and the ring will open a portal. But it takes some innate magical talent. Your first attempts are almost certain to fail, but if you build your knowledge and draw support circles. Before he'd finished, a dazzling red and blue portal of sparks appeared in front of Wang. On the other side lay the ruins of New York. Wait, what? Wang was stunned. Tell me, the one you mentioned who could open portals on their first try was you. Actually, no. Xia Luo looked down at his fingers, bemused at the magical aura now coating the ring and the glowing spider symbol on his chest. In the Marvel universe, magic was just a way to channel power from ancient gods or dimensions. The strength of the spell depended on factors like the user's intelligence, mental focus, and even luck. And since Xia Luo had the power of the spider totem, it seemed he could channel it. However, he frowned, realizing one problem. Without this ring, I wouldn't be able to create portals in the next tournament reset. When he asked Wang about this, Wang replied, "In theory, as your magical abilities deepen, you won't need the ring. But only the Sorcerer Supreme has achieved that." Xia Luo patted Wang's shoulder. "I'll get there one day, have some faith." "Me?" Wang shook his head with a smile. "My talent is nowhere near the Sorcerer Supreme's." "Time will prove it." Xia Luo began leafing through the spellbook, absorbing every intricate diagram and arcane symbol. The daylight waned as Hydra's forces exposed their reach to the world, but Xia Luo remained unbothered, his focus solely on studying the spellbook. Wang watched him, a quiet smile of pride tugging at his lips. The Sorcerer Supreme never chose wrongly. Then he felt a tug on his robe. Glancing around, he saw no one and frowned. "Who's playing pranks?" he asked, annoyed. "It's me." Looking down, Wang went still in shock. Wade's lower half had regenerated into baby legs. What do you need?" Wang stammered. Wade gave him a pitiful look. "I need a diaper, real bad." Wang. Back in the web of life and destiny, Xia Luo reflected on the contents of the spellbook. Though it was just the basics, the information was as complex as the artificial sun experiment, and just as hard to understand. Maybe I need a new approach. The spider totem could replace the power of the ancient gods, so maybe there was something that could replace the sling ring as well. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Reset. Round 6, the Resurrection Tournament. At the top of the Empire State Building, as the timer hit 0, Xia Luo called forth his spider companion. CH. The spider clamped down on his hand, and a rush of magical energy flooded his body. ZZZMMM. With a single motion, Xia Luo drew a circle in the air, and a portal opened. It worked. Using the spider as a conduit for the spider totem's energy was a success. With a look of excitement, he leapt through. At the news station. "Ha ha ha, this is perfect. The goblin's back, the nightmare returns." Before Norman could finish, a blazing streak crashed through the wall, sweeping him away. The fleeing workers paused, bewildered. "What just happened?" "I think it was Spider-Man." "Yes, he saved us." Queens, Blake Street. Hydra's Steve Rogers and Bucky jumped down from a rooftop, drawing startled gasps from onlookers. "Oh my God, it's Captain America." "Wait, wasn't he killed by Spider-Man?" "I heard he was actually a double agent, but S.H.I.E.L.D. never confirmed it." Hearing this, Hydra Steve understood everything instantly. He shot a quick glance at a street sign and smirked cruelly. "We're back, what a pleasant surprise." He turned to Bucky. "Parker's house is close by. It's time to make him pay for what he's done." Bucky frowned. "This method seems low. Are we sure about this?" Hydra Steve scoffed. "Compared to Spider-Man, are we really that low?" Bucky thought for a moment, then shrugged. "Yes, actually, Spider-Man's the real jerk here." The two shared a look and immediately steeled their resolve. Just as they began to move, a brilliant portal shimmered into existence above them. "What is that?" They looked up, confusion giving way to horror. "No, there's no way he found us this fast." The next instant, a comet-like figure descended from the heavens, warping the sky with its fiery speed. Friendly neighborhood atomic kick. "No." Boom. The magical energy exploded, sending 2 black spines flying through the air. "Carter, I've taken care of the Hydra captain. You can retrieve their black spines." "What?" Carter sounded shocked over the comms. "That was fast." "Xia Luo, let's not phrase it that way, thanks." He cut the connection, then opened another portal. Empire University rooftop. Gwen had just been dragged to the rooftop by Mysterio. "Gwen, it's a shame you're not Spider-Man," Mysterio sneered, the sinister grin on his helmet's faceplate stretching wide. "But I know you're connected to him somehow, and capturing you will definitely bring him here." Gwen's face turned pale, but she forced herself to remain calm. "You're wasting your time. I barely know Spider-Man. There's no way you can use me as leverage. Oh, really? Mysterio laughed coldly, flipping through her phone. The name Xia Luo Parker appeared on the screen, confirming his suspicions. Xia Luo Parker, I know who he is. He showed up briefly in my universe too. Steve told us the truth, he's Spider-Man. The words shook Gwen to the core. There's no way Xia Luo is Spider-Man. Disbelief flooded her face, but there was no time to process it. ZZZMMM. The portal burst open above them, and Mysterio's sensors immediately detected a red and blue figure speeding out of it. Spider-Man. Seeing the aura of magical energy surrounding Xia Luo, Mysterio reacted instinctively, shoving Gwen off the edge of the building. No. As she fell, Gwen's vision blurred as she plunged toward the ground below. Yet, she felt no despair. Because she saw Spider-Man. Xia Luo, her eyes sparkled, her heart pounding. In that instant, she felt a surge of something she couldn't define. And as he zeroed in on her, Xia Luo's gaze was determined. This time, fate was about to change. Chapter 167. ZZZTTT. Just as Xia Luo's hands were about to grasp Gwen, a massive, sandy hand shot through the air, followed closely by mechanical arms. But Xia Luo was ready. Whoosh! Another dazzling portal flared to life, and Xia Luo dove through it. The enormous sandy hand missed and slammed into the school building instead, crashing through its upper floors. Meanwhile, a portal opened below, and Xia Luo burst out, catching Gwen in his arms as she fell. Oh, a Princess Carrie, how romantic! Wade couldn't help but spin in circles, his mind filled with pink bubbles. He even began to sing, Only You. As the wind roared past, Xia Luo landed with Gwen safely in his arms. He bent his knees to absorb the impact, finally exhaling as he realized she was unharmed. So this is why you don't save people with webs. Without waiting for the Sinister Six to catch up, Xia Luo stepped through a new portal, carrying Gwen with him. There was no time to waste. Osborne Tower. Boom! A monstrous figure burst into the office, hurling Harry across the room. Ha ha ha, Harry, my dear friend, we meet again. The strange Spider-Man removed his mask, revealing a face so pale it looked sickly. Who are you? Harry struggled to get up, his expression grim. This guy was too strong, he couldn't resist at all. The man gave a twisted grin. Don't you recognize me? Oh, of course you don't, because we're not friends anymore. This Peter Parker looked nearly deranged as he approached Harry, his muscles twitching, protruding into jagged, unnatural spikes. Take a good look, Harry. This is what I've become because of you. Peter's voice dripped with fury as he glared at Harry. When I needed you most, you were off on dates with Mary Jane. I waited for you in your lab, hoping you'd help me keep my cells from mutating, but you wouldn't listen. And so, as you wished, I became a monster. The Avengers killed me, now no one will ever challenge you for Mary Jane's heart. Satisfied. What? Harry gritted his teeth. I have no idea what you're talking about. I've never had a friend like you. Peter's expression twisted further. Of course not. You never saw me as a friend. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stolen Mary Jane away from me, knowing she was the one I loved most. As Peter spoke, his body contorted, muscles mutating until they erupted into spikes. His frame swelled, transforming him into a grotesque, upright spider-like creature. With a roar, the monster lunged. It's a pleasure to see you again, Harry, because now I can kill you with my own hands. No. Harry screamed, but the next instant, a window shattered as an electric arc shot through, sending the creature flying into the hallway. Boom! The walls crumbled under the impact, debris scattering as the creature lashed out with spider-like limbs. SHNK, SHNK. The sharp limbs pierced through walls as company employees fled in terror. ZZZTTT. Flashes of lightning streaked through the air, and though the creature's limbs lashed out rapidly, it couldn't even touch the hem of Xia Luo's suit. Gah, stop running, I'll tear you to pieces. The monster struck out at everything around him, but Xia Luo now had a good sense of his strength. More than 50 tons, impressive, but no real threat to him. With a decisive thought, Xia Luo shifted the electric arc to glowing magical energy. Seeing him clearly at last, the creature's unsettling gaze took on an intense, almost pained gleam. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, you're Spider-Man, but who am I? Who am I really? Rage twisted his voice, and he stabbed out with his limbs again and again. Xia Luo dodged easily, firing webs, but the monster's gaping maw absorbed every strand. Seeing this, Xia Luo swiftly stepped back, bending his knees and charging his right fist with a brilliant burst of magical energy. Friendly neighborhood meteor punch. The monster lunged closer, and Xia Luo's blow struck like a comet. Boom! The surge of magical energy exploded, blasting the spider creature through wall after wall, until he crashed through the outer wall and plummeted from the skyscraper. Oh crap, who's tossing stuff out the window? Lizard Parker ducked out of the way as he made his way toward Empire University. Thud! The monster hit the pavement below, and Xia Luo dropped down after it. He landed with one foot on the creature's head, and a sickening splatter erupted as he crushed its skull. Lizard Parker, hiding behind a utility pole, gaped in shock before waving and cheering with the crowd. Woohoo, Spider-Man, you're amazing, I love you tilde tilde. Xia Luo, disgusting. Gwen's on the rooftop and Harry's in the building. Take them to Hell's Kitchen. With that, Xia Luo opened another portal and disappeared. This idiot activated yet another cheat, Lizard Parker muttered, watching the portal with equal parts jealousy and resentment. Okinawa Air Force Base. The artificial sun's light grew ever brighter. All the soldiers stood by, eagerly anticipating the success of the experiment. But the arrival of an uninvited guest quickly heightened their nerves. Whoosh tilde. A dazzling magical portal opened, a streak of magical energy shooting down from above. No, what is that? I know what it is. It's Spider-Man. Spider-Man. The superhero from New York. Damn it, what's he here for? Does he want to stop the artificial sun experiment? No way, this is the hope for our nation's resurgence. We can't let him destroy it. Stop him. Immediately, the soldiers raised their guns, unleashing a hail of bullets. Other modern weapons locked onto the meteor-like figure plummeting from the sky. But the officer on duty remained unfazed. He watched the meteor with a cold stare, silently activating a device in his hand. As soon as Spider-Man came within a certain range, he pressed the button without hesitation. Boom! In an instant, the artificial sun swelled, its chaotic energy ripping through the military base, enveloping Xia Luo in the blast as well. Back in the web of life and destiny, Xia Luo awoke and scratched his head. So, they already have a contingency plan. He leaned on his hand, momentarily lost in thought. If Spider-Man showed up at any base, Hydra would choose to detonate the artificial sun immediately to try and eliminate him. Trading one artificial sun for a single Spider-Man. Fair deal. Looks like it's time to go stealth mode. The 7th Resurrection Trial. Okinawa Air Base, men's restroom. Whoosh tilde. A brilliant magical portal opened in the bathroom, and Xia Luo stripped out of his nanotech suit. Out of respect, he took a quick moment to relieve himself. Then, he picked a poor soul at random to swap clothes with for a bit of cosplay. With his spider sense as his guide, Xia Luo nonchalantly made his way to the most dangerous area. But the base's layout was more complex than he'd anticipated. Within 3 minutes, a large group of soldiers surrounded him from all directions. You walk nothing like a soldier, the lead officer snapped. Xia Luo. All right, ever heard of your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man? As he spoke, webs shot out in every direction, blanketing the area in a sticky chaos. Using the confusion, Xia Luo dove through a portal. In the artificial sun experiment room, Xia Luo emerged from the portal and immediately began causing havoc. Smash! With a single punch, he cracked one of the primary control devices, sending sparks flying as the artificial sun spun out of control. Simultaneously, warning lights flashed on hidden devices nearby. The artificial sun flared violently, engulfing Xia Luo in its light. Uh-oh, looks like this run is a bust too. On the 8th attempt, Xia Luo chose not to confront Hydra's artificial sons directly. Because no matter how he approached it, Hydra had a failsafe to ensure the artificial sun would detonate, taking him down with it. You had to hand it to Hydra's leadership. Killing Spider-Man wasn't even central to their plan. They simply didn't underestimate any pest. That was how Hydra had survived since the last century, amassing vast, hidden resources. Underestimate the smallest threat, and you wouldn't survive for long. On the way to Hell's Kitchen, Xia Luo pondered his next steps. Soon enough, the group gathered again. With the help of the dragon bone fossil, Professor X regained his youth. As he swept his mental powers across the globe, he reached a conclusion. To disrupt the artificial suns, the only option is to preemptively detonate them, Professor X said. As long as they don't reach full power, they won't collapse into black holes. Detonate them all? Xia Luo frowned. To destroy 13 artificial suns, we'd need to sacrifice 13 teammates. And even if we had enough people, sure, this could stop Hydra, but... He trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid. Can we use long-range attacks? Barton asked. If I can get close enough to the artificial suns, I'm sure I can hit the core and force an early detonation without risking myself. Professor X shook his head. Their plan is airtight. They wouldn't leave such a weakness. Your arrows won't penetrate the sun's shield, and if they could, Hydra would have a contingency. Everyone fell silent. In the background, Wade casually swung on a makeshift hammock. Hey, Chrome Dome, why don't you just erase everyone's memory? That way, no one could even think about Hydra or know that mutants exist, he suggested. For a moment, the group brightened. That might actually work, Carter said, eyes alight with hope. But Professor X's expression faltered, and he let out a quiet sigh. I'm sorry, I can't agree to that, he said. There's no such thing as a flawless ability, and this world is far stranger than we can imagine. If I tampered with everyone's minds, it could lead to even worse consequences. He turned to Xia Luo. I think you understand what I mean. Xia Luo nodded thoughtfully. I think I do. This time, Professor X's refusal felt different. Clearly, he'd glimpsed something disturbing. In the Marvel multiverse, Earth was the cradle of countless stories. The most powerful beings were always watching it. For Hydra to try and overthrow, the world might be a minor blip in the grand scheme of things. But if Professor X rewrote the memories of everyone on Earth, that would disrupt human history, drawing the attention of some very powerful forces. And they would not tolerate such interference. If that happened, then this resurrection trial was truly doomed. Xia Luo didn't know if his guesses were correct, but he decided to play it safe. After a moment, he opened a portal to Camertage. Among the ruins, Wang was busy searching for something. Where is it, my new robes? He mumbled to himself. It can't have burned, can it? No way. The Sorcerer Supreme asked me to welcome Spider-Man in full attire. I can't be caught unprepared. I'll need a bath, too. Listening to Wang's rambling, Xia Luo finally understood. No wonder Wang hadn't looked disheveled in their first meeting. He'd been caught up in his own rituals. With an amused chuckle, Xia Luo turned and stepped back through the portal. The battle here was over. There was no need for him to linger at Camertage. He arrived back at a desolate mansion, where Otto was holding Ruth in his arms, both looking somber. We failed, and Hydra's artificial sun won't succeed either, Otto sighed. Ruth nodded. They know that, which is why they activated this plan. When did you join Hydra? Otto asked suddenly. Ruth hesitated. Always been with them. Otto's eyes filled with a quiet disappointment. So, your younger self, you sought me out on purpose. For that paper I wrote on artificial suns. Ruth quickly shook her head. No, that's not it. You're my husband and you always will be. She gazed at him earnestly. They asked me to approach you, yes, but I chose to marry you. Do you know what that means? Otto faltered, his face clouded with grief. I see, it was all for the mission. No, Otto, my love, Ruth said softly. I love you. You've always had this charm, you know that. Over the years, I nearly forgot my other life. I was happy. I know you were too. She lowered her head. But then, I got a message. No one knows their ruthlessness better than I do. They had 100 ways to kill you, to kill us. I had to act. I'm so sorry I deceived you. I know it's far too late to apologize. Her voice grew quieter. Otto's body trembled as he slowly raised his hands to embrace her. Yes, as long as we can be together, it's worth it. Finally, Ruth's body went slack in his arms. Ruth, my love. Otto's hands were covered in blood, his gaze fixed on the dagger lodged in her abdomen, tears welling in his eyes. I forgive you, he whispered. Please don't leave me. I forgive you, just don't die, please. He cradled her lifeless form, his voice choked with despair. Behind him, Xia Luo watched the scene in silence. She chose to end her life because she knew you might not forgive her, Xia Luo said gently. You were protecting her, but she understood that an unspoken rift had already formed between you. Otto did not turn. But now I forgive her completely, he murmured through his tears. Xia Luo knelt beside him, placing a hand on Otto's shoulder. We still have the Stone of Time, Otto, he said, dropping his voice. It can save her, but I'll need your help. Hearing that familiar voice, Otto jerked around, eyes wide. Xia Luo. Yes, Dr. Otto. Xia Luo pressed the spider emblem on his suit, retracting his mask to reveal his face. With great power comes great responsibility. Dr. Otto, let's save the world together. Let's save Ruth and save ourselves. Chapter 168. All right, let's save Ruth and myself. Otto's eyes grew resolute, and Xia Luo passed along Lady Gao's whereabouts. Take the Stone of Time. Use the power of the dragon bone fossil. He handed Otto a piece of the dragon bone fossil. Given Otto's current strength, Lady Gao wouldn't stand a chance. With Otto convinced, the next steps in the plan were simple. Right before the artificial sun reached critical failure, Xia Luo visited Stark Tower and spoke at length with Tony. Ninth Resurrection Trial. As soon as the countdown ended, a dazzling portal appeared over Camertage. Sizzle. Bathed in the glow of mystical energy, Xia Luo removed his nanosuit and stepped into the village. In the open space, a group of wizards dressed in brown robes practiced magic in unison. Hummums. As the wizards made circles with their hands, glowing golden symbols appeared in the air, shaping complex geometric patterns. These glyphs felt dreamlike, a delicate blend of reality and the ethereal, seeming almost to disappear into nothingness at any moment. Puff! One of the younger wizards suddenly faltered, his energy dissipating into the breeze. Watching his disappointed expression, Xia Luo shook his head. Borrowed magic is never truly yours, unless you never give it back. Lost in thought, he spotted Wang eyeing him from a distance. After a moment's hesitation, Wang stepped forward and bowed slightly. Are you here to see the Sorcerer Supreme? He asked. Anyone who could appear in Camertage unannounced had to have the Sorcerer Supreme's approval. Without it, they wouldn't even sense the place's existence, much less enter. Xia Luo nodded. Yes, I need to speak with the Ancient One. Right this way. Wang led him past groups of sorcerers practicing their spells, and finally to a quiet pavilion. Ancient One, Wang called softly from the entrance, stepping aside and gesturing for Xia Luo to enter. The Sorcerer Supreme awaits you, he added before falling silent by the door. Xia Luo paused, then added, could I get some fresh juice? 2 glasses, please. Wang's eye twitched. The Sorcerer Supreme does not drink juice. They're both for me. Wang. Very well, wait here. As Wang left, Xia Luo composed himself, then stepped inside with a pleasant smile. Hello, I'm Spider-Man, please have a seat. Without waiting for him to finish, the bald-headed Ancient One, sitting cross-legged on a cushion, opened her eyes and smiled. Xia Luo blinked, glancing at her cushion. You use those too? He asked, seating himself on a nearby wooden chair. The Ancient One smiled. Of course, they're very convenient. She then reached into the cushion and pulled out a can of soda. It was ice cold. Want one? She offered. Xia Luo. No thanks, I only drink fresh juice. But yes, cushions are indeed convenient, he remarked, nodding at the cushion. The Ancient One responded with a nod of her own, conjuring golden runes with a single hand, swirling a stream of cola into a glass on the table. This one's freshly poured. Xia Luo eyed the glass. Artificial sweeteners aren't very healthy. Noticing Wang returning with the juice, she quickly hid the soda in her cushion. Yes, even sorcerers must mind their health, she said nonchalantly. Xia Luo's lip twitched. Are all Marvel characters secret pranksters? Your juice, sir. Wang set the juice on the table, casting a side eye at the brown tea in her cup, shaking his head with resignation. You'll end up losing all your teeth at this rate, he muttered as he left. The Ancient One kept her smile perfectly toothless. Spider-Man, I know why you're here, and this isn't the first time we've met, she began. At her words, Xia Luo frowned. But it is our first time. Halfway through, Xia Luo recalled a previous trial, the one with Dark Strange, where they'd crossed paths. So, realizing the truth, Xia Luo chuckled, so it's like that. The Ancient One nodded. Even a single universe has its fascinations, but you've glimpsed the multiverse's wonders. Trading insights across universes can be quite enlightening. Although it can get tricky knowing who you are, I wouldn't recommend it. Xia Luo took a sip of juice, and I bet you all gossip too. Only experience, she corrected. Fine then, Ancient One, will you help me this time? With a warm smile, she shook her head. Of course not. This isn't a dark dimension incursion. I have no reason to interfere. Not even for the end of the world. Humankind's struggles are part of its evolution. I cannot intervene. So, it's non-negotiable. Well, not entirely. She glanced at the door and snuck another sip of soda from her cushion. I could, at least, help you deal with a particularly troublesome individual. Low-key. Yes, the crocodile. It's not the first time he's tried to worm his way into Camertage. Xia Luo understood what she meant immediately. In Lizard Parker's universe, Crocodile Loki hadn't shown up in the resurrection trials. Could he have gone to Camertage instead? Not fully committing to the game meant he'd end up repeating it indefinitely. Did you do that on purpose? He asked. The Ancient One feigned innocence. Sealing Loki wouldn't require you to sacrifice yourself. The Ancient One retracted her soda, her expression serious. Actually, from the moment you became Spider-Man, my work was finished. I can finally follow the call of eternity, or in simpler terms, give myself a break. But then her tone shifted. Staying would mean facing certain visitors, and that would be most troublesome. So you're dodging them. Xia Luo arched a brow. Ancient One, with great power comes great responsibility, you know. Spider-Man, allow me to address you by your full name, Xia Luo Parker. The Ancient One's tone grew mischievous. That line doesn't work on me. I told you my job is done, so I am free of any responsibility. Xia Luo. Tough crowd. But he hadn't expected her to step in anyway. If she meddled in every matter, there'd be no need for the Avengers. Couldn't you stay anyway? He tried. She shook her head, only if there's a compelling reason to do so. Your disciples need you, Xia Luo said. Seen what happens, they'll die. Death does not mean the end. Right then, the ground beneath him shook violently, rattling the entire pavilion. Crack, crack. Through the windows, Xia Luo saw golden barriers forming in the sky, fracturing as they appeared. The piercing roar of a beast filled the air as a gargantuan crocodile, stretching over 100 meters, crashed through the barrier and slammed into the village. ROAR. Boom. The sky quickly darkened as storm clouds gathered. Under their shadow, the massive crocodile whipped its tail, smashing nearby buildings to rubble. Oh no, it's a magical beast from another dimension. Quick, form a shield. Buzz! The sorcerers shouted in panic, connecting golden shields to fend off the massive beast's assault. Boom! Thud, thud, thud. The ground shook with heavy, booming vibrations. Xia Luo leapt to the roof, his gaze tightening as he took in the terrifying size of the colossal crocodile. Is Loki always this strong? That's just a physical avatar, said the Ancient One calmly, stepping out of the pavilion. Her hands wove together, folding the village into a dimensional space. Broken houses hung upside down in midair as a mountain of debris buried the giant crocodile under its weight. Buzz! Golden portals opened all around, as the sorcerers summoned chains of shimmering light to bind the beast's enormous body. Roar! The crocodile thrashed, shattering the chains with each struggle. the backlash causing the sorcerers to stumble and spit blood as they were driven back. Already out of energy, Xia Luo sighed, sympathizing with the fragility of their bodies. He shot a web to anchor himself in midair. Whoosh! With the rush of wind, his body was soon covered in his red and blue nanosuit. Spider-Man! Wang spotted the figure and froze, recognizing the young man he'd often seen on his secret hamburger runs in New York. Before the sorcerers could regroup, Xia Luo had transformed into a radiant meteor, streaking down toward the crocodile. Friendly neighborhood dropkick. The shining meteor fell toward the crocodile, which tilted its head up, jaws wide. Gulped! The meteor dropped right into its maw, and the crocodile closed its jaws with a satisfied belch, a bit of red and blue energy spilling from its mouth. Ancient One. Wang. Xia Luo. Surrounded by total darkness, Xia Luo felt the magic energy being siphoned out of his body, as the gleaming glow from his suit dimmed and disappeared. Even the spider totem's light on his chest flickered in and out, growing fainter. Hi. Xia Luo paused, realizing that Crocodile Loki was absorbing magical energy. No wonder it had targeted Camertage right from the start, stubborn as ever. Just as he pondered how to escape, a familiar voice called out beside him. "Oh my God, it's so dark in here. Are we in the DC universe?" Wade gasped dramatically, clutching his face. Xia Luo's face fell. Was this part of the plan? The answer was a definite no. He kicked Wade away, watching him tumble through the blackness before turning into a streak of lightning to speed through the stomach's void. But this black space felt endless, and even the portals wouldn't open. As his magic energy ran out, his body became exposed to the acidic darkness, leaving him numb, unable to feel pain but aware he was slowly dissolving. "Hey, Spider-Boy, care for a swim?" Wade's voice piped up casually as the acid began to surge around them. Xia Luo considered it. "Let's race." "Sounds good." 10th Resurrection Trial. Camertage streaking meteors. Roar! The giant crocodile opened its jaws to devour the incoming meteor. But at the last moment, a spark of magic flared, and the meteor disappeared, only to reappear from another portal, smashing directly into the creature's right eye. Boom! Roar! The magical impact exploded, sending a giant green eyeball soaring through the air, as big as a bowling ball, crashing through a nearby building. "Help!" Wade's voice cried from within the building. "Whoever saves me, I'll lick their toes." As the crocodile stampeded over the building, a single, severed hand flew out of the rubble, middle finger raised. The scene shifted once more into a coliseum of broken stone, where the Ancient One led the sorcerers into battle, charging with magical shields toward the giant beast. Xia Luo. This again. How many times must I say it? Sorcerers should never engage in close combat. Before he could intervene, the one-eyed crocodile dove into the crowd, flinging sorcerers like rag dolls into the stone rubble. The screams were relentless, and amid the green light radiating from the creature, a new eyeball regrew. "Damn, it knows magic too," Wang exclaimed. Xia Luo landed beside him. "Find its real body, and we can end this." "The real body is right here," the Ancient One panted, straining under the force of her giant shield, sweat beading on her brow. "I couldn't locate it, so I used forbidden magic to bind it within this space." Xia Luo sighed, recognizing her brilliant performance. "Great acting, but too bad, I'm not giving you the opportunity. Let's see how you retire without a valid excuse." Opening another portal, he brought in backup. Spider-Boy were here. Old Man Steve and the others charged through the portal into the dimension. The Ancient One looked deeply concerned. Perhaps she should have closed the portal in advance. Logan, now back to his younger self, pushed a wheelchair through. "The real body's in the pond." Eyes closed, Professor X had pinpointed Loki's true form. As he spoke, the pond's surface churned. The crocodile glared in fury, its jaws opening to unleash a terrifying pull. Roar! The sudden surge of psychic backlash struck Professor X. His face drained of color as he felt his mind crushed by an overwhelming force. If no one intervened, he would be dead within moments. But Xia Luo was ready. He'd suspected that Professor X's first death was somehow connected to Crocodile Loki. This guy didn't just consume magic, he could absorb psychic energy too. Buzz! Without hesitation, Xia Luo opened a portal, causing the pond's waters to pour out in a torrent, revealing the dark green crocodile with a horned crown flailing within a wee bee. Crocodile Loki. Fools, I am a god of Asgard, the great crocodile god. You miserable mortals, release me. Ignoring Loki's rant, Xia Luo grinned. I'll throw some dirt in your eye. Chapter 169. Crocodile Loki's slit-like pupils contracted. What dirt? Metal dirt. With that, Xia Luo tore off a piece of nano-metal from his arm, then rubbed it mercilessly into Crocodile Loki's eye. Oh no, you vile insect, how dare you treat a great god this way? Crocodile Loki wailed, thrashing wildly. Xia Luo seized the moment, grabbed the croc's throat, and delivered a hard punch to its head, making little golden stars swirl around its dizzying gaze. Yep, totally cartoonish. At the same time, the massive crocodile began to fade, shattering into green particles that dissolved into the air. Although Crocodile Loki was left dazed, Professor X's condition showed no improvement. Within seconds, Professor X's body gave a tremor before his head fell limply forward. He was dead. Logan's face darkened, grief settling over him once more. Hi. Xia Luo frowned, puzzled by the professor's sudden death. He carefully examined the limp Crocodile Loki in his grasp, still uncertain how it had killed Professor X in its weakened state. Meanwhile, the Ancient One watched with a touch of disappointment. She had prepared her parting words, but then things took this turn. Still, with the matter resolved, she'd have to find another chance to exit gracefully and give a plausible explanation for her students. The Ancient One's gaze landed on Loki's horned crown, still glittering. That's an artifact that repels psychic attacks. The stronger the psychic energy used, the more intense the backlash. Hearing this, Xia Luo suddenly understood. Professor X hadn't been drained by Loki's spirit form, he'd been killed by the artifact's backlash. During the previous resurrection round, Professor X had amplified his psychic powers with the dragon bone fossil, leading to instant death. This time, with no amplifier, he held on for a few extra seconds. He had successfully saved the Ancient One from a death wish, but lost Professor X in the process. Not ideal, better luck next time. Soon, the Ancient One retracted the dimensional space, and the ruined buildings swiftly reverted to their original state through her magic. Honestly, real estate must be the worst business for a sorcerer. Please take a seat. Back in the elegant pavilion, the Ancient One invited everyone to tea, while pulling out another can of soda for herself. She made no effort to hide it, since Wang was preoccupied with restraining the wretched crocodile. Despite being a god, Crocodile Loki had severe limitations. Aside from its giant form, its real body was rather weak and easily bound by Wang's chains. Elsewhere, Old Man Steve quietly took in the sights of Camertage as they walked, then leaned over to Xia Luo. You know, Strange isn't the Sorcerer Supreme here yet. I could give it a shot. A shot at what? Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. Old Man Steve straightened up, chest puffed with pride, becoming the Sorcerer Supreme Captain. But the Ancient One's still alive. So, would you mind taking her out? That's not funny at all. Sorry, I'm out of practice. Not as witty as I used to be. Old Man Steve sighed, casting an envious glance at Wade, who, despite being half his original size, was still stitching up his torn suit with fierce determination. Man, that guy's hilarious. Wish I could be like that. Agent Carter gave Steve a sidelong glance. That's not humor, that's resilience. No one could be tougher than a 200-year-old still playing hero. Meanwhile, Xia Luo expressed his interest in learning more magic. The Ancient One agreed without hesitation. Of course, I'll personally teach you. Really? Of course, not that you'd be able to learn it. Xia Luo. Why? He asked, his expression darkening. The Ancient One's gaze turned thoughtful, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Xia Luo instinctively clutched his chest. You know, Thanos isn't half bad. Strong, got a good grip on his empire, even a cosmic-level CEO vibe. You could always give him a look. No need to fixate on a poor little spider. Technically, I'm still just a kid. The Ancient One paused, seeming to consider it. Wait, you're seriously considering it? Xia Luo's face twitched. From what he knew, the Ancient One might have been flexible. The Ancient One, caught in her musings, shook her head. Thinking of Thanos reminds me of Strange, and how he was once ensnared by darkness. And that reminds me of my own plans for retirement. Stop. Xia Luo raised his hand to halt the Ancient One, then turned and promptly tossed Wade out of the pavilion. Oh my God, even though you're so cruel to me, I still love you. Thud. The heavy thump from below reassured Xia Luo, and he turned back around. All right, now there shouldn't be any mysterious interference. Please continue. The Ancient One blinked. Had I been saying a lot? Just a little. Then that's a relief. The Sorcerer Supreme should indeed be sparing with words. She collected herself and began explaining. The reason you can't fully grasp my magic is because my powers come from the ancient god Vishanti, among other sources. By channeling Vishanti's powers, I can access a portion of its abilities. This is what we call white magic. As for black magic, we'll cover that another time. Xia Luo nodded. So, the Spider-Man Supreme can only learn magic specific to his own ancient god. Correct. And what about the portal magic? All the ancient gods possess some form of it. The one empowering you would naturally include such an ability, considering that portals are a basic spell, no special technique needed. The Ancient One didn't look optimistic, but Xia Luo wasn't ready to give up. So, if the ancient god I follow happens to know dimensional magic, I should be able to learn it from you, right? Possibly, though it's a long shot. The Ancient One looked at him thoughtfully. I sense that your magic stems from a unique totem. This limits what higher-level magic you can learn, let alone perceiving dimensional space. Unless your ancient god decides to grant you a few more spells personally. With a resigned sigh, Xia Luo understood her meaning. Becoming the Sorcerer Supreme Spider-Man was going to be a long road. It was clear the Ancient One's path was closed to him, but Crocodile Loki, on the other hand. Standing up, he walked to the pond. Wang, with his expression fixed and his eye twitching, was watching quite the scene unfold. Despite having only half his body left, Wade had apparently joined in on the interrogation. Speak up, are you going to talk or not? If you don't start talking, I'll be forced to use the most vicious fish-slaying techniques on you. Hurry up, my patience is running thin. My smile has taken on a disturbingly sinister curve. It's a dangerous sign. Pinned against a chopping board, Crocodile Loki's jaw was firmly bound by golden chains, his eyes full of despair and helplessness as he faced this bizarre interrogator. But his mouth was chained shut. How was he even supposed to speak? The real horror began as a shadow loomed over him. In wide-eyed terror, Crocodile Loki watched as Xia Luo drew a sword from Wade's back and pointed it menacingly toward certain sensitive areas. Deadpool, you're slipping, Xia Luo smirked. They say neutered pigs have better flavor. Crocodiles should be the same, don't you think? Crocodile Loki. Wade clutched his face in despair. No, why didn't I think of that? How could I be so useless? Unable to take any more, Wang spoke up, making Crocodile Loki tear up with relief. At least there's one decent person here. Is it all right if I get started on the cooking now? Wang asked, retrieving a boning knife from behind his back as he prepared to start dinner for his fellow sorcerers. Crocodile Loki. This world is devoid of love. Just a few more minutes, Wang, Xia Luo said with a grin. He released the magical chains on Crocodile Loki's mouth. So, what kind of fish do you aspire to be? A beautiful one, or maybe a tasty one? Crocodile Loki's eyes darted frantically. If it's up to me, I'd like to be a fish that contributes to society. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. All right, going for moral values now. Wrong answer, let's try that again. A beautiful fish, Crocodile Loki said, deflated. Good, to be that kind of fish, you have to offer some emotional value. Now, what can you do for me? I can help you raise fish. To raise your sister, Xia Luo shot him a dark look. I only have one sibling actually. Right, Xia Luo turned to Wang. I'll leave him to you. Light on the oil, please. I prefer it mild. Wait, Crocodile Loki wriggled in panic. I can swallow those artificial suns for you and help destroy Hydra. Perfect. Xia Luo grinned. Can I trust you on that? Absolutely, I never lie. Wang, we're adding to the menu. I'll take a fried crocodile tail. Hold on, I can use my spirit form to take out the artificial suns. You just need to control me. Oh, really? Xia Luo feigned interest. All right, you've earned my trust. Then he checked the time and sighed in disappointment. Unfortunately, the artificial suns are already going out of control, so that trust will have to serve as lunch. Wang, crocodile sashimi should be just right for something like him. He shouldn't have parasites. Of course, trust my cooking skills. In that moment, Wang's smile became downright sinister in Crocodile Loki's horrified eyes. What are you doing? Get away from me. Relax, a little pain is normal. Nuo. After savoring the crocodile banquet, Xia Luo soon received a notification that the mission had failed. After dealing with Crocodile Loki, Xia Luo brought him to the skies over the Okinawa base. Watching Xia Luo's webs somehow anchor him midair, Crocodile Loki looked baffled. Is someone holding the other end of the web? I'm not answering that, Xia Luo replied, pointing to the airbase below. Go ahead, show them what you're made of. Crocodile Loki nodded. Understood. I only hope you'll treat me better after this. Relax. Everyone who's been a friend of Spider-Man knows that deep down, he's a good guy. At Xia Luo's urging, Crocodile Loki's body began to glow, emanating a dazzling green light. The emerald radiance cascaded down like an aurora, enveloping the entire base. What is that? It's beautiful. Mom, I believe in the light again. Fool, remain on alert, something's happening. Yes, sir. As the soldiers moved into position, the green glow gathered into the form of a colossal crocodile. Roar! Its roar shook the earth as it opened its gaping maw, its pull powerful enough to drag everything nearby into its mouth, artificial sun included. Oh my God, that's one big fish. No. As the base's weapons vanished down the creature's throat, a few sparks glimmered momentarily before fading. Watching this, the officer gritted his teeth, immediately activating the artificial sun's self-destruct. Boom! Brilliant light erupted as a wave of searing heat engulfed the entire base. And high above in the webbing, Crocodile Loki's body flickered with an ominous green glow. Not as tasty as magic energy, but it's filling, Crocodile Loki said, finishing with a contented belch. Seeing this, Xia Luo felt a sense of unease. You're full. Yep. Instantly, Crocodile Loki froze. A crocodile that could devour all the artificial suns, that was a good crocodile. But if it could only handle one? It was just a dead fish. As expected, Xia Luo quietly opened a portal. Tell Wang I'm craving fish. Wait, Crocodile Loki's jaw stretched into an awkward grin, trying to appear friendly. I could help you with other things like dye. Pie. Crocodile Loki blinked, considering his options. If it meant survival, maybe it wasn't so bad. The 12th resurrection attempt. Stark Tower, Tony's lobby. Inside, the time-space monolith sat on the workbench, as Dr. Otto handed 2 energy-filled dragonbone fragments to Tony. Without a word, Tony placed one fragment by JARVIS's server and strapped the other to his own head. The server whirred to life as virtual interfaces flickered, running calculations at lightning speed. Meanwhile, Tony's mind was racing, his hands moving rapidly as he scribbled complex equations across a chalkboard. Otto, also strapping on a fragment, began refining the data for the artificial sun project. Xia Luo watched this scene, silently observing without interrupting. This was his plan. Since he couldn't prevent the artificial sun from going critical, he would use the monolith's amplification capabilities, combined with the brilliant synergy between these two geniuses, to perfect it. It wasn't a foolproof plan, which was why he'd also sought out the Ancient One and Crocodile Loki in other resets. But neither of those turned out reliable. Xia Luo's hopes had to rest here once more. Even with the dragon bone fragment's aid, 24 hours still wasn't enough time for Tony and Otto to finalize their calculations. So with each reset, he'd been saving the data, allowing them to continue where they'd left off each time, avoiding the need to start from scratch. Though progress was rapid, Pepper stood outside the lab, visibly anxious. The dragon bone fragments were pushing Tony's mind to the limit, his neurons firing so intensely that his brain was suffering irreparable damage. His eyes and nostrils had begun to bleed black, and his face was contorted in a hideous grimace. He could collapse at any moment. Dr. Otto, enhanced by Hydra's strength, fared better. His healing abilities allowed him to hold out longer. As for JARVIS, even the world's most advanced server struggled to match the raw creative intellect of Tony and Otto. In this situation, its efficiency couldn't quite keep up. Seeing Tony on the verge of collapse, Xia Luo deftly knocked Pepper out to spare her the pain of seeing it. After all, it was his persuasion that led Tony to join this mission. If Tony died, it would be on him. Thud. In the next moment, Tony collapsed lifeless, while the fully immersed Otto remained oblivious. We're so close, so close. Rose, our dream is almost realized it will be. Chapter 170. Even if Dr. Otto succeeded in perfecting the artificial sun experiment, a flawless artificial sun alone wouldn't help him defeat Hydra. That would only delay Hydra's plans to destroy military bases across the world. With control over a true artificial sun, Hydra could overthrow governments and take over the planet with ease. So, a battle between the two factions would be inevitable once the real artificial sun came to fruition. Given Hydra's global influence, eradicating them completely was nearly impossible. Xia Luo knew he had to prepare. Taking the time-space monolith, he opened a portal. Buzz tilde. Amid a flicker of magical sparks, Xia Luo arrived at Camertage. Ancient One, I need some guidance on how to tap into the power of the time-space monolith, he said without preamble. The Ancient One, who had just tried to sneak a sip of cola, smiled as she spotted him, tucking the soda back into her cushion. No problem, I'll help you with this. Her gaze landed on the time-space monolith in Xia Luo's hands. She began forming mystical symbols with her hands, encircling the monolith in golden arrays of energy. Then, closing her eyes, she delved deeper into the artifact, probing its mysteries through magic. After a moment, she opened her eyes, an odd look on her face. This stone tablet, its origins are rather suspicious. I'd never sensed its existence until now. You're going off track, I just need to know how to use it, Xia Luo replied. The Ancient One paused before chuckling. Apologies, actually, using it isn't difficult. You can activate it by channeling the sun god's power. Xia Luo's expression turned sour. I'm aware of that already, I meant another way. There is an alternative, she said, meeting his gaze. But first tell me, what do you plan to do with it? Worried I'll mess with the world's progression, Xia Luo asked. She shook her head. No, the time-space monolith is a powerful relic containing temporal energy, but it has its limits. Limits, Xia Luo frowned. What happens if I exceed them? Nothing drastic, it will simply shatter. Then that's not a problem. He was unconcerned. The multiverse held countless artifacts far more powerful than the time-space monolith. If he broke one stone tablet, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Seeing he had made up his mind, the Ancient One didn't hesitate further. Besides the sun god's energy, you can also channel its power through an artificial sun, though it needs to be a real artificial sun, so this won't conflict with your current plans at all. Hearing this, Xia Luo paused. An artificial sun is just physics-based technology. How can it substitute for a god's power? The Ancient One laughed. As long as it's a sun, it can serve as an energy source for the sun god's domain, even an artificial sun. So then, I could just use the real sun. Of course, if you can manage to get close enough. Never mind, the artificial sun will do just fine. Thanking the Ancient One, Xia Luo left Camertage with the monolith in tow. Next, he opened a portal to track down Hydra Steve. The two of them had a long discussion. And they kept at it until this attempt ended in another mission failure. After 12 rewinds, Xia Luo's strength had increased by 12 tons. At Kingpin's villa, Professor X was currently using the dragon bone fossil to expand his mental perception, gathering intelligence for Xia Luo. His psychic energy spread across the globe. Following Xia Luo's instructions, he avoided camouflage. Spider-Man, you have many enemies. Hydra's captain has already gathered the other contestants together. He opened his eyes and continued, though you stopped Norman Osborn from exposing your identity, that won't mean much in the end. More than one person knows your identity, many contestants have already seen your face. Unless you can take them all down right away, your identity will eventually be leaked, even if we win this resurrection game. Xia Luo shrugged. That doesn't matter, you know what I actually want to ask. Professor X glanced around at the others, then nodded, motioning Xia Luo closer. Whisper so they can't hear. All right, I know what you mean. This is about that woman, Ophelia, right? Relax, you two don't have any children. Children? Deadpool, who had just arrived at the villa, shouted in shock. Spider-Man has a kid. What? The rest of the team gasped. Did they kidnap your child, Spider-Man? Old Steve's face turned dark. Carter frowned. Did they mistake that baby Kingpin for yours? She asked Xia Luo. Kingpin is Spider-Man's child. Barton was stunned. Natasha looked at him with disdain. Your hearing's definitely not as sharp as your aim. She's clearly saying Spider-Man is Kingpin's child. Enough, Xia Luo said, face turning dark. This is getting ridiculous. But he didn't rush to explain. He knew this wasn't the sort of thing to spread around. He turned back to Professor X. What about the real question? Can it be done? Professor X frowned. Modifying a few memories is easy, but the implications of doing so here are massive. I'll need to think it over carefully. That was all Xia Luo needed to hear. It was unlikely, he'd expected as much. Professor X always prioritized the bigger picture. Still, even if Professor X declined to help, Xia Luo could still save the world. Over the next few rewinds, he prepared meticulously, one piece at a time. Finally, on the 20th rewind, Dr. Otto and Tony managed to complete the experimental data. It worked. Tony collapsed, bleeding from his nose and mouth, yet a thrilled smile lit his face. He was beyond saving. Xia Luo knocked out Pepper with practiced ease, before looking at the equally ecstatic Dr. Otto. Are you sure it's viable? He asked. Dr. Otto laughed. Absolutely. I'm confident we can produce a true artificial sun, though we'll need to conduct additional fusion tests to be certain. Xia Luo smiled. That's fine, but this time we're out of time. We'll test it in the next rewind. The 21st rewind. Spider-Man, I can't agree to your request, Professor X said. The consequences for the world would be huge, I understand. Xia Luo replied with a serious look. But Professor, with great power comes great responsibility. You know that. This is just a test, and I can reset everything. I won't let it alter the world's set course. With great power. Professor X murmured those words, his face contorted in struggle. Carter, standing nearby, was eyeing Xia Luo with suspicion. Feels like I've heard that line somewhere before. That doesn't matter, Xia Luo replied, activating his nanotech display and bringing up the experiment data on a virtual screen. As he spoke, the TV screen flickered with static for a brief, barely visible moment, and Xia Luo allowed himself a small, almost undetectable smile. Professor X wouldn't do it, but there were others who would. Mr. Schmidt, I've uncovered a secret from Spider-Man. In a Hydra base, Dr. Arnim Zola's face appeared on a computer screen. The red figure across from him paused. Dr. Zola, a correction, I am now Madame Johann, the Red Skull replied, her voice filled with displeasure. Dr. Zola's face twitched. My apologies, Madame Johann. Spider-Man has obtained advanced artificial sun data that could actually create a true artificial sun. Impossible. At that moment, Hydra Steve walked in carrying a baby Kingpin, his face skeptical. That guy, Xia Luo Parker, could never crack the secrets of a true artificial sun. Even Dr. Otto couldn't manage it, and Parker's not even close to his level. But Bucky's opinion was different. Steve, you're forgetting who he is, Bucky said. What? He's Spider-Man, Bucky said, taking a deep breath. Time after time, just when we think we've won, he pulls off some impossible feat to win the resurrection game. I bet he'll do it again. Hydra Steve hesitated. Right, he always manages to pull off some kind of miracle. His face twisted with frustration. If the setting for this resurrection game were anywhere else, we might not have known what he was up to, let alone stand a chance at winning. Tilda. Just then, Baby Kingpin gurgled. He wanted to say that's my line. But he quickly remembered his unfortunate situation. Oh, what a cute baby. Let me hold him for a bit. Hearing the baby's coo, the Red Skull's face lit up with interest. She walked toward Steve. Her twisted face, morphing as flesh, shifted and tightened into a more feminine appearance. Cradling Baby Kingpin, she began to rock him, her expression unexpectedly tender. Steve frowned but said nothing. Bucky, on the other hand, looked away, unable to stomach the sight. After all, he remembered Johann Schmidt as a hard, unyielding man. But during an operation, Johann had been injured and fitted with a Hydra spine, which had altered his personality and opened up a whole new side of himself. The last time Bucky had seen this expression on Schmidt's face had been in Tony Stark's quarters. He shot a glance at the poor baby and shivered. No way is this real. Poor kid, if he ever grew up, the trauma would be severe. Then again, as Spider-Man's child, he probably wouldn't live to find out. Meanwhile, Dr. Zola had already begun tampering with the artificial sun data at the Okinawa base. I've modified the data for the experiment. We'll know the results soon, he announced. Hydra Steve frowned. Could this be a trap? Don't worry, Madam Red Skull said, sidling up to Steve with Baby Kingpin in her arms. If it fails, we lose nothing. If it succeeds, we'll have the means to conquer the world. We have nothing to lose. Hydra Steve still felt uneasy, but on reflection, he couldn't fault her logic. After all, this resurrection game was on his turf, and he had all of Hydra's resources backing him up. Victory should be inevitable. Moments later, Dr. Zola returned with good news. It's a success. Dr. Zola's virtual face beamed with excitement. A true artificial sun has been created. Spider-Man's data is authentic. What? Hydra Steve finally relaxed. Excellent. Now we just need to modify the data at the other bases. With the creation of a true artificial sun, we'll have ultimate control over the world. A long-dormant ambition swelled within him, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Bucky, come with me. We're going to find Carter. Why? Bucky frowned. Hydra Steve took a deep breath. She can't stay with Xia Luo Parker. If she does, she'll die. I'd expect no less from you, Steve, a sultry voice interjected, always so sentimental. A swaying silhouette approached, and Hydra Steve's face darkened as he saw the woman in the serpentine robe. Ophelia, are you the Ophelia I know? Both versions of me, she replied, clutching a Spider-Man doll with a sly smile. I need to have another conversation with Spider-Man before he's wiped out. Our last one wasn't quite successful. Hydra Steve didn't respond. Bucky shook his head. She's insane, absolutely insane. Is Spider-Man really that captivating? Steve didn't want to deal with this madwoman, but he couldn't afford to offend her either. Thanks to her genetic toxin, Ophelia was leagues more dangerous than her counterpart. Aside from Dr. Zola, who had transcended into the digital world, no one could resist her venom. Then again, she wanted to take down Spider-Man, so maybe she could vanish along with him in the ultimate destruction of his final defeat. In the cosmic web, new power surged into Xia Luo's body, enhancing his muscle density. He took a deep breath. Everything was ready. Rewind. Buzz Tilda. A red and blue figure vanished into the void, and Xia Luo emerged on top of the Empire State Building. Carter, notify everyone. Avengers assemble. With that, Xia Luo leapt from the building. Magical sparks ignited around him as he zipped through the air, surging into the nearest broadcast station in a flash of electric arcs. Ha, the terrifying goblin is back, no. An arrogant Norman Osborn was swept up by the arcs and pulled into the portal. Quickly, Xia Luo's figure reappeared on Blake Street, then at Empire University, and finally at Oscorp Tower. Faster than ever before. In all 3 of these rescue missions, he deliberately left Hydra Steve unharmed, knowing he'd be instrumental in gathering the other contestants. Moments later, at Kingpin's villa, Xia Luo displayed the artificial sun's experimental data for all to see. As planned, Dr. Zola swiftly intercepted Otto and Tony's hard-won results. With the success of 13 artificial sun experiments, these 13 suns were poised to completely change the world. During this time, Xia Luo also managed to snag the time monument from Lady Gao and made a brief detour to Camertage. Meanwhile, at Hydra's secret base, the contestants that Hydra Steve had gathered erupted in cheers. Spider-Man failed to sabotage the artificial sun experiments. Hydra will soon rule the world. We've won, Steve shouted triumphantly. But Bucky frowned. This all seems too easy. Besides, the plan to bomb New York was interrupted. I think we should calm down and reconsider any details we might have missed. Remember, our opponent is Spider-Man, not just anyone. The words hit like a bucket of cold water, instantly dampening everyone's spirits. Anyone who'd participated in a resurrection game knew that Spider-Man always managed to win, one way or another. Chapter 171. To drop those cowardly expressions, scoffed a man in dark blue attire, fitting his Captain America-style helmet over his head. His gaze swept disdainfully over everyone present. Spider-Man, huh? Never even heard of him. You're all pathetic. He glanced at Hydra Steve. If you have the artificial suns and still can't conquer the world, you're beyond useless. Hearing this, Hydra Steve gritted his teeth, holding back his anger as he forced a strained smile. Excuse me, but who? TDK, I've already introduced myself. Yes, of course, Mr. TDK. Let me explain something to you. Spider-Man is a highly cunning opponent, and he... TDK cut him off. No need, I'm not interested, just don't forget your promise. Absolutely, said Hydra Steve. Once Hydra rules the world, you'll be part of the new Avengers. Good, TDK folded his arms, his expression stony. Bucky frowned, leaning close to whisper in Hydra Steve's ear. Who is this guy, and why are you being so polite? Hydra Steve took a step back, eyes serious. He's dangerous. I saw him take his own arm off without hesitation. He must be some kind of immortal, and anyone with that kind of power isn't to be underestimated. If TDK hadn't shown off his abilities in broad daylight, Steve wouldn't have found him so quickly through Hydra's intel network. Bucky's eyes widened. An immortal? No wonder he's so arrogant. He must be incredibly powerful, otherwise he wouldn't act so cocky. Hydra Steve nodded. Exactly. Even the Black Order hasn't said a word, so I'd say my assessment is accurate. To the two of them, this resurrection game had brought a mixed bag of contestants, some weak, others strong. If they wanted to win, they needed to align with the most formidable player, someone who could help them take down Spider-Man. Because with each cycle, Spider-Man had grown more and more powerful, completely outmatching them. This round had gone smoothly enough. They'd managed to steal the perfected artificial sun data from Spider-Man, securing their advantage. The artificial suns meant infinite energy. Whoever controlled them would control the world. It seemed Hydra had the upper hand, but it would be foolish to assume Spider-Man would lose so easily. That guy was a miracle worker, constantly pulling off the impossible. They couldn't afford to let their guard down. Until they won, it was best to keep TDK happy and not let their pride get in the way. Once the game was over, TDK would be sent back to his own world. Whatever absurd demands he had, they'd be more than happy to indulge them. Especially something as harmless as joining the Avengers, it hardly mattered. And as for the Black Order, they exchanged glances, choosing to keep their silence at TDK's arrogant attitude. The resurrection game had opened their eyes to the strange and terrifying possibilities of the multiverse. In their own world, Spider-Man was powerful, sure, but nothing extreme. But during the last game, they'd been utterly decimated by a Spider-Man from an alternate universe. The overwhelming physical strength, the radiant magic, the odd webs, and that Spidey sense, always one step ahead, predicting every move they made. It had been like they were props in a Spider-Man showcase, completely powerless to resist. Even Thanos himself couldn't have taken them down that fast. In that instant, they'd realized. Thanos wasn't the strongest being out there, and the Black Order had nothing to brag about. There were so many powerful beings in the game, they'd better keep their heads down. Like TDK here, they'd all seen him remove his own arm. Anyone capable of that had to have some form of terrifying immortality. Better to keep their mouths shut and avoid making things worse. Off to the side, Ophelia and the Sinister Six had noticed Hydra Steve's and the Black Order's reactions as well. Seeing beings even stronger than them keeping quiet, they too grew cautious of TDK. Surely, he would be their secret weapon against Spider-Man. So, TDK's status within the group kept climbing. "By the way, where's Madam Viper?" Bucky asked curiously. At the mention of the alternate world Ophelia, Hydra Steve's expression faltered. She went after Spider-Man. Alone. Yeah, she wanted to settle some unfinished business. Total lunatic. Hydra had no intention of dealing with her. In his mind, she was already out of the team. Looking at the others, he took on a serious tone. The artificial sun experiments were a success. Spider-Man's only option now is to kill us all, including every last Hydra member. Which is practically impossible, but I can't say for certain he won't find a way to do it. That's why I brought everyone here, to brace for his counterattack. No sooner had he finished speaking than the base shuddered, and an alarm began blaring. Alert, alert, underground base breach detected. Please evacuate immediately. Spider-Man's here. Hydra Steve went pale, and the others recoiled in shock. He found us so quickly, it must be him. His abilities are just beyond reason. He's trying to kill us all and stop us from winning the game. Ebony Maw narrowed his eyes, then tore open the ceiling with telekinesis. Fighting in the base is a bad idea. Confined spaces give Spider-Man the advantage. Get to the surface, where our soldiers can help. Together, we can take him down. Hydra Steve led the charge as the group raced to the ground level. Above the base, in the forest, a comet of magic energy crashed down, gouging a massive crater into the earth, swallowing trees in swirling magical flames. The shockwave rolled outward, tearing through the camouflage of the base's outer structure. Crack, crack. From the shifting stones around the impact site, hordes of cyborgs began swarming out, lunging toward Xia Luo. Bam, bam, bam. The battlefield erupted in gunfire and explosions. A red and blue figure zipped through the chaos, leaving trails of shimmering web in his wake. Facing these winter soldiers, equipped with high-powered weapons, Xia Luo couldn't help but mutter. Nice try. With a surge of crackling electric energy, the webs Xia Luo had spun tightened abruptly. Slick, slick, slick. The slicing sound of the web traps echoed, cutting through flesh and metal alike as a spray of blood misted the air. Bam, bam, bam. Dozens of modified soldiers dropped to the ground in pools of blood. Around him, the earth shifted and heaved, forming walls that closed in, boxing him in. High above, Hydra Steve and his group looked down at Xia Luo with a collective sigh of relief. He's alone. No backup this time. Good, watch out for his speed. Everyone together, let's kill this annoying bug. With Hydra Steve's command, they surged toward Xia Luo. The wall opened up just enough to let a new wave of modified soldiers flood in, all intent on crushing Xia Luo to dust. Standing alone in the sunlight, surrounded by this seemingly endless tide of enemies, Xia Luo's shadow stretched long on the ground. All right, he grinned, now it's got that arena vibe. Taking in the towering walls around him, he flicked his wrist, tracing a circle as sparks of magic flared, opening portals from which silhouettes began to emerge. Bye tilde, bye tilde, bye tilde. The upbeat pop song started blaring as Carter and the others appeared at his side, one by one. Hydra Steve and the others froze, instinctively halting mid-charge. Portals? Are those camouflage sorcerers? No, that's not right. These portals are wrong. What's with this awful music? As wary glances were exchanged, Wade skated forward with a dramatic slide, throwing an arm over Xia Luo's shoulder. Whoa, finally, the grand finale, this is the party I've been waiting for. Xia Luo shot him a look. Where on earth is that music coming from? Wade patted his hip, tucked it right in here, surround sound, nice huh. Xia Luo. Before he could say anything, Logan rolled his wheelchair up, then joined Wade, standing with him shoulder to shoulder. After using the dragon bone shard, he had 10 minutes of peak condition, a limited-time power-up. His wild, beastly aura flared up, and his scruffy face twisted into a fearsome snarl. Ragh. With a guttural roar, he crouched down, his steel claws bursting through the skin on his knuckles, poised like a predator ready to strike. Wade cheered. "Oh my god, now that's Wolverine. But hey, when did you switch to the yellow suit?" Hearing that, Logan paused, reaching up to pull his mask down. "I designed it myself," Xia Luo said with a satisfied grin. "That's the look Wolverine's supposed to have." Wade's eyes widened. "No way. His face kinda looks like two Batmans kissing." "Exactly what I was going for." Crack, crack, crack. As they bantered, Ebony Maw sent massive boulders hurtling through the air with telekinesis. "Leave it to me." Blades gleaming, Logan leaped up with a savage swipe of his claws. Scree. Boom. In an instant, the boulders shattered into rubble as Logan and Wade landed. Wade's little speaker hit a peak, the song blaring out. "Baby, bye bye bye." Bangs, bangs, bang. 3 gunshots rang out in sync with the beat as Wade flipped, firing at Ebony Maw's eyes, though bullets were practically ancient relics to him. Whirr. The telekinetic shield stopped the bullets dead in midair. With a casual flick of his wrist, Ebony Maw sent them flying back, and they struck Wade right in the crotch. "Damn you, you creepy undead perv." Clutching his injured parts, Wade knelt, cursing loudly, but the music continued, and he broke into some awkward dance moves to stay on beat. At that moment, the battle exploded into full force. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT tilde. Electrical arcs from Xia Luo's suit danced across his chest, crackling as he zipped through the battlefield, cutting down enemies left and right. The fabric of old Steve's suit strained against his bulging muscles as he swung his shield like a cleaver, mowing through ranks of modified soldiers with ease. "You're past your time, old man." Hydra Steve lashed out with blood-red tentacles, while old Steve, undeterred, hurled his shield forward. SHRRPP, SHRRPP, SHRRPP tilde. The shield sliced through the tentacles, sending them tumbling to the ground. Thud. But Hydra Steve grabbed the shield in midair, grinning wickedly. "Looks like this shield's mine." "Oh yeah." A second shield spun through the air, tangling with the tendrils before returning to old Steve's hand. "Thanks." He gave Carter a grateful nod before leaping forward, plowing through the soldiers like a bulldozer, aiming to slam Hydra Steve into the ground. "What the your speed is?" "Come on, I can keep this up all day." "Oh damn it." "Language," old Steve growled. With a deft twist, he sliced through the tendrils, ducking Hydra Steve's punch and countering with a powerful strike that pierced right through his chest. "Og, no, I won't lose to myself." Hydra Steve roared as his chest began to knit together, his body engulfed in a swirling mist of red energy. Thick with blood and fury, his tentacles whipped through the air, but Steve's sapphire blue eyes cut through the mist, his figure crashing through like an unstoppable force. "Steve," Bucky yelled as he tried to rush in, only to be intercepted by Carter. "Your opponent is me," Carter declared, catching the shield Steve had sent flying, much to Bucky's dismay. "Get out of my way." Boom. With a powerful punch, Bucky struck the shield, sending shockwaves rippling across the battlefield in a spray of dust and debris. Through the haze, Xavier's wheelchair rolled forward, the professor focusing as his telepathic influence swept across the battlefield. Whirr tilde. The modified soldiers around them immediately dropped their weapons, while Black Dwarf, axe raised high, stumbled as confusion flickered in his eyes. I am the great hero, Black Dwarf Man. I'll defeat you all." He let out a bellowing battle cry and swung his axe, not at his opponents, but at Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive. "Damn it, he's lost his mind." Proxima Midnight cursed as she frantically deflected Black Dwarf's wild strikes. Suddenly, she sensed something behind her and spun to meet it, thrusting her spear forward. Screech. The trident's prongs met with Wolverine's adamantium claws, sending a cascade of sparks into the air as Logan lunged at her. Forgetting defense entirely, he went on a relentless offensive, claws flashing. Snick, 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 tilde. No. In Corvus Glaive's horrified gaze, Proxima's spear stabbed through Logan's chest just as her own body was shredded into a bloody mess by his claws. How could you? Splat. Blood splattered as Logan unhesitatingly sliced through Proxima Midnight's neck, his chest wound already knitting back together. BZZZT. Meanwhile, as the Sinister Six attempted to surround Xia Luo, a sudden pause in the electric arcs around him drew his gaze down to his ankle, where a severed hand clung to him. His expression turned baffled. Ha, gotcha. From the crowd, TDK grinned confidently. See that bug? You didn't imagine it. I detached my arm, and it's going to be the deadliest weapon ever. Detachable kid, huh? Xia Luo's mouth twitched. He traced a quick circle in the air, and a massive crocodile lunged through the portal with a thunderous roar. Raheg! The colossal beast bulldozed through the swarming modified soldiers, crushing everything in its path until it finally snapped up TDK in a single gulp. Seeing this, Hydra Steve and the others went pale with shock. This can't be. How could he be so weak? Look at that massive crocodile. Raheg! The ground shook as the monstrous crocodile let out a bone-rattling bellow, its gaping maw consuming everything in sight. The swarming modified soldiers became nothing more than appetizers. On the other side of the portal, Crocodile Loki shot Felicia a sycophantic smile. Black Cat Queen, I did exactly what you asked. Felicia smirked in satisfaction. Good fishy. She crouched down to pat Crocodile Loki on the head. Don't get too close. He just tried to eat you, Wong warned, stepping forward with a bone-chilling boning knife in hand. Crocodile Loki's eyes filled with despair as he dropped his claws, bearing a nervous grin. Trust me, I'm a good fish. Felicia narrowed her eyes, her tone frosty. And I'm a good cat. Nuo. The portal closed, and the crocodile faded from the battlefield. Xia Luo grabbed Wade, who was riddled with bullet holes. What are you doing? Wade grumbled. Logan and Professor X don't have much time left on their enhancements. You need to get over there and help them out. Got it, just send me over. Wade promptly turned and presented his backside. At this, Xia Luo took a few steps back. All right, here I go. Bring it on. Fire. Xia Luo punted Wade like a soccer ball. Score. But before Wade could reach his destination, the six-armed Spider-Man transformed into a spider monster and leaped up, biting Wade's head clean off midair. Xia Luo. Meanwhile, Lizard Parker, who had morphed into a lizard-like creature, successfully ambushed Chameleon, hiding the body in a corner before blending into the enemy ranks. Connors, where have you been? Doc Ock gasped, his two severed tentacles leaking hydraulic fluid as he panted for breath. Grinning, Lizard Parker pointed toward another lizard mutant nearby. I'm Chameleon, not Connors. Doc Ock blinked. Why'd you turn into Connors? Lean in closer, I'll tell you a secret. What secret? The truth is, I'm your father. What? Squelch. Blood spurted as Doc Ock gaped at the claws, tearing through his chest. You little bastard. As Doc Ock collapsed, Lizard Parker let out a horrified shout. He's killed Dr. Octavius. That lizard over there is an imposter. Take him down. Connors. What just happened? Meanwhile, back at Carter's villa, Professor Xavier bolted upright from his nap, shivering. Such overwhelming malice. He looked around the room, bewildered as to what could have caused it. Chapter 172. Merry Christmas. Egged on by Lizard Parker, Connors found himself chased by a swarm of modified soldiers. Meanwhile, Lizard Parker slipped back into the group, assaulting Spider-Man. Stupid bug, I'm going to tear you apart. Lizard Parker lunged, only for Xia Luo to sling a web at him, flinging him high into the air. Vulture, catch me. Lizard Parker yelled in mock panic, and sure enough, the green-suited vulture swooped down and caught him. Thank you, you balding buzzard. What? Vulture's eyes widened just before Lizard Parker tore off one of his wings. You faker. Before Vulture could expose his less-than-heroic antics, Lizard Parker clamped a hand over his mouth as they both tumbled into the crowd below. Oh no! As they landed, Lizard Parker fell to his knees in mock agony. No, Spider-Man is too strong. Vulture has fallen, I must avenge him. With a dramatic wail, he launched himself back toward Xia Luo. Xia Luo's mouth twitched in exasperation. He could only repeat the trick, tossing him in the direction of Scorpion. Oh no, somebody catch me. Lizard Parker screamed as he hurtled through the air, only to be caught mid-flight by none other than another lizard, a furious Dr. Connors. You fraud, you're dead. Professor Connors, let me explain. I'm going to tear you apart. Then I'll tear you apart first. And with that, the two lizards lunged at each other, wrestling furiously. Boom! Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a towering dust storm began to swirl. A massive sand foot stomped over them, making a beeline for Xia Luo. Spider-Man, die. The booming roar echoed across the arena as a towering Sandman, over 100 feet tall, thundered down. With a monstrous stomp, he sent tremors through the earth. Boom! The impact left a vast crater, sending waves of sand and dust into the air, shrouding the battlefield in a thick gray haze. ZZZT. Suddenly, arcs of lightning soared into the sky, followed by a burst of magical sparks. An endless torrent of seawater rained down, washing over the chaos below. No! Water gushed into the arena, flooding everything in sight. The colossal Sandman began to crumble as seawater eroded away his form, and the ranks of modified soldiers were thrown into disarray by the deluge. As the portal's diameter expanded, even more water surged into the arena. Whoosh! Mist filled the air, and a faint rainbow arched across the sky. From the cascading waterfall above, countless sea creatures spilled into the arena along with the water. Splish, splash. Oh my gosh, is Spider-Man Aquaman now? On a drifting plank, Wade, who'd recently sprouted a new head, paddled leisurely over the underwater dunes, pausing to haul a floundering lizard man onto his makeshift raft. How are you holding up, Peter? Lizard Man's pupils narrowed, his tail whipping around to send Wade flying. I'm Connors, not Peter, he cackled. Wade shrieked dramatically from the water. No, you broke my heart, glub glub glub. With a spray of bubbles, Wade's head vanished beneath the waves. Slash. Moments later, a set of razor-sharp metal claws sliced through the plank, neatly bisecting the lizard man. Crack, crack. Under the weight of the water, the walls of the arena began to fracture and crumble, finally giving way in a tidal surge. At the breach, Old Man Steve was riding his shield like a surfboard, thoroughly enjoying himself. Oh ho, hey Spider, what do you say we open a water park when this is all over? He yelled excitedly. You won't live to see it, old man. Before Xia Luo could respond, a mass of blood-red tentacles erupted from the water below. Sploosh! Spraying water everywhere, the tentacles shot up like some deep-sea leviathan, coiling around Old Man Steve. As Hydra Steve unleashed his crazed assault, Old Man Steve kicked off his shield, sending waves crashing outward as he launched himself into the air. Under the rainbow's arc, Old Man Steve spread his arms to embrace the sea breeze, a serene smile on his face. But behind him, the sprawling blood-red tentacles surged upward, casting a dark shadow over him once more. Simultaneously, another shadow fell across Hydra Steve, hanging midair. What? Hydra Steve instinctively turned his head, terror spreading across his face as he looked into the shadow. Oh, she. Splash. The monstrous creature of the deep devoured Hydra Steve in one gulp, then plunged back into the water with a colossal splash. Moments later, a horrific, scale-covered behemoth, bearing massive, jagged teeth, found itself beached on the nearby wetlands, stranded by the retreating tides. Xia Luo stared at the creature, utterly dumbfounded. Where on earth did this thing come from? Nearby, Wade jabbed a knife into his stomach, allowing a torrent of seawater to pour out. Well, it's definitely not the Deep's girlfriend, so I'm betting it's from the depths of Atlantis, he quipped. Xia Luo scowled. Enough showing off your wall-breaking abilities. Go check if there's anyone left alive, and if needed, give them a final stabby. With pleasure, that's my favorite part of the Joe B. Wade hoisted his twin blades and began inspecting the aftermath of the battlefield. Under Logan's claws, most of the Sinister Six had been wiped out, aside from the Sandman, who'd been washed away by the seawater. Among the Black Order, only Ebony Maw survived, his telekinesis sealed by Professor X's powers, leaving him vulnerable to Wade's mercy. Madame Hydra's venom had posed a serious threat, but fortunately, she hadn't joined the fight. Six-armed Spider-Man, after chomping down on Wade's head, had his own head chopped off by Logan. Electro and the two Peter Parkers had vanished from the battlefield altogether. Bucky was forced to self-destruct after being cornered by Carter, and Hydra Steve, well, he had been swallowed whole by the sea creature. Throughout the chaos, Xia Luo had mostly been tasked with mopping up low-level grunts. But the real MVP, the one who dealt the killing blows to the villains, was Wolverine. With Logan and Professor X on the Spider-Man team, the outcome was almost a foregone conclusion. Splat! The beached sea monster's belly began to convulse, blood trickling from a gash as a mangled, bloody figure crawled out. "Damn bug," Hydra Steve muttered. Now stripped of his regenerative abilities, he staggered and collapsed, his body rapidly decaying. The blood-red tendrils at his back had dissolved, and his spine, corroded by the creature's stomach acid, could no longer channel Hydra's power. Looking at Xia Luo, who was calmly approaching, Hydra Steve grinned through his cracked lips. "Haha, congratulations on defeating me, yet again." Shakily, he struggled to stand, chunks of rotting flesh dropping from his face. "Even if I die, Hydra's artificial sun will conquer the world, so in the end, I still win." Xia Luo smiled faintly. True, Hydra wins, but unfortunately, the dead aren't eligible for resurrection. "So what?" Hydra Steve sneered. "As long as I drag you down to hell with me, it's all worth it." "Nope, who said I'm going to hell?" Xia Luo crossed her arms, as Old Man Steve and others stepped up behind him. Buzz! A portal flickered to life, revealing the artificial sun, radiating a blinding light on the other side. Bathed in the glow, the time monolith was shrouded in golden energy, which slowly enveloped Old Man Steve. Under Hydra Steve's and Wade's shocked gaze, the wrinkles on Old Man Steve's face smoothed out before his eyes. Within seconds, he'd regained his youthful form, looking exactly like Hydra Steve, identical in every way. Carter raised an eyebrow. "Wade, you didn't know he was Steve." Wade shook his head. "I thought he was just a senior cosplaying as Captain America." Carter sighed. The light faded, and now young Steve ran a hand across his smooth face. "Now I could fight all day," he said, holding up his shield, visibly thrilled. Hydra Steve's face darkened, witnessing the powers of the time monolith firsthand for the first time. "Ha, so what if you're young again? You're still mortal," he scoffed. Xia Luo shrugged. "Mission's over, we're all surviving this." "What?" Hydra Steve frowned, an uneasy feeling building in his chest. Sure enough, Xia Luo and the others broke into applause. "Yay, we helped Hydra conquer the world. We won." "Yes, we did. But too bad our fearless leader's dead, no resurrection for him." "And those delightful teammates." Wade gave Black Dwarf's severed head a little peck. "Hydra Steve." "What's the meaning of this?" he demanded, darkening. Old Man Steve chuckled. "It's simple. We've all joined Hydra's team, Spider-Man included." "Impossible, I don't accept your allegiance," Hydra Steve yelled. "But someone else does." Xia Luo opened a portal, allowing Dr. Otto and Ruth to step through. "Supreme Leader, you should remember how Hydra recruits its members," Ruth said, smirking. At her words, Hydra Steve's face twisted with dread. "Of course I know. Members at level 6 or above have independent recruitment rights. I'm a level 9. Hydra Steve's face fell. "No, you're cheating. This is unfair." He erupted into curses. "You traitors, I'm firing all of you." Ruth chuckled. "The only way out of Hydra is death, Supreme Leader." "Can you kill Spider-Man?" "Damn you, Spider-Man." Hydra Steve glared at Xia Luo, spitting with rage. "Even if you found a loophole, once Hydra takes over, you'll be the first to die, you little bug." Old Man Steve cleared his throat, and then, mocking Hydra Steve's tone, declared, I'm Steve Rogers, ordering all Hydra agents to cease targeting Spider-Man. Proceed with my plan. Hydra Steve's face dropped, the truth dawning on him. They were planning to replace him with another Steve, to take control of Hydra from within. No, you'll never succeed. Hydra isn't just my voice alone. A flicker of hope crossed his face. But Xia Luo was quick to extinguish it. If I'm not mistaken, your headquarters are in Sokovia, Eastern Europe. And if Steve's the only one left, well, who's in charge? You. Hydra Steve coughed up blackened blood, collapsing limply. No, you won't get away with this. Dr. Zola has ascended to digital consciousness. As long as there's a network, he's eternal. He'll expose your schemes, he muttered, his gaze slowly dimming. Keep him alive, Xia Luo instructed, as Dr. Otto channeled Hydra's power. Under the blood-red mist, Hydra Steve's decaying flesh steadied. Pulled back from the brink, he regained consciousness, though too weak to speak. Xia Luo grinned, satisfied. Perfect, now he can't enter the revival rounds. Noting this, Carter went off to prepare the next steps. Both Norman and Hydra Steve would need immediate containment upon their resurrection. Old man Steve's face turned serious. Little Spider, will this really work? Worry creased his face. Once I'm gone, who's controlling Hydra? And that's Zola. Professor X spoke up. He's a tricky one. Destroying his servers won't end him. His consciousness can spread to others. I know, but if we want to survive, we don't have a choice. Xia Luo stomped, smashing Hydra Steve's virtual computer, and then stepped into the portal. At Camertage. Are you going to talk or not? Are you going to talk? Beside a small pond, Crocodile Loki lay bound and tied up, while Felicia circled him, cracking a whip in her hand. No, I'll talk, stop already. Then talk. What am I supposed to say? You seriously don't know. Felicia lashed the whip again, and Crocodile Loki let out another tortured scream. Okay, I'll talk. Then hurry up and spit it out. I don't even know what you want me to say. Watching the battered, near-broken Crocodile Loki, Xia Luo's expression twitched with mild exasperation. What exactly are you doing? He asked. Felicia looked over, noticing Xia Luo. She smoothed back a strand of hair and offered a smile. It tried to eat me earlier, so I'm simply waiting for an earnest apology. Crocodile Loki. I apologize, I'm sorry, truly. Please have mercy. In the name of the gods, I apologize to the beautiful lady. Just spare me. Earth women were terrifying. Why not just say what she wanted outright, instead of making him guess? Xia Luo shook his head. Prisoners deserve fair treatment. What you're doing is hardly right. He stepped forward and loosened Crocodile Loki's bindings. All right, it's your turn to perform, our captured crocodile guest. I've already done my part. It wasn't enough. In Sokovia. Hydra headquarters. High above, a portal opened, casting a spread of green light that scattered like an aurora across the sky. Roar! A dreadful beast began to take shape, opening its massive jaws to consume everything in its path. Dr. Zola, your servers. Inside a pitch-black chamber, static danced across a series of computer screens. After a long silence, Dr. Zola's face appeared on one of the flickering monitors. This strange place has trapped my consciousness. I cannot complete my rebirth here. Panic crept into Dr. Zola's tone. Up to his chest in a mysterious, thick liquid, Red Skull looked grim. How could this happen? We learned their plans through Steve's virtual computer. By all logic, we should have won. Dr. Zola's expression twisted in frustration. I assumed Spider-Man would use that bald fool against me. I never accounted for a crocodile. I miscalculated. They were misleading Steve the entire time. They never intended to join us at all. Red Skull took a deep breath. It's all right. Once Steve enters the revival rounds, we'll be able to join him. The revival rounds. Dr. Zola shook his head. You might, but I've been dead for a long time. In the darkness, Dr. Zola let out a long, regretful sigh. Chapter 173. Merry Christmas. Dr. Zola's consciousness has vanished, and Hydra's servers are now completely undefended. It's your move, Tony. Xia Luo entered Tony's lobby. Understood. Tony inserted a fossilized dragon bone into JARVIS's server. the supercomputer hummed to life. "Sir, I've gathered every piece of data on Hydra's members and transmitted it to military bases worldwide," JARVIS reported. Tony nodded. "Perfect." He turned to Xia Luo. "From what I hear, your goal was to help Hydra conquer the world. By doing this, you're not only dooming Hydra's plans but sabotaging yourselves as well. The Artificial Sun Project succeeded, which means limitless energy. They may not trust me, but for endless power, they'll wipe out any suspicious figures without hesitation." Xia Luo shrugged. "Who said we joined Hydra? It was Ruth who joined the Spider-Man team." He grinned. "We're just undercover agents." From the moment Dr. Zola appeared at Kingpin's villa, Xia Luo knew they were under constant surveillance. But some details still puzzled him. Spider-Man's information within Steve's computer, it was erased by Dr. Zola, JARVIS stated. "Dr. Zola," Xia Luo frowned. "Why would he do that?" "Because of Richard and Mary Parker, Spider-Man's parents," JARVIS explained. "Based on leftover data, it seems the Parkers struck a deal with Dr. Zola. However, I can't uncover the specifics unless we retrieve Dr. Zola's consciousness. Much of that information is stored there." Xia Luo had no plans to venture into Crocodile Loki's mind to dig up the truth. The outcome was favorable. The journey didn't matter. Soon, under JARVIS's monitoring, military bases across the globe launched operations to purge embedded Hydra agents, leading to Hydra's total defeat. Without lifting a finger, Xia Luo had brought Hydra to its knees. Watching the carnage unfold on the virtual screen, Xia Luo shut it off. Hydra's reach is vast, but it pales in comparison to official forces. Tony nodded. True, if they hadn't lusted after the limitless energy of the artificial sun and had stuck to their original strategy, no one could have stopped them. Greed is the original sin. Xia Luo rose and said to Tony, "Apologies, I may have to keep a lot from you next time, but I'm guessing you won't mind." "Next time. See ya, Tilda." With the mission accomplished, Xia Luo prepared to enter the revival rounds. After 41 rounds, he finally called it a day. Restarting 40 times had granted him an added strength of 40 tons. Not only that, but in the later revival rounds, though the story barely changed, he opted to conceal his identity from Tony, Dr. Otto, Uncle Ben, Aunt May, and others. It was better for everyone. The Cosmic Weebee. Congratulations, you have won this revival round. Reward, Resurrection Slot X1. Bonus 1, Friendship with Spider-Man. Bonus 2, Spider-Man exclusive magic, Doppelganger technique. Bonus 3, Spider Totem Power +1. Remaining restarts, 4, rolls over to next revival round. Friendship with Spider-Man, summon any Spider-Man disregarding distance. The summoned Spider-Man remains for 1 hour. Cooldown, 24 hours. Doppelganger technique. This magic creates tangible clones with 100% of the user's strength. Clone duration and count depend on the number of spider totems. Current spider totems owned, 7. Clone duration, 7 seconds. Clone count, 7. 7 clones for only 7 seconds. Xia Luo considered it. Actually, it wasn't bad. 7 seconds was more than enough to get things done. Main world. 40 days had passed since the artificial sun experiments launched worldwide. Late at night. In her room, Gwen tossed and turned in her sleep, her face tense, sweat gradually gathering on her forehead. "And no, don't," she murmured faintly, her brows furrowing tighter until she woke with a start. "No." She gasped, confused, fragments of strange images flashing through her mind. Mysterio, Spider-Man, and... Taking a deep breath, she got out of bed and went to wash up. Staring into the mirror, her thoughts drifted back to that day. She had been kidnapped by a bizarre figure, only for Spider-Man to risk everything to save her. After the success of the artificial sun experiment, violent conflicts erupted across the globe, fully exposing an organization called Hydra. Thankfully, this evil group was quickly wiped out. She knew that it was Spider-Man who had saved the world. She hadn't seen it firsthand, but she'd heard about it. After Spider-Man had rescued her, he had taken her to a strange villa. There, she met Harry Osborn and, shockingly, his father Norman Osborn, who should have been dead. The reunion between father and son was private, and Gwen decided not to disturb them. She found no one else in the villa. Spider-Man must have left again. Wandering through the garden, she wondered if she'd ever see him again. She couldn't forget that single embrace. She could still feel Spider-Man's warmth and his heartbeat. Finally, she did meet him again. But not in the way she'd imagined. "Damn bug, I'll kill you." Sparks flew as a battered Spider-Man was knocked down into the garden. "Spider-Man." Looking at the damaged suit, Gwen's gaze turned curious. It wasn't the usual metal suit. Was this some kind of spider mutation? "Gwen." Spider-Man also recognized her and was clearly thrilled. But Electro wasn't about to let him go and kept up his attack. "No, I don't even know you. Stop it," Gwen called out. In the chase, Spider-Man couldn't compete. He was thrown back repeatedly. But with the arrival of a more terrifying black-suited Spider-Man, the misunderstanding was quickly resolved. Cackling, a wave of black webbing shot across the garden as a monstrous maw devoured both Spider-Man and Electro. Tilde. Venom Parker burped, then fixed his eerie, pale eyes on Gwen, his menacing expression suddenly freezing. "Gwen." Sensing Peter Parker's internal turmoil, Venom fell silent. The black substance separated, and for a brief moment, Peter Parker's eyes brightened with hope as he looked at Gwen. The emptiness in his gaze softened, and he tried to reach out to embrace her, but Gwen backed away cautiously. What are yous?" I'm Peter Parker, the former Spider-Man," Peter replied, shame clouding his face. "Spider-Man." Gwen frowned. "No, you're not Spider-Man." Peter Parker was left speechless. He didn't know how to explain, or if he even could. The black substance twisted into a demonic face beside him, whispering to Peter Parker. "Peter, let's go. She's not your Gwen." "But..." Peter clutched his head, red veins spreading in his eyes. He seemed trapped in painful memories. "There's a Spider-Man in this world too. Gwen will die, she's going to die." "No, she won't, trust me." "What do you plan to do?" Peter pleaded, "Don't do this, she'll lose herself." "Peter, don't you understand yet?" Venom's eyes glinted. "Gwen will gain the power to protect herself. She will become a hero." With those words, everything went black for Gwen. The memories ended abruptly. Gwen looked at herself in the mirror, her mind racing. With a thought, black tendrils surged over her body, morphing into a spider suit, white above, black below. As she donned the mask, unfamiliar memories started filling her mind. A cave, Tony, Lizard Parker, Green Goblin, Cindy, and Spider-Man. Xia Luo Parker. The image froze on Xia Luo's face, suited up in nanotech armor, and Gwen jolted back to the present. "Xia Luo, is it really you?" she murmured, glancing out the window at the night sky before leaping outside. Swish! Her webs shot out, propelling her between the towering buildings of the city. Since the artificial sun experiment's success, the world had changed dramatically. Endless energy had spurred a breakthrough in technology, and high-tech products began appearing everywhere. Buildings soared higher. Cars had evolved into small flying vehicles. Suspended trains, ion highways, artificial moons, smart robots, custom biospheres. All the stuff of sci-fi movies had become reality. The news reported on these changes daily. Spider-Man was fading into memory. Only J. Jonah Jameson's Daily Bugle still remembered him. Chapter 174. She looked toward the night sky, where a massive, floating island slowly ascended, her inverted, triangle-shaped eyes narrowing slightly. This was the new S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. With nearly unlimited energy at its disposal, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base had become one of New York's iconic landmarks. The breakthrough brought by the successful artificial sun experiment was even more astonishing than anyone had expected. Now, high-tech weapons issued to officers left little room for superheroes to make a difference. Ordinary supervillains didn't stand a chance against these advanced technologies. George had been busier than ever lately, and as Spider-Man, Gwen hadn't caught a single criminal all week. Whoosh tilde. Her thoughts were interrupted by the blare of sirens as a police cruiser, modified into a flying vehicle, zoomed between skyscrapers, stirring a gust that blew her hood back. Watching the police flyer disappear into the distance, Gwen lowered her hand. At her speed, there was no way she could keep up with a flying vehicle. Web slinging was rapidly becoming obsolete. And this was only the beginning. If future skyways were fully constructed, police response times would be even faster. Any vehicle would be far more efficient than swinging on webs. This thought filled Gwen with an unshakable sense of loss. The world was changing too quickly. It felt surreal, as though everything had moved forward with only results and no real process. It was as if this world no longer needed Spider-Man. Then what was the point of her becoming Spider-Man? To protect herself, Gwen thought back to the black-suited Spider-Man she'd encountered, losing herself in that memory. I will die. Would she really die? Suddenly, a booming sound erupted from the coast as a dazzling firework shot up from the sea, illuminating the night sky as if in celebration. Whiz-boom! Fireworks burst in the sky, spreading in 7 brilliant streaks that spread across the heavens, forming a massive spider emblem, announcing Spider-Man's return. Spider-Man! Gwen's eyes lit up with a sudden wave of excitement. He's finally back. In the Daily Bugle office, the sleepless J. Jonah Jameson stood at the window, a small smile breaking through his weary expression. In the new villa by the coast, Otto awoke from his slumber. Watching the fireworks bloom outside his window, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Spider-Man is back, things will finally be less boring. Ruth stirred, resting her head on Otto's shoulder. Still hung up about that unfinished fight. I'm no brute, I don't dwell on such things. Otto smiled softly, stroking Ruth's face. He saved you and helped me see how much you mean to me. We're happy now, so Spider-Man deserves happiness too. Hearing this, Ruth shook her head with a sigh. It won't be easy. For a hero, once the world no longer needs him, he loses his purpose. Not everyone can handle that kind of fall from grace. Otto smirked. Those dime-a-dozen weapons replacing Spider-Man, that's impossible. Ruth rolled her eyes. Spider-Man wouldn't want the world to return to the way it was. Peace is what truly matters. My dear wife, you're overlooking something. Otto rose, gazing out into the night, his eyes narrowing. The artificial sun did indeed provide infinite energy, and humanity won't start wars over resources anymore. But at their core, people are selfish. War will never truly end, and crime will never be eradicated. Most importantly, he turned back to Ruth, the wicked will always find ways to seize power. If Hydra falls, there'll be others just as dangerous to take its place. Spider-Man's story isn't over yet. Meanwhile, the vibrant fireworks in the night sky faded, and a red and blue figure swung through the air, webs securing him as he landed beneath the Empire State Building's antenna. Looking over the familiar yet slightly unfamiliar cityscape, Xia Luo scratched his head. No welcoming party, huh? And when did this place go full cyberpunk? He took in the flying vehicles everywhere, the skyways under construction, the towering tech buildings, and the massive floating island hovering above the city, all reflected in his gaze. It left him genuinely surprised. By all logic, he'd only been gone 40 days. Such drastic changes in so short a time were questionable, even in the Marvel universe. Had he landed in a different world? He tapped his wrist communicator. Hello, Carter. Xia Luo, you're back. Carter's voice was filled with delight. Hearing her words, Xia Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he was back. Yes, I'm back. Something feels off, though. I know what you want to ask. Come see me first. Carter continued, you see that island floating above the city? Yes, that's where we are now, SHIELD headquarters. Xia Luo looked up at the airborne island, falling silent for a moment. Then he replied, I'd have thought a helicarrier was more SHIELD style. The original plan was just that, but we received a massive investment, so we upgraded to an island. An investment? Yes, Tony Stark's investment. Why? He's trying to protect his less flattering history. As Carter finished, Xia Luo instantly pieced it together. Of course, I know all about his past with Red Skull. Looks like I might get a nice mansion too, Xia Luo chuckled. Hold on, the artificial sun data was my contribution. What about the patent fees? He suddenly remembered. Spider-Man, if you'd like to reveal your identity to the world, the patent fees are yours, no problem. Forget it. I didn't invent the thing anyway. Ending the call, Xia Luo shot out a web and swung toward the floating island. Boom! A civilian flying vehicle, bright yellow and modified to look like Bumblebee, zoomed past Xia Luo. Hey, it's the Spider-Man in pajamas, out for a midnight runway walk. Haven't seen you in ages. A blonde inside the car gave a mocking whistle. How about a race, outdated superhero? If you lose, you have to take off that pajamas and bark like a dog for me. At his words, the other teens in the car erupted in laughter. Haha, not a bad idea. Spider-Man's such a has-been, he should switch to being a clown. I'm getting a video of his pathetic defeat, the darkest moment of a forgotten hero. This'll get so many views. Yeah, let's do it. Listening to the mocking jabs from the teens, Xia Luo merely cast them a calm glance. Just 40 days and I'm already outdated. Seems like you all forgot one thing. What's that? We're 100 meters off the ground. Buckle up. What? In an instant, Xia Luo's red and blue form blurred as he vanished from their sight. The next moment, sparks shot from the vehicle's rear thrusters, thick smoke billowing as it plummeted toward the park lake below. Help us. Spider-Man, save us. As the panicked cries rang out, Xia Luo's figure zipped by their window, unfazed, disappearing into the night sky. New. Splash. The vehicle plunged into the freezing lake. Alarms blared as emergency divers moved in. Meanwhile, on the floating island, Xia Luo landed on the grassy clearing where Carter and her team were waiting. Back for less than an hour and already stirring up trouble, Carter said, exasperated. Xia Luo shrugged. Spider-Man doesn't take things lying down. He looked her over. Did you wear a skirt just for me? Normally, you'd be in uniform. He leaned against a nearby tree with a dramatic sigh. Can't believe it, you look all businesslike. Next time, go for a floral dress, it's much softer. Carter rolled her eyes. When I had frequent field missions, I needed to be ready at all times. Not as many now, so I wear what I like. Is that so? Xia Luo's gaze lingered on the emblem on her shoulder, his eyes widening slightly. You got promoted. Carter nodded, gesturing for him to walk alongside her. I did, let's walk and talk. Sure thing, got my juice ready. 2 cups just for you. Thanks. As Xia Luo followed Carter, agents they passed looked at him with unfamiliar indifference. They're not as warm as they used to be, he observed. Before, you were a superhero. But now, with the tech revolution from the artificial sun, superheroes aren't exactly special to them. Damn, guess I really am outdated, Xia Luo muttered, looking glum. Did you just swear? Carter paused, glancing back. I haven't heard that word in ages. Xia Luo. Fury. Left on his own terms, this place is mine now. Carter smiled. Hydra infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. so deeply, he couldn't stay on with a clear conscience. Well, congrats. Xia Luo paused, grinning. And congrats to me too, I'm officially the man behind S.H.I.E.L.D. now. Leaning in, he added, don't forget to bump up my budget. Carter twitched. You could live off Tony's dirty laundry for years. Who would say no to more money? Well, you've got a point. Carter continued to show Xia Luo around the new S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ. This used to be the helicopter pad. Now it's a nuclear-powered hangar, also thanks to Tony's funding. He's got deep pockets. See that fountain? It's hiding a small nuclear reactor underneath, providing the island with most of its energy. She pointed to a building under construction. That's going to be the drone depot. Soon, our field ops will rely on them instead of agents. Soon after, they entered the office building. Hey, buddy, great to see you back. Harry limped over, pulling Xia Luo into a hug. Still not healed, Xia Luo gave him a once-over. Harry shrugged. I was testing an upgraded glider, and let's just say, minor issues. Got it, I get it. Xia Luo's gaze shifted behind Harry, where a sharply dressed Norman Osborn was approaching. Hi, Spider-Man, good to see you again. Norman shook Xia Luo's hand, then leaned in with a whisper. Don't worry, Harry doesn't know who you are. Xia Luo nodded. Congrats on making it back, Mr. Osborne. And congratulations to you as well. Norman pointed at the badge on his shoulder, smiling. Now with the Thunderbolts, still technically a criminal, so I'll need your help. Dad, Spider-Man's my friend, he'll help you for sure, Harry said, slinging an arm around his father, their former tensions gone. Watching, Carter addressed Norman. How are the others? Norman shook his head. Captain Hydra's black spinal column has been replaced with a standard one. He's lost his power but remains dangerous. He hasn't formally joined the Thunderbolts. As for Ophelia, that woman is far too dangerous. I suggest we exclude her entirely. Xia Luo could see where Carter was going with this. In that case, just let it go. He advised her, not every criminal belongs with the Thunderbolts. Don't rush this, or you'll end up like Fury. Carter's eyes widened in realization. You're right, I've been rushing things. She massaged her temples. Now I understand what Fury was dealing with. He wanted results so badly that he lost sight of reality. She turned to Norman. Let's proceed according to protocol. No problem. Norman held up a file. With what I have on him, he'll rot in prison for 1,000 years. The number of years isn't what matters, Xia Luo said seriously. Just don't let them escape. Villains breaking out, it was a Marvel and DC classic. Carter, though, seemed confident. Don't worry, escaping isn't an option for them. They either sit tight or get dropped into a nuclear reactor. She raised an eyebrow at Xia Luo. I'm curious, if they die on my watch, will they still end up in that place? Seeing her eager look, Xia Luo's scalp prickled. Was this her midlife crisis? Soon, they reached her office. I've refreshed your profile. Carter handed him a file. You were gone so long that we couldn't keep up the ruse for Harry and your aunt and uncle. So Xia Luo Parker is now one of our senior agents. That's your new cover. She continued, when you head back, you can tell them you were on a secret mission to find Spider-Man. It's a simple mission, an easy story. Xia Luo's eyes lit up. Can I finally get a paycheck, a real one with benefits? Carter, since when do you care so much about a salary? Fury would have paid you even more. It's different. Xia Luo flipped through his file. In a place like this, no connections means no future. With Carter in charge, she'd given him a full agent status right away. If it were Fury, he'd be lucky to be a senior temp. He knew Clint was still on a temporary contract, and his suburban house wasn't even paid off. Just tragic. By the way, calling me in couldn't have been just for this. Is there something else? Carter nodded. Yes, something odd has been happening with Tony. He asked for my help, but I'm not sure how. Something odd, how odd? Well, it's strange. Chapter 175. Before long, Xia Luo emerged from Carter's office. He paused at the door. What the does Tony have issues or what? He's really asking S.H.I.E.L.D. for help over this. Rubbing his temples, Xia Luo muttered to himself in disbelief. Deciding to visit Stark Tower personally, he wasn't there just to help. Honestly, he was just curious, and maybe to find a few chances to tease Tony along the way. Yep, another entry for Tony's blackmail folder. Perfect. As he strolled down the hallway, Xia Luo fantasized about the comfortable life he was building. Yes, who cares if I'm outdated? I've got a stable paycheck now, plus Tony's dirty laundry on file. This time, I'm buying 2 villas, one for Uncle Ben and Aunt May, one for me. I'll hire 5 bodyguards, 4 maids, 3 assistants, 2 drivers, and maybe a young model. Oops, getting ahead of myself. Catching sight of the odd glances from agents passing by, Xia Luo quickly composed himself. He made his way to the flight plaza and casually stepped into a sleek, torpedo-shaped aircraft. To Stark Tower, please. Spider-Man. At the controls, Agent Hill turned, lighting up when she recognized him. Do you remember me? Xia Luo. My most loyal fan, how could I forget? I'm touched. At that moment, Coulson squeezed into the vehicle, locking eyes with Xia Luo in mutual surprise. Xia Luo's eyes were big. Coulson's eyes were not. Spider-Man, why aren't you web-swinging? Coulson asked, looking slightly embarrassed. Xia Luo shrugged. Spider-Man has to keep up with the times. He raised an eyebrow. Didn't you leave with Fury? Carlson's face turned even redder. Well, he hasn't found a new job yet. Xia Luo. Right, so where are you two headed? He asked. Just heading home. You're going together? Xia Luo put his hands to his face in exaggerated shock. Spider-Man Agent Hill's true love. No. Agent Hill quickly clarified, Phil just needed a ride. Due to recent events, my bonus was reduced. I can't afford my own aircraft, Carlson admitted, lowering his head in embarrassment. So this is your personal aircraft. Xia Luo looked at Hill, catching a hint of wealthy heroine vibes. Hill adjusted her hair, maintaining her usual polished demeanor. Yes, Spider-Man, I'll drop you at Stark Tower first. Phil won't mind. Before Carlson could respond, the aircraft shot into the night sky. Carlson. Lowering his head again, he silently cursed. Commander, are you seeing this? You told me not to care so much about bonuses and pay, to devote myself to world peace. Well, I'm telling you now, you were wrong. The world may seem peaceful, but my spirit, it's been crushed by the weight of society and finances. If I had another chance, I'd fight for every single bonus I ever lost. And I'd never take a colleague's carpool again. Never would I share an aircraft with Spider-Man again. Hey, Agent Phil, can I call you that? Oh no, you seem a bit down. How about I sing for you? This song's from a friend of mine. Great tune. No, wait, this space is too cramped. I can't fully express myself. It's a dance song, you have to jump for it to work. Why the long face? It's rude not to look at me, head up, chin up. Oh dear, your back is hunched. Is it from exhaustion or money issues? Hey, no offense, I used to be broke too, but don't worry, if a man is willing to hustle, he'll make it someday. Look at me, I'm a senior agent now. By the way, how long did it take you to get senior agent status? 5 years, 10, haha, took me only a few months. And here's a secret, soon I'll be buying my own villa, but shhh, don't tell anyone. Xia Luo's voice echoed in the night sky as they reached Stark Tower. Leaping from the aircraft to the rooftop, he waved goodbye. Thank you, and thank you to my amazing fan for the ride. At the window, Carlson waved back, a blank look on his face. Then he pulled out his phone. Hello, Mr. Charlie? Yes, it's me. I'd like to apply for a bank loan. No, not for an aircraft, I'm buying a villa. Agent Hill. Meanwhile, Xia Luo quietly crawled up to the window, trying to find something in the pitch-black room. Suddenly, the lights flicked on, revealing Tony Stark standing there, dark circles under his eyes, staring blankly at him. Aha, a ghost, Xia Luo yelled, nearly losing his grip and falling from the high-rise. Spider-Man, you're here. Tony waved his hand, and JARVIS smoothly raised the floor-to-ceiling window. As Xia Luo swung into the room, Tony dropped to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. My friend, you're finally back. Please help me, I'm falling apart here. The universe has it out for me, he wailed. Xia Luo. Watching Tony cling to his leg, bawling, Xia Luo's mind was a sea of question marks. This is not your usual vibe, he mumbled, stunned. At that moment, Pepper entered with a mug of warm milk. She froze, staring in shock at the scene in front of her, the cup slipping from her hands. You too. Whoosh. Xia Luo's web shot out, catching the cup just before it hit the floor. He took a quick sip. Tastes strange, must be expensive, right? He asked Pepper. Pepper's eye twitched, it has sleeping pills in it. What? Xia Luo froze, then slowly set the cup down. Let's get to the bottom of this before I pass out. What happened? Pepper sighed and helped Tony off the floor. It all started a week ago. Wait, I'm kind of tired. Could you speed things up? Xia Luo yawned. Speed, fast. At the word fast, Tony suddenly gasped. No, it's not like that. I can do it. I'm fine. Tony, hush. Pepper silenced him with a shock from a small taser, leaving Xia Luo wide-eyed at the sight. Pepper glanced at Tony's haggard face and sighed again. Captain Carter must have filled you in. Xia Luo sat down in a chair. Yeah, she mentioned Tony was dealing with some strange things. It's gone beyond strange now. Pepper looked worried. Last week, we were in bed, yes, just sleeping. Tony wasn't doing well, it was disappointing. How many seconds? Xia Luo asked. Pepper held up 2 fingers. 3. Xia Luo nodded, still too considerate of Tony's ego. Pepper forced a bitter smile and continued. Since then, he's been focusing on his health, but the next attempt still didn't go well. How many seconds? Pepper held up 1 finger. 3. Xia Luo. This is a bit much for Shield, maybe try something more thrilling. Sorry, forget I said anything. It seemed Red Skull had really left Tony with some lasting trauma. But what Pepper said next made Xia Luo realize things were far more bizarre. In the following days, even when Tony slept alone, he'd, well, you know, and not just once, a second or 3 at a time. Xia Luo rubbed his chin. This sounds serious. Has he seen a doctor? Yes, thankfully a private doctor. Thankfully. Yes, because even with the doctor it happened, you know. I get it. Xia Luo winced, feeling a pang of pity for Tony. All right, maybe 1 villa would be enough. Still, did it really need Shield? He asked. Pepper's expression grew serious, and she looked up at the ceiling. Jarvis. MS Potts, the data is ready. A holographic projection appeared, and Xia Luo saw a few faint figures. Pepper explained, since it was so strange, I had JARVIS monitor Tony closely. It turns out, during his episodes, something strange was caught on surveillance. A figure had shown up on the security footage, but it moved so fast it was a blur, only visible when slowed down by multiple frames. Security footage? Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. I know you're not interested, so I won't make you watch it, Pepper said. Xia Luo cleared his throat. Thank you, definitely don't show me that. Pepper raised her hand, adjusting the projection to increase clarity. As the figure grew sharper, Xia Luo's expression turned strange. Dual swords, red suit, masked face. Deadpool. Was this some kind of joke? The revival rounds were over. Why was he here? Xia Luo glanced at Pepper, who clearly didn't recognize Wade, then remembered. In the last reset, Wade hadn't appeared, likely due to a malfunction with his teleportation device. Which meant Tony didn't know him either. Then the projection shifted again, showing a sharply dressed man covered in scars. This is Wade Wilson. He applied here for a job 2 weeks ago. Recently, Tony's only enemy has been this guy, and he matches the figure we saw on camera, Pepper explained. Xia Luo frowned. Job application. Yes, Tony's now an Avenger interviewer, and he rejected Wilson. Why? For being rude to the interviewer and his messy appearance. And I'm guessing he said more. Pepper sighed, exasperated. Yes, you know Tony can have quite the mouth sometimes. Xia Luo looked at the worn-down Tony, feeling a bit sorry for him. Tony had a sharp tongue, but Wade's was sharper, and he had no sense of boundaries. Crossing Wade's path usually ended in disaster. He took a moment to mourn for Tony. Okay, maybe just a second. Still, Xia Luo couldn't help but wonder what exactly Wade was doing to put Tony through all this. While he was lost in thought, Pepper glanced at her watch and suddenly gasped. It's almost time. Time for what? Time for Tony's episode. Just then, Xia Luo's spider sense tingled, alerting him that something was off. Whoosh! The wind outside suddenly stilled. In a blink, a shadow flashed by, and Tony's body gave a shudder. His pants were damp. As the breeze passed, Pepper finally registered what had happened. See, just like that. Xia Luo. Moving at super speed to make sure Tony finishes. No wonder he's practically dead. Pepper looked on in worry. Yes, and it happens over a dozen times a day. I've tried locking Tony in a reinforced metal chamber, setting up infrared lasers to block him, but nothing worked. That's why I turned to Shield. We're out of options. Hearing this, Xia Luo's face darkened. Disgusting. Pointless. Childish. Only Deadpool would pull off something this depraved. Suddenly, he felt a slip of paper pressed into his hand. He opened it, deep in thought. I'll handle this, he said. When Tony's feeling better, remind him about my confidentiality fee. With that, he leapt out the window. Watching him disappear into the night, Pepper sighed deeply. In this new era, Spider-Man might have become obsolete, but he definitely had a knack for detective work. Hopefully, he could take care of this ridiculous problem. Soon after, in a residential building in Queens. On the rooftop, Deadpool, in his red suit and twin katanas strapped to his back, was practicing some terribly awkward dance moves. "Oh baby, bye bye bye." Wade sang along, waving his arms and stomping his feet, occasionally pausing to frown in frustration. "Oh, for percent's sake, why is this move so hard? I can't get it." He clutched his head in despair. The movie series is almost here, and if I don't nail this choreography, what'll happen to my box office numbers? No, I've got to push through, I've got to succeed. I have to carry on Avengers, Endgame's box office legacy. Wade sprang up, wildly gesturing as if he were snapping his fingers like Iron Man. "I am Deadpool, wait, wrong script. I should be teaming up with Wolverine, Ultimate Nostalgia Trip. The box office will go wild." "No, wait, Wolverine already won a revival slot. So what's my big opening gonna be?" "Oh, Lady Death, help me out. I'm so tired. I just want to go home, sprawl on my couch, and watch some nice R-rated movies. I'm so done with this main character gig." ZZZT tilde. Just then, a spark of electricity flickered, and Xia Luo flipped down onto the rooftop's water tank. Watching Wade spiral into one of his unhinged routines, Xia Luo couldn't help but massage his temples. "Deadpool, the revival rounds ended. You should have returned to your own world," he said. At the sound of Xia Luo's voice, Wade spun around, his eyes lighting up like he'd seen a savior. "Oh, Spidey, finally, I missed you so much." In an instant, Wade launched into slow-motion running, humming his own dramatic background music, arms wide open for a hug, only to receive a swift kick to the lower half from Xia Luo. Ah, that familiar feeling. Wade clutched his legs, dropping to his knees in mock agony. Xia Luo crossed his arms. "You still haven't answered my question." Wade looked up, the white patches in his eyes widening. Abandoning his dramatic performance, he got up and draped an arm around Xia Luo's shoulder. "All right, here's the truth. I'm just a passing Deadpool." The real Wade chickened out. He's too worried about his handsome face getting ruined, so he's in hiding. As he spoke, a dragon bone fossil slipped out of his pocket and clattered to the ground. "Xia Luo." No wonder Tony's been acting so bizarre. He's been dealing with this guy's antics. Better he toned it down a little for safety's sake. Deadpool could get way more unhinged if he weren't careful. Honestly, it's on brand for him. Is unlocking the Stellaris tech tree in Star Rail really okay? Got locked by Webnovel, probably reported. So I'll have it up on the Scribble Hub later today with the new updates. P same username on their BTW UG should I repost on here. Chapter 176. No. Wade clutched his face, the whites of his eyes widening dramatically. "Don't do this to me, please. For the love I have for you, give it back," he cried, pounding his chest in over-the-top heartbreak. Xia Luo's eye twitched. "You weren't using this to, fix Tony's little overactive issue, right? But even with the fossil's boost, I can't imagine you moving that fast." Hands on his hips, Wade threw his head back in a maniacal laugh. "Ha ha ha, Spider-Man, allow me to enlighten you." He mimed drawing on an imaginary chalkboard, sketching a rough outline of a human figure, then said with mock seriousness, "The dragon bone fossil's energy accelerates human movement, but it's the time force inside that's the real game changer. If you use a substance that drives time force, you can harness it to reach ridiculous speeds." Xia Luo raised his hand. "And what exactly drives this time force?" "Excellent question, Xia Luo," Wade said, folding his hands behind his back. "To tap into time force, you need time itself, specifically the user's lifespan. In other words, it costs aging. By sacrificing life force, you get even more time force, which is why one dragon bone fossil is enough to give me super speed without having to strap them to my legs." Xia Luo nodded in realization. So it's similar to what happened to Adrian, but his speed wasn't nearly this intense. "Tut tut tut," Wade waggled his finger in Xia Luo's face. "Borrowed life force and your own life force work totally differently. The efficiency's like night and day. But enough talk, I'll show you." "No thanks, I get it." Xia Luo stepped back. "I'm not looking to jumpstart retirement." Pocketing the fossil, he added, "This is staying with me, and you're not causing any more trouble. At least, not until Tony pays my confidentiality fee. No. Wade stamped his foot. No way, that guy insulted my dignity, stomped on my pride, and dissed my handsomely rugged face. I have to get him back. Wade, you don't have any of those things. You're out of reasons for revenge. Says who? Wade yanked off his mask, pointing at his face passionately. Look closely, is this handsome or what? Xia Luo pulled off the celebrity poster Wade had plastered to his face. How about now? Oh no, Wade clutched his scarred face in horror. Please, don't give me a mirror. Wasn't planning to. Xia Luo patted his shoulder. But hey, S.H.I.E.L.D. just hired a brilliant new scientist, and rumor has it. Is she hot? Wade interrupted. Shut up, Xia Luo snapped. She's developed a nanoprinting technology that could give you a nice, smooth face. Tempted. Wade's eyes sparkled. Absolutely, I've never dated a hot scientist. Xia Luo. All right, I'm over this. Goodbye. He shot a web and began to swing away, only for Wade to latch onto his leg. Take me with you. I'm going home. Then take me home. Nope, not happening. Fine, I'll just steal another dragon bone fossil. All right, just talk less. Relax, I'll hardly say a thing. Damn it, I just told you to talk less. Queens, Blake Street. In the early morning hours, Xia Luo quietly opened the door, dressed in his regular clothes. I'm back, he whispered. Beside him, Wade, now wearing a freshly pressed suit, tilted his head. Why are you whispering? Don't want to wake anyone up. Then why speak at all? It's called a ritual. Ooh, Tilda, I like that. Wade wandered into the living room and immediately spotted the baby crybaby. Whoa, what an adorable baby. He crouched by the crib, reaching out to poke the sleeping baby Kingpin's cheek. Sensing movement, baby Kingpin blearily opened his eyes, and, in an instant, the sight of Wade's scarred face sent him into a fit of terror, resulting in a very wet diaper. Tilda. What the heck is that? So ugly. Baby Kingpin let out a shrill scream as Wade threw his hands up. He wet his diaper, who's going to change him? Obviously you, Xia Luo said, listening for signs of life, but it seemed Uncle Ben and Aunt May weren't home. They were likely working late. Being in charge of Hell's Kitchen was a busy gig. All right, nobody's here. You're sleeping on the couch, he added, pointing to the sofa. Fine by me. Wade glanced toward Xia Luo's room with curiosity. There's an extra room here. Why's the crib in the living room? That's my room. Wait, so the baby doesn't get his own room? Of course not. He's a little troublemaker, doesn't deserve his own room. Baby Kingpin. Finally, he understood. Why the crib was in the living room. Xia Luo's room was for Xia Luo alone. No one could ever replace him. Sniff, what a touching family. Oh, baby's crying, Wade observed. Just scare him with your baby face, Xia Luo replied, heading to the bathroom to wash up. Wade grinned, drawing one of his katanas slowly. Baby, no more tears, or Mr. Sword here might just snip off something important, got it? The blade hovered over baby Kingpin's tiny form, and he instantly forced an awkward smile. Bad news, Spider-Man was back. Worse news, Spider-Man's friend was a maniac. It seemed he'd never escape the clutches of the Parker family. Seeing the baby smile, Wade looked delighted. Looks like he loves this game. He lightly tapped baby Kingpin's cheek with the tip of his sword, and the baby's face darkened immediately. Wow, he can change expressions. Are you sure he's not an African prince or something? Wade continued to tease the poor baby, while Xia Luo, freshly washed up, re-entered the room. Stay here for now, I'll take you to S.H.I.E.L.D. tomorrow. All right, seems like you know them well, can you put in a word for me? I want to join the Avengers. Bam! Xia Luo slammed his door shut, right in Wade's face, causing him to stumble back with a bruised nose. Snore, Tilda. Wade instantly passed out on the floor, snoring away. Baby Kingpin, peeking over the crib's edge, stared at the strange, scarred man, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. He doesn't seem too bright, maybe I could. Contemplating a new scheme, baby Kingpin grinned, flashing a mischievous smile. After a long sleep, it was yet another beautiful night. Hey, you're awake. Xia Luo walked out of his room to find Wade wearing an apron, emerging from the kitchen. One look at the two overcooked eggs on the table reminded Xia Luo of Wade's usual shenanigans, and his appetite vanished. "No thanks, I'm good, you can have it." "Well, don't mind if I do." Wade began licking the plate in a disturbingly suggestive way, making Xia Luo grimace. "Yug." With a look of disgust, Xia Luo moved to another corner of the room to prepare some formula for baby Kingpin. "So how have you been, still eating well?" he asked, eyeing the baby's chubby cheeks. Maybe a bit too well. Guess I'll cut down the amount a bit and help you watch your weight. No need to thank me." Baby Kingpin. Just as he was about to protest this cruel oppression, the door creaked open, and Uncle Ben and Aunt May finally came home. "Oh, I'm exhausted. Maybe I should just break up the team. There are too many people to manage," Ben groaned. "It's okay, just read up a bit more. You'll find a way," May encouraged. "If you can't lead the team, you're stuck working till you drop, huh?" Xia Luo mused, picking up a book from the table with a wry smile. Seeing him, Uncle Ben and Aunt May's faces lit up. "Oh, Xia Luo, you're finally back." Aunt May pulled him into a warm hug, tears shining in her eyes. "Hey, cuz, Uncle Ben's going to get jealous if you keep that up." Xia Luo's comment made Uncle Ben pause for a moment. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Wade's eyes widened, nearly bursting with disbelief. "Cuz, wait a second, did I just hear that? Is this a family tradition?" "Ah, yeah." Seeing Wade's face, Uncle Ben and Aunt May recoiled in shock. "Wade." Soon enough, everyone sat around the table, exchanging glances in awkward silence. "Uncle Ben, you and Aunt May look younger than ever. I'm actually shocked," Xia Luo said calmly. Uncle Ben and Aunt May exchanged a look. "I'm sorry, Xia Luo. We wanted to give you time to adjust, but you were away so long on that mission. We didn't get a chance to tell you the truth," Uncle Ben sighed. Aunt May patted his cheek. "You look so thin after being gone so long. You must have had such a hard time," she said with a look of concern. Xia Luo didn't have a chance to respond before Wade leaned in, nudging his own face toward Aunt May's hand. "What are you doing?" she asked, startled. Wade batted his eyelashes. "I just thought maybe my lovely young aunt could give me a little pat too." Uncle Ben gritted his teeth and quietly headed to the kitchen to fetch a knife. "No, I was joking. I'm hilarious, right?" Wade quickly returned to his seat. "Time for my intro. I'm Wade from Gotham City. Folks call me Batman. I'm Xia Luo's colleague and best friend." "Batman?" Ben and May exchanged bewildered glances. Xia Luo rolled his eyes. "Ignore him. I have a mission later, so I'll be heading out." "Working late again?" Aunt May asked, her voice filled with worry. Wade nodded solemnly. "Bats are nocturnal, so Batman works nights. Spiders do too." Ignoring Wade's rambling, Aunt May pulled a wad of cash from her purse and handed it to Xia Luo. "Here's some pocket money. Take your colleagues out for coffee, especially the pretty ones. Don't let any slip by," she whispered. Xia Luo. Looking at the stack of bills in his hand, he couldn't help but marvel. Aunt May's made it big, even splurging a bit. From now on, Spider-Man's no longer the broke hero. Just then, a thought seemed to hit Aunt May. "Oh no, the mortgage next month." She took the money back from Xia Luo, then pulled out a single bill and handed it to him. "A kid like you doesn't need much, this'll do." Xia Luo. As they left, Wade clapped him on the shoulder, reading the hopelessness on Xia Luo's face. "No worries, I'll sell my body to support you. Trust me, the cash flow will come," Wade said confidently. Xia Luo sighed. "Thanks, appreciate it." "No problem." Wade's gaze shifted toward the neighbor's place, where a young woman was leaving the house late at night. His eyes lit up as he started limbering up. "Target acquired. Look, she's headed this way. When she asks for rates, don't say a word, I got this." But to Wade's shock, Mary Jane swept past him, throwing herself into Xia Luo's arms. "Wade." "Xia Luo." Something's definitely off. A second later, he felt tears soaking through his shirt. I know everything," Mary Jane whispered, her voice trembling. "In every universe, Peter Parker and Mary Jane are meant to be. But their endings are never happy. Spider-Man is always alone. I know you've realized this. That's why you keep avoiding me, isn't it? Her words made Xia Luo frown. How did she know all this? Before he could ask, Mary Jane continued, I met another Spider-Man. He came looking for me. His name was Peter Parker. And in this world, Peter Parker is you, Xia Luo Parker. Spider-Man, it's you, I know it. She looked up, her tear-streaked face stirring a flicker of excitement in Wade. Together forever, together forever, together for ow. Xia Luo silenced Wade with a punch. When did you find out? He asked Mary Jane. The day Spider-Man disappeared. Xia Luo's eyes narrowed. The day of the revival rounds. In that reset, only 2 Peter Parkers appeared, while 2 others never showed up. If they could find Mary Jane, then surely they could find Gwen as well. So, Spider-Man's life was still falling back into its usual tragic pattern. Mary Jane, Gwen, who would be next? Xia Luo's frown deepened. Looking at Mary Jane now, he didn't know what to say. As silence lingered, Mary Jane seemed to understand. She took a step back, wiping her tears. I get it, so go. Her gaze grew resolute. Until I can protect myself, I won't get in your way, you don't have to worry. Spider-Man, continue writing your story. You deserve a life with no regrets. And so do I. With that, Mary Jane took a deep breath and turned away. Xia Luo watched her go, saying nothing. From his corner, Wade clung to the wall, sobbing. Boo-hoo Tilda, so moving. Poor Spider-Man, so sad, so tragic. Why did I have to witness this unrequited love? My heart aches. Xia Luo. Let's go. He hauled Wade up from the floor. You're not sad, Wade asked. Xia Luo smirked. Spider-Man's almost unemployed. Who has time for love? Wade looked at him in awe. So true, that's why you're my idol. He gave a thumbs up. Xia Luo took a final glance at Mary Jane's house, shaking his head slightly. Did he really have to endure this soap opera nonsense? He turned to Wade. Hey, can I borrow your fourth wall-breaking ability? Wade looked intrigued. What for? I'm taking down Stan Lee and Steve Ditko. Oh no, you might be talking to the wrong guy for that. Chapter 177. Inside Carter's office. Buzz. Magical sparks flickered as Xia Luo stepped through the portal, smoothly sidestepping a shield hurtling toward him. Captain Carter, you're feisty tonight, he teased. Carter's face remained impassive. I can tolerate you not using the front door, but not even knocking on the window. That's crossing the line. Xia Luo shrugged. Sorry, Spider-Man's moving with the times. Swinging on webs is passé. Right, Wade, he added, turning to see Wade struggling to pull the shield off his head. Oh, that cleared my sinuses. Perfect. Next time, let's see if it can fix my digestive tract. I've been constipated lately. Carter's. What is he? She thought, taken aback. From the look of it, he was someone with a healing factor, and she couldn't recall Xia Luo ever having friends like that. Due to the reset, Carter had completely lost all memory of Deadpool. For her, it was a small blessing. Xia Luo wiped the blood off the shield using Wade's suit, then placed it back in the corner. He's human, not a thing, he clarified. Wade's face lit up with appreciation. Then Xia Luo added, feel free to call him Jerk. Wade. Well, I don't mind that at all. Unique nickname, Wade said cheerfully. Carter got a strange feeling from Wade's shameless response, yet somehow it felt familiar. I see you two even have matching color schemes on your suits. Looks like you found a new friend, she remarked with a slight smile. Xia Luo approached her desk. I came for 2 things. First, I'd like to bring my friend here for some cosmetic surgery. Dr. Helen Zhao's nanotech might make his, face a little more tolerable. You know, women are visual creatures. Even if his girlfriend doesn't say it, she probably feels, let's say, put off. Rotten flesh isn't exactly appealing. No. Wade raised a hand, interrupting. I have to correct you. She's actually very pleased because of all the bumps on my little buddy, if you know what I mean, he said proudly. Xia Luo fell silent. Carter's face darkened. That's the worst crude joke I've ever heard. She turned to Xia Luo. I went through a lot of trouble to recruit Dr. Zhao, and I won't let this creep scare her off. I get it, I underestimated his gross-out factor, Xia Luo admitted with a shrug. All right, we'll skip that. Second, I need to see the time monolith. If necessary, I'll take it with me. He had a hunch that word had spread about the monument's powers, and in the wrong hands, it could lead to serious problems. At the mention of the time monolith, Carter's expression shifted. Seeing this, Xia Luo felt a pang of unease. "Don't tell me it got stolen again," he asked, his face filled with disdain. Carter quickly shook her head. "No, it's still in the lab, but there's an issue." "What kind of issue?" "A very, very significant one." Shortly afterward, Carter led them toward the lab where the time monolith was stored. On the way, they passed Dr. Banner's lab, which was conspicuously empty. "Did Dr. Banner quit?" Xia Luo asked, curious. Carter shook her head with a sigh. "He wasn't really fit to stay in this job anymore." "So you fired him?" "Of course not." Carter explained, "I set up a lab for him on a deserted island. Dr. Banner is there, working on a way to manage his transformations." "Wouldn't that count as imprisonment?" Wade chimed in. Carter shot him a look. It was his own request. He doesn't want to hurt anyone or gross anyone out. "Oh, okay, I get it. You're talking about me again, but I was being completely serious about all those, Please shut up," Xia Luo cut Wade off, exasperated. Wade folded his arms, pouting. "What's so gross about that? There's a guy out there whose power is literally the ability to sense poo. Isn't that worse?" "Shut it." Before Wade could continue, Xia Luo landed a punch that knocked his head into his chest. Thud. Wade's body collapsed to the floor, limp. Xia Luo sighed in relief. "Damn it, Wade, you can't just say stuff like that." He rubbed his fist, then covered Wade's corpse with a cloth. Seeing Carter's raised eyebrow, Xia Luo shrugged. "Don't worry, he'll be back on his feet in a minute." "All right," Carter replied, turning around. Then she paused. "Actually, since there's no one else around, I don't mind if he talks. I already know about that situation anyway." Hearing this, Xia Luo's eyes flashed with mock malice. "Give me one reason not to silence you." "Because I'll be paying your salary next month." "Oh, sounds good to me." Xia Luo immediately reached over, massaging Carter's shoulders and grinning. "Boss, does that feel all right? Need some juice? Oh, your shoes are a bit dirty. I'll clean them up for you." "Enough, we're in public, don't cause a scene." She looked around, then whispered, "Save it for later." Hearing this, Xia Luo's heart skipped a beat. Damn, what did she mean by that? Could it be? Well, he wasn't opposed to the idea. After all, she was a powerful woman. He glanced at Wade, suddenly cautious. He couldn't let Wade catch wind of this opportunity. Fewer competitors, after all. Without another thought, he unceremoniously tossed Wade out the window. Problem solved. Dusting off his hands, Xia Luo gestured for Carter to lead the way. "After you, boss." "Good, I like that attitude," Carter said approvingly. This kid knew how to work the system. Laboratory. "Dr. Helen Zhao, what are you doing here?" They entered the lab to find Dr. Helen Zhao, an Asian woman in a crisp blue coat, standing in front of a console. Seeing Carter, Dr. Zhao nodded politely. "I was looking into whether any fragments of the time monolith could be integrated into nanotechnology." She then looked over to Xia Luo in his suit. "Spider-Man." "Spider-Man." Dr. Helen Zhao's eyes lit up, and Carter silently stepped aside. "That second Spider-Man wasn't me," he clarified. But Helen wasn't paying attention. She rushed up to Xia Luo, inspecting him with bright-eyed fascination. Xia Luo leaned casually against the wall, placing one hand on his forehead in a mock display of nonchalance mixed with pride. "Ah, here we go again. Another crazed fan, I see. I hear you're friends with Tony, so all right, I'll sign a photo for you. Hang it on your bedroom wall, so the first thing you see every morning is my dashing figure." Helen apologized politely. "Actually, I heard your suit is nanotech. I was hoping to study it if you'd allow." Helen's voice was gentle and refined, yet her words struck like a cold blade into Xia Luo's heart. "Not like a blade." Zhlick. Unbeknownst to him, Wade had sidled up, plunging a knife into Xia Luo's chest. "What the?" Carter gasped, and Helen staggered back, horrified. "Murder." Relax, Wade said, pulling the blade out and stabbing Xia Luo again. Toy knife. Of course, he added, wiping his brow with satisfaction. I heal faster when I'm in a good mood. Carter and Helen finally exhaled in relief. For a second, I thought the invincible Spider-Man was done for, Carter muttered. Helen patted her chest. Good, the nanotech suit wasn't damaged. Xia Luo. Oh, right, did you just mention fragments of the time monolith? He asked, suddenly registering her words. Carter scratched her head awkwardly. Yes, about that, sorry, but it, well, cracked. We're not entirely sure how. She pressed a button, and the lab's wall lifted, revealing the time monolith, its surface webbed with fine cracks. Ah, tilde, such an ancient energy, Wade said, spreading his arms as if to absorb it. Xia Luo shoved Wade's face aside and stepped closer, inspecting the cracked monument with a furrowed brow. Artifacts can break. He suddenly recalled the words of the Ancient One. The time monolith has limits. He turned to Carter. How many times have you used the monument since the mission ended? Carter shook her head. After you finished, I locked it away. Some politicians wanted to use it to restore their youth, so I gave them a fake monument, claiming it required a long cooldown between uses. Wade raised a hand sheepishly. Actually, I borrowed it about a dozen times to mess with Tony. What? Carter exclaimed. That's impossible. Our system would have detected any unauthorized access, she insisted. Wade patted his belt smugly. Your system could use an upgrade. Oh, for God's sake, Carter muttered, pinching the bridge of her nose. Xia Luo considered this. Even if you used it a dozen times, that wouldn't be enough to shatter it. There must be another reason. We have no leads, Carter admitted. We will soon, Xia Luo replied, lifting his hand to draw a circle of magic, sparks forming into a portal. When you're stuck, call the Sorcerer Supreme. What's a Sorcerer Supreme? Wade asked. Bald and mighty, Xia Luo replied. On the other end of the portal, the Ancient One paused mid-sip of a stolen soda, blinking. Yes, what's the matter? She quickly stowed the soda, her expression turning serious. Xia Luo stepped through into the sanctum. The time monolith cracked. Is it still usable? The Ancient One frowned slightly. So it's begun. She murmured something to herself, then looked at him. It can still be used, but not for much longer. Upon hearing this, Wade clutched his head and groaned. Why are women so cryptic? She could have just said that from the start. She's probably non-binary, Xia Luo mumbled. Wade's eyes widened. Non-binary, I like. Knock it off. Xia Luo kicked Wade aside, then turned to the Ancient One with a more serious expression. Sorcerer Supreme, can you tell me why the monument cracked? The Ancient One thought for a moment. Simply put, it's been overused. Overused? Xia Luo pulled out a $1 bill from his pocket. Here's a buck. Explain a bit more. Very well. She took the bill and tucked it under her meditation mat. In 40 days, the world advanced by about 40 years. Don't you find that odd? Of course not. This is Marvel after all. Even Marvel must obey basic logic. The Ancient One continued. The time monolith holds the power not only to reverse aging, but when combined with certain spells, can accelerate time to serve an obscure purpose. Explain that more clearly. Xia Luo borrowed another $1 from Carter. The Ancient One pocketed it with a slight smile. Time is not something most people can perceive easily. Someone used the monument's power to accelerate world development, and nobody noticed anything amiss. Xia Luo's heart raced. Who? That I cannot determine. The Ancient One shook her head. This person's magic surpasses mine. I can sense the anomaly, but I can't locate them. So they're a sorcerer too? Xia Luo asked, deep in thought. Yes. Why would someone want to accelerate the world? What's their endgame? Xia Luo fished out another bill, but the Ancient One waved it off. $1 isn't enough. Xia Luo. You're serious? You started this, she replied dryly. All right, my bad. He glanced at Carter, who gestured to call Agent Hill for a suitcase. Perfect. The Ancient One gestured to Wang, who entered, grabbed the suitcase and walked out. Extra meals tonight, she reminded him. Got it, Wang replied before leaving. With that settled, the Ancient One explained, accelerating world development only serves one purpose: to push technological progress toward a specific goal. That's it. Carter felt her wallet burn at the price of that answer. But then the Ancient One continued. I also sensed that the monument's power didn't just accelerate time, it brought things from the future into this era. More importantly, certain visitors from other multiverses have exposed this world to powerful eyes watching from beyond. Spider-Man, you understand what I'm saying? Yes, I do. Xia Luo's unease grew. The reset rounds had triggered a domino effect far messier than he anticipated. The reset mechanics had inadvertently drawn the attention of ancient powers, which might inevitably lead to interference. The fallout with Marvel's big players was bound to come sooner or later. He hadn't expected it this soon. And now, with futuristic phenomena appearing prematurely, it seemed he'd soon be fully back in action as Spider-Man. The good news, Spider-Man wouldn't be out of a job after all. The bad news, the hero's trials were far from over. There was no path but forward for him. If he didn't grow stronger, he'd lose everything. Losing his own life didn't matter, but he couldn't afford to lose his loved ones. Taking a deep breath, he said, "All right, one last question. What exactly are these things from the future?" The Ancient One nodded toward the magic portal behind Xia Luo. They're already here. What? Xia Luo's senses went on high alert as Carter received a message. Commander Carter, bad news. The time monolith has been stolen. Carter. Good news, though, I caught the thief, came Wade's voice over the intercom. Xia Luo. This guy was everywhere, wasn't he? Time to start locking the bathroom door. Chapter 178. Where is he? I can't see him, he's too fast. There on the left. A team of agents sprang into action as Carlson, wielding a scanner, tracked a target near the edge of the island's airstrip. Boom! One of the aircraft began to ascend, only to wobble and crash down seconds later. Pop pop! Sparks erupted from its tail, and Wade pulled his twin blades free, his mask's mouth area smudged with black smoke. Cough, cough, this motor oil flavor's a little rough. Wade knocked on the cockpit window. Hey, buddy, I'm on to you. Mind if I borrow your little friend there for some fruit slicing practice? In the pilot's seat, Pietro rolled his eyes. Great, just what I needed. Another weirdo. Opening the window, Pietro, carrying the time monolith on his back, turned into a blur of silver, speeding past Wade. But just as he braked, he found a blade tip inches from his face. Oh, my darling blade almost had you, Wade purred, kissing the blade as Pietro stared, dumbfounded. What how? Buzz. Ignoring his shock, Pietro accelerated again, but Wade whipped out a dagger and flung it. Thwack. Yalla. Blood splattered as Pietro screamed, clutching his rear. No, not again. I'm bleeding out, I'm dying. His attempt to accelerate had been thwarted, leaving him sprawled on the ground in horror, while Wade casually scratched his ear. A rookie, huh? Wade remarked, lifting the bag with his blade. Kid, don't go stealing things without a plan. You should have had someone distract us while you hid in a corner, waiting for us to leave before making your move. Wade crouched beside Pietro, shaking his head. Poor little thief. With that, he pulled the dagger from Pietro's backside and stabbed him in the other cheek. Thwack. Aza. Pietro's anguished scream echoed as Wade clapped his hands with glee. Perfect, now you're even more pitiful. Not as pitiful as you. A scarlet glow flared from behind, casting a red veil over everything as Wanda's energy washed over Wade, ripping him in half. Smack! The dragonbone fossil dropped to the ground. Wanda, with her flowing hair, approached, picked up the fossil, and tossed it into her bag. No wonder he kept up with your speed, she murmured, glancing at Pietro's injuries before eyeing the approaching agents with disdain. But as the swarm of drones arrived, her expression hardened. The times had changed, and these weapons were no ordinary guns. They could seriously injure even a superpowered individual. With a flick of her wrist, she used her scarlet energy to send a nearby aircraft crashing into the drone's swarm, creating a diversion. Seizing the moment, she grabbed Pietro and leapt off the island. Ah, slow down, I'm losing more blood, Pietro screamed as they plummeted. With a sigh, Wanda used her energy to seal Pietro's wounds, intensifying his screams. As his cries echoed through the night, a streak of lightning flashed before them. Crackle. Stepping from a portal, Xia Luo grinned. Hey there, sweetheart. That little trinket you're holding, it's mine. Spider-Man. Wanda's face twisted as she hastily wrapped herself and Pietro in a cocoon of scarlet energy. ZZZT. The arcs of electricity began clashing with her energy, each strike whittling down the scarlet aura. Seeing her shield weaken, Pietro whispered urgently, "Use the fossil." "I know," Wanda replied. With a flash, golden light merged into the scarlet, and the two of them shot off like a comet, streaking toward the city below. "Wow, now we're having fun," Xia Luo remarked, shooting a web to steady himself before calmly opening another portal. Buzz. He stepped through and reappeared on a rooftop in the city, hands forming a sign as the spider emblem on his chest glowed. In a flash, his body blurred. F-whoosh. 7 other Spider-Men emerged, peeling away from his form. Clone technique. All right, all you handsome, charming Spider-Men, go get him. Oh yeah, invincible Spider-Men to the rescue. Wait for me. Activate the friendly neighborhood dragon fist. No, I'm going with the friendly neighborhood nuke kick. Aw, you're just no fun. Hey, watch out, you almost ran into me. No, that was almost a kiss. No worries, we're all on the same team here. With that, the 7 noisy Xia Luos charged up like lightning, leaving Xia Luo behind, who muttered to himself. Something about this feels off. Above, arcs of energy and colorful blasts exploded as Wanda found herself cornered by 7 Spider-Men. Damn it, Spider-Man, why are there so many of you? Boom! Before Wanda could make a move, another burst of magic exploded around them, as scarlet energy and dazzling sparks lit up the night sky like fireworks. No! As the drill pierced through the thinning scarlet energy, Wanda and Pietro were sent hurtling down, crashing into a web slung between 2 skyscrapers. My blood's leaking again, Pietro yelped, horrified, while Wanda tore off a piece of her shirt and handed it to him. Make do. Did you disinfect it? Of course, my laundry detergent is very high-end. With that, Wanda glanced back up at the sky. Seeing the 7 Spider-Men vanish into thin air, her brow furrowed. So, it's true, Spider-Man can use duplication magic, she muttered. Every time he died, he grew stronger. As Pietro stuffed the cloth into his wound, his face was slick with sweat. So the master was right, we can't kill Spider-Man. If we do, he'll only grow stronger until he's truly unbeatable. Taking a deep breath, Wanda saw the red and blue figure approaching, her face darkening. Looks like we won't be able to take the time monolith with us today. Then let's follow the master's orders. Understood. Nodding, Wanda tossed the bag high into the night. Unfazed by the time monolith's arc in the air, Xia Luo landed directly on the web, shooting out more webs to secure the 2. The monolith's right there, Wanda signaled with her gaze. Xia Luo shrugged. Spider-Man doesn't fall for the same tricks twice. I bet that bag's rigged to blow if I touch it. Wanda. Pietro. Crash. Bits of debris tumbled from the bag as it hit the ground, shattering the time monolith into pieces. Xia Luo. He glanced back at them, so no secret weapon inside. Wanda turned her head, refusing to engage with this cocky fool. With a wry smile, Pietro muttered, our job was to steal it. If we couldn't take it, at least we left it behind. Now we can just try to steal it again next time. Xia Luo's face darkened. Why didn't you mention that before? I thought you'd catch it. But I didn't. That sounds like a you problem. No, that's a you too problem. Suppressing his frustration, Xia Luo tapped his nano device. Commander Carter, Wanda and Pietro destroyed the time monolith, he reported. Wanda's eyes widened. You liar. Xia Luo smirked, adding, oh, and they also called S.H.I.E.L.D. useless. Pietro shouted, that's slander. Spider-Man's slandering us. I've already hung up, she can't hear you. With a smug smile, Xia Luo watched the siblings exchange a glance and finally lower their heads in defeat. Wanda sighed, then looked up at him. Spider-Man, thank you for saving Pietro last time. Xia Luo blinked. And how do you plan to repay me? She thought for a moment, her eyes gleaming with an intense scarlet light. I'm broke, so verbal thanks will have to do. In an instant, Xia Luo's spider sense flared, and he leapt from the web to cling to the side of the building, just as the web was torn apart by a chilling burst of scarlet energy. Boom! As energy surged, the glowing dragon bone fossil in her bag shattered completely, scarlet tendrils swirling around her as Wanda slowly floated into the air. Her long hair billowed, and a powerful aura radiated from her, startling even Xia Luo. Chaos magic, Xia Luo muttered, tensing. With Pietro in her grip, Wanda's eyes shimmered with scarlet light. As thanks, I'll give you one warning: the Master has awakened. The age of mutants has arrived. Immortality is nothing to him, but you're different. Your body is a rare treasure, guard it well. With that, a scarlet whirlwind enveloped Wanda and Pietro, whisking them away into the night. Watching the glow of the scarlet energy vanish into the darkness, Xia Luo stood in silent contemplation. Though Wanda hadn't fully tapped into her chaos magic, her power was already formidable. And as for the Master, the age of mutants. Xia Luo rubbed his chin as the faint blue glow in his eyes pulsed. The Ancient One had warned him. The world's direction was shifting into something unpredictable. He swung down to the street, grabbed the bag, and stepped through a portal. Shield. In the presence of waiting agents, Xia Luo emerged from the portal, casually tossing the bag to Coulson. Coulson opened it and stared down at the shattered remains of the monument, his face grim. It's destroyed, he reported to Carter. Carter glanced at Xia Luo, then back to Coulson, see if there's any way to restore it. Gesturing to Xia Luo, she led him to her office. In her office, Xia Luo leaned forward. Look up a man named Max Eisenhart from the last century. He also went by Eric Laneshare. Does this have to do with the monument incident? Carter asked, already tapping away on her computer. After a moment, she turned to Xia Luo. Found it. According to our records, he died during the war. Check for Charles Francis Xavier. Another record, they were comrades. He died too. And Logan. Logan, Carter raised a brow, the guy with the claws. They had encountered him in the resurrection tournament. Xia Luo nodded. Yeah, Logan Howlett. Also dead, Carter said, studying his expression. These people, are they connected to all this? Not certain, but in an era of mutants, Magneto, Professor X, Wolverine, they'd all be central players. Carter thought it over. Mutants are similar to superpowered individuals, right? Kind of, but their system is more complex. There's a system. A grading scale for their powers, you could say. Well, that sounds interesting. Seeing her relaxed expression, Xia Luo sighed, rubbing his temples. You don't seem very worried. Carter shrugged. Why would I be? Unless they invent some anti-Spider-Man weapon, there aren't many who can challenge you. Xia Luo shook his head, leaning forward with a serious look. If a mutant appears with the power to control all metals and the Earth's magnetic field, we wouldn't stand a chance. Control metal and magnetic fields? Carter's eyes narrowed as she processed this new potential. Is that even possible? Absolutely. You've already seen Professor X's terrifying mental abilities firsthand. At the mention of that frightening bald man, Carter's face grew grim. But we're flying blind here. Any idea where to start? Xia Luo considered her question. Looks like we'll need to ask him for help. Who? The one and only. What? You want me to go grave robbing with you? In the Eisen apartment, Wade, who had just regrown his lower half, gawked at Xia Luo, eyes full of intrigue. But those guys have been dead for years. How am I supposed to know where they're buried? Xia Luo poured Wade a steaming cup of milk. Oh, you'll figure it out, he said with a grin. Thinking it over, Wade tapped the time travel device strapped to his waist and gave a sly, mischievous smile. I knew you understood me best, but hey, I'm still growing, so you'll have to wait until I'm all grown up to make any moves, he added, gesturing to his infant-sized lower half. No worries, you'll grow up fast, Xia Luo replied, turning on the TV and queuing up a very mature film for Wade. For a man, growing up is easy. Wade's eyes lit up. Hand me that remote so I can fast forward. Sure thing. Xia Luo handed over the remote, then headed for the door. Once you're grown up, call me. Where are you going? Wade asked. You're not gonna stick around. Thanks for the invite, but I have other plans. Take your time. Don't worry in this situation, 3 minutes tops. That fast? I could be faster. Chapter 179. Just as his body finished regenerating, Wade swung open the door with a satisfied grin. Thanks for watching over me. I'm officially in sage mode now, he said. Xia Luo's eye twitched, glancing him over. You even managed to patch up your suit. Yup, quick huh? Not exactly something to brag about. Details, details. Wade fired up his time travel device with a flourish. All right, let's get on with it. Time for a little Tomb Raider adventure. Nope, Xia Luo took a step back. You go first, I'll find you with a portal spell. Wade raised an eyebrow, then smirked in understanding. Oh, I get it. You're just saving your legs for that little lady in case she drops by, huh? Enough with the guesses, just go. Sure thing, boss. With a mischievous salute, Wade activated his device and vanished in a swirl of dim light. Xia Luo rolled his eyes, nudging aside the spare middle limb Wade had left behind. He focused, conjuring a portal, and Wade's location flickered to life in his mind. VMMM tilde. In a single step, Xia Luo found himself standing in the middle of a desolate, overgrown graveyard. This is the place, he asked. Wade scratched his backside, looking around. It's gotta be, let's start digging. But Xia Luo's attention had already shifted to 2 disturbed graves nearby, where earth lay scattered, as if someone had already dug them up. It seems someone got here first, he muttered, crouching down to inspect the disturbed soil. Wade scooped up a handful of dirt and sniffed it thoughtfully. Been about 2 weeks. Xia Luo gave him a withering look. Make sure to disinfect your insides after this. Already planning on it, laundry detergent should do the trick. Wade picked at his teeth, mulling over their discovery. So it seems we're not the only degenerates out here robbing graves. Xia Luo considered it, his expression darkening. To bring about the mutant era, could someone be planning to resurrect Magneto and Professor X? But he shook his head. No, not even gods can truly resurrect the dead. How could anyone else? Or you could just ask the Supreme Sorcerer for help, Wade suggested, fishing a crumpled bill from his waistband. Here, this is my last $1. Make it count. Cheap as ever. Xia Luo smacked his hand away and opened a portal. VMMM tilde. But instead of a warm welcome, he was met with a hazy, gray expanse. Looks like she's not taking calls, Xia Luo muttered. Wade pocketed his $1, adjusting his pants. Well, if the sorcerer's out, that leaves it all up to me. He activated his device again. Guess I'll head straight to the big boss, see if we can at least get a clue. Wouldn't want to bore the audience. Audience? Xia Luo felt a shiver up his spine as an eerie wind rustled through the silent graves. Did you hear that? He asked. Wade froze. Hear what? There was a strange sound. Didn't hear a thing, Wade said, but his voice dropped to a whisper as he slowly turned. But I see something. He bolted, shrieking, with Xia Luo hot on his heels. Behind them, the once silent graveyard suddenly burst into life, or rather, death. Skeletal claws burst through the earth, and undead figures clawed their way out of the graves, green flames glowing in their eye sockets and casting an eerie light over the scene. Xia Luo perched himself in a nearby tree, while Wade clung to the trunk below. Pull me up, Wade grunted, wriggling his way up. But mid-climb, he suddenly froze. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? With a strange, guttural groan, Wade sighed. I'm good now. Xia Luo, hand outstretched, pulled back with a grimace. He glanced down at the growing horde of undead and decided on a different tactic. Kicking Wade back to the ground, he clasped his hands together, conjuring his technique. VMMM tilde. A group of clones split off from him in a series of electric arcs, each one jumping into the fray below. Neighborhood meteor kick. Neighborhood flying boot. Neighborhood bomber. Hey, you took all the good names, that's so not fair. With a deafening boom, explosions tore through the graveyard, scattering bones and shattering the dark energy that clung to the ghoulish army. Everything around them wavered like a mirage. The entire forest seemed to fracture, splintering into shards of glass. As the forest around them cracked into a million pieces, Xia Luo's gaze sharpened, zeroing in on the faint reflection of a figure in one of the shards. "Spider-Man, you're not fit to save the world. A so-called hero who's afraid of a few corpses? Pitiful." The voice grew louder as the figure came into focus. A young man, stern and bald, his intense gaze fixed on Xia Luo. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. "Charles, or should I call you Professor X?" The man's expression remained severe. "For now, you can call me Charles." "Is that so?" Xia Luo crossed his arms, casually leaning in. "So what's your plan? Beat Spider-Man and save the world?" "All I want is peace," Charles said, his face earnest. "I've learned that chaos follows you, Spider-Man. If I trap you here, you can't grow stronger, and the world will finally find peace." "And who told you that?" Xia Luo asked. Charles glanced skyward, his face almost reverent. "God." Xia Luo let out a dry chuckle. "All right, but did God also mention that the more villains talk, the more dangerous it gets for them?" "What?" Charles didn't see it coming, the sudden, searing pain in his lower half. "Schlick." "No." Charles's legs clamped together as he collapsed, groaning in pain. Around him, his world started to break apart, shattering piece by piece. Meanwhile, Wade twirled his baby dagger with a satisfied grin. "Ha ha ha, cue ball, you really shouldn't mess with a blade master." He pulled back half of his mask, theatrically licking the blood from the blade's edge, reveling in what he thought must be a truly ruthless display. Xia Luo just stared at him. Just so you know, that dagger just, went somewhere really specific a second ago." Wade froze for a beat. No biggie, I'll just rinse with some mouthwash later." As Charles's mental landscape fully disintegrated, darkness overtook Xia Luo, returning him to the eerie graveyard. On the ground before him, the young Charles lay writhing in pain. Beside him, a short-haired man supported Charles, fixing Xia Luo and Wade with a furious glare. "You hurt Charles, you'll pay for this." His voice was seething, and he made a move to retaliate, only for Charles to restrain him. "Let's get out of here. We can't kill him and we shouldn't." "But..." "Just go." "Fine." With a wave of his hand, the short-haired man manipulated the metal buried in the earth to form a protective barrier, and the two of them quickly retreated. Xia Luo watched them leave, calm and unbothered, with no intention of pursuing them. Even without the enhancements from Apocalypse, capturing those two would be no easy task. Wade, scratching his head as he looked at his dagger, frowned. "So, that whole thing was an illusion? I didn't actually stab him." "Let's just hope that whatever happens to him, it wasn't your fault he ends up in a wheelchair." Xia Luo gave a wry smile and stepped through the portal. "Wait up." Wade scrambled to follow. "So those two, they're the young Magneto and Professor X." "Looks like it. But they're supposed to be dead in this world. Did someone resurrect them?" "Beats me." Back in the apartment, Xia Luo gazed out the window at the night sky. A streak of light fell toward the wilderness beyond. Watching the trail of light carve across the horizon, Xia Luo's lips curved into a faint smile. "The Spider-Man Central Universe is becoming more and more crowded. I can't wait." "Can't wait for what?" Wade, gargling with mouthwash, mumbled through the foam. "For a worthy adversary." With that, Xia Luo lowered his gaze. The spider emblem on his chest pulsed faintly, casting a soft glow in the dim room. Chapter 180. Late at night, after Harry's birthday party, Xia Luo cruised through the streets on his old motorcycle. Vroom tilde. The engine roared, echoing through darkened alleyways, as a shadow emerged from the depths, watching Xia Luo's back. The figure raised a communicator to his mouth. "He's here. If we capture Xia Luo Parker, we can use him to get Spider-Man's attention." But before he could finish speaking, the steel rebar embedded in the wall suddenly twisted into the shape of a serpent, lunging out to pierce through the man's chest. Thud. The body fell. Above, a figure with a buzz cut narrowed his eyes. "Charles, it's done." "You killed him." Charles's voice sounded uneasy over the communicator. It was Eric. Expression unchanging, Eric glanced at the body's attire. It was one of the Hands ninjas. They were trying to get to Spider-Man, so I had to kill him. Charles sighed. That makes 6 of them now, Eric. I think you should take a break. No need. Eric cast a glance in the direction where Xia Luo had disappeared. That guy is a friend of Spider-Man's. We can't let anything happen to him. Until our master regains full power, Spider-Man can't be killed or fall into anyone else's trap. If he's injured, it'll be a hassle. Charles hesitated, almost saying something. Actually. What is it? Eric asked. Nothing, you'll understand later. Charles changed the subject. I'll keep watch here. Go handle the hand. A warning should be enough. Eric's eyes glinted coldly. Understood. A mere warning would never be enough. To truly eliminate the threat, total destruction was necessary. As Eric left, Charles sighed. Ever since that day, Eric's bloodlust had only intensified, a troubling development. He hoped Eric would come to his senses. Meanwhile, unaware of the looming threat, Xia Luo rode past, pretending not to know either of them. Charles was still developing his telepathy, meaning he couldn't read Xia Luo's thoughts, nor uncover Spider-Man's true identity. For now, his quiet life was thanks to the behind-the-scenes efforts of Charles and Eric, who were secretly neutralizing anyone trying to target Spider-Man. This gave Xia Luo a sense of security. Who wouldn't like free bodyguards? Well, Xia Luo for one. With those two constantly lurking around, his chances of dying and getting stronger were practically non-existent. Given Wanda's cryptic warning, he was almost certain of who their master was. The guy seemed a little too interested in Spider-Man's get stronger every time he dies ability. Meaning that before their master made his appearance, he'd make sure nothing happened to Spider-Man. But that protection didn't necessarily apply to Xia Luo. Suddenly, from the incomplete overhead skyway above, a creaking noise sounded. Sheets of glass fractured, raining down in a deadly cascade. Charles's face fell as he realized Xia Luo was about to be buried under a shower of broken glass. No, I'm too late. Before he could act, a dark figure swooped down from between the buildings. Thwib! A web shot out as the shadow zipped across the intersection, grabbing Xia Luo and swinging him away just in time. Wait, my bike! Xia Luo yelped as the glass shards crashed onto the motorcycle. Meanwhile, the dark figure placed him on a nearby billboard. You all right? Hearing the familiar voice, Xia Luo looked up at Spider-Woman and couldn't help but smile. Being saved by Spider-Woman, a Spider-Man's dream come true. That was my only ride, he said. Gwen shrugged. Sorry, but I'm not buying you a new one. Xia Luo shook his head. It's okay, I've saved up a little, might finally get myself a new hovercycle. You should check this out. Gwen held up her phone screen. Stark Industries is launching a Spider-Man-themed hovercycle. It can climb walls and swing on webs, loads of fun. You should consider it. Xia Luo glanced at the ad featuring Spider-Man himself, then at Gwen. How much did they pay you for that gig? He asked, gritting his teeth. Seems he'd missed a lucrative opportunity. Gwen shrugged, not much, just enough to buy a new penthouse. Damn it. Fuming, Xia Luo glared in the direction of Stark Tower. Decision made, blackmail fees were going up. Thanks for the save, gotta run. With that, Xia Luo awkwardly jumped down from the billboard, dashing towards Stark Tower. Symbiote Gwen, which means the other player must be Venom Parker. Watching him go, Gwen's eyes narrowed as black tendrils rippled over her skin, forming a feminine demonic face. I can taste him delicious, let's devour him. Gwen frowned, he's my friend. The demonic face leaned close, mouth stretching to a wicked grin. When I say devour, I don't mean that way. Then what do you mean? The demon whispered something in Gwen's ear, leaving her looking exasperated. I'm done with you. When we get home, no more of those movies, got it? No, don't take them away. I love those actresses. Gwen slapped the demon back into the suit with a firm hand. Let's go. You better buy me a midnight snack. As Gwen swung away into the night, Charles observed from below. Xia Luo Parker has more than one spider friend. He really is fascinating. The next day, Xia Luo was in a great mood. After all, the hush money from Pepper was very satisfying. But his good mood soured instantly when he walked into the living room and found it littered with tissues. Wade, armed with the power of the dragon bone shard, had gotten completely out of hand. Glancing at the shard lying by the couch, Xia Luo scowled in disgust, with no desire to reclaim it. With the time Monolith shattered, whatever power remained in the dragon bone shard had been entirely squandered by Wade on, well, things best left unmentioned. Xia Luo knew he had to find a way to get rid of him soon. Wade's presence had filled his life with a never-ending barrage of lowbrow jokes. And they weren't even remotely funny. Just then, his communicator beeped. Spider-Man, we're hosting an induction party today for the Avengers' new recruits. Care to join us? Carter asked. New recruits? Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. The Avengers have new blood. Of course. Carter's tone was tinged with exasperation. There are more and more super-powered individuals showing up lately, and our arsenal isn't keeping pace with the upgrades we need. I decided to hire some new members to help ease the burden. Hearing this, Xia Luo couldn't help but sigh. And yet, I'm still technically unemployed. It's like these superpowered types are all avoiding me. Invincible Spider-Man, you have to understand, no one committing crimes wants to run into you. Now that's music to my ears. Xia Luo ended the call and slipped on his nanotech suit. Let's go. Whoosh. The red and blue figure leaped from the rooftop, web-slinging effortlessly between skyscrapers. Oh, it's Spider-Man. Hearing the familiar exclamations from the people below, Xia Luo couldn't help but smirk. The age of mutants. Looks like that guy's been busy. Lost in thought, Xia Luo's electric spider symbol crackled to life across his chest, and he rocketed skyward as a bolt of electricity. Zzz. Before long, he reached the floating island. Shield HQ. On the lawn where the party was in full swing, agents clinked champagne glasses, reveling in a rare moment of relaxation. Natasha wore a sleek black dress, basking in her own allure. As always, Barton stood stoic, quietly polishing his quiver while observing the new recruits. In the crowd, a young man in a blue suit was chatting animatedly with Natasha. On the other side, Coulson and a few agents tested their pulse rifles on a hulking, rocky figure. Bang, bang, bang. The energy pulses barely chipped away at the rock-like surface, leaving the stony brute unharmed. Whoa, Grimm, you're solid as a rock. Agents gawked, and Ben Grimm puffed up, striking a bodybuilder pose to show off his physique. In the corner, Alexei watched the scene with envy and a hint of jealousy, crushing his champagne glass. HMPH, hard but strength, now that's what matters. He stomped into the crowd, pushing his way to Grimm's side and striking a more impressive bodybuilding pose, egged the agents into applause. Oh, Grimm, let's see what you've got. Yeah, Avengers can't lose to Thunderbolt agents. Spurred on, Grimm flexed even harder, but Alexei wasn't about to be outdone. They jostled each other, nearly breaking into a fight. You pushed me. You pushed first. As the two big guys squared off, the agents wisely backed away. Look, Spider-Man's here. Someone pointed to the crackling blue arc zipping their way. Alexei immediately straightened up, grinning with pride. My friend's here, gotta go. Your friend. Grimm's eyes widened as the red and blue figure landed. You mean Spider-Man? Of course, he's my best friend. Wow, amazing. I'd love to be friends with Spider-Man. Could you introduce me? Well, let's see how you behave. I'll do my best, Alexei. Haha, not bad. You're in luck. I'll introduce you to Spider-Man. Meanwhile, Xia Luo spotted Carter and walked over with a smirk. Hey, you seem to really love red. He eyed her bright red dress, raising himself on his toes. Maybe next time, try skipping the heels. Xia Luo took a step back. Yeah, this way Captain Carter's heels wouldn't make her just that little bit taller than Spider-Man. Carter chuckled at his antics. All right, Spider-Man, let me introduce you to the new recruits. You're in for a surprise. She waved, and a tall, handsome young man approached. Before he could say anything, Xia Luo's eyes widened. Cap. Johnny looked at Carter, then gave a firm nod. Avengers assemble, flame on. With that, Johnny burst into flames, rocketing upward like a blazing comet. Xia Luo. He turned to Carter, incredulous. Seriously. Carter shrugged. I was just as shocked when I met him, but that's Johnny Storm. He was an astronaut at one of our 13 bases, specifically the Aerospace Center. When the artificial sun was activated, he was exposed to a wave of cosmic rays and was badly burned. He recently woke up with the power to control fire. She glanced over to the rock-covered guy and the young couple in matching blue uniforms. The three of them went through similar experiences. Xia Luo rubbed his temples as he looked them over. All right, congratulations then. These 4 new Avengers seem pretty strong. Indeed. Carter pointed out the couple. That's Reed and Susan, they're engaged. Reed's powers let him reshape his body, kinda like rubber. I've seen One Piece, Xia Luo chuckled. Pirates? Carter shook her head. I don't get it. She continued. Susan's Johnny's sister, and she can turn invisible. And that rock guy, Ben Grimm? We tested him. He can lift around 100 tons, so he's a fair bit stronger than Alexei. Xia Luo nodded, casting a glance up at Johnny, still floating in the sky. Why's he still up there? Carter thought for a moment. Probably hasn't learned how to land yet. Xia Luo. Sure enough, Johnny started shouting from above, help, I can't stop. Carter sighed, waving at him to come lower. Not to worry, I've got a solution. She signaled Agent Hill, who promptly aimed the garden hose. Over here, she called. Got it. Johnny dipped low enough, and with a blast of water, mist billowed out as the flames died. Reed quickly stretched out to catch Johnny, and the agents watched the mishap with amusement. Once the chaos died down, Carter led Xia Luo to the lobby. We've confirmed the time monolith can't be repaired. Its energy has completely dissipated. Eyeing the fragments in the glass box, Xia Luo remembered something. Felicia's father. He's fine, Carter assured him. During your absence, the time monolith cured Walter. But he's been locked up, considering all the things he stole. Xia Luo. So his castle's being seized. No. Carter's eyes sparkled with amusement. That estate was inherited over generations. What exactly were you hoping for? Shame, Xia Luo sighed, shaking his head. Felicia's still rich, and I'm not thrilled. To free her father, she's agreed to join the Thunderbolts. Carter added with a sly smile. Xia Luo clapped his hands. Impressive, Commander Carter. Compared to you, Nick Fury's as useless as well. No need to compare, I know you're complimenting me. Carter quickly cut him off. Xia Luo exhaled in relief. Good thing you did, I didn't have a fitting word for Fury yet. Carter. She sighed at the mention of Nick Fury. I thought once he was unemployed, he'd be picking cotton somewhere. But I was wrong, he's had a plan all along. She looked at Xia Luo. Ever heard of Sword? Chapter 181. Xia Luo's eyes widened slightly. So this thing really exists. Seems like you already knew, Carter remarked, shaking her head. Through some particular channels, I learned about Sword. She rose, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed at the agents bustling below before continuing. Initially, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mandate didn't include handling major incidents involving superpowered crimes. The agents were only tasked with global intelligence and resolving international disputes. But with the birth of the Avengers, Nick Fury gradually shifted focus towards superpowered criminal events. They veered off course, Xia Luo commented. Carter nodded. Exactly. Because of that shift, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s workload became overwhelming, leaving them desperate to recruit more personnel. That gave Hydra a chance to infiltrate. S.H.I.E.L.D. was infiltrated pretty early on, Xia Luo reminded her. Carter's expression didn't change. That's irrelevant. What matters is that Sword overlaps with S.H.I.E.L.D. in some of its functions. They not only handle Earth's superpowered incidents, but also seem to have authority over extraterrestrial events. So what? Xia Luo studied Carter's figure by the window. I think you're already doing a great job as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director. There's no need to get involved with Sword. Carter was a power enthusiast. Xia Luo had seen through that long ago. Turning to face him, Carter's gaze was sharp. I'm not interested in Sword. It's Nick Fury's friend who intrigues me. What do you mean? Xia Luo asked. Carter's tone turned ambiguous. When I took over S.H.I.E.L.D., I reviewed Nick Fury's past records. I discovered that the man he used to be is very different from who he is now. In simple terms, there's something off about him, much like the feeling Steve gave me back in the day. Even though you've assured me that Nick Fury's friend isn't a bad person, if something's wrong with Nick Fury, even good people can end up doing bad things. Hearing this, Xia Luo understood. You make a good point, but so far he hasn't slipped up. We'll just have to stay cautious. Besides, given the current situation, you don't have time to keep an eye on Egghead. True, I'm busy and don't have the time, Carter admitted with a sigh. I just wanted to warn you to watch out for him. She glanced down at the party scene below. Looked into these 4 recruits. They're still far from becoming true Avengers. Their emotions are often unstable. I've put them through special training for a while now, but the results don't seem very promising. Xia Luo walked up to stand beside her, casting a glance at Johnny and his overly bright white teeth. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "So, what do you want to do?" "A newcomer assessment," Carter replied. "If they really can't handle the job, they'll have to join the reserves instead." Xia Luo's mouth twitched. They've already had their welcoming ceremony. It'd be embarrassing if they ended up in the reserves. Carter shrugged. No pressure, no progress. With the increasing number of cases I have to handle, they have very little time left to grow. They must learn to stand on their own. All right, big shot. You're telling me this because you're going to make me handle it, aren't you? Xia Luo guessed. Correct. Carter smiled. The assessment officer is Spider-Man. I think they'll respect his authority. No problem. Xia Luo turned and grabbed a juice from the mini fridge by the table leg. You know me, I'll take care of it, but this is extra work, so it'll cost you. Carter casually poured herself a cup of coffee. Of course, I'm not Nick Fury. I've got money and plenty of it. She sipped her coffee, then looked at Xia Luo curiously. But I have to ask, since meeting you, I've given you quite a bit of money here and there. Not to mention the hush money you got from Tony. You should be rich by now, yet you still seem strapped for cash. Why? Xia Luo shrugged. Remember that bald guy? Professor X, right? A terrifying superpowered individual, or rather, a mutant. At the time, he amplified his brain with dragon bone fossils and told me many secrets about this world. I've been using that money to eliminate Spider-Man's enemies. That's what I've been doing lately. Using money to eliminate enemies. Carter blinked. I don't quite follow. Xia Luo grinned. If you're curious, approve a budget for me, and I'll give you a big surprise. Carter rolled her eyes. Using my money for your plans? Clever, I should take notes. That's how the world works, Xia Luo said, pouring himself a second glass of juice. When you see the results, you'll be impressed. I look forward to it. So, when's the newcomer assessment? It's ready. We can start tonight, Carter replied. Make sure you're prepared. Follow the script to the letter. Xia Luo pondered for a moment. To make things more interesting, I'd like to invite that guy to join. Who? You know who I mean. Inside an armored cash truck, Wade was dressed in shorts and a tank top, his face covered with a stocking mask. He looked ridiculously excited. Oh my God, a frontline superhero playing the role of a robber. How did you come up with such an insanely fun idea? You're a damn genius. He gave a thumbs up, beaming with admiration. But Spidey, your style kinda clashes with mine. Are you sure you're not doing this on purpose? He asked. Across from him, Xia Luo stood in a sleek black suit, wearing sunglasses and holding an electromagnetic rifle. His expression was cold and aloof. A proper thug wears a suit. It's more intimidating, he replied. Wade glanced down at his ridiculously casual outfit and pouted. I want a suit too. You can't, your role is my subordinate. A suit doesn't fit your character setting. No, I insist on wearing a suit. Then I'll kick you off this Joe B. You didn't even pass the interview. Getting to assist in an Avengers assessment is already a divine blessing. Assistant to the assessment officer. That's 2 more words than assessment officer. You're still not satisfied. I'm satisfied. Wade gritted his teeth and slumped into a corner, drawing imaginary circles on the ground. Xia Luo ignored him, tapping his earpiece. Agent Hill, we're ready. You can start now. Understood. In a business van on the bridge, Agent Hill turned to Coulson. "How's it going on your end?" Coulson nodded. "Our people are stationed all around the armored truck. Every precaution has been taken." "Good, let's begin." Agent Hill raised her communicator. "Dr. Reed, your mission is to subdue the robbers in the armored truck without harming any civilians nearby. Any property damage caused during the operation will also impact your evaluation score. Is that clear?" In a helicopter hovering above the bridge, Reed responded seriously. "Understood." "All right, you may proceed." "Roger that." After ending the call, Reed turned to Susan and Johnny. "This is a live assessment. It's going to be tough. You don't want to end up in the reserves, do you?" Johnny was raring to go, his tone dismissive. Even if Spider-Man himself is running this, he's not allowed to use his webbing or his so-called spider magic. Disguised as just another superpowered individual, there's no way he can beat us. Relax. Susan frowned, but he has a friend helping him. Anyone Spider-Man partners with won't be a pushover. We need to stay cautious. The hulking Ben Grimm squatted in the corner of the helicopter, his voice deep. "Yesterday, I saw Barton and Natasha's demonstration. They like to start by lurking near their target. I think we should do the same." Johnny shot a glance at the thing and pointed at him, shouting, "You partially mutated blockhead full of laxative. Why are you copying them? They're just seasoned veterans. We're real superheroes. We don't need to waste time." Being berated like this, Ben's face twisted with anger. He clenched his fists. "That's it, you just swore at me." "Yeah, I did, and it felt great." "I'm gonna tear you apart." Susan stepped between them, trying to break up the fight. "Save it for after the assessment. Let's stick to the original plan, all right." "This plan's a waste of time," Johnny grumbled. Susan's eyes narrowed in warning. "If you don't behave, I'll send your childhood photos, the ones of you in crotchless pants, to the Daily Bugle. You know how they treat Spider-Man." "You wouldn't." Johnny glared, but he could only surrender. "Fine, you win, you creepy voyeuristic sister. Let's move out." As Susan gave the order, Johnny leapt out of the helicopter. Boom! In midair, flames burst forth as Johnny transformed into the Human Torch, diving toward the bridge below. Boom! Trailing flames, he soared over the bridge, his heat causing one of the armored truck's tires to burst. Bang! The truck veered out of control, but Reed extended his elastic arms, leaping onto the bridge's framework to grab the truck's rear and steady it. Eek! Rubber-like hands stretched taut as he braced against the vehicle's weight, gradually bringing it to a stop. "Help, somebody save me." The truck's door was violently kicked open, revealing Xia Luo in a sharp suit and Spider-Man's signature mask. He hauled the driver out at gunpoint. "Avengers scumbags, let us go or I'll kill him." Xia Luo pressed the gun to the actor's temple, skillfully using him as a shield to avoid sniper targeting. The actor Harry muttered nervously, "You swore, man." Xia Luo leaned closer. "That's what villains do." "Is that so?" "Of course." Seconds later, the Human Torch landed at the scene, pointing a fiery finger at Xia Luo. "You suit-wearing, sunglasses-rocking thug. Let that guy go. Sure, he's short-legged and shady-looking, but saving him is my Joe B. If you don't cooperate, I'll gladly serve you a flaming protein shake." Staring at Johnny's constant trash talk, Harry froze. Buddy, I think he's more of a villain than you," Harry muttered. Xia Luo shook his head. "Take a closer look, he's got Cap's face." "Hydra Cap's face, definitely a villain." "Want me to teach him a lesson?" "No, if we mess up this assessment, I'll be the one under evaluation. I'll endure it." Before Harry could say more, Johnny felt something squirming against his chest. He looked down to find a guy in a stocking mask, enthusiastically rubbing up against him. "Cap, I'm your biggest fan, can you sign this for me?" Wade chirped, turning around to pat his own butt. "What the hell is this ugly thing?" Johnny recoiled, erupting in flames and scorching Wade to a crisp. "New." As Wade's charred body crumpled to the ground, Reed's face turned pale. "I told you to catch the criminals, not burn them alive. You're ruining our assessment score," Reed yelled at Johnny. Johnny extinguished his flames, looking guilty. Is he actually dead?" he asked Xia Luo. I didn't mean to kill him. I thought he was superpowered. How was I supposed to know he was so weak? Johnny stammered. Xia Luo shrugged. Relax, he'll be back soon, but your impulsiveness just cost you 10 points. What? How many points do I need to pass? 60. Okay, I still have a chance. Johnny straightened up, adopting a righteous posture. Release the hostage, he demanded in a low voice. Xia Luo. Harry whispered he should go into acting. Maybe after he loses his Avengers gig, Xia Luo replied. Just then, his spider sense tingled. Clink. He stepped back, dodging an electromagnetic collar, then bumped an invisible Susan out of hiding. Crash. Nearby, a car window shattered, revealing Susan's faint outline. Wow, she's not wearing anything. Revived, Wade wiped a trickle of blood from his nose, his eyes sparkling. An invisibility power that requires undressing. Is this fan service for bystanders? It's a perk for the assessment officer, Xia Luo quipped. Before he could say more, Reed stretched toward him like a rubber snake, and Johnny launched himself as a flaming projectile. Behind them, Ben Grimm lumbered forward, carefully avoiding the cars in his path. Xia Luo observed the disjointed teamwork and sighed. Lifting Harry into the air, he forced the team to stop abruptly. Your mission is to save the hostage first, Xia Luo reminded. We know. Susan turned invisible again as a bullet ricocheted off Xia Luo's chest. Bang! Staggering slightly, Xia Luo noticed the nearby sniper's intervention. As the shell casing hit the ground, Reed coiled around Xia Luo like a rubber boa. Rescue the hostage, Reed shouted. Moments later, both were sent flying by Ben Grimm's charge. New. Crash. 4 figures collided into a bus. Amid the chaos, Reed wrapped Harry in his elastic body, exhaling in relief. At least the hostage is safe. But you guys aren't. Amid the rubble, Xia Luo removed his jacket and rolled up his sleeves. Congratulations, rookies. Under my leniency, you've successfully saved the hostage. But this assessment is far from over. Chapter 182. Susan, now fully dressed, smiled as she maintained her energy shield. Do we get an extra 10 points for capturing the criminal? Of course. Xia Luo shrugged. My character is just an average superpowered individual. I can't break free from your energy shield, but it seems like you overlooked something. What? This was a team operation. The moment he finished speaking, bright lights flared on the bridge. Wade appeared dramatically under the floodlights, holding a gun. Avengers scum, your days are numbered. Wade cackled, unleashing a spray of pulse rounds from his weapon. Pew pew pew. The air was instantly charged with chaotic energy. Susan quickly took cover behind the thing. You okay? She asked. Ben swayed slightly but stayed firm. This kind of attack is nothing to me, he replied confidently. Right, nothing to us, Reed added, pulling a shining ring out of his punctured, rubbery body. Dropping to one knee in front of Susan, he held out the ring. Darling, will you marry me? Susan's face lit up with emotion. Oh, Reed, I didn't expect this. Ben clasped his rocky hands against his face. So romantic. Bang! Suddenly, rubble shot through the air, and the ring clattered to the ground. Emerging from the debris, Xia Luo smirked. Enjoy your last bit of romance before you're shipped off to the reserves. Above them, Wade jumped into the air, twin guns blazing. This is the end, woohoo. Before he could land a hit, Reed stretched out his arm, snatching Wade's guns away. The thing seized the opportunity to charge forward. Thud thud thud. The bridge trembled under Ben's powerful footsteps as he barreled toward them. Take the hit for me, Xia Luo said nonchalantly, pulling Wade in front of him. The thing's brutal charge sent Wade flying, while Xia Luo slid underneath the chaos. Boom! The massive impact sent the thing to his knees, clutching his groin. His pupils rolled back, and his gravelly voice cracked. Shattered, it's shattered. Ben Grimm collapsed, twitching on the ground. In the sky, Johnny cursed loudly. Damn it, you're not supposed to be this strong. Xia Luo casually waved. You took too long, my stats have been upgraded. Bastard, you're doing this on purpose. Johnny snarled, flames bursting forth as he launched a fiery assault. Boom! A blazing inferno engulfed Xia Luo, but Susan quickly encapsulated the flames in an energy shield. Inside the shield, the temperature soared. Xia Luo stood as if inside a blazing furnace, but instead of burning, purple patterns appeared on his skin. His muscles swelled as he activated the second phase of his Titan physique, rendering the flames ineffective. What? Johnny's face twisted in disbelief as he hovered within the shield. Impossible. Xia Luo grinned. This is what happens when you don't take an assessment seriously. Now the enemy is in berserk mode. You failed your mission. No. Johnny's horrified gaze locked onto Xia Luo as a pair of massive, violet-tinged hands tore through the energy shield. One of them clamped down on his throat. In an instant, Johnny's flames were extinguished, and he reverted from his human torch form. Unbelievable. Susan, witnessing the scene, fired a concentrated energy beam at Xia Luo, only for it to dissipate with a wave of his hand. Boom! The blast scattered energy, damaging nearby vehicles and worsening the traffic chaos. Agents scrambled to evacuate civilians. Agent Hill, the situation has escalated, a voice reported through a comm. Understood. Hill grabbed her communicator. Dr. Reed, the situation is critical. You need to lure the enemy to an unpopulated area. Got it. Reed's expression darkened as he stretched his arms to wrap around Xia Luo like a snake. Johnny, hold on tight. What? Wham! Reed flung Xia Luo into the air with all his strength. The wind rushed past Johnny, reigniting his flames as his body tumbled uncontrollably. Boom! A fiery trail streaked across the sky as Xia Luo casually tossed Johnny, sending him crashing toward a city skyscraper. This is bad. Agents gasped in shock and Coulson's face paled. This was supposed to be a standard assessment. If this turns into a disaster, we're all on the hook. Hills, however, remained calm. Don't worry. If Spider-Man dares to use live assessments, he must have countermeasures prepared. True to her words, just as Johnny was about to collide with the skyscraper, a flash of electricity streaked through the air. Crackle. Boom. The fiery light clashed with the electric current and sparks flew. Johnny, now wrapped in electric arcs, landed safely on the street below. Rookie, you failed the assessment. A cold voice came from a figure dressed in black standing before Johnny. Who are you? Johnny blinked at the cloaked figure in confusion before angrily protesting. Wait, that was an accident. I don't accept this. The mysterious figure ignored him and vanished in a flash of lightning. Meanwhile, Xia Luo landed with a crash in an abandoned factory by the coast. Boom! Like a cannonball, he shattered the decrepit structure. Susan, carrying Reed with her flight abilities, arrived at the scene, only to be greeted by Carter's stern expression. No need to continue, Carter said, shaking her head as she reviewed the assessment results. Based on this performance, Ben didn't fully utilize his abilities, Johnny couldn't control his impulsiveness, and none of you treated this assessment seriously. Not everyone can be like Spider-Man, balancing humor with resolving serious incidents. You've overestimated yourselves. I'm sorry, but you'll have to join the reserves. Hearing this, Susan and Reed exchanged helpless glances. What about my promised research funding? Reed, the ever-hopeful scientist, asked weakly. That will need to be reconsidered, Carter replied before adding, there will be another assessment in a month. Work on your teamwork. I hope to see you in the main team then. The pair breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was another chance, it wasn't a total disgrace. After delegating the aftermath to Coulson, Carter left the factory to find Xia Luo near a lighthouse. You used a clone technique earlier, Carter noted. Xia Luo nodded without elaborating. You knew they wouldn't pass. Yes. Xia Luo gazed out at the sea, smiling. Your concerns were valid. They have potential, but they're not ready for the Avengers yet. If you activated them now, the complications would drive you insane. Then I owe you my thanks. Carter glanced around. So, what's the surprise you mentioned? Over there. Carter frowned. Johnny nearly crashed into that building. Exactly. Xia Luo raised his hand, and a small electric spider crawled onto his palm. The wheels of fate are turning again. It seems I can't avoid it. I've got work to do. I'm coming with you. All right. In a flash of electricity, Xia Luo enveloped Carter, and the two shot toward the skyscraper. As they traveled, Carter shivered involuntarily. That tingles. Moments later, they landed in the building's basement. The air was thick with acrid smoke. Xia Luo's nanosuit protected him, but Carter covered her mouth and nose, frowning. Looks like an electrical malfunction. Something's been burned. There. Her eyes locked onto a puddle of water, where electric eels writhed. Among them was a strange figure convulsing, faint blue arcs crawling across his skin. His body is mutating, Carter observed with a deepening frown. Xia Luo nodded. Yes, this world's Electro, Max Dillon, couldn't escape his fate. Electro. Carter glanced at Xia Luo. Spider-Man's nemesis has returned. No, he's not an enemy. Xia Luo smiled and shot a web to pull the mutating Max out. Let's go, this is your surprise. I'm intrigued. The two left the building. Half an hour later, SHIELD Medical Wing. On the hospital bed, Max slowly regained consciousness. His eyes widened at the sight of pale blue, inverted triangles staring back at him. Spider-Man, Max exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. But his joy was short-lived. Sparks began to crackle uncontrollably from his body. Lights flickered, and the equipment nearby sputtered and sparked. What's happening to me? Max stared at his now semi-transparent hands, his blue eyes narrowing in terror. No, my body. Calm down. Xia Luo placed a reassuring hand on Max's shoulder. Don't panic, now tell me. Xia Luo leaned closer. I gave you unemployment benefits. Why did you go back to work for that company? Max's gaze faltered under Xia Luo's scrutiny. He had once been a downtrodden worker. Buried under the weight of his Joe B. Spider-Man had been a beacon of hope, encouraging him to reclaim his life and reject exploitation. With Spider-Man's help and a generous payout, Max had experienced freedom for the first time. He didn't want to disappoint his only friend, but finding work had proven difficult. When his old company offered him a lucrative sum to fix their electrical system, he'd agreed, hoping to ease Spider-Man's financial burden. But he hadn't expected to slip into a vat of mutant eels, a mistake that had nearly cost him his life. Under Xia Luo's questioning, Max stammered, They offered me money to repair the basement circuits. Xia Luo sighed. All right, Max, you're not an ordinary man anymore. Do you remember what I told you before? Max's heart raced. With great power comes great responsibility, he recited. Exactly, so Max, join me and Spider-Man, become a superhero. An hour later, Xia Luo emerged from the hospital room, where Carter waited at the door. That's your surprise, she asked, her expression skeptical. Xia Luo nodded. Yes, Professor X shared a wealth of information with me. That's how I found these destined enemies before their rise. By helping them through their struggles with my own resources, I've turned them into allies. Carter's brow twitched. Congratulations, Spider-Man, your network just keeps growing. Indeed. Xia Luo chuckled. Max has agreed to undergo your training. He'll master his powers soon, definitely more reliable than those 4 rookies. Still, Carter had her doubts. Even if you've saved them, unpredictable situations can still arise. These are supposed to be your mortal foes. Are you sure about this? Carter, Xia Luo replied seriously. It's not destiny that turns them into villains, it's prejudice, a mountain that crushes their spirit. Carter froze, his words hitting close to home. It reminded her of Steve Rogers. If Steve hadn't been ostracized, would his story have unfolded differently? Your words are always so profound, she said wistfully. I stole them, Xia Luo quipped. Carter. All right, no more chatting. I've got another villain to save by Tilda. With that, Xia Luo transformed into a streak of lightning, cutting through the night sky. Stark Tower. At the base of the tower, a disheveled Quentin Beck stumbled out of this so-called city of dreams under the watchful eyes of the security guards. By the fountain, The cool mist brought a faint flicker of life back to his otherwise dull and lifeless gaze. He turned and looked up at the top floor of the tower, the residence of Tony Stark. A man as high and untouchable as Stark wouldn't waste his time meeting a nobody like him, a mere special effects artist. Quentin had dared to dream of success, but that dream could only exist in his sleep. This had been his last shot. And he'd blown it. Despair weighed him down, transforming into hatred toward the world. Why were some people born with everything, while others spent their entire lives chasing scraps, never able to obtain even what others discarded without a second thought? Even the garbage they deemed worthless was out of reach. It wasn't fair. If fairness didn't exist, then the only way forward was through any means necessary. As the resentment in his eyes deepened, a commotion from nearby snapped him out of his spiral. Spider-Man! The red and blue figure swung down and landed in front of him. Quentin froze in shock. He remembered now. Spider-Man had approached him not long ago and promised to sponsor him. At the time, he hadn't taken it seriously. After all, everyone knew Spider-Man was broke. "Hey, New York's most talented effects artist, remember me?" Xia Luo greeted with a wave. Quentin blinked, his surprise giving way to a glimmer of hope. "Spider-Man, were you serious back then?" "Of course." Xia Luo spread his hands. Anyone who's been friends with Spider-Man knows this. Spider-Man never lies. To Xia Luo, it was far better for Quentin to become a Hollywood superstar than to walk down the path of Mysterio. At least that way, they could all make money together instead of fighting. And when push came to shove, Quentin could even lend a hand in dealing with other villains. Now that's what you call a solid network. Chapter 183. "Thank you, Spider-Man. I promise to work hard and not let you down," Quentin said, his face alight with excitement as he held the signed document. However, the attention from the surrounding crowd soon made him uneasy. Looking at Spider-Man, he whispered, "Isn't this a bit too high profile?" Xia Luo glanced at the spectators, many holding up their phones to record the scene, and nodded in satisfaction. "Looks like Spider-Man still has plenty of fans." He turned to Quentin with a grin. "From now on, you're Spider-Man's friend, and everyone knows it. Your special effects movie could even feature me, though, of course, you'd be the main character." Hearing this, Quentin's gratitude deepened. "Yes, Spider-Man is my friend, and I'll always be his friend. I hope our collaboration is a great success." Xia Luo nodded, "Of course, but aside from movies, I think you should consider a side gig." "A side gig?" Quentin looked puzzled. "Exactly." Xia Luo's smile widened. "If your movie effects can become reality, you could be the next superhero. Then you'd be a global superstar." Quentin fell silent, clearly deep in thought. He seemed to understand, though there were still technical hurdles to overcome. But that didn't matter. Quentin had spent years working behind the scenes and knew plenty of talented but struggling professionals. With Spider-Man's funding, he was confident he could bring those friends together to tackle the challenge. Xia Luo handed him a business card. "This is the contact info for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director. If you succeed, reach out to her. She'll arrange an assessment to make you an official superhero." Quentin's hands trembled as he accepted the card. "Spider-Man, I don't know how to thank you," he said, his face a mixture of gratitude and determination. "No thanks needed." Xia Luo stood up, his tone sincere. "With great power comes great responsibility. Remember this, and don't let someone with your talent go unnoticed." With that, Xia Luo leapt out of the window, disappearing from view. Quentin watched the direction Spider-Man had gone, took a deep breath, and resolved, with great power comes great responsibility. "Selfless Spider-Man, I won't let you down, my friend." After settling things with Quentin, Xia Luo headed to Queens with the remaining funds. Blackstreet's dead end. Xia Luo never expected that William Baker's wife and daughter lived just a few houses away from him. William Baker, better known in the future as Sandman, was still serving time in prison. His daughter was gravely ill with a congenital heart condition, requiring expensive medical treatment. The illness had thrown the mother and daughter's lives into hardship, all because of William's poor choices. An irresponsible father could wreak havoc on a family, but a desperate father willing to do anything for his child was far more dangerous. Still, Xia Luo believed that if money could solve the problem, there was no need to be stingy. After all, Spider-Man was always broke anyway. These funds wouldn't last long in his hands. Lost in thought, Xia Luo raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Who is it? The door opened to reveal a weary woman. She gasped when she saw Spider-Man standing there, wearing a Santa hat. Oh my, Spider-Man. The woman covered her mouth in shock. Xia Luo waved with a warm smile. Hi, today is Spider-Man's giveaway day, and your daughter is the lucky recipient. He handed her Zhao Helen's business card, along with several bundles of cash. Glancing past the woman, Xia Luo caught sight of the little girl behind her. Hey, would you like to participate in a nanomedical trial? It'll completely cure your illness. Alice Baker blinked her big, innocent eyes. Did Spider-Man take over Santa's job? Xia Luo scratched his head. Yeah, Santa's getting old, so I'm filling in for him from now on. Alice clapped her hands in excitement. Yay, Spider-Man heard my wish. Daddy must have asked him to bring me presents. Yes, it was your father who sent me. If you see him, make sure to thank Spider-Man properly, Xia Luo said, crouching down to pinch Alice's cheek gently. He smiled, his inverted triangular eyes narrowing into crescents. Remember, if your father shows up, tell him to come find me. Okay, Alice nodded obediently, but her mother sighed heavily. After comforting Alice, she stepped outside to speak with Xia Luo privately. Spider-Man, is William causing trouble in prison again? She asked, her face etched with worry. Spider-Man was a superhero. There was no reason for him to be giving gifts to criminals' family unless William had stirred up more trouble. She was already deeply disappointed in William and only hoped he wouldn't drag Alice down with him. Their lives were hard enough as it was. Xia Luo waved her concerns away. Don't worry, today really is just Spider-Man's giveaway day. Like I said, if William Baker comes back, have him contact me. Oh, and yes, I'm helping him find a job. Leaving Queens, Xia Luo made his way to SHIELD headquarters to meet Dr. Helen Zhao. She agreed to treat Alice Baker's heart condition, on the condition that Xia Luo loan her his nanosuit for research. Xia Luo didn't refuse. In fact, he saw it as an opportunity. If Helen Zhao's research led to breakthroughs in nanotechnology, it could help upgrade his suit. After all, his current nanosuit was starting to lag behind Spider-Man's ever-evolving needs. The Venom mode could only enhance his strength by 20 tons, and the utility of the spider spears and mechanical arms had become negligible to him. Losing the nanosuit wouldn't affect his combat abilities much, but an upgraded version might bring some unexpected surprises. With that, most of Spider-Man's classic foes from the Sinister Six were effectively neutralized. The Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, Rhino, Vulture, Electro, Mysterio, and Sandman. Wait, how did the Sinister Six have 7 members? Oh well, that wasn't important. What was important was that someone had set their sights on him again. After leaving S.H.I.E.L.D., Xia Luo couldn't shake the feeling that a pair of eyes was watching him from the shadows. Could it be Magneto or Charles? Or perhaps... As night fell, Xia Luo switched back to his old knit suit and quietly scaled the spire of a nearby European-style building. The black, inverted triangle eyes of his mask scanned the streets below. He didn't notice anything unusual, but his spider sense told him he was being hunted. Whoosh! The wind stilled for a moment, and Xia Luo's instincts flared. Turning around, he spotted a strange figure standing by the fountain below, staring up at him with a mix of greed and excitement. Wow, just a regular leopard print uncle, Xia Luo teased. The man's piercing eyes glinted, his scarred face exuding a rugged aura. He wore a lion head vest over his upper body, leopard print pants on his lower half, and held a bone spear. His wild, imposing presence clashed sharply with the passers-by, quickly drawing a crowd. At his feet, a lion lay yawning lazily. 2 police officers emerged from the crowd, their batons drawn. They eyed the lion with unease, their usual bravado notably absent. The man barely spared them a glance before returning his gaze to the spire where Xia Luo stood, his excitement intensifying. Spider-Man, You will be the most perfect prey of my life," he declared with a wide grin as the lion roared ferociously at his feet. Roar! A fierce wind swept through the area, and the terrifying sound scattered the onlookers in fear. "Someone stop that beast. It's too dangerous." The startled officers quickly drew their weapons and aimed at the lion, ready to unload their clips. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets zipped through the air, but the man effortlessly twirled his bone spear, deflecting them to the ground. Holy crap! He's a superpowered individual. The officers' faces paled, and they drew electromagnetic rifles for a second attempt. Bzzz. Energy pulses shot forth, forcing the man to take the threat seriously. Roar! With a primal bellow, he spun his spear into a whirling shield that blocked the energy pulses with ease. Before the officers could fire again, the lion roared, emitting an invisible sound wave. The fear-inducing shockwave sent the officers and nearby pedestrians into a panic, scattering in all directions. "Run, get out of here. Call the Avengers." Within moments, the street was deserted, leaving only Spider-Man and the beast-like man. Kraven the Hunter. Xia Luo leapt down, landing a short distance from the man. The hunter grinned. "Kraven is my title. My name is Sergei of the Kravinoff family." Xia Luo scratched his chin, studying him. "I just took off my nanosuit. How did you find me?" Kraven the Hunter, real name Sergei Kravinoff, was a descendant of Russian nobility. He had turned to hunting in a bid to restore his family's honor. A reasonable enough backstory. In the lore, Sergei was a crazed hunter, obsessed with defeating Spider-Man to prove himself the greatest hunter in the world. In simpler terms, a bored rich guy playing dangerous games. Interestingly, the intel Xia Luo had gotten from Professor X didn't include Kraven, as the hunter had been in Africa at the time, shielded by a mysterious force that blocked telepathic probes. To Xia Luo's question, Sergei patted the lion's head confidently. "A hunter's intuition," he said with a self-assured smirk. Xia Luo shrugged. "All right, you want to hunt me, I get it, but I have one question." "Ask." Sergei's expression remained composed. "You are my prey, but I don't plan to kill you. I intend to tame you." Taming his prey would give him an even greater sense of accomplishment. Hearing this, Xia Luo scratched his head awkwardly. "That sounds weird, but I know you're serious. If any of your attractive female friends share that kink, I wouldn't mind. But coming from you, a grizzled dude, I'm not interested. Anyway, you seem impatient, so here's my question. If 10 lions flew overhead and Kraven the Hunter killed 7, how many lions are left?" Sergei. His brow furrowed in confusion, and a vein twitched on his forehead. "Idiot, what kind of question is that? Lions don't fly." "They do." As Xia Luo spoke, he fired a web at the lion's body. Roar! With a tremendous tug, the lion was flung into the night sky. "See, it's flying now." Xia Luo pointed at the airborne lion, clapping in delight. "Oh, look at it go, it's so happy." The lions. "Sergei. Fascinating, Spider-Man, I will tame you." With a roar of excitement, Sergei's face twisted into a manic grin. Leaping forward, he hurled his spear with lightning speed. "Wow, your spear isn't as stylish as Corvus Glaive's," Xia Luo remarked as he casually tilted his head, narrowly dodging the weapon's sharp tip. But Sergei was prepared. From behind him, he flung a massive net, a black axe simultaneously landing in his hand. "Surrender, Spider-Man." The net descended, but Xia Luo spun the spear he had caught in his hands like a baton. "Hey, Uncle Kraven, bet you've never seen a move like this." With a flourish, Xia Luo used the spear to flick the net aside while catching the axe with a single punch. Boom! The tremendous force sent the axe flying into the sky, while Sergei himself was launched 100 meters away by a shoulder slam from Xia Luo, crashing hard into a nearby garden. Crash! The park's flower beds shattered under the impact, burying Sergei beneath a pile of grass and petals. Effortlessly, Xia Luo dropped the spear and transformed into a streak of lightning, darting into the night sky. Moments later, he returned to the scene, finding the once ferocious lion now docile as a kitten, letting Xia Luo rub its belly without resistance. Haha, thanks for the gift, uncle. This kitty will sell for a fortune. Xia Luo laughed heartily. Wrestle, wrestle. From the foliage, Sergei emerged, battered but beaming with exhilaration. Fantastic prey. You excite me more than ever, Spider-Man. I will tame you. Cackling, Sergei pulled a mysterious vial from his pocket. Gulp. He downed the liquid in one gulp. His muscles bulged, shredding his lion head vest as a terrifying aura spread across the area. The lion at Xia Luo's feet whimpered uneasily. Whoa, beast mode. Feigning terror, Xia Luo ducked behind the lion, poking his head out. Uncle, you need meds to get stronger at your age. Mind sharing the brand? I've got a friend who. Before Xia Luo could finish, Sergei, now towering and brimming with power, laughed uproariously. Spider-Man, in my presence, all you'll find is despair. Is that so? Xia Luo dropped to the ground, propping himself up on the lion's belly with his hands, his legs swinging playfully. Actually, I have a bodyguard. What? Suddenly, the spire of the European-style building collapsed, sending a swarm of steel rods flying. The rods encircled Sergei, forming an iron cage. At the same time, a massive surge of psychic energy struck Sergei's mind, rendering him unconscious on the spot. What is this? Sergei groaned, clutching his head in confusion. Chapter 184. Roar. Steel beams shot through the air as Sergei let out a beastly roar. An invisible shockwave rippled outward, halting the incoming projectiles for a brief moment. The next second, Sergei's immense strength shattered the iron cage around him in a violent burst. Die! With a thunderous punch, he sent the remaining steel rods flying, and his lion head vest trembled as a thick green mist spread around him. It's poison gas. In the corner, Charles's expression darkened as he quickly distanced himself from the scene. Eric, meanwhile, manipulated the metal beneath his feet into a massive fan, whipping up a powerful gust to disperse the toxic cloud. Oh, this stuff is wild, Xia Luo quipped after inhaling a trace of the gas. Purple patterns spread faintly across his skin as he massaged his temples. Turning to Sergei, he grinned. Got any more? I wouldn't mind another hit. Sergei clenched his jaw, his wary eyes darting toward Eric and Charles. These are your allies. Before Xia Luo could respond, Charles called out, Sergei, we won't let you harm Spider-Man. Xia Luo cupped his hands to his face in mock emotion. So touching. Sergei snorted, I don't want to harm him, I want to tame him. If you could tame Spider-Man, we wouldn't need to intervene, Eric said, his voice dripping with menace as steel beams tore themselves free from the surrounding structures. He landed gracefully on the ground, standing atop a platform of metal. You have two choices, leave or die. Sergei sneered, you know nothing of a beast's power. With that, he downed another bottle of mysterious potion, his already formidable physique becoming even more monstrous. Roar! With the ferocity of a leopard, Sergei dashed across the fountain, closing the distance to Eric in an instant. What? Eric recoiled in shock, flinging steel beams in Sergei's path to slow his charge. Yet, under Sergei's claws, the metal crumbled like tofu. Eric! Seeing Eric about to be overpowered, Charles's eyes closed briefly as he unleashed a wave of psychic energy. The mental assault momentarily froze Sergei in his tracks, giving Eric just enough time to retreat. You okay, Eric? Charles asked, exhaling in relief. It's Magneto, Eric corrected tersely, his expression dark as he quickly reshaped the surrounding steel into a shield, prepared for Sergei's next move. On the sidelines, Xia Luo lay sprawled on the lion's belly, watching the fight like it was a primetime show. These two are still too green. They're supposed to be the perfect golden duo, but their teamwork's a mess, he mused aloud, patting the lion's head. Purr! The lion purred contentedly, nuzzling against Xia Luo's chest. You've switched sides. Xia Luo laughed at the lion's lack of loyalty. Good, a wise cat knows where its bread is buttered. If your owner dies, you'll be taking care of me from now on. The lion. No, wait. Xia Luo sat up abruptly as realization struck him. If Craven the Hunter died, wouldn't someone else be dragged into a revival arc? No way. Sergei needed to face justice for capturing protected animals. In an instant, Xia Luo leapt into the fray, landing between the combatants with a radiant, almost holy glow surrounding him. "Stop, I won't allow you to kill Uncle Sergei." "Sergei. Eric. Charles. Uncle, are you moved?" Xia Luo asked, turning to Sergei with mock sincerity. "If you're touched, please tell me what's in that mysterious potion of yours. I'd love to try it. I'll even pay you $100 for it." Sergei snapped out of his confusion, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "It's a magic potion from Africa. If you want it, I'll let you taste it." Without waiting for a response, Sergei downed yet another bottle. His eyes glowed with a sinister green light. Whoosh! Sergei's body morphed into the shape of a long serpent and shot toward Xia Luo in a flash. "Walk it off," Xia Luo quipped, kicking a steel rod into the air. Bang! With a perfect golf swing, Xia Luo struck Sergei squarely on the face. 3 bloodied teeth spun through the air as Sergei collapsed onto the ground. How is this possible?" Sergei clutched his swollen cheek in disbelief. "How could plain metal defeat me?" Xia Luo casually tossed aside the bent steel rod and clapped his hands. "So, drinking potions to gain the strength of a beast, huh? This version of the hunter is interesting." Before Sergei could react, Xia Luo closed the distance between them, his fist, the size of a sandbag, growing larger in Sergei's vision. "No." Boom! A single punch drove Sergei's head into the dirt. Xia Luo turned to Charles and Eric. "Sorry for the trouble. You can head back now," he said, waving them off. As he finished speaking, a helicopter descended from the night sky, Carter leading the Avengers onto the scene. Seeing them arrive, Charles and Eric exchanged a glance before quietly leaving. "I told you Spider-Man can handle himself," Charles remarked. "I assumed he'd be weaker without his metal suit. That's not my fault," Eric retorted. "Next time, don't underestimate him. I need to get home and cook dinner." "Wait for me." The two disappeared into the shadows. Meanwhile, Alexei jumped out of the helicopter, his face alight with a menacing grin. "Xia Luo's friends are my friends, so Spider-Man is my friend. Anyone who hurts my friends, I'll hurt their friends. So, friend, how's my friend Xia Luo doing lately?" Alexei asked, turning to Xia Luo. "Xia Luo, what have you been studying lately?" "Stand-up comedy." "Your performance is great. Next time, don't." Xia Luo pointed to Sergei. "Watch him. Don't let him escape." "Understood." Alexei grinned, advancing on Sergei, only to pause suddenly. "Oh no, I'm a Thunderbolt agent now, not a villain. This smile doesn't fit the role." He looked genuinely remorseful. Carter scanned the scene, her eyes landing on the scattered steel rods. "A superpowered individual who can manipulate metal." "Technically, they're called mutants," Xia Luo explained. "What's the difference?" "Mutants are born with their powers. Superpowered individuals aren't always born that way." "Got it, so no real difference," Carter said, waving for Coulson and the others to clean up the area. "Is this guy some Amazonian caveman?" she asked, studying the unconscious Sergei with a frown. "No, he's an African hunter," Xia Luo clarified, watching as Sergei was loaded onto the helicopter. As Sergei passed, Xia Luo deftly plucked a blue vial from his pocket. "Drink this, and you gain the strength of a beast. Want to try it?" Xia Luo asked. Carter considered for a moment. "No thanks, I'm just a beautiful woman, not a fan of turning into a beast." "Then I'll give it a go." Xia Luo downed the potion in one gulp. His skin immediately shimmered with blue rings, his muscles softening unnaturally. With a thought, suction cups appeared all along his arm. "Octopus," Carter's brow twitched. Testing his newfound ability, Xia Luo patted Coulson's shoulder, accidentally tearing off his suit jacket with the suction cups. "Coulson, I just wanted to check if you're wearing underwear," Xia Luo said. "Then why tear off my jacket?" Coulson barely finished speaking before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. "Agent Coulson." The other agents rushed to him in alarm. Xia Luo looked at the suction cups on his hand and nodded thoughtfully. "Does Africa have poisonous blue-ringed octopi?" he asked Carter. Carter's face darkened. You should be more concerned about Coulson's condition. Sorry, I'll help him rest. No, don't touch him. Stay away from everyone. At Carter's command, the agents all backed away from Xia Luo. You're isolating me, Xia Luo pouted. Glancing at Sergei in the helicopter, he muttered, Why didn't you pull out this good stuff earlier? Serves you right for getting caught. Moments later, Carter departed with Sergei in tow, leaving Xia Luo behind. Wait, I'm not on the helicopter yet, he shouted. The rotor winds whipped around him as Carter waved goodbye. Come find me when you're no longer toxic, she called as the helicopter disappeared into the night sky. Xia Luo spread his hands in exasperation. So, no mission funds for me this time. He sighed and prepared to swing away on a web, only to find his spinnerets completely covered by the suction cups on his arm. Xia Luo. He thought about Sergei's condition and felt a twinge of unease. This stuff isn't permanent, right? Before he could figure out a solution, a loud crash came from behind. Turning, he saw Eric break through a wall and land at his feet, rolling to a stop. Thud. Cough, cough. Bruised and battered, Eric struggled to his knees, his face red as he looked up at Xia Luo's inverted triangle eyes, like a drowning man spotting a lifeline. Please, Spider-Man, you've got to save Charles. Xia Luo. You two left already, he said. Eric's expression turned grim. We did, but on the way someone stopped us. He asked where Spider-Man was. And you assumed he was an enemy, so you attacked first. Xia Luo didn't need to hear more to guess what had happened. Eric gritted his teeth. Yes, please save Charles, he's dying. I see him. Xia Luo stared through the hole in the wall, where Charles's figure was emerging from the shadows. A pale hand clutched Charles by the throat, lifting him into the air. Crack, track. In the dim light, an elegant figure stepped onto the shattered bricks, a faintly glowing bat emblem on his chest radiating an ominous aura. At the same time, Xia Luo's spider emblem began to glow faintly, his spider sense blaring warnings. It felt like facing a natural predator. Snap! The moonlight illuminated the man's chalk-white skin, which seemed to devour the light itself. Through the distorted glow, Xia Luo got a clear look at his face, golden hair tied neatly behind his head, a ghastly pale complexion, a sinister smile, and gleaming fangs. His black tailcoat added an air of elegance, but the bat emblem on his chest radiated eerie hostility. Batman? Xia Luo asked instinctively. The man's smile froze. You blind insect, look carefully, I'm a vampire, he roared, pointing to his fangs in fury. Xia Luo grimaced. Ugh, vampires, seriously, what century are you from? Anyway, Morbius, if you're here for funding, I'm broke, but I have a friend. Before he could finish, the vampire tossed Charles aside and lunged at Xia Luo, moving as a blur. So fast. Eric barely had time to react before the gust of wind from the vampire's speed sent him tumbling. Xia Luo remained calm, meeting the vampire's eyes. Morbius, ha, the man sneered. My name is Karan of the Moreland family. As soon as the words left his mouth, Karan grinned, revealing razor-sharp fangs. A black hole-like force erupted from his mouth, enveloping Xia Luo in an inescapable pull. The spider emblem on Xia Luo's chest flickered wildly, its warnings growing more frantic. Buzz! Red and blue energy radiated from Xia Luo, drawn helplessly toward Karan. He. Karan inhaled deeply, savoring the energy. A strange moan escaped him. Xia Luo's eye twitched. Feeling good, he deadpanned. The Moreland family's totem was leech-like, and Karan's bat emblem suggested he was their vampiric cousin. Of course, this world's Spider-Man is more delicious than any I've encountered before. You're exquisite, your taste is unparalleled, Karan gloated as his bat emblem absorbed the spider totem's energy. As the last of the energy drained, Karan sighed in contentment. Charles and Eric watched helplessly, their faces pale. Damn it, Spider-Man's power, it's gone. Our plan failed, and so did the mutants' hope. How could this happen? Eric seethed in frustration, but he was powerless to act. Karan's resilience was baffling, immune to mental attacks, and even healing from wounds instantly. Frustrated, Eric threw a piece of twisted metal shaped like a cross to the ground. This thing's useless. Charles, did you really try that? Eric averted his gaze. We were out of options. Meanwhile, the light on Xia Luo's spider emblem dimmed. Karen's bat emblem now shone with vibrant red and blue energy. This power is incredible, Karen murmured. Through the web of life and destiny, I found this new world. With no rivals to compete for Spider-Man's energy, I can finally enjoy myself. Now, Spider-Man, you can die. He opened his eyes, expecting to see a weakened Spider-Man. Instead, Xia Luo stood tall, his posture unchanged. You've eaten your fill, Xia Luo asked casually. Karen frowned. If not, I've got more. The faint glow on Xia Luo's chest flared to life. Buzz. 1 spider totem. Then 2. 3. 6. 7. Karen's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible, how do you have 7 spider totems? That's absurd, he screamed. Xia Luo shrugged. Be so surprised. Looks like you're full now, so if I fight back, it's fair game. What? Under Karen's horrified gaze, a massive spider emblem lit up beneath Xia Luo's feet. One by one, red and blue clones of Spider-Man appeared around him. Time to work, boys. Let's take him down. This time, I go first, good neighbor flying kick. Good neighbor toss the bat. Good neighbor tornado parking lot smash. Damn it, you guys are so quick. Wow, you can jump really high. Just 3 or 4 stories. Chapter 185. Everyone, stop arguing and follow my lead. At Xia Luo's command, the 6 spider clones unleashed a barrage of webbing, enveloping Karen in a cocoon of silk. Inside the writhing mass, Karen let out a furious roar, his totemic energy dissolving the restraints at an alarming rate. Before he could break free, a dazzling streak of light descended like a meteor. Boom! The ground erupted, sending arcs of electricity ripping through the air. At the center of the blast, Karen staggered, his pristine tailcoat shredded by each arc, leaving his pale skin scorched and marked. Arg, curse you! Karen's roar was cut short as a massive boot smashed into his face. Bang! The force sent him hurtling into the fountain, shattering it on impact. The immense blow left his features a mangled mess as he struggled to his feet. His claws extended with a metallic sheeting, but the crackling energy and swirling magical auras surrounding his opponents left him visibly unnerved. Those cursed family elders had claimed Spider-Man was mere prey for the Inheritor clan. They said devouring Spider-Man would grant unparalleled strength and eternal life. Karen believed them and had secretly traveled across the web of life and destiny to find this world's Spider-Man. But nothing could have prepared him for this. 7 spider totems, absurdly powerful clones, and relentless physical prowess. Even as a predator of the spider lineage, the overwhelming disparity in power was suffocating. Fear crept into Karen's heart, but the clones showed no mercy. Crackle. Boom. Electric arcs and magical blasts tore through him, hurling Karen into the city streets. Oh my God, is that a stage actor? Look at his teeth, he's a vampire from the movies. Run for your lives. Wait, look, it's Spider-Man. There are so many Spider-Men. Where's the metal suit? What's going on? Amid the panicked cries of onlookers, the 6 clones synchronized their webs, creating a tether that pulled them into a dive formation. One after another, they crashed down in devastating blows. Boom, booms, boom. With each impact, Karen's body sank deeper into the rubble, eventually buried beneath layers of debris. As dust settled, the clones disappeared. Xia Luo, holding a makeshift twig like a baton, blinked in surprise. Did they finish before I even gave the signal? He tossed the twig aside, opened a portal, and stepped onto the street where the rubble lay. In the center of the wreckage, Karen's body was crumpled in a humanoid crater. His eyes were wide, his face twisted in rage, and black blood seeped from his mouth. His tattered tailcoat barely clung to his charred and scarred skin. Yet despite his battered state, the faint glow of his chest's totem persisted. Xia Luo tilted his head, listening. Karen's heartbeat was steady, growing stronger by the second, a sign of rapid recovery. Wow, tilde, that's some impressive regeneration. Under the astonished gaze of bystanders, Xia Luo fired a web, pulling Karan into his grasp. He clutched Karan by the throat as the vampire began to stir. "Hey, Spider-Man, you can't kill me. I'm from the Morlun family, the undying inheritors. Spider-Man is nothing more than our food. Prey cannot kill its predator." Karan's confidence returned as he sneered, feeling his strength recover. Spider-Man's clone technique had a short duration. It was impossible to kill him in such a limited window. He fantasized about his impending victory. Those 7 spider totems would make for a feast. Just as his imagination soared, a sandbag-sized fist suddenly loomed before his face. Smash! The air cracked with the force of the punch, reducing Karan's face to pulp once more. Before he could curse, Xia Luo drove his knee into Karan's abdomen. Thud! With a sickening thump, Karan coughed up black blood, the veins around his eyes rupturing into crimson streaks. Xia Luo released him, and Karan dropped to his knees, retching violently. "You cough, damn insect, I swear I'll." Crunch! Karan's threats were cut off as Xia Luo stomped his head into the concrete. "Give me back my totem power, please," Xia Luo asked with a friendly smile. "Haha, dream on," Karan snarled, his chest totem flaring with light. The eerie suction began again. Buzz! Once more, Xia Luo's body froze as his spider totem energy was forcibly siphoned. "Delicious, Spider-Man, you can't escape." Breaking free from Xia Luo's hold, Karan laughed triumphantly, watching as his prey seemed paralyzed. But this time, Xia Luo had other plans. A small spider perched on his shoulder, waved its limbs frantically. "What's that?" Karan froze, eyeing the spider in confusion. The little spider shot a web, sealing Karan's mouth. MMPH. Karan clawed at the sticky silk, only for it to detonate with magical energy. Boom! Arg! Karan stumbled back, clutching his bleeding face. What the hell is that thing? A massive shadow loomed over him. "You're still alive." Karan looked up to see Xia Luo towering above him, his body radiating a deep purple glow. Beneath his suit, intricate patterns of energy pulsated ominously. "Go ahead, try absorbing me again," Xia Luo said, beckoning with a smirk. Furious, Karan unleashed his suction power once more. But this time, nothing happened. His chest totem glowed in vain, unable to draw any energy. What's happening?" Smirking, Xia Luo cracked his knuckles. "Predator of Spider-Men, are you ready?" "Ready for what?" "Ready to die." Boom! A punch, glowing with purple energy, crashed into Karan, driving him deep into the ground. His body was crushed into the earth, leaving only his head above the surface. Karan's vision blurred as a sharp crack echoed in his ears. Darkness enveloped him. Onlookers gasped in horror at the sight of Spider-Man, holding Karan's severed head. Xia Luo, unbothered, crushed the head with a squeeze. Buzz! As strands of glowing totem energy drifted from Karan's remains, they coalesced into a spider totem and merged into Xia Luo's chest. The bat totem attempted to escape, but Xia Luo's spider totem wasn't about to let it go. Magical webs shot out, dragging the bat totem into Xia Luo's body. His spider totem now gleamed brighter than ever. "It's over." Without a glance at the dried, headless corpse, Xia Luo stepped through a portal and vanished. In the shadows, a man watched, trembling. "A vampire, an immortal being. He can cure my disease." Before police arrived, the man crept forward to collect samples from Karan's remains. Nearby, Eric and Charles exchanged uneasy glances. "This guy's far stronger than we thought. I don't think we should keep following him," Eric said. "I agree," Charles replied. Above them, a crimson blur streaked through the sky. A floating Wanda landed, her hair billowing as she issued a cold command. "Our leader has new orders. Gather all mutants and form the Brotherhood to oppose humanity." "Shield?" Charles asked. Wanda nodded, them included. Eric frowned. "Shield has mutants too. Should we try turning them?" Wanda's expression softened briefly. "They're not mutants. Strictly speaking, they're enhanced humans, a human force. Understood, Eric nodded, pulling Charles along as they departed. In the alley, Wanda's crimson aura dissipated. Buzz! A streak of silver flashed, revealing Pietro, who leaned against the wall, frowning. The leader said Eric is Magneto, and our father. This doesn't sit right with me. Wanda shook her head. Even if it's true, he doesn't know us now. Pietro shrugged. I don't remember him either. And the timeline doesn't add up. Eric died on the battlefield. If he had kids, they'd be older than us. Wanda nodded, her gaze distant. I suspect they're from another world. Someone is helping him. The god of time manipulation? Pietro muttered. I overheard their talks. It's too complicated. We should plan for ourselves. Wanda sighed, giving him a weary look. Yes, we're caught in a dangerous storm. Apocalypse's 4 horsemen won't shield us, and their real target is Spider-Man. We can't keep following their orders. So, Pietro grinned mischievously. How about we change sides? Wanda. Elsewhere, Eisen Apartments. Returning home, Xia Luo paused at the sight of Wade curled up on the couch, cradling a baby-sized Kingpin as they both slept soundly. Why on earth had he brought Kingpin here? Xia Luo shook his head, deciding not to disturb them. Entering his room, he picked up his phone and dialed Carter. It's me. A strange guy showed up after you left. I know, a vampire, Carter replied. Xia Luo shook his head. It's more complicated than that. He's from another universe, and his goal is to hunt Spider-Man. Hunt? Carter's tone shifted. Speaking of hunting Spider-Man, I wanted to talk to you about Sergei. What about him? He escaped, rescued by Coulson. Ahem. Xia Luo's brow furrowed. After a moment of thought, he asked, Coulson was fake. Exactly. It was Sergei's brother in disguise. That guy's the chameleon. I know him. He's that sneaky bastard who got me once. Xia Luo sighed. The chameleon isn't much of a threat, but that vampire is different. They're from a family, a clan. The one I encountered was just a fringe member, not too hard to handle. But the true inheritor family is a different story. He added sternly, their target is me. If you encounter them, do not engage directly. His tone was so serious that Carter couldn't help but frown. Sounds like trouble. It is. They're the natural predators of Spider-Man. Natural predators? Yeah, but not my predator. You are Spider-Man. Well, not always. What does that mean? Carter pressed, but her questions were met with silence. Hello, are you still there? Hello, Xia Luo. The phone lay blinking on the bed in an empty room. Meanwhile, at Empire State University. In the maple forest, sunlight pierced through the dense canopy, casting a golden glow. Perched on a branch, Xia Luo squinted at the blinding rays and instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes. Morning already. No, it's just an old friend dropping by. At the familiar voice, Xia Luo opened his eyes, spotting Lizard Parker reverting to his human form while casually getting dressed. Xia Luo. Scanning the area, Xia Luo realized this wasn't his world. What did you do? He asked. Grinning, Lizard Parker replied. Revival Tournament's extra reward, I chose the Spider-Man Friendship Package. Xia Luo's face twitched. Did this mean he'd been summoned like a pet? Fine, 4-legged charmer. Since I'm here for an hour, what are you treating me to? I'm broke. Lizard Parker shrugged as he adjusted his clothes. Actually, I'm in trouble. I need your help. Xia Luo smirked and leaned back against the branch, admiring the fiery red foliage. That's gonna cost you extra. Lizard Parker wasn't fazed. You'll see soon enough, he said, sitting beside Xia Luo. How have you been? Decent, just invested in a visual effects company. Soon, I'll be rolling in cash. Wait, what? Lizard Parker's face contorted with envy. Where'd you get the money for that? I discovered New York's richest man's secret, so I got a very generous hush fee. Boohoo Tilda, I'm so jealous, Lizard Parker whined, tears of frustration welling up. Before Xia Luo could retort, the rustling of leaves drew their attention. 2 familiar figures swung clumsily into view, their webs crisscrossing the forest canopy. Spider-Man. Xia Luo eyed the crude costumes of the duo, with a bemused expression. "This isn't your world, is it?" Lizard Parker shrugged. "Of course not. After the revival, Gwen got sucked into a black hole. When I tried to save her, I got dragged into this world." Hearing this, Xia Luo fell silent, deep in thought. Ahead, the two Spider-Men collided mid-swing, tumbling to the ground in a tangled heap. "Oh, what a terrible showing for Spider-Men," Xia Luo muttered, shaking his head. But before the duo could recover, the maple leaves above rustled violently. From the canopy, green tentacles burst forth, lashing toward the hapless pair. "Dr. Octopus," Xia Luo raised a brow. Lizard Parker wagged his finger with a smirk. "Nope, it's Dr. Otto, but female." "Lady Otto." Xia Luo's curiosity piqued. "So this is that universe." Chapter 186. Scarlet maple leaves drifted through the air as terror flashed across Miles' face. "We're doomed," he muttered. Peter Parker sat on the ground, his beer belly poking out despite the Spider-Man suit that struggled to contain it. The disheveled figure bore little resemblance to the hero he was supposed to be. "Maybe we should just surrender." "You're Spider-Man, how can you even say that?" "Why not?" As the two bickered, Lady Octopus grinned wickedly, her 4 mechanical arms reaching out toward the troublesome thieves. Whoosh! Suddenly, the maple forest was swept up in a ferocious gale. The whirling leaves surged skyward, enveloped in dazzling magical energy that stormed toward them like an unstoppable force. The immense commotion drew everyone's attention. "What is that?" Peter gaped. Miles' expression changed. "I can feel it, that's Spider-Man's presence." "Spider-Man?" Lady Octopus' shocked gaze darted to the red and blue figure, flickering within the whirlwind. In an instant, the tornado of maple leaves intensified, the magic radiating from it shredding through the forest like a bulldozer. Trees snapped and cracked, their remains scattered by the violent energy that froze everyone in place with sheer awe. "No." Lady Octopus scrambled to control her mechanical arms, trying desperately to flee. But the tornado bore down on her with overwhelming force, far outpacing her escape. Seeing no other choice, she maneuvered her arms into a defensive barrier, hoping to buy herself a moment of respite. Swish! Boom! As the maple tornado descended, Lady Octopus' expression twisted in panic. The instant the energy touched her, she realized just how terrifying her opponent was. Under the relentless assault, she had no strength to resist. Crash! In a flash, the tornado tore through her, snapping her mechanical arms into pieces that were flung into the air. The devastation left in its wake was astonishing. A massive trench hundreds of meters long scarred the forest, leaving Miles and Peter staring in stunned silence. Thud! Lady Octopus lay before them, buried in the dirt, coughing up mud. Her armor was cracked and broken, her once intimidating mechanical limbs reduced to scrap. Stripped of her weapons, she looked more like a frazzled scientist than a menacing villain. Peter patted his beer belly as he stood, his face frozen in disbelief. He turned sharply, his instincts kicking in. Another Spider-Man had appeared, arms crossed, observing them. "It really is Spider-Man," Miles exclaimed, his delight evident. The newcomer, Xia Luo Parker, cast a glance at Miles, then Peter, before locking eyes with them. Their shared spider senses left no doubt about each other's identities. "I'm Miles." "I'm Peter Parker." "Xia Luo Parker." "And I'm Peter Parker too," a voice called out. From the treetops, a lizard-like Peter Parker leapt down, introducing himself with a toothy grin. Miles blinked at the lizard Parker, tilting his head in confusion. "Wait, are you Spider-Man too? I don't sense it from you." No, I'm not Spider-Man," Lizard Parker said, smirking. "I'm the Lizard Professor. You can call me Professor Peter. In my universe, I'm a famous superhero and a top-tier scientist." As he spoke, he nudged Xia Luo's sleeve and whispered, "Don't blow my cover. Let me show off a little." Xia Luo rolled her eyes. "Oh, sure. He's a genius scientist and the dreamboat of 9 billion women." Miles' expression turned reverent, while Peter subconsciously sucked in his gut, a mixture of admiration and bitterness in his gaze. Same name, different destinies. Lizard Parker basked in their looks of envy. Haha, you're both pretty great too, he said, hands on his hips. Great how? Xia Luo deadpanned. Lizard Parker faltered. You've managed to outrun Doc Ock this far. Miles and Peter exchanged awkward glances. But before they could respond, something even more awkward happened. Xia Luo's chest emblem began to glow. A spider totem radiating light as 7 layers of energy intertwined, drawing in a familiar presence. Whoosh! The sound of friction against maple leaves grew louder. A petite figure swung through the air, spider silk trailing behind her as she shot toward Xia Luo with gleeful speed. Not again, Xia Luo groaned, his face darkening. He barely had time to react before Gwen Stacy tackled him to the ground. Nuo. Seeing this, Lizard Parker clutched his head in despair. What are you doing? He wailed, collapsing to his knees. Xia Luo turned to him. Haven't you seen this before? When? Last time. What last time? Lizard Parker clutched his chest dramatically. It hurts too much. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a photo of Peggy Carter, reconstructed from memory. Looking at her elegant figure, he sighed in relief. Finally, some comfort. Meanwhile, Xia Luo wrestled with Gwen, holding her back while also scrutinizing the photo. Carter prefers red lipstick, less curly hair, skirts over suits, and has a mole on her thigh. Oh, and her nightgowns are lace. Officially, she's a D cup, but trust me, she's an E. It bothers her because it affects her combat performance. And from what I've observed, she's still growing. You know, genetics over effort and all that. Anyway, the other night, while she was lying in bed. Stop, Lizard Parker collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. Why do you know so much? He cried. I feel so betrayed, I've lost her all over again. Gwen, meanwhile, had recovered her senses, retreating to a corner as she hugged her knees and avoided eye contact. You be more careful next time, she murmured softly. Xia Luo dusted off his clothes and nodded. Sure, you too, try not to be so impulsive, it's crowded here. The comment made Gwen even more flustered. Miles and Peter exchanged bewildered looks. What just happened? Miles asked. Peter stroked his stubble thoughtfully. Love triangle. Quadrangle, I'd bet. Ignoring them, Xia Luo checked his watch. 40 minutes left, let's focus on the situation. Straightening up, Gwen explained, a strange force pulled me and Peter into this world. I haven't had enough time to figure out the details. Miles raised his hand. It's Kingpin. He built a particle collider and even killed this world's Spider-Man. Lizard Parker wiped his tears. How are those two things related? He asked, his voice still trembling. Xia Luo patted his shoulder. Impressive. Even in your state, you're focused on the mission. That's a true hero right there. Lizard Parker turned away, tears silently falling again. Gwen seemed thoughtful. The collider must have caused a dimensional rift, pulling other spider people into this world. That's the most likely explanation. Xia Luo nodded. So the next step is to deal with Kingpin and figure out how to send everyone back to their own universes. He turned to Miles. I don't have much time. Where's Kingpin? I'll handle him. The rest is up to you. Miles hesitated. You can't. Kingpin's too strong. He killed this world's Spider-Man. You can't face him alone. Strong? Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. Sorry, but in any universe, Kingpin is nothing more than a damn bug to me. You swore, Gwen whispered. Oh, did I? My bad. Xia Luo checked his watch again, 35 minutes left. Miles hesitated before pointing. He should be at Kingpin Tower. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xia Luo conjured a portal with a wave of his hand, golden sparks flying. Whoa, magic, Peter's jaw dropped. Are you a magic Spider-Man? Not quite, Xia Luo replied, stepping into the portal. Miles exchanged a glance with the others and followed. No one wanted to leave Xia Luo to face the danger alone. Emerging from the portal, they found themselves facing two massive circular machines, crackling with particle energy. Technicians bustled about below, oblivious to their arrival. Xia Luo examined the collider, nodding slightly. We'll need this machine to return, so destroying it isn't an option. Is that so? A deep voice echoed behind them. From the shadows, Kingpin emerged, flanked by his henchmen. Kingpin! Miles' eyes widened in fear the moment he saw the man, and he instinctively hid behind Peter Parker. He could never forget the horrifying moment when this figure had killed Spider-Man. Cruel, terrifying, unstoppable. Xia Luo, on the other hand, studied the bald giant clad in a sleek black suit, his head almost seeming to rest on his chest. The absurdity of his appearance made Xia Luo chuckle. "Well, since you're here, let's get started," he said. Kingpin's cold gaze swept over the group. "More than one Spider-Man, huh? Perfect. I'll take you all out together, and then no one will stand in my way." Before he could finish, a crackle of electricity filled the air, and his massive frame hurtled backward, slamming into a reinforced alloy wall. Boom! The deafening crash echoed as Kingpin crumpled to the ground, his original spot now occupied by Xia Luo. Kingpin slid slowly from the dented wall, collapsing in a heap on the floor. His face was pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vision growing blurry. Even as his consciousness faded, he struggled to lift his gaze toward the particle collider. That was his hope of seeing his wife and child again. But Spider-Man was too strong. The sheer helplessness overwhelmed him. It was his fault. His wife and child had been killed by his enemies because of him. He had vowed to pay any price to find them again. Spider-Man had stood in his way, so he killed Spider-Man. He had killed Spider-Man, and now another Spider-Man had killed him. Fair enough. Yet as his hopes crumbled, he couldn't accept it. Would he see them again in death? He hoped not. A sardonic smile spread across Kingpin's face. He was destined for hell. And his wife and child. Better they never meet again. With endless regret, Kingpin's head slumped forward, lifeless. The others stared in shock. "How is this possible?" Miles exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. Kingpin, the man who killed Spider-Man, was taken down in seconds by another Spider-Man. Disheveled Peter Parker felt his blood surge with excitement. This is Spider-Man, a true hero of the city. But the excitement quickly gave way to despair as Peter lowered his gaze. He had once wielded such power, but so what? His life was still a mess. No money, divorced from Mary Jane. Uncle Ben and Aunt May gone. He was now just a piece of discarded trash. No family, no hope. Life was just a slow, meaningless drift. Ever since arriving in this world, he was even more convinced. Peter Parker was cursed. Here, even after becoming Spider-Man, Peter Parker had been killed by Kingpin. His identity had been exposed posthumously, and his grave stood desolate and forgotten. Spider-Man's fate was to be erased from memory. "What are you thinking about?" Lizard Parker noticed Peter's gloom and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, things will get better. Look at me, my life's a mess, but I'm still working on improving myself." Peter shook his head. "Not like me. Sure, you've had your heart broken, but you're still a world-class scientist and a superhero. Me, I'm just a failure." He gave a bitter laugh, patting his beer belly. Lizard Parker fell silent. Maybe it was better not to explain. Away from home, you made your own reputation. Meanwhile, Xia Luo had dealt with Kingpin's henchmen in a flash of electricity. Turning to Miles, he said, "Kingpin's still alive. I didn't finish him off. The rest is up to you. If you can keep him in prison for life, consider this your first test as Spider-Man." "Me?" Miles pointed at himself, astonished. I can't do it." "Listen, with great power comes great responsibility. You're Spider-Man now. This is your responsibility." "With great power comes great responsibility," Miles murmured, lost in thought. Peter Parker, hearing the familiar words, looked even more somber. "Xia Luo Parker, in your world, did Uncle Ben?" Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. "Uncle Ben's doing great. Thanks to some magical artifacts, he and Aunt May are younger than ever. They took over Kingpin's operation and now run Hell's Kitchen. Aunt May even doubled my allowance recently." "What?" Peter's emotions were a mix of happiness and envy. "Allowance doubled. I never had anything like that back in my day." Ignoring Peter's outburst, Xia Luo glanced at Gwen and Lizard Parker. "Time's almost up, I have to go. Who knows when we'll meet again?" "Tomorrow," Lizard Parker interrupted. "I can reset the timer and summon you again in 24 hours. Xia Luo frowned. That thing can only summon Spider-Men randomly. There's no guarantee it'll be me next time. Random? What do you mean random? Lizard Parker asked, confused. Xia Luo fell silent. He understood now. He was the only one subject to random summons. For everyone else, the device summoned fixed targets. So this is what it's like to truly be someone else's summon. Chapter 187. Hello, it's me. I know. Late at night, Peggy Carter was still waiting for Xia Luo's call. Stifling a yawn, she asked, "What happened?" "I've become a summonable entity." Carter, speak properly. Lizard Parker summoned me in his universe. You're joking, right? Not at all. Spider-Man never jokes, Xia Luo replied earnestly. It was a reward from the Resurrection Tournament. You know, our former teammates now have the power to summon Spider-Man. That's a good thing. Xia Luo. Carter continued, if you die in another universe, I won't have to handle your funeral. And if you provoke any troublesome enemies, it won't drag us into it. Xia Luo blinked, his eyes lighting up. Right, that means I can do whatever I want. Exactly. Feel free to cause chaos elsewhere. It won't affect your family or friends. Congratulations. Just as Carter finished speaking, Xia Luo heard Agent Hill's voice on the other end of the line. Commander, we've got another mutant sighting, pyrokinetic abilities. He's already blown up 2 banks. Oh, great. Working overtime in the middle of the night is going to age me faster, Carter muttered with exasperation. Spider-Man, I've got to go. Good night. Good night. Xia Luo immediately hung up. A mature Spider-Man never disturbs friends who are focused on their work. In her office, Carter stared at her phone, visibly annoyed. That guy, I hinted so clearly, and he still doesn't offer to help ease my workload. What a jerk. Agent Hill hesitated. Commander, maybe you should have just told him directly. No, I want him to offer on his own. It's about his attitude, Carter said firmly. Standing up, she added, luckily, Max's speed will help us tonight. We barely have enough manpower. Let's move out. Yes, ma'am. As S.H.I.E.L.D. mobilized in the dead of night, Xia Luo stepped into his bathroom to take a hot shower. Letting the water cascade over him, he rubbed his face and sighed at the thought of the tournament's new reward. Life was only going to get busier. Fortunately, most of the teammates from the tournament were from his own network. Lizard Parker, Logan, Professor X, some unlucky guy named Deadpool, and old man Steve Rogers. The odds of another Spider-Man summoning incident happening too soon seemed low. Lost in thought, Xia Luo reached out for the shampoo someone handed him and began lathering it into his hair. Wait, he'd already shampooed. A strange feeling crept over him as he turned around. There, grinning amicably, stood an elderly Steve Rogers, his chest hair fully visible. Mind scrubbing my back? Xia Luo. He'd been summoned mid-shower. You summoned me for this. What else? You're insane. With a yell, Xia Luo lashed out with a flying kick. Boom! The bathroom wall shattered as the naked old man was sent hurtling through it, tumbling down the staircase before finally landing in the villa's living room. Hawkeye, who had been cleaning his quiver, looked up in surprise. Nearby, Natasha Romanoff tinkered with her equipment. By the coffee machine, Pepper Potts was holding a cup of coffee, preparing to greet a guest. Next to her, little Morgan turned her head and buried her face in her mother's skirt. Shame, shame, Morgan muttered, rubbing her face against the fabric. Rhodey, who had been admiring a painting, turned to see Steve sprawled on the floor. Blinking, he asked, Cap, is this some kind of performance art? Hearing that, Steve could no longer pretend to be unconscious. He quickly grabbed a tablecloth to cover himself, his face burning red. Sorry, minor mishap, he muttered, holding his shield strategically. Natasha chuckled. You said Spider-Man from that world would show up. Where is he? Here. Dun 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 tilde. Xia Luo mimicked Spider-Man's theme song as he slid down the staircases, railing in his nanotech suit, performing a backflip to land gracefully before the group. Hey, long time no see, he greeted, waving at Natasha before glancing around. So what's up? You've only got an hour with me, so make the most of it. Oh, and Pepper, 2 fresh juices, please, thanks. And you, yeah, the little one hiding in her mom's skirt. You're Tony's daughter, aren't you? I could tell at a glance. One day, your only idol will be the invincible Spider-Man. Hey, you over there, yeah, the guy who looks like he's fluffing cot. Don't pretend you can't hear me, you're blocking the light. And as for the mortal archer trying not to laugh, you should just let it out. Laughter's a rare commodity at your age. Everyone exchanged looks as Xia Luo rambled on. Yup, definitely Spider-Man, Hawkeye said, shaking his head. Natasha shrugged. Absolutely, Spider-Man to the core, and he's still holding back. Behind Xia Luo, Rhodey gestured as if to strangle him, earning a quick shake of the head from Pepper. She patted Morgan's head. Sweetie, go do your homework. We're talking about ways to bring your dad back. Morgan nodded slowly. Okay, but tell me when Daddy's back. She gave the strange Spider-Man one last glance before darting to her room. Hey, lay off the candy, Xia Luo called after her. You going to lose your teeth again? Blahe. Morgan stuck out her tongue, making a face before vanishing from sight. Xia Luo chuckled, little rascal. He turned to Steve. Is this everyone? Steve glanced out the window. I called Peter, too. He should be here by now. At that moment, a young, awkward Peter Parker peeked his head in through the window, his face flushed with embarrassment. Yeah, I'm here. Pepper waved him in. Come on inside. Peter hesitated, glancing at Xia Luo. Well, he took my suit, so I'm not exactly dressed. The room fell silent as everyone's eyes turned to Xia Luo. Scratching the back of his head, Xia Luo grinned sheepishly. Sorry, thought you were a random Spider-Man passing by. But hey, I'm not dressed either. Do you have a spare suit? Peter covered his face. No, I don't. Xia Luo plopped onto the couch, clearly not planning to return the suit. Sighing, Pepper fetched one of Tony's old outfits for Peter. Soon, everyone gathered around a table, their expressions tense. Who's starting? Xia Luo asked. Steve coughed. I'll go first. He looked at Xia Luo. After the resurrection tournament, my body aged again. But thanks to the extra month of life I won, I'm still here. Xia Luo nodded. A month, huh? Great. You'll be back in the tournament with me soon enough. Looking forward to it, Steve replied flatly. Natasha pinched the bridge of her nose. She wasn't as accustomed to this as Steve was. Steve mentioned Tony also won the tournament, but when we exhumed his grave, he hadn't come back to life, she said. Xia Luo had heard about this from Steve before, but hadn't paid much attention at the time. Now, however, his curiosity was piqued. Tony's death was caused by using the Infinity Stones, Xia Luo mused. That's very different from our situation. Maybe the stone's unique nature prevented his resurrection. Hawkeye nodded. We thought of that too, but the stones are gone, there's no way to verify it. Xia Luo rubbed his chin. If we could find someone else who used the stones, we might get some answers. At this, everyone looked at each other and spoke in unison. Banner. Steve Rogers stood up. I'll go find him right away. Natasha shook her head. He's on a remote island vacation, completely cut off from the outside world. Rhodey added, and there's his cousin. Well, that complicates things, Steve muttered, frowning. We'll have to find another way to reach Banner. Xia Luo sipped his juice, glancing at the time. Looks like my hour's almost up. I'm heading back. When you've got more leads, call me again. And for the record, don't summon me while I'm on the toilet, he warned, pointing at Steve. Steve shrugged. How am I supposed to know what you're doing? Then pick a secure, private space and set up proper safeguards. No problem. Good, that's settled. Xia Luo stood, his gaze landing on Peter Parker. By the way, do you know any other Spider-Man besides me? Peter blinked, confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Got it, I know where things stand now. Xia Luo glanced upstairs. Your nanotech suit is upstairs. Go grab it later. And if you've got time, take Ned to Camertage. Teach him some magic, it'll come in handy. Honestly, he might be more reliable than you in a pinch. With that, Xia Luo's body dissolved into a crackling arc of electricity, vanishing from the room. Everyone stared at the spot where he disappeared, awestruck. Hawkeye squinted. He really is a powerful Spider-Man. Natasha sighed. If he'd been on the battlefield back then, maybe we wouldn't have lost. Steve took a deep breath. If Thanos shows up again, I'll keep him busy for a whole day myself. Peter, meanwhile, was lost in thought, replaying Xia Luo's words in his head. Ned's an idiot. He can't even pass math, let alone learn magic. More reliable than me? Not a chance. He shook his head. No way that was possible. All right, Pepper said. Our next step is finding Banner. If we can't contact him, she added, we should try reaching his cousin. She turned to Hawkeye. Who's his cousin? A lawyer. Perfect, you can't lose track of a lawyer. Pepper quickly assigned Happy the task of tracking her down. Then she turned her attention to Peter. Thanks to Mysterio, everyone knows your identity now, she began. Steve reminded me of something important, and I think you should hear it. What is it? Peter asked, completely baffled. Steve's expression turned serious. Peter, Spider-Man's potential is enormous, but you're still young. There are consequences you might not be ready for. What do you mean? Peter asked, still confused. Steve pressed on. That Spider-Man, Xia Luo Parker, told me something during our time fighting in the Resurrection Tournament. A secret. About his powers, Natasha asked, raising an eyebrow. Steve glanced nervously over his shoulder. No, this has nothing to do with his powers. He spoke gravely. It's about Spider-Man's destiny. Destiny. Peter's eyes widened with curiosity. Steve rested a hand on Peter's shoulder. Spider-Man's fate is tragic and lonely. If you're careless, you'll lose the only family you have left. What? Peter stared in shock. That's impossible. Why would that happen? Steve shook his head. Xia Luo told me that across the multiverse, almost every Spider-Man loses Uncle Ben. Then they lose love, friendship, and eventually become solitary heroes. But my Uncle Ben died years ago. Exactly, so Xia Luo wasn't wrong. That guy doesn't seem reliable. I don't believe him, Peter muttered. You have to, Steve insisted. Of all the Spider-Men I've met, Xia Luo's the only one who didn't meet a tragic end. The others weren't so lucky. Behind them, Rhodey and Hawkeye exchanged glances. The multiverse is wild, Rhodey said. Yeah, Hawkeye replied. So many Spider-Men and not a single Uncle Ben to spare. Tragic. Back in the main universe, Xia Luo had finished his shower and finally flopped onto his bed. Here's hoping I don't wake up to another mess, he muttered, silently praying to the spider goddess before drifting off to sleep. He didn't know how long he'd been out when whispers stirred him. His spider sense flared, jolting him awake. Damn it, you scaly lizard freak. Are you messing with me again? Dressed in red and blue pajamas, Xia Luo glared at Lizard Parker, who stood there sheepishly. Calm down, this is serious, Lizard Parker said, wiping spit off his face. Xia Luo grabbed him by the collar. I need sleep. Did you hear me? Sleep. Okay, relax, there are people here. People? Xia Luo raised an eyebrow, slowly letting go of Lizard Parker. Haha, just kidding, he said, smoothing down his bedhead. Turning around with a forced smile, he declared, I'm Xia Luo Parker, the invincible Spider-Man. After all, Spider-Man must always maintain his image. Chapter 188. I'll try. Disheveled Peter wiped his finger on Miles' back. They're clean now. Miles' face darkened. Disgusting. Nearby, a Spider-Man cloaked in darkness, and wearing a black trench coat tipped his round, dark hat in a show of respect for their gathering. I'm Peter Parker, he introduced himself. A bright-eyed schoolgirl with a backpack smiled. I'm Penny Parker, she said, patting the spider robot by her side. Finally, a small pig in a red and blue outfit stepped forward. I'm Peter Porker, Spider-Ham. Standing with his hands on his hips, Spider-Ham's pig ears twitched like boomerangs atop his head. I've heard of you, he said, pointing at Xia Luo. The one who stole Thor's hammer. Xia Luo twitched. No, that was some old man. Spider-Ham's eyes narrowed. Thor knows you told that old man to steal his Mjolnir. Xia Luo's face turned awkward. It's all a misunderstanding, I swear. It seemed no matter where he went, he couldn't avoid familiar faces. The Resurrection Tournament was going to be impossible to navigate now. Turning to Gwen, he asked, still no progress on finding a way back. We were close, Gwen said. Miles stole a USB drive from Dr. Octopus containing the coordinates of our worlds. But after you left, some strange individuals attacked us. To protect the collider, we retreated. Lizard Parker interjected. At this world's Peter Parker's house, we found this. He stepped aside, illuminating a darkened room. A set of Spider-Man suits lit up in sequence. And us, Noir Spider added, stepping forward. Perhaps it's fate that brought us all together. Penny Parker tightened her grip on her backpack straps, her large anime-like eyes brimming with nervous energy. Thankfully, they didn't leave earlier. Otherwise, we might never make it back, she said with tension in her voice. Xia Luo clutched his chest dramatically, his face filled with pain. What's wrong? Gwen asked, frowning. She's so cute, Xia Luo exclaimed, pointing at Penny. Gwen's. Xia Luo turned to Lizard Parker. You didn't summon me here just to deal with those useless villains again, did you? Useless? Lizard Parker growled through gritted teeth. They're formidable. And, Xia Luo tilted his head, does it matter in front of me? Lizard Parker deflated, sulking in a corner and drawing circles on the ground. As Xia Luo turned away, Penny Parker tugged at his sleeve, her wide eyes glimmering with curiosity. They said you defeated Kingpin. In my world, Kingpin is a terrifying beast. You're amazing. Her soft, sugary voice hit Xia Luo right in the heart. He smiled warmly and patted her head. Of course I'm amazing, he said. The spider emblem on his chest began to glow. What are you doing? Gwen's face turned stern. Even a kid isn't safe from you. Xia Luo scowled. What are you thinking? I'm a respectable Spider-Man. As he spoke, Penny's chest lit up with a mecha-inspired spider emblem. Aside from the glowing symbol, she remained unaffected. Seeing this, Gwen relaxed. Lizard Parker sidled up to her and whispered, she's a little girl, not developed. Unlike you, I'm sorry. Under Gwen's glare, Lizard Parker quickly crouched and resumed drawing circles on the floor. Xia Luo, meanwhile, noticed that each Spider-Man had their own unique spider emblem. Good, that simplifies things, he said, standing. Time's short, so I'll get to the point. To protect yourselves and those you care about, you need enough power. Raising his hand, a shimmering wave of magical energy danced in his palm. Spider-specific magic, you can learn it too. Whether you escape Spider-Man's tragic fate depends on you. Magic? Spider-Ham shook his head, not interested. Noir Spider pondered, magic and firearms, that could be fun. Penny clapped excitedly. Yes, I want to learn magic, it's so pretty. A vein throbbed on Xia Luo's forehead. That's why you want to learn magic. Penny's big eyes shimmered, as if about to overflow with tears. Is that not okay? She asked, her lips trembling as if she might cry at any moment. Xia Luo clutched his chest again, wincing. Overwhelmed by cuteness again, Gwen asked. Xia Luo shook his head. No, this one's way too crafty. Gwen's. In the following moments, Xia Luo taught the basics of spider magic to Noir Spider and Penny Parker. Whether they succeeded or not would depend on them. The emergence of successors and Gwen's universe's interference signified that the multiverse of Spider-Men had officially begun. The web of life and destiny now interconnected all Spider-Men, binding their fates. Back in his home universe, primordial threats like the Tiger of Mutants loomed, renewing the sense of danger that had long been absent. Xia Luo knew the quickest way to grow stronger was through the Resurrection Tournament. But where could he find death-worthy challenges? Apocalypse wasn't trying to kill him just yet, and the opponents he encountered in the multiverse weren't strong enough. He could tempt fate but wouldn't actively seek death, let alone take his own life. Who knew what the conditions for entering the tournament even were? One wrong step, and there'd be no turning back. With these thoughts, Xia Luo's figure vanished into the darkness of the room. Back in his home universe, sunlight streamed onto Xia Luo's face, its warmth helping him relax. Opening his window, he took a deep breath of the fresh morning air. Closing his eyes, he spread his arms as if embracing the world. Ah, another beautiful day. Whoosh! A light breeze swept by, and suddenly, a nutrient-rich breakfast appeared in Xia Luo's hands. Xia Luo. He poked his head outside, spotting Pietro waving at him from the street corner, grinning. Spider-Man saved me once, so now I'm in charge of your breakfast and I'm your new bodyguard, Pietro declared cheerfully. Xia Luo blinked, momentarily stunned. This guy was thoughtful, much more so than the other two slackers. But being so nice to Spider-Man, did he have a death wish? It was only then that Xia Luo noticed how strangely peaceful things had been lately. No one close to him had been hurt. The 7 spider totems hadn't drawn any threats. Could it be a storm was brewing? Xia Luo couldn't figure it out and didn't know how to prepare. To be safe, he'd already installed trackers on all his loved ones and set up teleportation contingencies to reach them instantly if needed. That thought brought him some comfort. After finishing breakfast, Xia Luo glanced at the living room couch where Wade and baby Kingpin were still fast asleep. He shook his head. Eat, sleep, repeat, you're both pigs. Frustrated, he kicked Wade's rear, only to watch both figures dissolve into shimmering light. Hi. Xia Luo frowned. Those two snuck off. He was a bit surprised. Could they have actually gone to film their spin-off movie? Now that would be something to watch. After washing up, Xia Luo changed into fresh clothes, raised his hand, and drew a glowing circle. A portal opened. Empire State University. At the park near the lake, Xia Luo stepped through the portal, quickly making his way to Dr. Kurt Connor's lobby. Since his condition had stabilized and the lizard scales on his forehead had disappeared, Dr. Connors had left Carter's villa to resume teaching. In the lab. Hey, Professor Connors, how's everything lately? Hearing Xia Luo's voice, Dr. Connors smiled warmly. Good, what about you? Keeping busy? What's this you're working on? Xia Luo asked. His curiosity piqued as Connors revealed a mechanical arm prototype. A gene recombinator, Connors explained. It can suppress genetic abnormalities to a certain degree. Xia Luo immediately understood. Connors was developing the device as a safeguard against turning into the lizard again. Need funding. Connors chuckled. Not at all. Harry Osborn is financing this project. It might even cure their family's genetic disorder. Oh, I should have guessed. Xia Luo smiled. Congrats in advance, Professor. I hear Oscorp's been making a lot of successful investments lately, so they're flush with cash. Harry's a good kid, Connors said with a nod. Didn't you once call him an unreliable trust fund baby? Did I? Of course. Well, I forgot. Don't slander senior citizens. Hess, you remind me of an old man I knew, always throwing his weight around. And I beat him up. Xia Luo, that's not right. As they chatted, Xia Luo's spider sense tingled, drawing his attention to the door. Hi, Professor Connors. Here's the data you requested. Gwen walked in, a stack of files in hand. She gave Xia Luo a curt nod. Connors accepted the files. Thank you, Gwen. Noticing the awkward air between the two, he offered some unsolicited advice. Young people shouldn't hold grudges. Sit down and talk things through. Everything will be fine. Xia Luo. Gwen's. They exchanged a glance before leaving the lab together. What was that about? Gwen asked. He thinks we had a fight. And he thinks he's a wise elder. Ridiculous. They strolled along the lake, chuckling. Actually. They both spoke at the same time, then stopped in surprise. You first, Xia Luo offered. No, you go ahead. All right, No, I will. This time, Gwen clasped her hands behind her back, nervously picking at her nails. Xia Luo chuckled. Fine, I'll go. I already know what you know. Gwen raised an eyebrow. Oh, then tell me, what do you think I know that you know? Bit of a tongue twister, but I'm good at those. Are you sure? Xia Luo teased. Gwen giggled. All right, enough games. Xia Luo gestured to a bench by the lake, and they sat down. He gazed at the shimmering water and spoke slowly. Symbiotes are fascinating creatures. Every host they bond with leaves behind traces of their abilities and memories. Gwen's smile faded. So it wasn't a dream. You're him, she said softly, looking at Xia Luo's profile. She opened her mouth to speak but found herself at a loss. Her expression grew increasingly complicated. Xia Luo glanced at the faint glow of his spider emblem, reassured that it remained dormant. This Gwen didn't possess a spider totem. For now, she was safe. Hum. The emblem flickered suddenly. Xia Luo fell silent. Gwen noticed something strange about her body and looked down at her chest. What's this? Her face flushed as she realized where her hands were, quickly dropping them in embarrassment. It's a spider totem, Xia Luo explained. Having one makes you a true Spider-Man. That's a good thing, Gwen said, her excitement growing. Xia Luo sighed. No, it's not. Under her puzzled gaze, he looked out over the lake, his tone tinged with sorrow. Spider-Man's fate is tragic, always alone. You've seen it in the symbiote's memories. Gwen fell silent, her face clouded. After a long pause, she said bitterly, Spider-Man brings misfortune to those around them. Is that why you keep your distance from Mary Jane? Xia Luo's eye twitched. Did girls always focus on the gossip? She's a friend, he said simply. And Harry, your family. I try to limit contact with all of them. I'm the same, Gwen admitted. The sun cast their shadows long across the ground. On my second day as Spider-Woman, George got hurt. It was supposed to be a routine arrest. Xia Luo shook his head. The web of life and destiny dictates Spider-Man's fate, but I refuse to believe it has to end in tragedy. Something's wrong. The web of life. Gwen frowned, unfamiliar with the term. It's a mystical force that governs Spider-Man's fate, Xia Luo explained. His expression darkened. The web of life, controlled by the Master Weaver, had clearly fallen into the hands of the inheritors. To change Spider-Man's fate, he would have to confront them. But why had the Master Weaver created such a tragic destiny for Spider-Man in the first place? Maybe he was just bored. Suddenly, Gwen said, Since we both have spider totems now, you don't have to avoid me anymore. Xia Luo considered this. Sure. Of course. All right then. Before Xia Luo could demonstrate the spider totem's power, Gwen's body began to shift. Liquid tendrils formed a demonic face that lunged at him. Ha ha ha, I'll eat you. No, Gwen yelped, but Xia Luo calmly grabbed the creature by its throat. What a nasty symbiote, he muttered. I'll eat you, the creature snarled before curling its tongue into a heart shape. Or maybe I'll love you, it purred, its eyes turning pink. Xia Luo's expression twisted in horror. This was Venom Girl all over again. Gwen hastily reabsorbed the symbiote, her face red as she scanned their surroundings. Sorry, Abby's emotions are a bit unstable, she said awkwardly. Abby? Xia Luo asked, stiffening. You named it Abby. Yes, why? Xia Luo. Of course, it was her. Chapter 189. Abby, you're a bit much, Xia Luo muttered, struggling to process the symbiote's unsettling fixation. He decided to leave. Just as he prepared to move, Gwen's phone rang. Answering it, her expression tensed. George is hurt again. A pyrokinetic is behind it. I have to go. With that, Gwen rushed off. You heading to a restroom to change into your suit? Xia Luo called after her. Without looking back, she replied, No need. I bought a jet. It's faster than Webb's. Xia Luo. He watched as Gwen climbed into a sleek silver aircraft and disappeared into the sky. Must be nice to have money, he muttered enviously. All his funds had gone into investments, leaving him utterly broke. With no other option, he dialed Carter's number. Hey, I'm broke. Can you spare $300? No time for you. I'm on a mission, Carter snapped, her voice hurried. In the background, explosions echoed. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. Those explosions sound pretty serious. Everything okay over there? Mother, get over here. We're getting slaughtered. Carter's voice turned sharp, the chaos on her end intensifying. Xia Luo smirked. So all commanders curse like that, huh? No. Boom. The line abruptly cut out after a thunderous explosion. Xia Luo stared at his phone. This bad, huh? Carter's Avengers team was no slouch, yet they were struggling. Whatever they were up against must be formidable. With the Spider-Verse exposed and the Time Stone shattered, strange figures were appearing more frequently. But no matter the odds, Xia Luo reassured himself. The invincible Spider-Man could handle anything. Tapping his wrist device, he located Carter's position. The electric arcs from his emblem buzzed to life. Ziziti ziziti. Soon, lightning streaked between skyscrapers, and along the way, he caught up with Gwen's silver aircraft. Thud-thud. Clinging to the aircraft's exterior, Xia Luo called out, "Looks like we're headed the same way." Gwen glanced at him, then hold on tight. She abruptly accelerated, the rushing wind making Xia Luo cling tighter. "Not inviting me inside, the symbiotes really brought out your rudeness," he teased. "You want to come in?" she asked, her expression mischievous as the demonic face of her symbiote began to emerge. Xia Luo quickly backtracked. "Actually, I like the fresh air." The silver aircraft dived sharply. "I'm here," Xia Luo announced. Gwen, gazing at the battle-scarred streets below, nodded. "So am I." Her aircraft streaked over the chaos, and she leapt out in her symbiote-enhanced form. "Hey, are you all right?" At the corner of the street, George sat slumped against a patrol car, his forehead bleeding, hair disheveled, and breathing labored. The other officers fared no better, most nursing visible injuries. Seeing Gwen land, George exhaled in relief. "It's a pyrokinetic mutant, dangerous. Thankfully, S.H.I.E.L.D. is here," he said, giving her a quick rundown. Gwen frowned. If it's a mutant, why not call S.H.I.E.L.D. earlier? "It was just a newly awakened level 1 mutant, not much stronger than an ordinary person," George replied, shaking his head. "Level 1. Her frown deepened. Recently, a mysterious group called the Brotherhood of Mutants had emerged. They classified individuals with powers as mutants, creating a strict hierarchy. Level 1 mutants were those who had just awakened their abilities, posing minimal threat. Your new equipment should have handled a level 1 easily. Why are you all in such bad shape?" she asked. "Because another pyrokinetic showed up, a stronger one." "Is that so?" Xia Luo landed lightly in front of George. Without his nanotech suit, George didn't recognize him. "And who are you supposed to be?" "I'm the one and only invincible Spider-Man. Google me." "There's only one invincible Spider-Man." "That's me." "Sure, don't believe you. Check with the news networks. They verify Spider-Man identities." "No, but they could use a new host." Xia Luo's attention shifted to the explosion site. "Where's the Avengers team?" George gestured toward a ruined building. Down there." "That building's gone. They're underground. The pyrokinetic robbed a bank, and both we and S.H.I.E.L.D. were tracking him." Captain Carter led the strike team. Hearing this, Gwen shook her head. "George, you should have called me earlier. This is too dangerous." George remained silent, unwilling to speak. Gwen's symbiote-enhanced suit revealed her identity, and George didn't want his daughter tangled in mutant-related conflicts. Xia Luo noticed George's hesitance, but let it slide. "You alerted Spider-Woman?" he asked. "No, I did," George's portly partner admitted sheepishly, raising his hand. Xia Luo shrugged. "Makes sense." He turned back toward the trembling rubble, his gaze narrowing. "Looks intense. I'm fired up, ow ow ow." Before he could finish, a strange flame licked out from the debris, attaching itself to his arm. "SHT, what kind of fire is this?" The searing pain burrowed into his very bones as Xia Luo desperately shook his arm, trying to extinguish the flame. "I'll help." Gwen kicked open a fire hydrant, sending a torrent of water at him. Whoosh! Instead of dousing the flame, the water caused it to crawl up his entire arm. "Damn it, it's clingier than Abby." With a surge of pain, Xia Luo's muscles swelled, his body unleashing a massive shockwave as his fist slammed into the ground. The impact fractured the street, spiderweb cracks spreading outward. Debris scattered as George and the officers retreated. Finally, the strange flame dissipated from Xia Luo's arm. "He really is Spider-Man," one officer exclaimed. "Why isn't he wearing his suit?" "Bet he pawned it off after a gambling spree," another quipped. Their astonishment turned to silence as the ruins collapsed further under Xia Luo's outburst. Boom! A massive cloud of dust billowed as Xia Luo launched into the air, diving into the debris with an electrified drill. Electro-spider drill. Crash! The drill burrowed deep underground, scattering rubble. Gwen prepared to follow. "Wait, don't go down there," George pleaded, gripping her arm. That thing is a demon, you could die. Gwen hesitated, then took a deep breath. Sorry, with great power comes great responsibility. You believed in that as Spider-Man, so do I. No, that was me, you're different. George, my father were the same, you taught me that. No. Ignoring George's shout, Gwen leapt into the underground base. The underground base was shrouded in darkness, its walls scarred with deep gouges and smeared with blood. Scattered along the corridor were grotesque, pale corpses, their unsettling stillness hinting at something far worse. Xia Luo crouched down, reaching out to touch one of the bodies. The moment his fingers brushed its surface, it disintegrated into ash. There's a burnt smell. Were they incinerated? Gwen sniffed the air, her face contorted with confusion. Xia Luo's gaze darkened. His thoughts lingered on the peculiar flames that had clung to his arm earlier. It's not just their bodies, their souls were burned as well. Souls? Gwen's eyes widened in shock. If that's the case, how did you escape unscathed? Xia Luo shrugged. Beats me. He rose and continued deeper into the passage. As they progressed, the number of strange corpses increased, each more haunting than the last. Look, over there, it's the captain. Gwen suddenly pointed at a figure buried under rubble, her voice trembling. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. That's Johnny Storm. He stepped forward, kicking away the debris to reveal Johnny, his body covered in scorch marks, his face blackened with soot. The Human Torch weakly lifted a hand, pointing further into the corridor. It's a demon. With those strained words, his head slumped forward, seemingly lifeless. Xia Luo sighed. Johnny, you're a hero, he said, gently closing Johnny's eyes. The sound of faint snoring broke the silence. Xia Luo. He's not dead, Gwen whispered, leaning closer. I know, I just wanted to clean his face, Xia Luo replied flatly. Before Gwen could respond, a thunderous crash echoed through the passage. Rubble flew as Ben Grimm, the thing, was hurled at Xia Luo's feet. You bastard, I'll tear you apart. Ben roared furiously, pounding his chest before storming back into the depths of the corridor, completely ignoring the two spider people. Xia Luo and Gwen exchanged a glance before hurrying after him. The corridor opened into a massive underground fortress made of steel, littered with bodies. Clang, clang, clang. Metal shards gathered at the ceiling, forming an ominous cloud of floating steel. Beneath this strange metallic storm stood Eric Laneshare, Magneed, and Charles Xavier, encased in protective barriers of metal. On the opposite side of the room, Peggy Carter and her team clustered together. They looked exhausted, their battle-worn suits tattered, bearing the marks of a grueling fight. At the center of it all was a figure engulfed in terrifying flames. The fire had consumed his flesh, leaving nothing but a skeletal frame. Strangely, the black leather jacket he wore remained intact, untouched by the inferno. Boom! The skeletal figure wielded a chain that ignited with eerie flames. The dangerous energy radiating from him kept all sides at bay, locked in a tense standoff. With Ben Grimm's return, the stalemate remained unbroken. Is Spider-Man here? Carter asked. Ben scratched his head, didn't notice. Hawkeye frowned. You were shouting so loudly earlier, you should go first. Ben shook his head vigorously. No way, that was just for show, had to save face. Who were you trying to impress? Some guy and a girl. Not Spider-Man then. Couldn't see properly, my eyes were full of dust. Ben leaned toward Alexei Rhino, who stood nearby. You go first. Alexei glared at him, his face dark. My arm's busted. Can't you see that? Turning to Max Electro, Ben tried again. All right, newbie, you're up. Gotta follow orders. Max glanced at him, his electricity flickering faintly. I only take orders from Captain Carter or Spider-Man. Behind Carter, Harry Osborn clutched a vial of green serum, his expression conflicted. Captain, let me use this. No, Carter said firmly. The Goblin serum hasn't been tested. It's too dangerous. Reed Richards spoke up hesitantly. Actually, we could give it a shot. I helped develop it. Susan Storm shook her head. That makes it even riskier. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Reed protested. Susan sighed. I know you too well. Your inventions are always unpredictable. You don't know me at all. As tensions rose among the Avengers, Magneto and Xavier remained somber. "They're fighting," Charles noted. Magneto's gaze stayed fixed on the flaming skeleton. "Irrelevant, our real problem is that thing." Charles swallowed nervously. "He's immune to my psychic attacks. It's like his head is empty, no soul at all." Magneto's expression darkened. "My powers don't work on him either. His flames warp my metal, turning it into his weapon." "But he can't seem to kill us," Charles mused, recalling their earlier encounter. The skeleton's fiery gaze had burned through Magneto's metal shields. When their eyes met, Charles had seen his entire life flash before him. And then's nothing. He was unharmed, while other mutants caught in the fire were reduced to hollow husks. Why had he been spared? The skeleton seemed to have achieved its goal. Sure enough, the fiery figure swept his gaze across the room. Without a word, he slung the chain over his shoulder, climbed onto a blazing Harley-Davidson, and turned toward the exit. "Enough for today, I've got work to do," he said. With a deafening roar, the motorcycle ignited, leaving a trail of fire as it sped off into the distance. All eyes followed the skeleton's departure, stunned by the sudden end of the fight. As silence fell, attention shifted between the two opposing sides. For a moment, both groups seemed to weigh whether to continue their battle. Boom! The corridor erupted as rubble scattered, and an electrified streak tore through the room, speeding toward the fiery trail. "Spider-Man!" Max exclaimed, his face lighting up. Carter frowned. "Charging in recklessly will get him killed." "Follow him," she ordered, rallying her team. Chapter 190. From the gaping hole in the ground, searing flames erupted, followed by a blazing Harley-Davidson roaring out onto the street. "It's him. It's really him." George and the other officers paled at the sight, scrambling to retreat to the sidewalks as the infernal motorcycle sped past. Moments later, a streak of electricity zipped through the air after it. "It's Spider-Man." And the Avengers, they're following him. Behind them, a swarm of flying metallic shards emerged from the ground, converging into a strange formation. "There," Charles said, pointing toward the fiery trail leading to the Brooklyn Bridge. "Understood," Eric replied, but he hesitated, frowning. "Wait, why are we chasing it?" he asked Charles. Charles blinked. "Aren't you curious?" "No, not at all." Eric grabbed Charles and flew in the opposite direction. "The Brotherhood's plans have been derailed. We need to regroup and find more mutants." "Eric, the mutants you're gathering are unstable. Most of them are criminals." "So what? It's just business." The metallic shards vanished from the battlefield as Eric and Charles retreated. Meanwhile, Gwen swung down on her webbing, landing in front of George. "Well, that was anticlimactic. Nothing happened to me, George. Looks like your dramatic warnings will get cut in editing," she said with a smirk. George scratched his head awkwardly. This wasn't what I expected. "Nothing ever is." Suddenly, a feral howl echoed from the battlefield. A man wearing a lion-emblazoned vest stepped forward, guzzling a mysterious vial. "I've found you, Spider-Man, my prey." Gwen's symbiote-enhanced spider sense went wild, and her expression darkened. "Kraven the Hunter." The name surfaced from the symbiote's fragmented memories, sending a shiver down her spine. Elsewhere, between towering skyscrapers, Peggy Carter and her team followed the fiery motorcycle from a helicopter. Civilians screamed and scattered as the infernal Harley tore through the streets, trailed by a streak of electricity that quickly closed the distance. Swish! Spider webs shot toward the flaming figure, only to disintegrate in the heat before they could reach him. Johnny Blaze glanced at his pursuer through his rearview mirror, then swerved to head out of the city. On a desolate highway, the fiery motorcycle roared through the countryside. Alongside it, the electric streak of Spider-Man kept pace. "Hey, ever heard the story of Spider-Man?" Xia Luo called out as he ran. Johnny glanced at him before turning back to the road. "I have a license. Chasing me won't hold up in court," he said flatly. Xia Luo panted as he ran. "Can we talk? I'm curious. Who turned you into the Ghost Rider?" "I prefer the name, Spirit of Vengeance." "Okay, fine, Ghost Rider." "Spider-Man, stop chasing me. I don't want to kill you." "Then stop running." "You chase, I run." You run, I chase. Great, let me guess. A strange guy made you sign a strange contract, turned you into a strange knight, made you do strange things, and now a strange Spider-Man is chasing you. Strange Spider-Man, you talk too much. Johnny shook his head, the flames on his skull flickering in the wind. Boom! Johnny suddenly performed a fiery skid, his Harley's wheels leaving a scorched ring on the ground. Xia Luo leapt into the air to avoid the attack, landing gracefully behind Johnny on the motorcycle. Whoa, hot seat, he exclaimed, shaking his hands as if swatting at a fly. Tiny arcs of electricity scurried across his arm, his spider emblem glowing faintly. Ah, much better, Xia Luo muttered as a protective layer of magic energy enveloped him, insulating him from the hellfire. Relieved, he leaned forward, wrapping his arms around Johnny. Wanna be friends? No, get off, I'm late for work. Annoyed, Johnny gunned the throttle, the Harley popping a wheelie, but he couldn't shake Xia Luo. Above, Hawkeye lined up a shot at the fiery motorcycle. Hold your fire, Carter said, raising a hand. Talking. Hawkeye frowned. That thing has killed people. Carter's tone was cold. Those mutants were criminals. They'd spend the rest of their lives in prison anyway. Nothing to debate. Natasha Romanoff raised an eyebrow. Nick Fury would never say something like that. So, Carter shot her a sharp glance. Want me to play by his rules? Sorry, my job is to protect the innocent, not follow rewritten regulations. That's how I operate. Turning to the others, she asked, any objections? Harry and the others quickly raised their hands. None here. Captain, we're with you. In the corner, Alexei shivered. I'm a good guy now. On the highway, the infernal motorcycle sped past a lizard, which instantly turned to ash in the hellfire's wake. Lizards are cute, how could you? Xia Luo scolded. Shut up, Johnny snapped, the flames in his eye sockets flaring. With a sudden break, the ghost rider sent Xia Luo flying. Cracked. Johnny unwrapped his chain, the hellfire crawling along its length. Boom! The fiery chain lashed out, slamming into the ground and leaving a burning trench in its wake. Xia Luo twisted midair, avoiding the strike, and shot webs to hoist himself higher. Spider silk won't cut it here, he thought grimly. The Ghost Rider's powers originated from Mephisto, the demon lord of hell. How strong a Ghost Rider was depended entirely on how much power Mephisto granted. Judging by Johnny's display, Mephisto had given him plenty, enough to overwhelm both the Avengers and mutants. Johnny's hollow voice rang out as he glared at Xia Luo. Leave me alone, or I'll burn your soul. Xia Luo narrowed his eyes but ignored the warning, landing once more behind Johnny. Do me a favor, Xia Luo said. Get lost. I'll pay you. Johnny hesitated. What kind of favor? Xia Luo smirked. I own a movie effects studio. Your bike tricks are amazing. Want to be a star. The flames on Johnny's skull dimmed slightly, betraying his interest. How much? Enough to cure cancer. You're sick. No, but someone I know is. Johnny quickly averted his gaze, unwilling to share more. Xia Luo shrugged. You made a deal with the devil. You know you can't trust him. I know, but that doesn't mean I'll stop trying, Johnny said, the fire in his eyes burning fiercely. He remembered his past, a desperate stunt rider watching his father waste away from cancer. A mysterious stranger had offered a cure in exchange for his soul. Johnny had signed the deal, only to realize too late that the price was far greater than he imagined. As the fiery Harley roared into the desert night, Johnny asked, What's this favor you need? Find me a soul, Xia Luo replied. Johnny shook his head, not my line of work. You can. Xia Luo leaned closer. Mention Iron Man's name to your boss, see how he reacts. Johnny hesitated. Tony Stark's failure to resurrect had long puzzled Xia Luo. He suspected someone, or something, had intercepted Tony's soul. Mephisto was at the top of his suspect list. Johnny considered Xia Luo's words, then sighed. Fine, I'll try. Great, Xia Luo leapt off the bike, vanishing into a swirl of magic sparks. Watching him go, Carter, who had been following from above, made her decision. Stand down, she ordered. What about the fire guy? Hawkeye asked. Leave him, trust me. On the deserted road, Johnny Blaze parked his motorcycle. Great, now I'm late for work. The flames receded, his skeletal face reforming into flesh. Damn magical Spider-Man, you could have teleported me with you, he muttered, glancing around the barren landscape. The next day, a massive screen lit up in the city square. Hello, folks. Remember me, Jonah Jameson from the Daily Bugle. On the screen, Jonah puffed on a cigar, enthusiastically recounting every recent incident involving Spider-Man. After losing his job due to Spider-Man's decline in popularity, Jonah was back in the spotlight, courtesy of the public's renewed fascination. The chaos of recent events had undone the semblance of order established by the government's energy weapons. These weapons, while effective against standard criminals, were no match for the rising number of mutant villains. Worse, criminal organizations had also started using them, creating a spiral of unpredictable, localized chaos. And so, the world's attention shifted back to superheroes of old, Spider-Man included. In this new era of mutants and chaos, other Avengers emerged to fill the void. But none carried as much intrigue or controversy as Spider-Man, making him a valuable source of headlines for Jonah. The screen transitioned to footage of the ruined mutant base. Betty Brant was interviewing George Stacy, his head wrapped in bandages. From her flying vehicle, Gwen caught a glimpse of her father hard at work and shook her head. She turned to Xia Luo, seated behind her. "Do you really think I can be an Avenger?" she asked hesitantly. Xia Luo glanced at the bandage on Gwen's arm and grinned. "Of course, you took down Kraven the Hunter. That alone proves you're stronger than most Avengers. Your track record speaks for itself." Gwen's smile wavered. It was mostly luck. Abby devoured his weird potion, otherwise I don't think I'd be alive. Being able to eat is a blessing. But I've heard there's a rigorous test to become an Avenger. Don't worry, I'll be your examiner and I'll go easy on you. Gwen blinked. Are you sure that's okay? Why not? Xia Luo crossed his arms smugly. Anyone who's been friends with Spider-Man knows connections are everything. Gwen steered the vehicle away from an oncoming Stark hovercycle. The new Stark hovercycles are out. Aren't you getting one? I can't afford it. I'll get you one. Thanks, can I have the most expensive model? Sure, but I've noticed you've gotten used to asking women for things. What else can I do? I have no money but still want to enjoy the finer things in life. It's only fair to rely on women's generosity. Doesn't that make me an adorable kind of guy? No comment. Anyway, we're here. Don't deny it. Deep down, you admire me too. The vehicle touched down on the floating shield headquarters. Gwen and Xia Luo hopped off, greeted by curious glances from agents nearby. Feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Gwen muttered, I don't think I want to be an Avenger. It'll interfere with my normal life. Xia Luo glanced toward Peggy Carter's office. Becoming an Avenger would mean S.H.I.E.L.D. would prioritize protecting your father, he said. His voice lowered. One random criminal, one seemingly accidental event. That's all it takes to take away a loved one, you know what I mean. Gwen fell silent. The memories inherited from her symbiote made it clear. He wasn't exaggerating. Before she could respond, Xia Luo's phone rang. It's me, Ghost Rider. Recognizing the voice, Xia Luo smirked. You don't have to whisper. It's funny but unnecessary. Johnny Blaze's voice tightened with irritation before he cleared his throat. Fine, I've got the information you wanted. When I mentioned Iron Man to him, he laughed. He looked happy, like he'd gotten a new toy. Xia Luo's heart sank at the words. His worst fear had been confirmed. Tony Stark's soul had been intercepted by Mephisto. And even the invincible Spider-Man couldn't save him from that demon's grasp. Chapter 191. Johnny Blaze hung up the phone and turned to wave at the crowd in the arena. Hey, how are you all doing? He greeted with a smile. However, the audience's cheers weren't for him. Stark. Iron Man, I love you. The cacophony of voices erupted as countless fans held up signs with Tony's name, cheering wildly for him. Johnny Blaze glanced over his shoulder to see Tony, the star of the moment, entering the arena. He shrugged. Well, I'm just a side character. "Johnny, you're just a background extra," a coworker said, adjusting their helmet. "Remember, this event is sponsored by Stark Industries. Don't try to outshine him out there, or we're all getting fired." Johnny nodded, got it. With that, he crouched down to inspect his racing motorcycle. Meanwhile, Happy Hogan massaged Tony Stark's shoulders and handed him a dark green drink. "I didn't think you'd join a motorcycle race," Happy said offhandedly. Tony took a sip and scanned the group of riders. "Just here for fun and to promote our flying motorcycle, a smart business move." "Tony, the spokesperson you hired is that Gwen Spider-Man," Pepper Potts said as she approached. Tony shrugged. "I actually wanted the invincible Spider-Man, but he knows too much. I changed my mind." "That's called hush money," Happy muttered. "I did some digging. Spider-Man keeps his mouth shut. No one knows about that incident." "But you know about it," Tony said, giving Happy a side glance. "If necessary, I'll silence you too." Happy's smile froze. "Haha, very funny." Pepper chuckled and shook her head. Just recovered. Say less and focus. You're obviously going to win this race anyway." "You arranged it," Tony frowned. "Everything I have, I've earned on my own. There's no need for that." Sure, all by yourself." Pepper rolled her eyes. "But this is a product launch. If you don't come in first, what will potential buyers think?" "We're not hurting for money." "Exactly, you're here for fun." "All right, enough, let's get started." Tony turned to put on his helmet, ending the debate. As the riders prepared, the arena's lights flashed rhythmically. Tony's flying motorcycle shot ahead, leaving the others in the dust, prompting deafening cheers from the crowd. Among the spectators, a disheveled man with long hair spat out a toothpick, his gaze mischievous. "Tony Stark, your glory days end here. Let me shatter your heroic halo." With that, he shoved his way toward the track. "Hold it, spectators aren't allowed here during the race." A security guard stepped forward, only to be knocked out with a single punch from the long-haired man. "I'm not a spectator, I'm the main event." The man strode onto the track, as the audience erupted in angry shouts. "What the hell is that guy doing? Is he trying to ruin this thrilling race? Unbelievable. Get lost, you greasy-haired loser. Go pick up trash somewhere else." Ignoring the crowd's fury, the man calmly faced the oncoming flying motorcycle, pulling a circular reactor from his pocket. "What?" Tony, now close enough to see the device in the man's hand, was stunned. "Jarvis, what am I looking at?" "Sir, I can confirm your database has no errors." "Then how does he have that?" "Perhaps it's something you misplaced during a nightclub visit." "Buddy, that's not helpful." "Apologies, I cannot answer that." Dismissing Jarvis's humor, Tony locked eyes on the man and revved the throttle. "Let's see what you've got." Was this a stunt? Or was it? "Tony, stop, it's dangerous." Pepper's voice rang out as the flying motorcycle roared ahead, stirring a whirlwind that coalesced into a small tornado. The long-haired man smirked as Tony approached, his expression full of disdain. "Now it's getting fun." Click. He twisted the reactor in his hand. Instantly, arcs of electricity coursed over his body, and a thick, blood-red mist poured from his back, engulfing the track. "What is this?" The moment the blood-red mist appeared, Tony's expression grew serious. "Hydra's power. It seems we won't be taking first place this time," Tony muttered. "Sir, I understand. Mark IV armor has been remotely summoned," Jarvis informed him. "Too late for that, there's a better way." Tony slammed the brakes on the flying motorcycle. The sudden deceleration launched him into the air, and as the bike disassembled into pieces, the components began attaching themselves to his body. Clang, clang, clang. By the time Tony landed, his leg armor was fully equipped, absorbing the impact from his fall. Before the encroaching mist could reach him, the arm armor locked into place, and an arc pulse fired from his palm. Boom! ZZZZZ tilde tilde. The electrified whip cracked and struck out with terrifying precision. Tony's marked suit darted away, but the whip slithered like a living thing, locking onto its target. Finally, it coiled around Tony's ankle. No. Tony's HUD lit up with urgent warnings, a sinking feeling creeping over him. As he feared, the long-haired man's muscles bulged grotesquely as he yanked the whip downward. The immense force slammed the Mark's suit into the ground. Boom! The suit crashed into the track, sparks flying. Beep beep. Armor compromised. Immediate evacuation is advised, Jarvis warned. Tony winced, feeling the sting of his mouth slamming against his helmet. Blood trickled from the corner of his lips. Great, that hurt. Jarvis, give me a painkiller stat. Sir, I recommend calling the indomitable Spider-Man. No way, that's embarrassing. Sir, you're rich. Okay, fair, that's my true superpower. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Since you recommended her, you'll handle the rookie evaluation, Carter said, looking over Gwen's impressive resume. Xia Luo nodded, but before he could respond, Zhao Helen stepped into the office. I'm quite impressed with the structure of your nanotech suit, she said, handing a spider emblem back to Xia Luo. Xia Luo casually donned the suit, now restored. What's the research verdict? He asked. Zhao Helen smiled. It aligns with many of my own projects. Borrowing from the nanotech suit's design, I should be able to perfect my nanomedical technology soon. I've even gained insights into the production of nanometals. If we hand this tech over to Tony Stark, he could build his own nanotech armor in no time. Of course, the nanometal patent belongs to you. If Tony wants to use it, he'll have to pay you a hefty licensing fee. Hearing this, Xia Luo's eyes lit up. Dr. Zhao Helen, you're amazing. I'm so excited I feel like giving you a hug. No need. She raised a hand to stop him. Hold that thought until the captain leaves. Xia Luo. Carter's. Anything else? Carter asked Gwen, who turned away, feigning ignorance. The Spider-Man drama is always so chaotic. Zhao Helen continued, Spider-Man, don't sell all the nanotech rights to Tony at once. That guy's loaded. You can collect a yearly fee instead. Xia Luo shook his head. No, we're friends, I can't do that. But I think every time he uses the armor, he should pay me a licensing fee. He grinned smugly. Zhao Helen. You have an interesting definition of friendship, she said dryly. Beep beep. A notification from the nanotech device interrupted their conversation. Xia Luo chuckled. My special friend is calling. He picked up, hey, how's the swelling, gone down yet? Charming bug boy, I paid you so drop it, I need your help. No way, the hero of his own solo movie asking for help, that's unheard of. I don't know what you're talking about. There's a guy with electric whips causing trouble. I can't handle him alone. Whiplash, Ivan Vanko. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. All right, hang in there. I'll be there in 3 minutes. He turned to Carter and the others. Excuse me. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a glowing circular portal. Whoosh! Magical sparks danced as the portal shimmered into existence, exciting the nearby crowd. It's Spider-Man. Jonah talked about his new powers. He's using magic now. This is incredible. Spider-Man is here. Spider-Man, I love you. Wait, weren't you just screaming for Iron Man? I've changed my mind. Fickle women. Amidst the cheers, Xia Luo stepped through the portal and landed on the chaotic racetrack. The first thing he saw was Tony, suspended midair, bound tightly by electrified whips. Spider-Kid, you really meant it when you said you'd come right away, Tony rasped, still managing a joking tone. Xia Luo glanced around at the onlookers and sighed. If I'd known there'd be such a crowd, I would have taken a shower, brushed my teeth, put on my favorite hair gel, polished my shoes, and dressed like a grown-up. Enough. Before Xia Luo could finish, Ivan Vanko snorted and flung Tony toward him. Catch me. Gotcha. Xia Luo leaped into the air, shooting a web of spatial threads that caught Tony. As he spun past the Mark suit, he flipped and launched a midair kick. Your friendly neighborhood scissor kick of doom. Hail Hydra explosion. Whoa, you're the first villain to respond to my banter. I like you. Before that damn Howard Stark drove my father away, I was a funny kid too. Ivan roared, his tendrils transforming into a sea urchin-like array of spikes, launching indiscriminate attacks in all directions. Greetings, esteemed reader. Your presence throughout this chapter's journey is deeply appreciated. In Liu, we hold that every tale, much like the enduring stone, gains strength through the appreciation of those who encounter it. Should you wish to support WiseTL's dedicated endeavors in bringing these narratives to you, you may consider visiting Patreon.com WiseTL. Even the most modest contribution serves as a cornerstone, fortifying the foundation upon which future stories are built. With sincere regards, Zhongli. Chapter 192. Your support has carved the path for these bonus chapters. May they bring you joy. Splat splat, splat tilde tilde. The webs flew toward Ivan Vanko, who smirked in disdain. Get lost. With a thunderous roar, an invisible shockwave erupted, scattering the webs in midair. Die. The electrified whip lashed out again, tearing through the air. But this time, Xia Luo caught it with a single hand. Crackle tilde tilde. Boom. Electric currents surged down the whip. Accompanied by the blood-red mist, Xia Luo shuddered slightly, but quickly steadied himself. Not bad, but still too weak. He grinned, his triangular, pale blue eyes glowing brighter. Let's go. His muscles tensed, and with a burst of impossible strength, Ivan Vanko found himself yanked off his feet, hurtling toward Spider-Man. You've got to be kidding me. Is the friendly neighborhood guy stealing the spotlight again? Before Xia Luo could act further, the crowd erupted in another round of gasps. Boom tilde tilde. A blazing motorcycle streaked across the sky. In an instant, Johnny Blaze, now transformed into Ghost Rider, snatched Ivan Vanko midair, leaving a fiery trail behind. Wait, he can fly. Xia Luo blinked in confusion. His riding skills are impressive, Tony remarked. Impressive, my butt, Xia Luo scowled. He's going to kill that guy. So I've got to stop him. Without hesitation, Xia Luo conjured another glowing portal. Whoosh! He appeared directly in front of the flaming motorcycle. Fire guy, you're causing me trouble here. Spider Kid, don't give me any trouble either. The flames on Johnny Blaze's skull flared higher as he revved his bike, accelerating toward Xia Luo. No, you're about to lose your license. Xia Luo leaped out of the bike's path, plunging his hand into another portal. Whoosh! An instant later, Ivan Vanko, charred and smoking from the hellfire, was pulled into Xia Luo's grasp. Spider-Man, why are you saving me? Ivan asked, his expression conflicted. Xia Luo scratched his head. This feels familiar. Where have I heard that before? Boom! Before he could ponder further, the flaming motorcycle pivoted in the air and charged at him. Hand him over. Not happening. Then pay me back. I already transferred the money. In that case, I'm good. Johnny's skeletal face twisted into a smirk as he cranked the throttle, the bike's speed surging to its fiery limit. Geez, you're going to end up friendless at this rate, Xia Luo muttered, tossing Ivan aside. With a quick bite to his hand, magic energy coursed through his suit. Your friendly neighborhood. Boom! The blazing motorcycle slammed into Xia Luo, enveloping him in hellfire, hurtling them both toward the stands. Oh no! Run! The crowd scattered in panic. With a deafening crash, rows of seats were reduced to ash under the roaring flames. Boom! Seconds later, the flaming motorcycle was hurled backward by a massive force. Johnny Blaze found himself suspended in midair, gripped by the throat. Xia Luo, his body glowing with magical energy, stood firm. The hellfire licking at him was swiftly extinguished by the radiant magic. Violence doesn't solve problems, at least not here, Xia Luo said calmly. I'm no hero, Spider Kid, I'm vengeance. Your lectures mean nothing to me, Johnny retorted, pulling a flaming chain from his back. Clink, clink, clink tilde tilde. Hellfire surged along the chain as Johnny swung it downward. Boom! A fiery crevice split through the stands. But before the flames could engulf anything further, Xia Luo vanished into a portal, reappearing behind Johnny. Swish! Thick spider silk looped around Johnny's neck. Xia Luo pulled it tight, causing the flames on Johnny's body to dim slightly. Stronger webs slow down decomposition. Your fire's going to need some time to burn through this, Xia Luo remarked as he applied more pressure. Johnny's skeletal neck cracked ominously under the strain. Who taught you to choke a skeleton? Johnny's skull rotated 180 degrees, and his fiery eyes became whirlpools, dragging Xia Luo's soul into a hellish dimension. Wow, a volcano, Xia Luo exclaimed, now in his soul form. The glowing spider emblem on his chest erupted with light. Whoosh tilde tilde. Boom! A powerful shockwave burst from the emblem, propelling Xia Luo's soul back to his body. By the time he opened his eyes, Johnny Blaze had vanished. Where'd he go? Xia Luo turned to see Ivan Vanko, half dead, subdued by Happy and other agents. He scratched his head in confusion. Did he feel guilty for cheating during the fight and leave out of shame? He fired a web to Ivan's side, examining his condition. Once satisfied, he let out a breath of relief. The hellfire had severely damaged Ivan's soul, leaving him dazed and inert. Even with Hydra's regenerative abilities, he wouldn't be attacking anyone anytime soon. Take him to S.H.I.E.L.D., that's where he belongs, Xia Luo instructed Happy. Happy glanced at Tony and replied, sorry, but Tony's my boss. Xia Luo shrugged, fine, but S.H.I.E.L.D. has gorgeous agents, you sure? Of course, I'll personally deliver him to S.H.I.E.L.D., Happy said with a grin. Tony. Removing his armor, Tony wiped the blood from his lip. How many does that make now? He asked, pointing at the black spine lying nearby. Xia Luo thought for a moment. 5th one, I think. 4 more to go for 9, then, Tony said with a wry smile, clutching his chest as he signaled Pepper for his special drink. You're not looking great, Xia Luo said, frowning as he recalled the palladium poisoning from Tony's reactor. I'm fine, Tony insisted, waving him off. With Pepper supporting him, Tony took a deep breath. That guy mentioned my father. I think I know who he is now. Xia Luo surveyed the wrecked track and shrugged. That's a family matter. None of my business. I've got other things to do. Later. With that, he vanished into another portal. Pepper watched him leave, her expression curious. He's worried he can't afford the damages, she remarked. Tony chuckled. He probably doesn't know I already bought the place. You bought it? Of course, just a little hobby of mine. Tony smiled, but a shadow of concern crossed his face as he clutched his chest. MS Potts, I think it's time I took a break. You should. No, I mean, I'm handing my shares to you. You'll have complete control over Stark Industries. What? Pepper's expression turned from surprised to alarmed. What's wrong? Don't scare me like this, she pleaded. Relax, I just want to try something new, like that bug boy. See what it feels like to live off someone else for a change. 3 days later. Gwen's rookie evaluation concluded flawlessly. At the evaluation site, Reed and the others watched Gwen pass with ease, their expressions a mix of awe and dismay. This makes us look even worse, Reed muttered to Susan. Off to the side, Ben Grimm crossed his arms and grumbled, and we got shown up by a little girl. Johnny covered his face. We're never going to live this down. That's on you guys. Ben tapped his rocky face. At least no one knows what I look like under here. My friend, that joke wasn't funny at all, Reed said, exasperated. I need to figure something out. If I fail the next evaluation, my research funding will be cut completely. You could talk to Dr. Banner, Johnny suggested quietly. I heard Carter's been personally funding him to help with his recovery. Gamma radiation experiments don't use up that much budget. Maybe you could borrow some. I'm sure Dr. Banner wouldn't say no. Susan seemed thoughtful. Your cosmic ray experiments do overlap with gamma radiation to some extent. This might actually work. Reed sighed. I guess that's my only option. He glanced toward Carter's office and shook his head. People always said getting resources from S.H.I.E.L.D. was next to impossible. Turns out they were right. Ben grinned. That was back when Nick Fury ran the place. How is it any different now? If Fury was still in charge, you wouldn't have even gotten 2 chances. Reed. No, I need Spider-Man. If we can get him to help during the next evaluation, we'll pass for sure. Reed looked around but quickly realized something was off. Where is Spider-Man? No idea. He was just here a minute ago. And then he vanished. It's his portal magic. I didn't see it. Maybe get your eyes checked. You better watch your tone. Hey guys, oh my god, what is that? Johnny pointed toward the sky, where a fiery streak was hurtling toward them. His face paled, clearly recalling the painful memories of their last encounter. Susan's expression darkened. It's him again. Someone get Spider-Man. Where is he? We don't know. In the MCU, Avengers Tower. Xia Luo stood before an older Steve Rogers and the rest of the group. Any news? He asked. The elderly Steve's face was grim. We spoke to Banner. After he snapped his fingers, he found himself in a strange dimension where he saw the souls of his deceased loved ones. Natasha chimed in, if I had to guess, it's tied to the Soul Stone. The Soul Stone. Xia Luo frowned and turned to Barton. When you brought Natasha's body back, was it from the altar on Vormir? It was, Barton replied, his voice heavy with emotion. Xia Luo looked at Natasha. Did anything unusual happen on the altar? Natasha thought for a moment. I remember drifting in a void for a long time, but I don't know where exactly. I regained full consciousness only after seeing you and Steve. Xia Luo nodded. All right, I've got bad news to share. Taking the juice Pepper handed him, he said, Tony's soul was intercepted by Mephisto, which is why he can't be resurrected. The room fell silent in shock. Mephisto. The devil from hell actually exists. Come on, we've met Thor. Is it really that surprising? Fair enough. Elderly Steve frowned. So to save Tony, we'd need to confront Mephisto. Peter Parker hesitantly raised his hand. If we're talking about making deals with the devil, Mr. Strange is probably our best bet. We could ask him for help. Xia Luo glanced around at their worried faces and chuckled. No need to stress so much. He turned to Steve. Mephisto only intercepted Tony's soul right before he could be resurrected. I don't know the exact rules of this resurrection game, but if I were him, I'd definitely retaliate against such a challenge to my authority. Hearing this, Steve's eyes lit up. You mean? Yes, there will always be an opportunity. Then I'll just die now. Whoa, no need to be so hasty, Xia Luo said, stopping Steve from rushing into his own demise. Let's take things one step at a time. If we're dealing with Mephisto, we'll need soul-related artifacts or relics to prepare. Steve paused. Like what? Natasha took a deep breath. The Soul Stone, that would be ideal. Barton shook his head. The Soul Stone's gone. Steve sighed. I returned it to Vormir years ago. I even saw Johann, that guy was still guarding the altar. I was happy for him. Xia Luo's mouth twitched. Your sense of humor isn't helping, Steve. Sorry. Pepper, looking nervous, interjected. Why not ask Scott? His PIM particles could help us travel through time to retrieve the Soul Stone from the past. It's been ages since we've heard anything about Scott, Barton said thoughtfully. I wouldn't be surprised if his whole family moved into an anthill. You're funnier than me, Steve muttered, shooting him a look. Xia Luo glanced at his watch. Well, my time's up. Next time you summon me, please have freshly squeezed juice ready. This obviously has additives. He set down his cup and disappeared into the void. Back in the Prime Universe. The moment Xia Luo returned, he was greeted by Carter with bad news. While you were gone for an hour, Ghost Rider broke into the prison and took the souls of Hydra Steve and Ivan Vanko, Carter said. Hi. Xia Luo pinched the bridge of his nose, so he didn't give up after all. Then, as realization dawned, he tensed. Wait, his real target is the Black Spines. He immediately opened a portal. Where are you going? Carter called after him. If his target is anyone with Hydra's power, he'll be heading for Dr. Otto next, Xia Luo said as he stepped through. Chapter 193. In the lab, Dr. Otto Octavius was working on a prototype for a miniature artificial sun. ZZZZZ tilde tilde. Soon, the device overheated, causing the circuitry to short out. Otto quickly shut off the power to avoid further complications. Still not good enough. Otto exhaled heavily, wiping sweat from his brow. He turned to glance at the poster on his desk, an image of Iron Man's arc reactor. Compared to Tony Stark's miniature cold fusion reactor, Otto's hot fusion reactor was far more challenging to perfect. The uncontrollable heat, coupled with the difficulty of stabilizing tritium balance, made miniaturizing a hot fusion reactor nearly impossible. With a sigh, Otto reflected on his frustrations. Despite the flawless data provided by Spider-Man, which had enabled him to create the artificial sun, Otto felt his accomplishment had become a laughingstock among top scientists worldwide. Nevertheless, he received a Nobel Prize. Spider-Man publicly credited Otto's original research for laying the groundwork that helped him calculate the final step of the fusion process. It was labeled a joint project, with Otto officially recognized as the lead contributor, since Spider-Man refused to reveal his identity. Even so, Otto harbored mixed feelings about the award. Had he been given more time, he could have achieved it alone, without Spider-Man's intervention or absence. But Spider-Man had saved Ruth, his wife. How could he begrudge the hero? Now, as his artificial sun project hit a bottleneck, Otto began to accept his limitations. He resolved to set aside his ambitions and focus on living a peaceful, happy life with Ruth, a life they had worked so hard to build. But fate never allows such peace to last. Boom! The roar of an engine shattered the calm as a flaming motorcycle crashed through the window. Crash! Shards of glass rained down as Ghost Rider hurled his fiery chains from atop the blazing bike. Clink, clinked. A chilling wave of dread washed over Otto, prompting him to activate the Hydra power within his body. Whoosh! Boom! Scarlet tendrils lashed out, slamming Ghost Rider and his motorcycle into the wall. But as the hellfire spread, the tendrils began to wither rapidly. The flames burned through Otto's soul, searing agony driving him to the brink of madness. Damn you! With a furious roar, a torrent of blood-red mist erupted from the villa. A monstrous crimson octopus emerged, its 9 massive tendrils thrashing wildly and enveloping the entire structure. Boom! Hellfire erupted in a brilliant flash within the writhing tendrils. The blazing motorcycle shot free of the creature's grasp, but Ghost Rider's flames flickered weakly as he landed. What a terrifying foe, so much stronger than the other two, Johnny Blaze muttered, his heart pounding. The hellfire, which had never failed him before, had been extinguished by the pure, unrelenting power of Hydra. Even Spider-Man wouldn't have been able to counter this so effortlessly. This monster was stronger than Spider-Man. Damn demon, why didn't you warn me about how horrifying these Hydra souls were? Johnny cursed under his breath. High above, the ominous shadow of Hydra's sigil appeared in the sky. Cackle, cackle, tilde, tilde. The crimson creature let out a bizarre, unsettling laugh. Its 9 tendrils, now infused with hellfire, began to transform. The octopus-like head twisted grotesquely, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Gaining sentience, it disregarded Otto's control entirely. The tendrils spread across the city, reaching farther with each second. No, what is this thing? Allah, a giant octopus. Monster, monster. Wherever the tendrils passed, they blotted out the sky. The crimson mist plunged the city into chaos, disrupting electrical systems and sending panicked citizens fleeing for their lives. Holy crap, Godzilla's destroying the world. That's an alien monster for sure. Someone call S.H.I.E.L.D. Stark Tower. Tony Stark had just finished a routine health check when he noticed the crimson mist quickly engulfing the skyline. His brows furrowed. Jarvis, what's going on? Sir, anomalous magnetic fields are interfering. Jarvis's voice crackled before cutting out entirely. Jarvis. Tony's face darkened. Great, another apocalypse. Seconds later, Stark Tower's power grid failed completely. The crimson tendrils rapidly corrupted everything in their path, turning structures and streets blood red. Hovering highways lost their illumination, flying cars spewed smoke as they plummeted into the city below, and even floating islands began to teeter dangerously. Boom, tilde, tilde. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Inside the command center, Xia Luo froze as the portal he was about to enter wavered violently. His spider sense screamed in warning. It's Hydra power. Carter stared out the window, watching as a massive tendril crawled toward one of the floating islands, its size and malevolence resembling a mythical eldritch god. ZZZZZ tilde tilde. Alarms blared as power systems across the facility faltered. Commander, the island's energy system is destabilizing due to the magnetic field interference. It's going to fall in 10 minutes. Agent Hill burst into the room, her face pale. How is this even happening? Carter demanded. I think I know. Xia Luo's hands glowed with magical energy as he stabilized the portal. The scene on the other side revealed the coastal villa. There, Otto stood protectively in front of Ruth, crimson tendrils connecting his back to a horrifying hydra sigil looming above. No, stop. Otto's agonized face twisted as Ruth tried to comfort him, tears streaming down her face. It's going to be okay, we'll get through this, she whispered. Scarlet mist began to pour through the portal. Xia Luo quickly closed it. Dr. Octavius has lost control. His expression darkened as he reopened the portal. Whoosh! A blazing motorcycle roared into the office, and Ghost Rider skidded to a stop. Where am I? Johnny Blaze demanded. What did you do? Before Johnny could respond, Xia Luo kicked him off the motorcycle and loomed over him, glaring. It wasn't me, Johnny shouted, glancing out the window at the growing chaos. It's him. It's the demon's fault. His hellfire awakened the Hydra's power. Xia Luo's eyes narrowed. So this wasn't just about the souls, he muttered. Carter's expression was grim. What now? That thing is worse than the artificial sun incident. Are you going to try your luck? Try and die, huh? Xia Luo understood her implication. Shaking his head, he replied, We got lucky last time. This isn't the same. Outside, the colossal tendrils crushed buildings with ominous creaks. Crack, track, track. Everyone, evacuate now. Agents scrambled to escape as Xia Luo leaped to the ground below. Before their horrified eyes, the structures crumbled, and beams of crimson light shot into the sky. The black spines from the lab. Carter gasped, Is Hydra power merging? We can't let that happen. Xia Luo launched his webs, his form sparking like an electric current as he dove into the crimson mist. Crackle tilde tilde. Splat. Flickers of electricity, dimmed as countless versions of Spider-Man, swung and attacked within the mist. Friendly neighborhood whirlwind. Friendly neighborhood thunder dragon spin. Under the relentless assault, suction cups on the tendrils split open into gaping maws. A monstrous suction force drew the Spider-Man clones into their depths. Well, guess I'm out. Bye, guys. Next one's my turn. One by one, the clones were consumed as the mist thickened. What? Carter's expression darkened as the Hydra-infused tendrils wreaked havoc. The technology-based weapon systems were completely down, leaving her powerless to intervene. All she could do was watch helplessly as Spider-Man was consumed by the crimson mass. Whoosh tilde. The next second, a portal appeared, and Xia Luo rushed through, stopping in front of Carter. The spines, it devoured all of them, he panted, his voice tinged with fear. Recalling what he'd just witnessed, a chill ran down his spine. What kind of power was this? After absorbing the black spines, the crimson tendrils abandoned the floating island and rapidly withdrew to the coastal villa. At the same time, 4 beams of crimson light erupted from nearby waters. Black spines, drawn by Hydra's force, shot into the Hydra sigil in the sky. Cackle, cackle tilde tilde. With all 9 spines gathered, the Hydra projection let out a horrifying, bone-chilling laugh. The shadowy figure quickly became solid. In that moment, space twisted, and an ominous darkness descended. A godlike entity from another dimension had finally found its way to Earth. At the crumbling edge of the floating island, everyone stared at the massive Hydra in the sky, their faces pale with despair. This is the real apocalypse, Reed muttered, overwhelmed. Fresh from her rookie evaluation, Gwen took a deep breath. The disturbance in her symbiote was making her uncomfortable. We should flee Earth while we can. It's already caught the attention of an elder god, her symbiote, Abby, suggested. Elder god? Carter's heart raced as she turned to Xia Luo, who remained unusually calm. You seem confident. Do you have a plan? She asked, her voice trembling. Xia Luo shrugged. Not at all. Then why? I can't beat it, but that doesn't mean someone else can't. Xia Luo replied, clapping his hands as if to brush off the problem. Dimensional gods invading Earth, that's way out of Spider-Man's job description. Carter's eyes narrowed in realization. The Sorcerer Supreme. Exactly, Xia Luo said with a grin. The Sorcerer Supreme only gets involved in dimensional invasions. Hydra isn't just their problem, though, it's also a problem for anyone else who wants to rule the world. Rule the world? The group collectively gasped. Their thoughts were interrupted by the sudden appearance of golden portals across the crimson-stained city. At the forefront, the Ancient One led the sorcerers of Camertage as they emerged in unison. Whoosh tilde tilde. A symphony of golden magic circles unfolded, quickly forming a massive protective dome. The dome expanded, pushing back the crimson mist in all directions. At its center, the Ancient One raised her hands, conjuring a brilliant blue sky. With her magical energy fueling the spell, the barrier expanded at an incredible speed, stabilizing the entirety of Brooklyn in seconds. Buzz tilde. As the golden barrier enveloped the floating island, power systems began to come back online. Alarms silenced, and Carter and her team let out sighs of relief. The Sorcerer Supreme is here. We should be safe now. Wait, look over there, what's that? Johnny shouted, pointing toward the coastline. A massive storm had formed, sending tsunamis towering thousands of meters high. Atop the waves stood a figure bathed in a bluish glow. He spread his arms wide, one hand commanding the storm, the other wielding a whirlpool tornado. Above him, thunderclouds gathered, and beneath the waves, a colossal shadow loomed, circling his feet. Behind him stood four figures: Eric, Charles, Wanda, and Pietro, their expressions unwavering as they flanked this towering presence. Apocalypse? Xia Luo's eyes narrowed. So that's where he's been hiding. Hydra's invasion must have forced his hand. A successful dimensional invasion would leave Apocalypse no chance to reclaim the Earth. Apocalypse likely wouldn't have dared to show himself before the Ancient One arrived, considering he lacked experience dealing with interdimensional entities. But with the Sorcerer Supreme on the scene, Apocalypse must have felt emboldened. However, his appearance barely earned a passing glance from the Ancient One. Apocalypse, as a native of Earth, was of little concern to her. Her focus remained fixed on the towering Hydra sigil. In her eyes, it was an opportunity, a perfect excuse to retire. Of course, she couldn't make it too easy. A poorly executed performance might arouse suspicion among her disciples. Before she could act, a circle of vibrant magic sparks appeared beside her. Xia Luo stepped through, waving cheerfully. Sorcerer Supreme, how's it going? The Ancient One's expression stiffened, while Wang's face lit up with excitement. Spider-Man, you've come at just the right time. Let's work together to destroy Hydra and save the world. Xia Luo patted Wang's shoulder. Of course, the invincible Spider-Man is here for you. With a dramatic flare, his spider emblem flared with radiant light, sending waves of magic into the golden barrier. The dome expanded even faster, encompassing the entire Hydra sigil. Whoosh tilde. The Hydra projection writhed as its tendrils flailed in distress. The red glow in its eyes dimmed, clearly unsettled by Spider-Man's magical energy. The sorcerers erupted in cheers. As expected from the hero who saved the world, Spider-Man truly is a magical prodigy. What incredible magic, unbelievable. Amid the praise, Xia Luo beamed with pride. Haha, it's nothing, you're all amazing too. Truthfully, he'd just been experimenting, but the results were surprisingly effective. He didn't fully understand why, but the outcome was all that mattered. Meanwhile, the Ancient One's expression soured. How was she supposed to stage her retirement now?